So, on the 12th of July 2025, a YouTube channel called Jasper Dasper uploaded a 5-hour video called Debunking Transphobia. And understandably, a lot of people were like, hey, maybe you should respond to this video. It's very long, it's got a lot of views, there must be something there, right? And quick off the mark as ever, on the 17th of September 2025, I uploaded a video where I said that I was planning to respond. But I didn't think the video would actually be worth the effort of going through the entire 5 hours, identifying every individual point, organizing those points, scripting my responses to them, and making a proper edited video. And spoiler alert, I'll say now, having watched the video, I was absolutely right. There would have been no point giving this video the full serious treatment. So instead, my plan was to react to it in a live stream format. Especially because I'd also realized I was getting quite burnt out with YouTube, and that's because I didn't have any scheduled leisure time. So I figured, kill two birds with one stone. Start a gaming channel where I just live stream myself playing a video game, and in order to entice people over to check it out, I would, for the first few videos on that channel, respond live to that 5-hour video. And just to further convert on people actually going over to that channel, once I was done, my plan was to put it all together and upload it here. So with that plan in mind, I immediately jumped into these live stream responses on the 2nd of December. I didn't finish this series until the 20th of January, and now it is the 11th of March, and I'm finally uploading it. Imagine how long it would have taken if I'd actually tried to do the whole high-effort scripted thing. So yeah, that's just to set the scene. That's what this video is about. Obviously, I watched the entire 5 hours, and then I respond to it, so this video is even longer than 5 hours. With that said, here's my advice. Add this video to your watch later playlist, and just listen to it while you're doing things throughout the day. There's this channel I really like called Tamago247 and I always add his live streams, which are typically 3 to 4 hours, to a watch later playlist. And if I'm not on my computer for a while and he streams several days in a row, I can end up with tens of hours of live streams to go through. But then, you know what? I'll be doing some DIY, I'll be doing some editing, I'll be making some thumbnails, I'll be doing something where I could just be listening to something in the background, and I will make my way through these hours of content. And yet, in some sense, it's a bit weird because he's actually a gaming YouTuber, so a lot of what he's doing is visual, and I honestly don't have the time to just sit there and watch somebody else play video games. If I'm going to be dedicating hours of time to a video, it's going to be because I'm doing something else at the same time. But I do it anyway because I actually really like his channel, like I say, and therefore I want to support him by giving him as much watch time as possible. With that said, if you do want to support me, then don't be intimidated by the runtime. You will get through it surprisingly quickly if you just endeavor to make your way through it as you're doing other things, maybe even as you're trying to get to sleep, although if you do go to sleep with this listening, it will probably still be there playing to greet you when you wake up. I really appreciate it when people support my content. The more people who show up to these live streams, the more entertaining they are. I don't ever expect to become a gaming YouTuber. I don't expect to earn any significant amount of money from playing these, but it would be nice to get that gaming channel monetized so that I'm at least earning a little bit of money from people watching it, because that helps supplement my income that might sometimes be lacking on this channel if I have a few videos in a row not do very well. So yeah, it would be appreciated if you showed up. Yesterday, I started a new series where I'm trying to play the entire Grand Theft Auto series before GTA 6 comes out. So I will link to the previous day's version of that, and also I'll be live streaming again probably this evening, so if you could show up to that, that would be very much appreciated. Obviously for this video, the gameplay isn't the most important thing. I was playing FIFA, the football game, and there are a few moments where I decide to lock in and I'm much more focused on the gameplay than I am on responding to what this guy's saying. That's only when what this guy's saying really isn't worth responding to at all. Not that very much of it is actually worth responding to. So without further ado, here is me responding to the 5-hour-long Transphobia debunked video. Enjoy. Alright, cool. So, hello everybody. So I'm now going to explain to you what's going to happen. So basically, for a while now, I've been saying that I'm going to do a gaming channel thing, and I am going to respond to this video that is like 4.5 hours and the rest, all about supposedly debunking transphobia. Cool. And yeah, basically I've been putting this off for ages. I think I first came up with this idea in July. Well, I first came up with the idea ages ago. I first communicated it in July. I feel like I'm the first person in the history of YouTube to procrastinate on the idea of starting a gaming channel. Like that was like the difficult thing. You know, all of the scripted, edited YouTube videos I do where I'm talking about like deep concepts, I'm like, no, those are super easy. But this thing where I'm like just playing a game and listening to some guy, I was just like, nope, I've got other things to do. I can't be bothered. Anyway, so whatever. We're going to see how this goes. I could start playing. You know what? I'm going to start playing right away. You know. Oh, so 4 minutes 50. So basically, it's 5 hours. Sorry, I don't know why I said 4 minutes. 4 hours 56. Right. We're going to see how this goes. Also, I think at some point, I don't know if I'm going to keep playing FIFA. I really do enjoy FIFA. It's a very easy. So basically, it fits the qualification I really need, which is a game that I can easily play without needing to listen to what's happening. You know, because, well. You get it, because like the thing is, a lot of other games that I might want to play, like I haven't played the Assassin's Creed games apart from like getting halfway through the first one, and I really want to actually force myself to do that because I'm sure they're perfectly fun games. I just haven't bothered to put aside the time to do it, but again, like that's not something I can do now because, as I'm sure you could all imagine, those games are like you kind of need to know what's going on because they're like a narrative game. This isn't really a narrative, so yeah, I might just keep playing this. And I think at some point I might even like full on start a manager career mode or something like that, which you can do. Like if I go here, there's like new career. Oh, Women's International Cup. That's exciting. But yeah, I think for now we will just do kickoff and just kind of start as we are, and we will actually get into the video.
At some point in the last decade, everything became about trans people. And I wanted to know why.
So 2 years ago, when I began making this video, I knew things were bad.
Stop the harm!
I'm absolutely sure that I must be... Oh, let's see. I don't know what the difference is in volume. This seems like a very loud video. So actually, let me just, just so I know, let me go back and actually listen to it myself. Just so I can know what's happening. Gigantic clip. But
everything became
began making this video.
And we will actually get into the video.
At some point in the last decade, everything became about...
Okay, like I can definitely turn this down a little bit. But it's not so bad. Let's try again.
About trans people.
Oh, wait, sorry. What was I was about to like just play the clip again. Oh, yeah, whatever. Okay. We will now get it playing, okay. Cool.
Transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely.
But it's so much worse than I thought.
We've interviewed Craig's family recently. They say that the therapy you did with him as a child led directly to his suicide as an adult. What do you say about that?
I didn't know that. That's too bad.
The more I dug, the worse it got.
I want to make you understand what I'm getting at. Now take your clothes off.
What is this? Where is this going? Is this like talking about John Money? Because like John Money's the only person I can think of who like made kids do weird stuff together and was basically a pedo. Whatever. We'll see where where this is going. This all seems very cryptic.
What I found was lies, abuse, and conspiracies. Decades of studies built upon vulnerable children.
Every single part of trans research is rotten.
I don't even know if I can bother to skip the adverts. I'm gonna skip. Like, there's way too many adverts. Okay, this almost seems like have I been like gypped here? Sorry, gypped. I shouldn't say. Have I been like I don't like that wasn't even the right word to say. Am I being punked? That's what I really meant to say. Because this seems almost like the guy's going to be like saying how, because if every single part of trans research is rotten, well, a lot of trans research is pro-trans. In fact, isn't the main argument from the trans side that all of the arguments support their side? So, or like all of the data, like the majority of the research, right? I'd be like, every major medical association agrees that trans is correct. So saying every single part of it is rotten, surely that's an own goal, if anything.
And it all starts...
Speaking of own goal, get ready to see a lot of those.
with this question.
Why are people transgender? In 1990, there were 4 recorded cases of transgender kids in the UK. In 2021, there were more than 5,000. But this video isn't about that question. It's about the people who try to answer it.
I have a lamp right in the way of my... Okay, I'm just going to move it and probably unplug something. Oh god, I'm definitely going to ruin something.
I think I have an idea for a new video. I'm kind of working on something else right now, right there. But this book, I got it recommended, or I saw some people recommending it, of exposing the trans lie inside the UK health service. It's called A Time to Think, the inside story of the collapse of the Tavistock's gender service for children by Hannah Barnes. Hannah Barnes is a journalist from the UK. Anyways, if you don't know, because nobody knows, the Tavistock gender service for children was the place in the UK where children could get help if they are transgender or if they show signs of gender dysphoria. The first chapter starts from the point of view of a clinician called Anna Hutchinson.
Dr. Hutchinson was seriously concerned. Are we hurting children? She asked, keen to be reassured. It's the question that underpins everything she's feeling. She was not told no.
So, the whole point of this book is to examine whether the health service was hurting children, and specifically children, trans children, children with gender dysphoria. This is all fine and dandy, right? But something doesn't add up. Let me put it down here. Hannah Barnes seems like an honest journalist, right? She uses a lot of citations and she uses the right
I forgot to rearrange my substitute, but it's okay. I don't care.
pronouns for trans people. She's totally woke. But in bringing credibility to the book's narrative, Time to Think, she interviews a lot of different experts. A host of them. Those are, among a couple of others, Susan and her husband Marcus Evans, Asa Keem, David Bell, Kirsty Entwistle, Melissa Midgen, and then, of course, Anna Hutchinson.
Adverts.
At Vodafone, get
Very annoying
unlimited
getting a
plus with
restream
EU
advert
roaming for only
when I'm in
£25.
the middle of streaming.
Who is Anna Hutchinson, you ask? I can hear you. Anna Hutchinson is a clinical psychologist with more
Yeah, okay, I'm really interested. Like, so far there has not been a single argument in this video.
than 25 years of experience. There are 5 themes that I think are interesting, that I maybe want to have a look at. So the first one is this one. Whereas most of the literature on gender non-conforming children was about boys who had a lifelong sense of gender incongruence, Yitz's waiting room was overpopulated with teenage girls whose distress around their gender had only started in adolescence. There's a rapid increase in the amount of trans people, and we know this, that trans people have kind of become a hot button topic, right? Listen to this. Many of them were
same-sex attracted. The same was true for the boys attending GIDS, and many were autistic. Their lives were complicated too. So many seemed to have other difficulties, eating disorders, self-harm, depression, or had suffered abuse or trauma.
What?
How could such different lives and presentations lead to the same answer? Puberty blockers.
There's this rapid increase.
Let the record show that that was not supposed to be a slide tackle.
So many more kids coming into this service. Most of them are autistic, or they're complex in some way, and they are very vulnerable. Hannah Barnes keeps saying that these are vulnerable children, and they get puberty blockers. And puberty blockers, by the way, is described as something pretty horrific. They're called extreme medical intervention in the first couple of pages. And listen to this. While there are studies that describe the self-reported high satisfaction of young people and their families of being on puberty blockers and some improvement in mental health, others suggest there is evidence that puberty blocker use can lead to changes in sexuality and sexual function, poor bone health, stunted height, low mood,
tumor-like masses in the brain, and for those treated early enough to continue on to cross-sex hormones, almost certain infertility.
Maybe they make these children happier, but she also writes many studies
claim to show the benefits of puberty blockers to mental health, but these have...
It seems like maybe like the claim there is like because she's saying, oh, there might be things other than, like there might be side effects even though it makes these children happier. That's like an unreasonable thing for her to say. Like, I'm guessing that's like, I'm trying to infer from his tone where he's like, maybe they are making things happier, but you know, and like he's kind of making fun of the fact that if they're making these children happier, why would anything else matter? But no, yeah, obviously that's actually still an important, like there's still many other things aside from immediate happiness. Like drugs can make you happy, and I mean like not trans drugs, like recreational drugs, but that doesn't mean they're a good thing.
All been heavily critiqued and shown to have significant methodological flaws.
Okay, Anna Hutchinson, the clinician from before, asks, what if it's not right
to put young people, 10-year-olds, on puberty blockers?
It is mad, was the reply. So, why do it? I don't get it. If it's so bad... One thing is trans people going through the whole puberty blocker ordeal, but what if they aren't trans? We know that not
all young people who identify as trans go on to live as trans adults, Hutchinson says. These studies are small and imperfect with methodological flaws, but according to the NHS showed that in prepubertal children, mainly boys, the dysphoria persisted into adulthood for only 6 to 23% of cases. Boys in these studies were more likely to identify as gay in adulthood than as transgender. According to the 5th edition of the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, known as the DSM-5, rates of childhood gender dysphoria continuing into adolescence or adulthood range from 2 to 30% for males and 12 to 50% in females.
There's a rapid increase in the amount of children.
So it's, so far, I'm not like being really ridiculous, right? He's mostly just presenting the anti-trans case, and therefore the only thing I can assume in terms of this video having a point is that he's kind of like starting off playing, I don't really know what the expression is, like I guess like devil's advocate. Like he's kind of starting off being like, oh look, all of these arguments against the trans thing, clearly therefore there must be a problem, and then he's going to later on say, actually there isn't, oh my triangle doesn't work, actually there isn't a problem. But yeah, so far he hasn't really made an argument. I think that's fair to say.
A lot of these children are autistic, and they're complex somehow, and they all get puberty blockers,
so
but puberty blockers are bad.
And so, like, yeah, basically his whole argument is kind of just repeating what people are saying. Oh, yes! Yeah, his argument so far is just to repeat what people are saying and kind of say it in a way where he's like stumbling over his words, as if that automatically makes what they're saying unreasonable. It's like, these people say on the puberty blockers, and that is makes them happy, but that is bad that they are happy, and that is what they are saying. So I guess that must be like, it's not really. Yeah, again, still not an argument. It's worth noting.
Maybe they aren't trans. It's like, I don't know, those 5 things shouldn't be that hard to look into. Rapid increase, autism, complexity, puberty blockers, and detransition. Should be a small quippy video.
Well, he definitely got his money's worth,
your
didn't
enemies
he?
to win
Or rather,
is if they convince you simply not to fight.
Oh, Peterson Academy. I was thinking, like, what is this?
This video has taken up my day, every day, for the last 2 years. It has taken up my weekends. It has made me drop out of university. It has made me stay in a low-paying, dead-end job only because it was the only way I could keep focus on this. But every time I thought I finally reached the end, every time I thought I finally understood the inner workings of this thing, I always managed to turn a corner only to find that I had really only seen the first floor, that there are levels to this, that the network looped back upon itself, that really everything I thought I understood or knew was only partly true or an outright lie. I'm not a journalist, and I don't even have enough subscribers to make money off of this video. But I'm extremely obsessive.
No, yeah, this is strange to me. It's strange to spend so much time making this video about this topic. I don't know, like, I wouldn't even make a video this long about this topic, and I do make money off of it, so I don't know. Seems like I don't really get it.
Then again, I'm not a perfectionist. There are more things I haven't managed to fit into this way too long video, and there's even more I don't fully understand yet. It's not done, but you know, I am. And that's okay.
Yeah, I guess it kind of bothers me because I remember one time, like, sometimes I get, like, videos where people are like, oh, dude, get to, or sort of, like, I make videos and people, like, respond to them, like, oh, get to the point. And I was like, and I know that, to be fair, like, I'm not, like, I realize there's multiple people on the internet, and maybe the same people who tell me to get to the point would be like, they would say the same thing to this person. So I'm kind of like, I'm not really, like, suggesting there's a hypocrisy on behalf of the internet as a collective, but I guess what I'm really saying is when people do say, oh, like, dude, get to the point, a lot of the time I kind of agree with them to some extent. Like, I'm like, oh, yeah, you know, I could have been a bit quicker to get to that point. So when I see people who just, like, have these really long, meandering introductions and stuff, I'm like, what are you doing? And to be honest, like, I'll also say this. Sometimes when I do have meandering introductions, it's because I believe that those meandering introductions are entertaining. Like, I'm not always like, oh, whatever gets us to the point. Like, I've said, but I don't think, like, the point of a video is to be absolutely as efficient as possible and just joylessly communicate all your points immediately with no fanfare, no personality, nothing. No, obviously, like, there's still things you can do, but that wasn't even, like, an entertaining introduction. Whatever, I don't care. I shouldn't critique this the form. Let's just focus on the substance, because I guess that's more important. Look at that save.
You know, I've been wrong for a long time. Gender, feminism, economics. On one hand, I didn't understand, but on the other hand, I don't think I wanted to understand just how wrong I can be. And then I went to therapy that one time and realized, hey, being wrong is okay, but staying wrong, however, hurts not only me, but in turn makes me hurt the people around me. I know I was wrong. And it hurts to accept that you're wrong. But if you want to get better, you have to accept it. All of this is just to say, if you watch the whole video and disagree with everything I'm saying, then you're wrong. Now, you may think I'm this or that, but just close down the video, be angry, and come back later, okay?
I just want to read you the last 3 sentences of the opening chapter of Time to Think, which I think sums up my approach to this. Because for me, it's about healthcare, really. And how so many people sat back,
what am I doing?
And did nothing.
It takes Hannah Barnes 500 pages and 902 sources to conclude that, yes, they were hurting children. And on this, we agree. I also think children are being hurt. But how they're being hurt, or pretty much everything else, no, I do not agree with Barnes. Look, Hannah Barnes is so wrong that trying to retrace her steps has led me to question, well, pretty much everything I thought I knew. How do I know Barnes and this book is wrong? Well, there are 2 ways of going about it. You could read through all her sources, through the decades of research, court documents, counter-arguments, sociological and scientific advancements.
I will say, like, an interesting point of contrast here would be that 2-part series I did, debunking Judith Butler's gender trouble, just because, one, that was, like, way quicker, but also, you know, like, I got into that pretty quickly. I'm just saying, you know, like, oh, I thought I was really going to get that. Yeah, I feel like there better, because I'm kind of thinking, is this going to be such a long video because it's really focusing on this one specific person's book? In which case, this whole thing might be a terrible idea for me, because the conceit of me doing this was me thinking that this video, this video I'm responding to, would be basically some guy spending a really long time making all the kind of standard trans arguments that I've already addressed many times before, hence why I could do it in this format without any real issue. But if it's instead going to be him talking about this book, then he might be making arguments that just aren't that important because they're specific to this book. In which case, all I really have to say is, well, in that case, you haven't debunked transphobia, because if we're taking transphobia to just mean disagreeing with trans identity, well, like, I've never read the book and I still have disagreements with trans identity, so you can't really say you've like debunked it if you're making points that plenty of people have never even heard of or read about. But yeah, let's see. We'll see if he does. We'll see. Where's he going?
Political movements, leaks, corruption, and motives. All my sources are linked right here and in a separate document in the description. You could do that, or you could just listen to trans people. And to any trans person watching, you don't need me to tell you that you have a right to exist. You deserve love and kindness.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing this line in a PhilosophyTube video one time, basically claiming that trans people automatically are experts on the trans experience because they're trans, which makes no sense because, again, being trans doesn't mean anything. I could just decide that I'm trans tomorrow and then I would be trans and then I would be an expert on being trans. It just doesn't really make much sense. So like at the end of the day, yeah, obviously there is some benefit to having experienced something directly, but actually there's also a lot to be said for learning about stuff academically. And I would actually say that, a lot of my experiences could probably be better understood by someone who has studied those experiences, such that they would have something of value to tell me, because experiencing something isn't the entirety of understanding it.
But you don't need me to tell you that. And if you're trans, I'll warn you, there's very little kindness in what I'm going to show. So, all in all, let me show you what happened when I looked into those 5 small things. Rapid onset of possible transness, autism, complexity, puberty blockers, and desistence.
I'm just gonna let the advert play. I thought I was gonna... Oh yeah, I get this like Telegraph advert. Yeah, I think they've picked up I'm a radical conservative, so they keep recommending me the Telegraph now. And it's like, yeah, but do you think I like read stuff? No. That's why... Oh, I actually thought I was through that. Let me tell you all the things that have been happening since I was learning about the trans.
But first, we're gonna have to lay out some fundamentals, just so we don't accidentally misunderstand each other. Chapter 2. Transphobia. In the summer of 2019, Kirsty Entwistle published an open letter to the director of the Tavistock Clinic, Polly Carmichael. Kirsty Entwistle is one of the people who Hannah Barnes interviews in A Time to Think. Entwistle had begun her work with the Tavistock Clinic in October of 2017. She lasted exactly 1 year. The open letter is a little superficial. She herself admits that she was a little naive about the whole gender stuff when she started working there, but what's interesting is not really her professional worries, it's the same stuff about puberty blockers and complexity and detransition that I'll go over in a bit. The interesting part is her personal worries. She mentioned how she has continued to follow transgender issues online, and one of the things I felt concerned about is seeing the bullying and intimidation for those people who raise valid concerns, and how she urges the director to look up stories of detransitioners. It's very clear that she's afraid, honestly. Afraid of what might happen to those children she oversaw, afraid of the reaction she'll get when she publishes the letter.
It's worth noting, by the way, even, like, there's a big focus on the whole detransition thing, but even if it was true that nobody stopped being trans, that wouldn't be, like, that wouldn't mean that being trans is correct, because there might be lots of things that people don't stop doing. And of course, in a way, you could say, well, if it's not a good thing, then the fact people don't stop, that's even worse. So it's kind of very funny to be making a defense of something, and your main defense of it is like, don't worry, nobody's ever going to stop this thing. It's like if you're arguing against people who need that thing defended to them because they find it in some way to be bad, saying nobody's going to stop it, yeah, that's not a great argument.
And that she'll be ignored and labelled a transphobe. Kirsty Entwistle mentions transphobia 14 times throughout her letter. One of the major themes in Hannah Barnes' book, aside from the whole vulnerable children thing, is how quickly the Tavistock had to expand.
There wasn't enough time to think. I mean, obviously time to think is the rationale for the blocker, but it was also that it was there was no time to think for any of these clinicians either.
Whenever a clinician wanted to explore other options, they were disincentivized to do so. Whenever someone tried to think critically instead of accepting a child's gender and version of events, they were shut down. Whenever someone was raising valid concerns about the child or gender ideology in general, they were called a transphobe.
Because that is what these concerns were. Not transphobia, safeguarding and clinical concerns.
But neither Hannah Barnes nor Kirsty Entwistle ever define what transphobia is. It just kind of sounds bad.
Well, hold on. Wait, hold on. So, but the point is that they're saying that transphobia was what these bad things were labelled as, or rather, sorry, what these opinions were labelled as, and the implication being that it's just a buzzword that isn't defined, that is used to shut things down. Like, it's kind of like, oh goodness me, I was such an idiot. Oh wow, I got lucky there. Anyway, like if I'm saying that, oh man, everyone just gets accused of being racist nowadays, I don't really need to then define what being racist is, because the point I'm making is that the term racist is being used as a meaningless buzzword to shut down dissent. So yeah, like why would I need to? The people who are making accusations of transphobia would be the ones who need to define what transphobia is, not the person saying it's a problem that the label transphobe is being thrown around to silence people with legitimate concerns. Because the implication would be that however we're defining transphobia, it's not really what these people are expressing. Although my attitude, again, as you can probably tell, is just to, when I hear the word transphobia, I just substitute someone who has criticisms of trans ideology. And I'm like, okay, that's not a bad thing then, really, is it? But whatever. I still wouldn't use the term myself, but I understand that's what people mean by it.
Writes in her letter that calling people transphobic when there are clearly no grounds for this allegation causes clinicians to feel anxious about raising concerns. It's almost framed as a slur. And this makes sense if you Google transphobia definition and click on the first result. Both Oxford, Cambridge and Merriam-Webster define it something like this: dislike or fear of and/or aversion to trans people. No one likes being a bad person, and this is bad person behavior. Come on, Entwistle seems like a person.
Sorry, mate, my shoulder muscles hurt. Okay, so we've won. There's no way they're gonna make a comeback.
Would march with trans people if they were discriminated against. I fundamentally disagree with Oxford's and Cambridge's and Merriam-Webster's definition. Stick with me for a bit here, okay? Let's say, hypothetically, that a child is born. A doctor inspects them and finds evidence suggesting the existence of external genitals.
I'm really annoyed. I should have had Sterling on, and I don't have him here. Whoops.
Hell yeah. Penis. The doctor yells out, "It's a boy!" and the amorphous child ceases to exist and transforms into a boy. Nothing has changed, but everything has changed. When the boy grows up, he might like the idea of being a man. Cool. Maybe he doesn't really think about it. Also cool. If that's the case, he would go under the definition of cisgender or just cis. That means that the gender he was assigned at birth, boy, matches the one he identifies with, man. But maybe the boy doesn't like the idea of being a man. Also cool. But then they might not be a man. Then they might be transgender. So a trans woman is someone who was deemed to be a boy when they were born, but they are actually a woman. A trans man is someone who was deemed to be a girl when they were born, but they are actually a man. what if they don't feel like either a man or a woman? Well, then they're neither. Non-binary. And what does it feel like to be not a man nor a woman? Don't ask me, I don't know.
Well, again, the problem is if you don't know, you're not really offering up a definition. You're just kind of saying, well, it means something, which, yeah, okay, it means something, but what does it mean? What is the... Because that's the problem. Like, actually defining what a trans person is pretty important in all of this, because, yeah, without that, you're missing something pretty central to the whole question of transphobia. And also the question, of course, whether children are trans. If you want to say whether a child is trans, the first thing you might want to establish is whether anyone is trans, which you're going to want to establish by working out what being trans even means.
The three genders. Man, woman, and prefer not to answer. By the way, some people will have you believe that cis is a slur. It's not. It might feel bad when someone tries to define who you are, or like your identity nullifies your experience. I'm going to use both cis and trans to make it easier to understand what and who I'm talking about. This would be a really bad video if I was scared of offending anyone. And like, sure, some people hate trans people. Then the original definition makes sense, but let me explain why that isn't the whole picture. When we talk about racism or homophobia, it's not only defined as fear, aversion, or dislike. These isms and phobias are also about the relation of one group to another.
Oh.
So it would be sexist to believe that men are superior in nature to women, right? And racist to believe that one ethnic group of people is innately superior to another. I'd argue it's the same way with gender identity. So simply transphobia is
believing that transgender people and being trans is inferior to cisgender people and being cis.
But it's also something more, because we can see the color of people's skin, and we can see when two people make out who are the same gender. We can observe and accept the existence of this with our own eyes. But gender identity? Well, we kind of have to trust that what the person is telling us is the truth. Transphobia then is not just believing in the inferiority of a group, it's also questioning whether that group even exists.
Yeah, so that kind of makes it meaningless though, because again, the problem is that the existence of trans people is predicated on, and again, depends, like if you just say a trans person is someone who identifies as trans, whatever, but you know, if we're saying a trans person is a man who is actually a woman, or a biological male, if you like to use more neutral language, who is actually a woman, well, if that's what a trans person is, then that relies on you believing it's possible for a biological male to be a woman. The issue is, I think we would all accept that it's not possible for someone who believes in God to be an atheist. It's not possible for me to be black. It's not possible for me married to my, well, I was going to say, it's not possible for me being married to my wife to be gay, of course. There are married men, men in heterosexual relationships who are secretly gay. So, that's not a great example. But the point is, there are many things we would recognize. Oh, there is a definition for a word, and it is simply not possible for someone who is definitionally not covered under that label to be covered under that label. And that's not an intrinsically offensive thing to say. So how's it, basically, like, then you've got the problem, because now it is just in essence legitimate to question trans identity and to therefore question the existence of trans people. So it's just not, you're not evidencing that transphobia is actually something people should be genuinely concerned about.
Chapter 3. Gender. Kirsty Entwistle said, "I don't have a gender identity. I'm just female." This was immediately branded as transphobic.
When we change the ingredients in our products, I need to keep team members.
Okay, so I would just say that the reason why saying, oh, I don't have a gender identity, I'm just female, the reason why someone might say that is because there are many people, like me, like many other people, who would not say that we have a sense of identifying ourselves. We would say that we recognize that we are men, that we are women, and we recognize that based on being biological. Like, that's the problem. If someone asked me what my gender identity is, I would respond by saying, well, I don't have a gender identity, because the way that trans people talk about gender identity is some deeply felt sense of who they are and who they are always meant to be and blah, blah, blah. And for me, me being a man is just a very obvious natural extension. I don't love my hair, by the way. It's just a very obvious natural extension of the fact I'm biologically male, and that's all there is to it. So, yeah, that's why that is a perfectly reasonable thing to say. I'm going to leave this playing while I go get some chamomile tea. Oh, I should have let you watch the
Even
highlights.
with the definition of transphobia I just gave, that statement doesn't make sense to label transphobic. Or does it? I think we can all agree that...
Okay, I thought that was going to okay, never mind. I'm giving up. I am. Okay, how do I leave? Okay, I am actually stuck. So, close help, that's it. Okay, I thought it would just autoplay them, so I am sorry. I don't think it is going to do that, so never mind. I thought it would just leave the... Why would you... Oh, sorry, close and don't show again, that's what I need to do. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought this would show you the... Whatever, you know what I thought. Alright, I'm gonna go get some chamomile tea.
Whether a man is masculine or feminine, a man is still a man. Right?
Yeah.
Let me...
Yeah, of course. Whether a man is masculine or feminine, a man is still a man. Correctamundo. You're not wrong.
paint the picture for you. Slim wrists, not a hair on his chest, sitting and knitting on his sofa. He might even be wearing a dress. It doesn't matter. This man is still a man. A feminine man, being feminine, doesn't make him any less of a man in principle. But but we can also all agree that this man is not very masculine, right? Now, let's say, for the sake of argument, that this man doesn't want to be feminine anymore. He begins to work out, his shoulders broaden, he stops shaving, growing a beard, takes off the dress and puts on a suit. Total Chad. And now he's much more masculine. Alright, so we all somehow know implicitly that some traits are masculine and some traits are feminine. We also know that a person can make themselves more masculine or feminine. But even though masculinity and femininity might be a spectrum, this doesn't change that a man wearing a dress is still a man wearing a dress. Dresses don't make you female, right? Still just looks and actions, descriptors. We can picture the most feminine man ever, but it's still a man. And this is actually really interesting, because this hypothetical man is only imaginary. He doesn't have chromosomes, but you know that he's a man because I tell you he is. So when I say the words, I am a man, you can judge my looks and actions and how that compares to your idea of a man. The male archetype, perhaps. So you can judge my gender. But when I tell you I am a man, your idea of me is contextualized against what I am saying. You have no idea about my chromosomes or girth or whatever. I promise you I am a man.
Epistemology versus ontology. So, for those who don't know, I have a grievance, which is this idea that how we know something is the case determines whether or not that thing is the case. And so it seemed like his first argument was kind of, well, because when I'm telling you about this hypothetical person, you don't actually know, like the only reason you know they're a man is because I'm telling you they are a man. Therefore, in the exact same sense, if someone else tells you they're a man, you should just believe they're a man. That kind of seemed to be what he was getting at, that we accept self-ID because when we're told someone is a man, we're just like, yeah, I guess they're a man. The issue of that is that because we understand a man to be biologically male, when we're told someone is a man, we understand that we're being told this person is biologically male. Like, that's the thing. You can't say, well, because you've accepted being told that someone is a man, that means you've accepted that all of your defining characteristics for being a man are entirely subservient, if you like, to just the fact of whether you've been told someone is a man. The problem with that argument is that no, when we're told someone is a man, we're assuming that you're telling us that they meet our defining characteristics of being a man. So no, that's not a good argument. And then of course he's saying, well, you know, if someone tells us they are a man, we don't know whether they actually have all of the chromosomes and biology and all that kind of stuff that they need to be a man as we would define, by being biologically male. But the issue there is that, that's because people can lie, and just because someone can lie, that doesn't mean that they are, like, if anything, the fact that they're lying kind of proves the point, right? Because it's showing that the ultimate thing that matters is whether they're telling the right thing, whether they're communicating the correct information. Basically, I could tell you, and again, I always, why bother making any other analogy? I could tell you I'm black. If you can't see me, then maybe believe I'm black. But the minute that you see that I'm not black, you're like, okay, so when he was saying that stuff, he wasn't being honest. Therefore, even though based on when I only had the information to go off that he was telling me he was black, I believed he was black. Now I know more information. I know that he is not. And if more information reveals the actual truth of the matter, that shows that what you're told isn't in itself the truth of the matter.
And there, both the promise and the action of telling you what I am is a performance of gender. The man wearing the dress is a man because that's what he is. And that's his gender identity.
Okay, no, the problem is you're saying the man wearing the man is a man because that's what he is. That's not a definition. You can't... Again, the issue with that is you've now made the word man meaningless. And okay, if that's your argument, whatever. But basically your argument is that we should just replace the word man. We should give the word man a new meaning, which is... right? Because it doesn't mean anything now. You're saying if a man is a man because that's what he is, alright, then you're just robbing it of any definition. And that's no good. Like, I mean, again, at the end of the day, like, if you just want to say that we should have a word that doesn't mean anything, fine. That's your right to say that you think a word shouldn't mean anything. But you're not really contradicting or making an argument against those who would say, actually, I think having the word man to mean something is useful. And again, I guess the real issue here is that, okay, saying the word man shouldn't mean anything, that's fine. It does become, I would argue, logically incoherent if you're part of a movement that's all about how for some people it really matters that they are not called a man. Or, for some other people, it really matters that they are called men. Because, again, I wouldn't care if you called me because it doesn't have a meaning. I don't care whether or not you call me a meaningless word. I only care if you call me something if that word has a meaning.
But biology, I hear you ask. Yeah. We'll get to that. Anyways, I'd argue that cisgender people think just as much about gender as trans people do. It's just not an active distinction we make. It's so ingrained in us, it's so fundamental to us as humans.
Penalty!
That there's no way not to think about it. But exactly because it's so fundamental, we don't even realize that we think about it. Cisgender people constantly try to alter our gender, the way we are perceived against what it means to be a man or a woman. Let's see, hair transplants, steroids, getting your chest hole pushed out, or breast implants, BBLs and lip fillers.
Yeah, so I kind of spoken about this before. Basically, it's the difference between like having an aesthetic that you think looks good because you want to look how you think looks good versus doing something that you think changes how you look. And I kind of like the analogy I've always made here is like, people talk about autogynephilia. There is something, oh, that was stupid. Oh, there you go. Okay, I just gave them a free goal, but then they didn't score, but they're going to get a corner, whatever. I made an analogy, or an equivalence, if you like, between the so-called autogynephilia and the, let's say, bimbo aesthetic, bimbo maxing, as we call it in the business. And the kind of interesting thing about that is, you could say, well, aren't those kind of similar? You've got like a woman having this like hyper-feminized, sexualized depiction of what it means to be a woman, and then you have a trans or a biological male doing the same thing. But it isn't ultimately the same. But the difference there is that the woman who is bimbo maxing isn't acting as if she would not be a woman if she wasn't doing that. She's not saying that's what makes her a woman. She's just saying that's the thing she wants to do. So, yeah, it's just not... it's not the same. That's the difference. Like, yeah, it is true that there are some like dude things I do that I think make me look like more of a man, but like I want to get my hair cut at some point soon. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like I look like a cartoon character right now. But yeah, I want to get my hair cut, slightly shorter, look like more of a man in that sense, but I don't think that makes me a man. So that's a really big difference. It really doesn't matter if you... Like, at this point, I'm like, fine, you know, like, some people are very strict about the gender critical things. Like, no, we need to criticize gender itself. I'm kind of past that now. Like, just let people do whatever they want. If you want to have this really hyper-feminized aesthetic, you can do that. Even if you're a dude, I think you can do that. I think there are, like, considerations about the fact, like, because you're a dude, like, maybe there's a gender dimension to that stuff that you could be kind of being offensive in that you're like, again, like, it's the same logic with cultural appropriation. It's not that you can't, it's just that maybe it's a little bit inappropriate depending on context, whatever. But the thing is, you can do all this stuff. It's just the big defining thing is, are you claiming this makes you a woman when you're biologically male, or a man if you're biologically female?
Viagra, laser hair removal, finasteride, derma rollers, wearing bras, breast tissue removal, vaginoplastia, hormone replacement against menopause.
This kind of reminds me of that...
hormone replacement therapy against aging in men.
You remember in Eva, what was it called? Emilia Perez, when they do that, like, vaginoplastia, Adam's apple reduction. Do you remember that movie? Or have, like, we all forgotten about it? That was classic. What discourse?
My sources are in the script. Goddamn testicular implants. Yes, all of this has to do with gender. You might even call it gender-affirming care. Actually, why don't...
No, yeah, it's not... the thing is, it's not gender... Well, the problem is, if you're going to call it gender-affirming care, you would have to change the language we use, and it's very confusing. Like, basically, the problem is, if you're going to say that, then you're admitting that gender is just an aesthetic. The issue is when you do that... I overshot that. The issue is when you do that, you are admitting that this isn't... Like, basically, then you're saying that being a man or woman is just an aesthetic. Like, that's the thing, absolutely. If a woman gets a boob job, and, like, she admits that she was a woman before she had the boob job, she admits she'll be a woman after she had the boob job, that's got nothing to do with being trans, but it is maybe her doing something because she thinks, like, that looks good. So basically, it's an aesthetic thing. But yeah, like, if you're going to say, well, that's equivalent to a dude getting a boob job, then that's fine, but you're really... It's not transgender affirming care, it's the aesthetic of gender affirming care. And even, like, yeah, in the case of, like, people talk about, like, the dudes who have that kind of issue that causes them to grow man boobs. I always forget what it's called. But in that case, again, they recognize that they were a man before they got that stuff done. They recognize they're a man afterwards. It's just, yeah, it's got nothing to do with it. And they recognize that them being a man is just not the thing that is being determined here. It's just aesthetically they don't like how it looks.
Don't we call this gender-affirming care? What is the difference between a cis person and a trans person trying to live up to how they want to be perceived? For any trans person trying to get help or treatment, they...
Harry Kane getting a red card. That's a loss. Harry Kane is one of the greatest footballers of this generation, so
usually have to go through the medical system, and that means getting diagnosed with gender dysphoria. This acts as a third-party stamp of approval that, yes, this person needs treatment.
So everything you need is on here.
Yep.
Orders appear here.
God.
And
now I'm
going to
get it too.
Collect, we can get things ready in as little as 1 minute.
Oh, so I don't even get yellow.
Very keen, isn't he?
Gender dysphoria is simply when the sex you are assigned at birth doesn't match up with the one you actually are. That your gender identity is incongruent with your assigned gender. That your body doesn't match your gender. That the you are is far from the ideal. And maybe this doesn't sound so different from what you...
Yeah, oh, sorry, yeah. So the you are being far from the ideal, that's a pretty common human experience. That's just basically anyone who's ever, like, sought out self-improvement. Again, it's just, like, that's the problem. It just doesn't have anything to do with being trans. Like, there's lots of people... And again, it's really difficult because, like, you know, I kind of mentioned, like, the bimbo maxing thing. It's hard not to relate this to any kind of maxing. And, of course, they literally do talk about trans maxing being a thing. Oh, I thought I was going to end. And... yeah, that's because there's like this idea of, oh, this kind of aesthetic change will help me with how I'm living my life more generally. Oh, I thought it was going to be... yeah, like that's the thing. This is not... It basically just kind of highlights the fact that this is not about a truth claim. It's about what you think will kind of help you cope with life. And that's fine, but you can't, like, if what helps you cope with life is other people claiming something is true about you when that thing isn't true, you can't, like, insist that everyone has to play along with that.
And I might feel when we look in the mirror, but there has to be a difference, right? This gender dysphoria...
I meant to click pause so I could actually think that through, and then I just totally screwed up. That was like, I should have scored that. That was ridiculous. I just pressed the... anyway, whatever.
There must be another kind. Okay, so what if I told you that not all trans people experience gender dysphoria? It's not gender dysphoria that makes a person trans. Not all trans people have this gnawing feeling of being born in the wrong body. And this is where I think it gets kind of uncomfortable for a lot of cisgender people. How do we know that someone is trans if they don't fit into the diagnosis of what should make them trans?
To be fair, it's worth noting. We don't even know if someone has gender dysphoria because, like, basically, you kind of feel like in some sense, what one person's gender dysphoria could be another person's just feeling a little bit uncomfortable, right? Like, I don't know how we draw the line between someone just saying like, oh yeah, you know, I don't really love being a man or a woman, but whatever, I'll live. And they'll be like, no, I've got gender dysphoria. I don't know.
It makes someone trans. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Don't look at me. Listen to trans people. It's well known that not all trans people experience dysphoria, and it's generally accepted that you don't legally need a diagnosis of gender dysphoria to get treatment. Well, try getting a doctor to take you seriously with that attitude, bucko. Hannah Barnes actually writes about this phenomenon in her book.
Some children learn from others what they should and shouldn't say at kids to access hormone treatment. For example, that they're advised not to admit to previous abuse or trauma or uncertainty about their sexual orientation.
Oh my god, these children help each other. Woke mind virus, etc., etc. But okay, think for a moment. Why does the medical system act like Berghain's doorman? Even the children know that this way of looking at transness as a condition to be fixed is a pretty bad way of looking at it.
Young people face the long waits and often experience the GID system as gatekeeping. Most of those attending GIDs didn't see themselves as having a psychological or medical condition, and yet they had to face what can seem like intrusive, repetitive, and unnecessary questioning.
This isn't just something these kids do, it has literally always, since the introduction of the word transsexual to the English language in the 1950s, been like this.
When the first transsexuals were evaluated for their suitability for surgery, their behavior matched up gratifyingly with Benjamin's criteria. It took a surprisingly long time, several years, for the researchers to realize that the reason the candidates' behavioral profiles matched Benjamin so well was that the candidates too had read Benjamin's book, which was passed from hand to hand within the transsexual community, and they were only too happy to provide the behavior that led to acceptance for surgery.
These people have to convince their doctors to take them seriously. And the only way to do that is to play...
They're very harsh with offside in this game. Like, that was... Anyway. Yeah, like, the thing is... I mean, this still sounds like this is basically a cult, right? Like, I don't really... Like, I guess the argument here would be, well, you know, like, it's not their fault. They're, like, forced by the establishment to play along with the establishment conception of transgender or whatever. But the thing is, I feel like lots of other people with more, let's say, scientifically and reality, materially grounded conceptions of themselves would not be so quick to just be like, oh, this is what the medical science says I need to say, well, in that case, I'll just immediately go along with it, no questions asked. Because, yeah, that's something, I don't know, that's something that you don't need to do. That's very much a choice being made by these people to be like, oh, yeah, okay, you know, whatever I need to say to get this thing I want. That kind of makes it sound, like, to me, that makes it sound like the actual reality of the situation is not as important to these people as getting what they want. And what they want is validation for this sort of, you know, inclination of theirs, clearly.
Into the doctor's preconceived notions of what a trans person should be. It becomes a feedback loop. The clinicians write articles reaffirming the diagnostic criteria, and the only people who are seen as really trans are those who match the criteria, and so on and so on. I'm not saying that gender dysphoria isn't a real thing. I'm just saying that what it means to be trans is more than being born in the wrong body. Okay, but actually, what makes someone trans then? There must be some factor somewhere that one person is trans and another person isn't.
In what universe was that not a foul? I mean, I don't know, like, I get that the computer, you know, just decides for itself, but that was a long shot.
And honestly, that's what this whole video is about. The search for a why. I've seen two rationales for this search for a cause. On one hand, a cause would validate trans people in their existence. Then they wouldn't need to convince anyone. There would be something tangible to point to, and maybe...
Well, that's not true, because just because you've explained why something happens doesn't mean that you've proved that that feeling is valid. Like, even if you could explain why it is that some people believe that they're, like, the President of the United States, that doesn't prove that their belief is automatically actually correct. Oh, come on. Oh, I thought I was going to be... Okay, that felt so...
would begin to take them seriously. On the other hand, the other reason, and the one I will be focusing on, is that with a course, it would allow doctors to actually treat the trans condition, to fix and eradicate a thing they so want to be pathological, to stop people from being trans. To come back to Kirsty Entwistle's comment, saying, I don't have a gender identity, I'm just female, was probably called transphobic because her job was literally about gender identity. Maybe she should have known better.
Well, but hold on a minute. Though her job being about gender, that wouldn't make her transphobic. Like that wouldn't determine whether you're transphobic. That would just maybe mean that she wasn't, like, it wasn't appropriate for her to be doing the job. Oh, please don't tell me that's a red. I'll be so annoyed if this is a red. Okay, cool. Oh, that was very lucky of me. But yeah, like, that doesn't make it, like, it's not more transphobic if your job is about gender identity. That's a bit like saying, like, if I, you know, call someone the N-word, then that is racist because my job is working for, like, racial inclusion. No, that doesn't make it more or less racist. That just determines, like, that maybe justifies even more why I would lose my job based on that. But yeah, that's just not really how it works.
Definitely shouldn't have taken it so personally. What's worse, calling someone racist, or that someone actually being racist? Well, I don't think about racism. I'm just skin-colored and colorblind.
Someone said, like, what's worse, calling someone racist or that person being racist? I mean, to be honest, can I just say this? Like, I feel like that does kind of depend. Because, like, some racists... Like, first of all, like, if you're just, like, internally racist, whatever, I don't care. But... And then there's the fact, but, like, if you, like, call someone racist, you're, like, actually impacting life. And again, the key thing is, what if that person's, like, not racist? And then you call them racist. Yeah, maybe that is kind of worse. And again, apart from anything else, that's kind of... Oh, okay, yeah, it was offside. Yeah, apart from anything else, that's kind of making racism... Like, you're basically making it easier for racism to go unchecked or ignored because you are saying, like, oh, it's only... Like, basically, you're making it so people can think, oh, racism isn't actually real because, like, it's all just false accusations. So, actually, yeah, calling someone racist is quite bad because it can lead to genuine racism. I mean, there's lots of reasons why it's bad. It's bad to lie about people in general, but it can lead to genuine racism not being taken seriously because you've lied about it. So, what's worse, being racist or calling someone racist? It depends on context. Change my mind. You can't.
Blind. The patriarchy doesn't exist. Men have a really high suicide rate, haven't you heard? I don't care about money, I'm a landlord. I don't think about my sexuality, I'm just normal. I don't have a gender identity. Pronouns are woke right. I'm a man, I'm a male, I'm a he. You know, I don't care why trans people are trans. Easy for me to say, I know, but I also don't have an answer. Humankind is not defined by how we relate to our animal ancestors, but how we differentiate from them. What it means to be a man and a woman shifts throughout time and culture. And exactly because it shifts, because we have the power to influence these shifts, and because the ideals themselves are contradictory, incongruent, and impossible, we see gender.
Okay, again, just because words can change doesn't mean you can make up a definition. Again, I can't like eat a triple bacon cheeseburger in front of a vegan and then say, well, words can change. Like that's, sorry, let me just rephrase it. I can't do that and then claim that I am vegan and be like, oh, but words can change. Like, yeah, words can change, but that doesn't mean you can just say any word has automatic, like, basically can be taken as having changed to any meaning you like. Like, that's not how it works. Fun fact.
As separate from sex. So, what is sex?
Chapter 4. Biology.
Before we can get back to Hannah Barnes' book, I want to go through one last thing. To do that, I think I should introduce you to Helen Joyce, someone who wasn't featured in Time to Think. Joyce has a formal education in mathematics together with a PhD in geometric measure theory. From 2005 till 2022, Joyce was employed by the newspaper The Economist, where she worked as finance editor, international editor, and then executive editor. But around 2017, Joyce came to an earth-shattering revelation. She found out that trans people exist. She had to tell others about the harrowing news.
Some hear ominous echoes of another time when well-meaning adults enthralled to an ideology put children in harm's way. The post-1968 sexual liberation movement on continental Europe sought to overturn sexual taboos, and some thought that meant starting young. In German kindergartens, run along radical...
German, don't say anything about the Germans. Yeah, so the thing is, like, this is true. Like, there were, like, so many pedos in the gay rights movement. It's not actually okay. It's kind of bad. I would say there were probably more pedos than ought to be in any movement, frankly. Except, I mean, to be fair, no. I think in a pro-pedo movement, there should be, like, a decent number of pedos. I think it would be concerning if, like, the pro-pedo movement was exclusively made up of non-pedos. Like, that would upset me.
Left lines, teachers encourage children to fondle them, look at pornography, and simulate intercourse.
This article is in response to many of the same themes that Hannah Barnes' book covers. Early transition, hormones, surgeries, and then she imagines a future filled with inevitable nasty transitions. But while Barnes is kind of bland, Joyce goes into almost pornographic detail on surgeries, sex determination, and then correlates the leftists and pedophilia. And take a look at the next paragraph.
Such child abuse was motivated by political conviction, not sexual desire. But it did not take long for pedophiles to spy an opportunity. The radical left was led by men focused on legalizing homosexuality and smashing the nuclear family. Though they did not intend to endanger children, they gave them little thought.
I think her writings gives us a good idea of how she thinks the world works. Another example might make it a little clearer. So let's fast forward to 2021, when Helen Joyce published her first book, Trans, When Ideology Meets Reality.
Oh no, we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose. We've lost. Surely we've lost. Isn't it interesting that was like a perfect inversion of what happened in the previous match? Like, in the first match, I believe I'm right, that I scored 2 goals, and the only goals they scored were a penalty. And I think I'm right that in that match, they scored 2 goals, and the only goal I scored was for a penalty. So, wait, let me check that. But yeah, that's my goal, penalty.
This is not a book about trans people. I will present the scientific research into what causes gender dysphoria and cross-sex identification, but it is irrelevant to
We have to do one more. There's no way. Like, I'm not going to end on a loss.
Evaluating the truth of gender identity ideology and to whether self-declared gender should replace sex.
Oh, it's not the end. Sorry, I didn't realize. We've still got a second half left. Oh, okay, wait, never mind. I was... You're blackpilling. Okay, wait. So actually, let's do some. Okay, yeah. This is. I'm a fool. Okay, so we're gonna have to switch to the formation we did last time, whatever it was, 5-5-1. Yeah, that's got to be it. And then just sort this out. I can't remember how I do this, so we'll do Ozil as center attacking mid. Walcott's got to come off. He's like so dead. Okay. So do something like that. And then okay, we will bring on Coquelin and then replace Sanchez. Oh, really? Okay. Oh yeah, of course. Sorry. Wait. Who did I replace? Did I? Oh yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Wait. Oh, sorry. Okay, so who is this guy? Let's see. Right back. Okay, whatever. That's fine then. We can sit with that.
Across society. This is rather a book about trans activism. It is a story of policy and institutional capture, of charitable foundations controlled by billionaires, joining forces with activist groups to pump money into lobbying behind the scenes for legal.
I have read this book. I have read Trans Story or whatever it's called.
Change.
I'd argue that gender has replaced sex a long time ago. Anyways, I want to focus on how she imagines the trans agenda has come to be.
A few wealthy people can have considerable sway. They have shaped the global agenda.
Now, Joyce has the courtesy of actually naming these few wealthy people who she accuses of having shaped the global agenda. Jennifer Pritzker, John Stryker, Martin Rothblatt, and George Soros. And, okay, first of all, the idea of equal rights, gay rights, and trans rights as not a grassroots movement, but instead a small cabal of people pulling the strings to bring power to the people or ruin Western civilization or whatever, is an abject lie. Like, outright. It's a completely idiotic and uninformed statement to make. Even the smallest glimpse of any history book on, any part of any class uprising will make it crystal clear.
No, okay, the issue is that the point is, like, a lot of this stuff is not a part of a class uprising, because class uprising, that's like left-wing Marxism, it's based on like materialism, whereas the trans stuff, and even to an extent the gay stuff, this is much more liberal. And liberalism, oh, I'm so annoyed that I missed that. Yeah, liberalism has been much more kind of elitist, much more top-down. So, yeah. Like
it's just a mathematician.
A class analysis wouldn't contradict any of that.
Okay, second of all, those four people, Rothblatt, Stryker, Pritzker, and Soros, all have one thing in common. And can you possibly guess what that is?
Oh, don't. Oh, the Goyim are noticing. Shut it down.
Yes, they're all Jewish. But since Joyce doesn't provide any sources, we can't for sure know if she's actively spewing neo-Nazi Jewish question-style propaganda, or if she's just very, very unlucky and her objectively wrong hypothesis of a global...
Yeah, I don't know. Like, the issue with this is, like, I feel like Helen Joyce actually is a Zionist, so I don't think she, like... I think she is not really as anti-Jewish as is implied here. Because, yeah, like, you know, doesn't seem to be her vibe. Oh, God. No. Okay, come on, please.
Agenda controlled by 4 people who simply happens to be Jews was just a little oopsie. That is, we can't know for sure.
Again, the problem is, it's not like a mistake about the person describing reality if reality ends up sounding, you know, unfortunate or problematic. Please go. I thought, you know what? I genuinely, in my heart of hearts, believe I was just about to score. I know that sounds kind of over the top, but that's just how I feel. We lost. We lost, guys. We lost. Oh, well.
The hypothesis lines up perfectly with another article from Jennifer Blake, another anti-trans activist, and Joyce wrote that she had a meeting with Blake and also commented that while we were waiting for her book, we could read more about the following the money in Blake's pieces. So, yeah, that's what happened. Joyce got the idea from Blake. I lied a little bit before. I don't know if Stryker is actually Jewish, but Blake definitely thinks he is. And Jennifer Blake is a Nazi conspirator. I'm not being pedantic when I say that Blake launders whole-hiling, Jew-hating Nazi propaganda.
Whatever. Right. I think we're going to say that's it. There's no time to start another one, like another game, and well, I'm done. I think maybe we will start a career on FIFA. See how much we can progress our career on FIFA while we react to this video, because, you know, it's well, how far are we through it? Let's check. 33 minutes. So let's say it's about half an hour. So half, 1, half, 2, half. It's 10. It's going to be 10, obviously. I don't know why I'm like overcomplicating it. So it would take us 10 episodes to get through this. That's actually like not as bad as I thought.
The radical right is led by evangelicals focused on repressing the people and securing a future.
Oh, I should say I don't really remember how this game works, so I'm going to be trying to work that out as I go along.
For children. And it does not take long for Nazis to spy an opportunity. While Joyce might not be a neo-Nazi, she was too motivated by her political conviction, not moral obligation, to notice when she laundered their ideas. Though Joyce didn't intend to platform Nazis, she gave them little thought. But it's such a simple, easy way of viewing the world. Easy explanations, quick conclusions based on hasty assumptions about something she obviously knows next to nothing about.
But yeah, so just in case, you know, to catch y'all up, this is the like guilt by association. Oh, you know, a bunch of Nazis agree to some of this stuff too. We kind of already like, basically, I'm kind of past this. I've said this before, like the whole gender criticals are anti-Semitic thing became very uninteresting to me as an attack when like the whole October 7th Israel thing really kicked off. Because at that point it's kind of like, what does anti-Semitism mean now? Nothing. So, and that's the thing, like what kind of gets me is that even leftists now, like leftist progressives who are like pro-trans and everything, will still be like, oh, you know, anti-Semitism, anti-Shmemitism. So I kind of just like, I think that should just be everyone's attitude. Like, if basically everyone from all over the spectrum at this point is being accused of being anti-Semitic, no one should really take it seriously, and we should just not care. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm sure you all agree. So I can either accept the wait, so what is this? Are they offering to buy this person or sell it? So they're offering me. Well, I don't want to buy someone right away. Do I have to buy someone right away? So I have a 4,750 transfer budget. I mean, can I like... Oh, remaining transfer budget. I'm going to offer you 175 because I don't care. Or should I stall? They want it. Wait. Oh, I see. Sorry, this is someone they're offering to buy. No, I don't want to. I don't want to sell someone. Stall. Okay.
This actually has nothing to do with what I wanted to talk about. This is about something way more boring. This is about sex. So let's zoom into one particular interview Helen Joyce gave to Peter Boghossian.
I think that they often think that you are dog whistling, that you're not actually saying what you think. You're saying a palatable lie as a sort of as a gateway into what you might actually think.
As a gateway to like throw trans people in ovens.
Yes, exactly.
Even if that's true, wouldn't it be best to just try to use reason, evidence, and argument to defeat the claim on the board?
Oh, blimey! Caught in an alley with a murderer. Don't shout for help, it's loud.
Hey, hold on a minute. The image isn't moving around. I just realised, like, the window's just been stuck on the same thing for ages. That's strange.
Grating and may irritate the general public. Oh, why not try debating your way out with facts and logic instead?
I think the issue here is that we're not talking about someone who's literally in the physical act of murdering. We're talking about someone who's saying things that you think might lead to murder, which is obviously very different, right? Because in the one, like, if someone's saying something, it actually makes a lot more sense that the solution could be to actually respond to what they're saying. That's just my thoughts.
Peter, are you stupid?
So we're seeing the worst mass delusion and spread of a culture-bound syndrome globally that the world has ever seen. It's on something very fundamental, which is the type of species we are, namely mammalian with two sexes. It's extremely harmful to children, to women, to gay people. Don't think it's great for men either, frankly, because it's so anti-reality. And so, of course, you've got to stand up and fight it if you see this. But it's ridiculous. Oh my God, I've never had to counter so many stupid things in my life.
Idiotic.
Like, imagine I'm having to tell you what sex means. We both know what sex means. Right. So, it wasn't even a question before.
I just want to remind you that Helen Joyce is a mathematician. She has no background in biology, sociology, psychology, nothing. She is as much of an authority.
Who's this dude? Just a German. A German who seems suspiciously interested in talking about the Jews. So basically, this, like, what he's just saying there is, oh well, this her expertise is in mathematics, so she can't talk about this stuff. I've said this before. I think that this whole, like, what is your university degree in, it's very stupid, it's irrelevant. Again, my university degree is in international relations. I have a master's in international relations, but the thing is, I would say that there are several topics that I know a lot more about than international relations, one of which is the trans issue. Because the reality is, the amount of, like, reading and study you need to do to attain a master's is an amount that you could replicate just by studying something yourself casually on the side. And I would imagine that also applies to a PhD as well. And it's also the case that you do not need to be, like, there's something you just don't need to be an expert on in order to know enough about it to contribute to the conversation. Like, there are people who make videos debunking the flat earth, and they're not necessarily, like, full-on scientists about it. They just know enough about it.
Authority figure on this as I am, which says a lot. But maybe especially as a mathematician, something which should be, by the laws of nature, a static field. I'm not sure I can stress how idiotic it is to think that, oh, we both know what sex is. Just like everything that seems basic and is used by the wider public, sex is pretty goddamn complicated. So, when a doctor wants to determine the sex of a baby, they go to inspect the genitalia. Sometimes this happens with an ultrasound, or later when the child is born. Simply, is dick present? And this is the most basic common way of determining the sex of a person. But calling it sex determination is a misnomer. The only thing really being established is the existence, or lack, of a phallus. Because while you might reasonably assume that the corresponding gonads, chromosomes and hormone production follows, this is wrong. Genital inspection literally only establishes the existence of genitals.
Okay, so I don't really see how this is supposed to be a criticism. Oh, by the way, thank you everyone who is actually here, like Beverly, like Zombie Dude, Zombie Pup. Okay, like I can't really read the names super well, which is fine, whatever. Yeah, thank you for making me feel a little bit less lonely. I really appreciate it, because I am sometimes I'm just a lonely soul.
Nothing else. You see, biology doesn't conform to the neat categories we use to make things easier to understand. So, then you might say, well, a man has XY chromosome and a woman has XX chromosomes. And this is both right and wrong. Men are expected to have XY chromosomes and women are expected to have XX chromosomes, but we cannot make this correlation with absolute certainty. Penis is just a penis, a man is just a man, and neither are about chromosomes.
The truth that is rooted in our biblical understanding that God set forth from the beginning of creation is that your gender is fixed at birth and you cannot change it.
Yeah, you're just conflating two completely different groups. Like, there is the religious group, and they have all their reasons, and then there is the materialist biological group, and they would have a totally different position on it. Like, these are not... Just because two people say, or two groups of people say similar things, if they're saying them for very different reasons, they're ultimately not representing the same group and the same interests.
And again, you haven't yet answered my question about where do intersex people fall into that equation?
Yeah, those intersex individuals are still XX or XY, so you can't change that.
Sure you don't want
Some people are born with both the penis and a vagina.
Yeah, I think like one of the issues is that you can't realistically expect everyone to know all this stuff about like science, biology, all that. Yeah, because it's complicated, and like the job of politicians isn't to know everything about this. Their job is to be informed. And I'm just listening in the background. Stream started right as I finished the last part. That was very fortuitously timed of me. No, yeah, ultimately, at the end of the day, like, people are going to be, like, informed to varying extents about different stuff. But, like, I think when people are saying, oh, well, really biological sex is very simple, they're not saying that because they know about the science necessarily, but they are saying that because that's something that seems very obvious to them, that there is male and female. And therefore, I think they are correct, if that makes sense. Like, basically, it can be the case that you are communicating a truth based on quite rudimentary means of understanding reality, and yet that is still valid. Because ultimately, yeah, you could understand the deeper science more, but the deeper science isn't going to change your mind. I feel like a good analogy would be sort of, most people have an intuitive ability to work out whether or not an argument makes sense without having like a formal logic understanding or anything like that. And therefore, even though the formal logic could help them better express why an argument is good or bad, it's not going to change their position on whether or not the argument's good or bad, most likely. And it's kind of the same thing with biological sex too. Like, that's kind of why it like bothers me when people say, like, oh, well, you know, there's your simple biology, which is just males and females, XXXY, and then there's more complicated biology, and that's totally different. But the thing is, usually when we talk about like simple science versus complicated science, the complicated science doesn't totally contradict the simple science, right? It would just be an advancement on it. And yeah, that's basically... I know, like, for example, people talk about, like, so quantum mechanics is a more complicated version of physics, or, you know, more complicated aspect of physics. But it's not as if, like, that, like, contradicts. So it's not as if someone goes to school, learns about physics, and then it's like, oh, I don't believe in quantum mechanics, because it's just a totally different thing. Oh, hi, keep to something something.
A man or woman? Maybe? A person can be born with female XX chromosomes, yet also be born with a penis, or be born with a vagina and have male XY chromosomes. Some people are born with XXY or XYY karyotypes. Some are born with a single X, some are lucky to have the hottest version, the triple X variant. Some have XXYY, and some even have one part of their body be XY and another part of their body be XX. And the list of these varieties go on. And this is what we call intersex. Look, I'm not arguing that sex doesn't exist. I'm not even arguing that intersex people are necessarily a third kind of sex. It's just that what a man is, or what a woman is not two very neat categories, but instead clusters of data points we then assign a value. Either man or woman. I can also make
so I've spoken about this before. The issue is, like, in some sense it is a cluster, but it's this thing which I mentioned, which is this tendency to just look at it as a random collection rather than what it actually is, which is collections organized around a wider holistic thing. There are a cluster. Oh, we've got a match coming up. There is a cluster of attributes that are associated with someone being black, but those aren't random. They're connected to a lot of, like, physical stuff to do with, you know, having been born in a certain area or having ancestry from a certain area, a lot of genetic stuff. It's not just random, it's not just made up. How is my squad? Sorry, I haven't paid attention to my squad at all. This is very neglectful of me. Let's look at my squad.
Religious argument for this, if that's something you dig. So this is from the Bible. You may have heard about it. Then the Lord made a woman from the rib he had taken out of the man, and he brought her to the man. The man said, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was taken out of man." And it's the same with the Quran. Oh, humanity. Be mindful of your Lord.
Going after the Quran? That's pretty dangerous there, buddy. You really... Wait, okay, why is that not? Yeah, you're really taking things to the extreme with your Quran attacks. I can't believe it, you bigot.
Who created you from a single soul, and from it he created its mate. Man and woman are not separate, but of one flesh, of one soul. Anyways. Intersex.
I remember in an editorial meeting the first time I heard somebody say, 2.7% of people are intersex, as many as have red hair. Yeah. But that's just one of those talking point things. I was completely boggled. I was like, what? Like, I've literally never met somebody who can't be categorized as male or female. Yeah. So what's your point?
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's incredibly rare. Like, it exists, but it's still... so rare that we don't really need to talk about it. And that's the thing. Like, literally the best case scenario for these trans people is that, oh, okay, actually sex isn't binary, it's just so reliably as if it's binary in every single situation that we might as well say it's binary. Which is like, that's not something, you're not like, oh wow, you've really got us there.
If we take a closer look at these outliers, I think it gives us a much better understanding of the instability of sex and how far people go to groom biology to fit into two simple boxes. There are two statistics I've seen being used to estimate the frequency of intersex people being born. Either that 1.7% of the population is intersex, or that 0.03% of the population is intersex.
Okay, wait, hold on. That's like a massive difference, right? So what was the first? Was the first one like 0.117 or 1.7, and then 0.03, which is incredibly rare. So I would imagine, because obviously it's worth noting, intersex, of course, is kind of a nonsense term. We don't really, like, a lot of people are intersex, meaning they have some difference of sexual development, but they are there are still obviously biologically male, still biologically female. And this is, of course, and the thing is, like, trans activists will even, like, go out and they'll be like, oh, did you know that you haven't checked your chromosomes? So maybe you have an intersex condition. And I'll, like, say that, like, you could have one and not even realize. What they don't realize is that's kind of defeating their own point, because their point is supposed to be that intersex conditions go against the sex binary being significant. And yet the fact that we might not even realize we have these intersex conditions means that they don't go against the sex binary being significant, because they are in fact not significant. So yeah, I would imagine the difference there is like 0.03%. Even that sounds kind of high, but that might be the much more ambiguous cases.
And both estimates are right, but it just depends on the definition. Only one of those estimates is used to invalidate certain groups. And can you guess which? Some people only acknowledge intersex when there is...
What do you mean only one of those estimates is used to invalidate certain groups? I actually can't guess which. So there's the, again, I still can't remember. I can't remember if it's 1.7 or 0.17. But let's just say 1.7 because that's like way bigger. Like, in some sense, I mean, either way, like, neither of them invalidate certain groups. I mean, the number doesn't really matter, right? Because at the end of the day, 0.03%, that would still be saying that group exists. So it's not really invalidating them. I'm not sure. I'd be interested to see how he's arguing that we, invalidate those groups.
True confusion, when the doctor pulls you out and has no idea what they're looking at, or when you have, let's say, the body of a man but the reproductive organs of a woman, or when the chromosomes don't match the physical body. This is around 0.02.
I just realized, why am I playing? I'm literally playing my best squad for a friendly match, but whatever. I guess it gives me a chance to get used to playing them.
2% to 0.05% of the population. The 1.7% includes Klinefelter and Turner syndromes, having XXY or a single X chromosome. And that's as common as people with red hair.
Nature doesn't decide whether the category of male...
I just don't think he's really addressed the point of the incredibly frequent one is so frequent that it gets at the fact that it's not relevant. Because you're not going to... It's not going to be... If you look at 100 people, you're not going to look at one of them, over one of them. But, you know, I mean, 1.7, that rounds up to 2. So, yeah. You're not going to see 2 people in 100 and think, oh, I just can't tell if that person's biologically male or biologically female. Certainly not if yet they are, you know, naked, and certainly not if you are a doctor.
Ends and the category of intersex begins, or where the category of intersex ends and the category of female begins. Humans decide.
Wherever the line is drawn, we still don't entirely know how common being intersex really is. For one, most people never get their chromosomes checked because why would they? Also, even if we only take the estimates of ambiguous genitalia, we still can't make a reliable estimate. It was only in 2015 that the EU recognized that intersex people had the right not to get sex reassignment surgery. Listen to this.
The prevailing medical opinion is that ambiguous sex can and should be fixed, and in fact, genital surgeries on intersex babies have become routine in spite of the fact that they are rarely medically necessary. Emphasis is placed on the newborn's ability to pass for one sex or the other, thus meeting social...
I mean, I do think there is an argument to be made that if you... Like, basically, if it is possible to give the child a slightly more normal appearance to coincide with their biological sex, that could be a worthwhile thing to do to them, or for them, so that they, you know, can kind of fit in a bit better. Again, obviously, in some sense, you could say, well, it's inappropriate, they can't consent, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I do understand that, but, like, also at the same time, you know, it depends how extreme we're talking here. Because, yeah, I mean, it's not in principle ridiculous to say, because obviously we would say that there's a lot of abnormalities you might talk about a child having, but okay, no, you should fix that. But, yeah, in this case, maybe not. I don't know. Like, if a child's born with webbed feet and there was like a way to make it so they didn't have webbed feet, I would say maybe we should make it so they don't have to grow up with webbed feet, because that's kind of strange. Even though it's not dangerous, it's not harmful, it's just abnormal in a way that might make them feel uncomfortable, and therefore it's not really a bad thing to kind of change it. His definition of biological sex is already wrong. It isn't determined by chromosomes. No, yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. I mean, I don't think has he mentioned gametes yet? I don't think he has. I don't think he's mentioned the concept of reproduction, certainly. Right. I'm doing pretty well.
Expectations rather than on the child's best interest and welfare. For example,
Yeah, okay.
male
Hold on a
newborns with penises smaller than 2 centimeters.
Those two things are related. He's saying, like, oh, it's based on societal expectations rather than the child's welfare. It's like, well, I think actually a child having, basically not in any way relating to societal expectations could cause the child an issue for their welfare. Again, I'm kind of approaching this from the perspective, I'm like a normal guy with like a normal guy body, and I'm kind of like, would I have liked it if I had some kind of condition that made myself look nothing like a normal guy? And that would probably bother me. So yeah, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of other people. But then at the same time, I mean, I could say, well, I wouldn't like to be a woman full stop. That doesn't mean we should make all women males. So it's kind of like there's a balance to it.
Meters considered too small are assigned the female gender and reconstructed to look female, while clitorises larger than 0.9 centimeter are considered.
Oh, that seems... I would be very surprised. I mean, I don't want to look into it. I don't really care. I would be very surprised to find out it's entirely just about how big it is. Because I was kind of thinking, if someone has a micro penis, obviously... I mean, again, I don't really know how you look at a baby and be like, oh, they've got a micro penis. Because surely that's kind of a baby thing anyway. But whatever. Anyway. I would imagine that the thought was, okay, let's make sure this actually develops to how it should... basically to not be tiny. But yeah, it can't be... There's no way it's just about the size. Because if someone is totally... I mean, there's like guys who just look fully like guys, but they have micro peni. And it would be absolutely insane to be like, okay, no, let's give that dude a vagina and pretend our entire lives, his entire life, that he is a woman. I don't think that's really what's happening there. But I mean, maybe, of course. But if so, obviously it's wrong. But medical science certainly can be wrong on a lot of points.
Too big and are reduced in size.
Joyce introduced her book by wondering whether self-declared gender identity should replace sex across society. But we have never used sex. There's only ever been gender identity.
Okay. Well, hold on a minute. No. Wait, what do you mean? We've never used sex. The problem is that you can't say there's only ever been gender identity, because most people I see, I do not ask them what their gender identity is. Just in general, we don't ask people what their gender... Like, even people I kind of, like, interact with, have full-on conversations with, I don't ask what their gender identity is, but I do know what their sex is. Again, I feel like this must be... See, again, you'd almost want to say, oh, it's like an epistemology thing versus an ontology thing. I speak about that all the time. Like, oh, he's saying pretty much that, like... We can't tell what someone's sex is immediately because we don't know their chromosomes, blah, 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 blah. But again, the problem with that is we don't know what someone's gender identity is either. And the other issue here, though, is even if you do say, like, if basically you're saying your gender identity is your sense of yourself as a man or woman, well, because most people actually view their gender identity defined by that to just be a description of their biological sex, we are still using biological sex. And, when I think about, like, history, because I'm not sure how far back he's meaning to go here when he's saying, like, never, yeah, I would say that obviously those people have spoken in terms of biological sex. And even if you want to talk about, like, third gender categories, that was not about gender identity, it was about gender expression, and it was about gender roles, I should say, and it was about gender roles relative to sex. So it's even then still about sex. Oh, I thought it was going to be it.
And those we make fit. The only difference is that instead of other people declaring your gender, you should have the power to make that declaration yourself. Seriously, we practically...
That's interesting. This reminds me, I saw a post from a mother who resents her parents for doing an ear pinning procedure on her as a child because she had ears that stuck out a bit. I'm conflicted if that was wrong, TBH. I think, to me, if that's like doesn't cause any issues, I feel like it is an okay thing to do. I kind of feel like, again, it is weird because there is kind of this line of like, do we want to say, oh, everyone has to look normal We don't want any kids to kind of grow up with something that would make them seem silly. But then you just think about like the fact that kids get bullied. I feel like until we're going to actually start taking bullying seriously, we sort of owe it to kids to get rid of stuff that could lead to them being bullied. Having said that, obviously there'll be plenty of kids who have things that lead to them being bullied, which we can't fix surgically. So actually maybe fixing stuff surgically is kind of avoiding the main issue. I feel like I've got a bruise on my chest. But I always get that. I kind of get like just a random like tender spot on my chest. You know, if I were more inclined to worry, I'd be like, oh, it must be my heart. But no, I can tell it's like a muscle thing. I don't know, whatever. Who cares?
Never, ever use sex. Because sex is not defined by genitalia, reproductive organs, hormones, or chromosomes.
Okay, it's not defined by anything.
Sex is determined by the size of gametes.
Yeah, okay.
The sex reproductive cells, the ovum and spermatoza, the
It's
egg and
interesting.
cum.
I was literally like, oh, he hasn't mentioned this yet, and then he does mention it. Do you say the egg or cum? Surely you say sperm. I mean, apart from anything else, cum isn't just sperm. Cum is also seminal fluid. You know, not like I'm... Look, to me, this is very important. As an aficionado, but... Okay, I guess he's going to make a criticism against the gametes, so let's hear that.
Man is then someone who produces the small types of gametes, and a woman is someone who produces the large size.
Mm-hmm.
But aren't we just back at reproductive organs again? Aren't you a woman if you can't produce
really.
it?
Well, I don't see how we're back at reproductive organs, because, I mean, technically, because, you know, obviously, I don't know if it's possible to produce sperm without testes, which, I mean, that's obviously the real point of getting at, which is that sex isn't actually about what gametes you produce, it's about what reproductive function your body is. I used the term designed. I used the term designed recently in a post. A lot of people said, oh, you shouldn't say designed. The thing is, it's really hard not to use the word designed because it feels like we are designed, but whatever. Anyway, is organized around, this is the better way of saying it, is organized around facilitating. And you don't necessarily, like, it can be the case that we can recognize someone's body was organized around facilitating the function of the large gamete in sexual reproduction, even if they don't have the means to actually make the large gamete, because we know what the function is. It's... Oh, I thought it was in. Yeah. It's about... Well, for example, if you have a birth canal, that's very important to the reproductive function of the large gamete in sexual reproduction, even if you don't actually have the ability to produce the large gamete. So, but then, yeah, the other thing I would just focus is, even though it might be the case that the gametes necessitate the sexual organs, it doesn't mean you're just reducing it down to sexual organs. Because, you know, what matters is what you're putting the focus on.
Eggs. Well, aren't you a man if you can't produce sperm? Of course you are. Gender critical people who thinks that biological sex...
Yeah, I guess I already anticipated that, right? Because, yeah, even if you can't produce sperm... The thing is, obviously, he was originally... He's kind of, like, moved around a bit, because he was originally focused on the fact, like, oh, we don't talk about... Like, we're never talking about biological sex, because you're still a man, even if you can't produce sperm. The problem is that we actually do know, in some contexts, whether a man can produce sperm. Indeed, any man who is who has a child, any woman who has a child, we know that they are the biological sex they are. So to say, like, oh, this is it's never about biological sex, but I would say reproduction of the species is a pretty significant part of society. Oh dear, sorry, I don't know if that was picked up on the microphone. I am gassy, I'm indigested, and it's making it uncomfortable to speak, but I don't just want to be burping on camera. Okay, whatever. Wait, I'll mute myself and I'll do a huge burp. Perfect, nailed it.
Is real, important, and immutable. Have gone from believing sex is related to genitals, but that would mean surgery could change your sex, to thinking that reproductive organs define sex, but of course if infertility erased your sex, it would be Armageddon for 1 in 6 people, to chromosomes. And this is where it stops being basic biology, where chromosomes and hormones and brain differences shift from being a binary to spectrum, because it
counterintuitively is more precise to gamete.
Okay, I don't know. Wait. He just said a spectrum is more... It works more for gametes. There's only one type of gamete, but... Sorry, there's only two types of gamete, rather, I should say. So yeah, I don't really know what he's saying there. But whatever, I'm just going to let him talk.
And of course, your sex isn't defined by your ability to actually produce gametes. Then infertility would kind of invalidate this argument again.
It's like Matt Walsh, when he, and I don't agree with a lot of Matt Walsh's politics, but when he went around going, what is a woman?
I know.
What an amazing
Did you watch
question.
that film?
Yeah, I did.
Do you remember the chicken? They do chickens cry.
Sounds like we've established there are some people who, in principle, can get pregnant, and there are some people who can't. So there's two categories, otherwise known as binary.
Lots of women can't get pregnant either.
Yeah, but they're still of the nature to get pregnant.
So sex is not defined by your body, but whether the organism to which you most closely relate is designated to produce eggs or produce cum.
What was the...
And then we just end up back where we started. Yes, sex is a thing that exists, but no, it has no bearing on who you are, exactly because it is so complicated, exactly because normal people can't use gametes for anything, exactly because genitals are...
Oh, this guy's just all over the place. Like, I don't understand what he's... So he's saying, like, your sex is... It has no bearing on who you are because it's not about just... Yeah, it's not about... Wait, I'm getting distracted. I feel like it's also the fact that he's saying so many wrong things at once. Like, it's a combination of... I feel, like I say... I get, like... I don't know if this is, like, a normal... I get, like, indigested, which makes me gassy, and being gassy makes me feel like I'm short of breath. Like, I'll, like, talk, and I'll be like... Like, I have to, like, talk. But, yeah. It only happens after I've eaten food, so... yeah, it's definitely, like... And then, like, it gets better if I burp. But, again, I don't really want to burp. I don't know, I mean... You guys know why what he's saying is wrong, right? He's saying, like... Your sex doesn't determine who you are... Because... I'm going to just listen to it again. I don't care. I'm just going to listen to it again.
Sounds like we've established there are some people who, in principle, can get pregnant, and there are some people who can't. So there's two categories, otherwise known as binary.
Lots of women can't get pregnant either.
Yeah, but they're still of the nature to get pregnant.
So sex is not defined by your body, but whether the organism to which you most closely relate...
Hold a minute. So, sorry, it is defined by your body, because how could you possibly relate to an organism independent of your body? Like, what? I mean, yeah, that is your body, because it's about... I mean, we're talking about which organism you physically... I mean, again, organism is a bit weird, because, you know, we'd say phenotype, but it's fine, whatever. Yeah, obviously that's about your body.
Is designated to produce eggs or produce cum.
And then he says, like, designated. Like, it's not really about designated, it's about organized around. And I think it would be more accurate to say designed. Designed, yes, by a natural process.
And then we just end up back where we started. Yes, sex is a thing that exists, but no, it has no bearing on who you are, exactly because it is so complicated, exactly because...
Yeah, and that just, I don't see the logic there at all. Why does it have no bearing on who you are? Because it's complicated. And why is it complicated to just say, oh, we can recognize... Again, the issue is to recognize that it's possible for someone who does not get pregnant to nonetheless be supposed to get pregnant is no more complicated than being able to recognize that a fridge is broken when it doesn't keep food cold. Because it's supposed to keep food cold.
Because normal people can't use gametes for anything, exactly because genitals and gonads and chromosomes...
Normal people can use gametes a lot because most people have children.
and hormones don't fit into neat categories, into two neat boxes. It is us, the people, who have made the distinctions of what ultimately defines a person.
I can't be bothered. For whatever reason, due to undoubtedly some weakness of my own constitution, I just do not feel like responding right now. Yeah. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna go, but we'll be back. Probably Sunday. Okay. I have been jonesing for a Corona. That's not gonna adjust. Corona Cero, a 0 alcohol Corona beer. They're really refreshing. I love them, and they're only 56 calories, I think, and so good. Alright, yep, it's working. Alright, so the only thing I haven't been able to do is get it so you can actually hear the sound of the game, but I think most people that doesn't bother most people. One person brought it up, and that person will say, eventually I'll fix this, whatever. Let's go.
It tells us so much, but at the same time, it doesn't tell you or me anything at all. When examining the term sex under a microscope, the dividing walls vanish. We're left with categories that seem made up because it makes the world easier to understand. Huh. Maybe... Like they're constructed in some way.
I have to pause for a moment, guys, because an important ruling just came up. The UK Supreme Court has now ruled on a definition of what is a woman. Finally, Matt Walsh has an answer, thank the Lord! This ruling was only done to exclude trans women from women's spaces. And this was done by...
No, it wasn't only done to exclude trans women from women's spaces. In fact, it doesn't really have anything to do with so-called trans women in so-called women's so-called spaces. It's about, basically, and I'm going to get this one right, it's about when there is equality legislation that relates to women's rights, how is the word woman being defined in that context? So, yeah, basically, if there's a piece of equality legislation that says, oh, it's a problem, it's, for example, misogynistic if someone attacks a woman for being, it's misogynistic if someone attacks a woman for being a woman. And the point there is that, well, what does it mean to attack someone because they're a woman? And the legislation basically says, well, that means that if she's biologically female. That is what the legislation says. It doesn't really mean that... The thing is, there isn't really any legislation relating to who's allowed to use a man or a woman's toilet. And therefore, there isn't any equality legislation relating to that. And this was just a ruling on what woman means as it relates to equality legislation. So not only is the purpose... So first of all, just clarify, the purpose of it is actually incredibly important because we can't meaningfully achieve women's rights or any group's rights unless we understand what that group is. If we want to have equality legislation for men and women, we have to have some idea of what a woman is. So that was the main purpose. And aside from the fact that's the main purpose, there's then the fact that it isn't even achieving the thing that he's saying is the main purpose.
3 organizations: the Lesbian Project, LGBT Alliance, and Sex Matters. And to bring it back around, Helen Joyce is a director of advocacy for Sex Matters. She has then had a direct influence on what defines a woman. A woman, in the eyes of the UK Supreme Court, is defined by her biology. What is biology, you ask? Well, I also asked that question because every single newspaper article I read doesn't mention it. They just say, no, it's defined by biology now. After reading through the 80 or so pages, I can conclude that, is England dumb? Is England kind of stupid? The UK Supreme Court just ruled that a woman is defined by her biology. And that is not chromosomes, it's not gametes, it's not hormones, it's not phenotypical sex characteristics, it's not secondary or primary sex characteristics. No. A woman is defined by her ability to give birth. Her ability to bear children. A woman, in the eyes of the UK Supreme Court, is a birthing machine. And you can decide.
Okay, what's the problem with that? Because again, there is a difference between an ought and an is. Human beings, in the eyes of biology, indeed all organisms, are just atoms that exist to reproduce themselves, if you like. Or, I don't know, like, not really atoms, because atoms are... But, you know, you get what I'm saying, like, molecules. The point of a human being, or any organism, is just to recreate itself. That's what we're designed for by a necessary extension of how natural selection works. So that's not a problem, because actually, and of course the issue here, and this is the problem, right? The most important situation where it matters that we understand that women are birthing machines is when we're talking about what rights women should have. Because the problem is that if you define women by certain lovely things, like, oh, a woman is strong, a woman is powerful, a woman can be anyone she wants to be. The problem is that by defining the group by the nice thing you're saying about them, you're actually not helping a particular group. If, like, we talk about, like, black people being slaves in the antebellum South, if you say, I'm going to say that a black person is free, well, the problem with that is, by definition, you can't actually help black people there, because black people aren't free. So actually, if you say that part of what defines, and again, doesn't really, well, I mean, for example, slavery, right? If we want to end slavery, we have to decide what is a slave, and we have to decide, by definition, a slave is someone who is enslaved. I'm not saying that being, you know, like, obviously giving birth is not a slavery thing. Like, at the end of the day, giving birth is actually something that many women happily do, and if no woman gave birth, we would have some issues, existential issues for society. But the point is that actually, even if we are defining women by something that could be considered offensive, that isn't a bad thing, especially if the goal is to try and improve women's situation. And certainly, yeah, we shouldn't be defining women by some kind of aspirational namby-pamby definition, because then you're not actually helping any specific group, because, like I say, you now haven't defined what the group actually is.
Decide for yourself if that's a good thing.
Oh, Jasper, but have you given a slight piece of a thought to sex differences in sports?
Okay, whatever. We're moving on to sports thing. I do just also want to say, like, it probably is true that the government definition of biological sex is lacking, because, well, you know, the government, right? The government, man. Let me tell you something about the government, man. So yeah, that's a possibility. But what I actually think, honestly, is that the government does just need to come up with a definition, just say this is the definition. Because by doing that, it means that we can, like, if it's a bad definition, at least we now know what the problem is, which I think is better than not having any definition. So actually, it might be the case the government definition isn't that great, but that's not such a bad thing. Having a bad definition is a good starting point compared to refusing to try and have a definition at all. Anyway, now we're going to look at sports. I feel like, honestly, you know, the reality of the situation is that I definitely could be saying more stuff. We had the thing last time, if you were here last time, I was kind of like anxious, so that didn't work very well. You know what, I'm actually going to let everyone know that I'm doing this because, you know, why not? I think that'll be fun. Unless, wait, I'm going to see, did I actually post about this last time? If I posted about this last time, I'm not going to post about it now. I did post about it last time. You know what, I'm not posting about it now, because I feel like the fact that not even that many people showed up last time tells me, alright, fine, whatever, I don't care. Stupid audience, no, they're fine. I just wish my audience was slightly more interested in being like, oh, this guy's doing something else. I wish my audience liked me instead of just hating trans people. That's it. That's all I'm saying. It's just, it just is disappointing to know that my entire presence on YouTube is built on a foundation of hatred of oppressed minority group trans people, and not built on people actually liking me. And when I say, hey guys, no, of course that's not actually, because of course in this case I am. Like, even when I'm like, oh, I'm going to be playing a game and responding to a video defending trans people, they're like, oh, you're going to be doing something else as well as hating trans people? No. Pure trans hate. That's all I care about from you. Go and do the trans hate, you little content piggy. You little content slave. You little whatever I am. Anyway.
I don't give a shit about sports. I don't care.
That is such a dickhead thing to say, because the thing is, I don't care if you don't care about sports. This is kind of funny, right? Because I'm playing FIFA. But it doesn't matter if you don't care about sports. What matters is again, it's just like this whole thing. It's really funny to me that in the case of trans activism, they've managed to turn I don't care about this social issue into like something woke. And I get that they can sometimes do it with other things, probably. But yeah, it's just especially strange to me that they can do it on this, where, it is affecting women. But yeah, in general, like saying like, oh, I don't care about this issue, it's not cool. Because actually, there are women who do enjoy playing sports and they want to be able to play it fairly and not be seriously injured. I mean, yeah, I just have no patience for this I don't care thing.
About sports. I don't care. These are real.
I don't want to listen to him while I'm drinking my beer, because it corrupts such a pure experience. It's really funny. Like, I understand that for a lot of people, alcohol is an important part of beer, and it might even seem a bit posery to drink like non-alcoholic beer. I just love, like, I'm so serious about the beer. It's the beer. I love the beer, not the alcohol. The alcohol I can take or leave. I love the beer, but I do love beer. I just think it tastes nice. It's got a nice taste. It's like, it's got a very savory flavor. It's just, it's just nice. It's got bubbles. It's cool. I would happily, if that was like one sponsorship I would take, it would be like a non-alcoholic beer sponsor. I like the idea of being sponsored by something that actually aligns with my values, and also being sponsored by something that I could reasonably imagine people might actually buy just because they want to buy it. Like all these other things, like there's just so many other things you do not need. You do not need Dollar Shave Club. You don't need I don't even know what you don't need a VPN. I'm sorry, you don't. Stop being a gooner. I don't care that the government's made it illegal to goon. Just stop doing that. Anyway, we will make some progress.
Human beings we are talking about. I don't care about sports.
It's actually a bit loud. Yeah. Oh, and sorry. I'm already still getting distracted. Saying like, oh, this is real human beings we're talking about. Yeah, women are human. Okay, that was. Oh, I know why. It's because I clicked X instead of shoot. Yeah, women are human beings. Fun fact, big if true, and they're being screwed over with all of this trans sport stuff. So yeah, it's just dumb to be. I don't know. That's just like so weird to be like, this is real human beings we're talking about. It's like, so because you don't care about this specific thing, therefore you think that it doesn't affect trans, or like you think that it doesn't matter because only trans people matter because they're human. It just doesn't really make any sense, that.
With all that out of the way, we can finally get to debunking time to think. So, just to reiterate, there are only 5 things I wanted to look at. Children are rapidly getting gender dysphoria. These vulnerable children are autistic. This is too complex to figure out. They go on to extreme medical intervention, puberty blockers, and 5, almost all of them will detransition. Chapter 5, ROGD.
Whereas most of the literature on gender non-conforming children was about boys who had a lifelong sense of gender incongruence, Gids's waiting room was overpopulated with teenage girls whose distress around their gender had only started in adolescence.
GIDS, by the way, stands for Gender Identity Development Service. And this phenomenon of a rapid increase in the amount of girls referred to the Tavistock is mentioned quite a lot by Barnes. Let's see, it's mentioned on page
9, 13, 19, 37, 96, 125, 100.
It's very significant that there is such a rapid increase in girls. I know it suggests, apart from anything else, it's interesting even if you don't see a moral issue with it. It's interesting that trans identity has gone from largely something that you see with like a very small subset of dudes to suddenly having like a whole load of girls who are like, oh, I have this desire too. And then like it also makes the change in population more significant, because when you realize it's a totally different group, that's a big difference. That was an unfortunate miss.
126, 132, 134, 145, 147, 168, 172, 174, 176, 181, 224, 233, 248, 249, 292, 296, 306, 307, 336, 339, 351, 413, 424, 428, 434, and 453.
And you would think that something which is given so much attention would also be given a name, but Barnes, throughout the whole book, never ever gives us precise definition of this phenomenon, even though it's right. It's right.
What do you mean the precise? Okay, like I know that something's about to be said that supposedly is going to make it clear what's being spoken about here, but what do you mean the precise definition of this phenomenon of girls becoming trans? Like, do you mean like trans men, or I don't really know like what the word is that's supposed to be missing there, so let's just hear what he's saying.
Tip of my tongue, rapid
rapid onset gender dysphoria. Okay,
let me introduce you to Lisa Littman, who is a certified obstetrician and gynecologist. Littman used to co-author papers on contraceptives, so nothing really to do with gender dysphoria. But this person, who had no prior experience working with trans people, has now become a household name in trans academia.
Yeah, so this Lisa Littman person, my memory is that like there's this situation where there was a study, and the study did have issues, and that was ridiculous. I'm willing to believe, again, I don't really care about studies. It seems like every study has issues. Someone brings up a study, someone else says, oh, no, the study's actually complete nonsense. Like, okay, fine, whatever. But, basically, again, I've kind of already said, I don't really care whether people are detransitioning, whether it's happening rapidly. I care about whether the idea is correct. So, but yeah, I mean, the thing is, when you talk about like rapid onset gender dysphoria, it's kind of a bit weird to be like, oh, this person never ever uses the term for it. But it's kind of like, I feel like in a way, like once you use a term for something, that's kind of an issue. I mean, I know that like even Philosophy Tube has said this about gender dysphoria, that the decision to take these feelings and then be like, oh, this is a thing, this is gender dysphoria, is perhaps problematic. And I would actually agree. I would say that we should be not so quick to just immediately apply labels to things, and that's actually good. So I feel like it's kind of disingenuous to be like, oh, isn't it terrible that this person who wrote this other paper, where they mentioned an idea similar to or they basically mentioned the fact that a lot of people are becoming trans, isn't it like weird that they didn't use the term rapid onset gender dysphoria? It's like, well, maybe because they don't want it to be understood as this medical phenomenon in itself, and just want it to be recognized as a reality of the situation. I think that's fair enough. In fact, I think that's actually commendable. That's just me.
You see, in 2016, she managed miraculously to establish a link between gender dysphoria and phone equals bad. Okay.
So
that's
I'm
oversimplifying a bit.
Okay, so I'm assuming that this is a case of that people being online a lot and detached from like normal society can lead to all sorts of nonsense ideas. I mean, it's like that 4chan post about like before the internet. I want to fuck a toaster. Okay, that's weird. Shut up, you like freak. And then, you know, you grow up and you become normal. Now, with the internet, I want to fuck a toaster, discover an entire community of people who also want to fuck toasters, and then ruin your life because, you know, now you found acceptance. Yeah.
Let's see how she describes it.
So the ROGD hypothesis proposes that social influences, maladaptive coping mechanisms, and other psychosocial factors can contribute to the development of gender dysphoria and transgender identification.
It's also just like, it's a bit weird to be like, oh, a phone is bad, blah, blah, blah. Because like the fact that like people are on screens too much, that people are on social media, like all of the problems with modern technology is not like even a controversial thing to point out now. And the fact that it might have an impact on mental health would not be controversial to point out. And the fact that mental health might be relevant to whether someone I mean, I would say that being trans is literally like having a negative feeling about your biological sex. So that seems like a mental health issue right there. Yeah, it all seems like it would be very relevant, but I don't know. That's just me. That's just me being sensible.
In populations of teens and young adults with late onset gender dysphoria.
She calls this rapid onset of gender dysphoria, or ROGD. Even though Hannah Barnes constantly reinforces the idea of rapid onset gender dysphoria, she never, not even once, mentions the theory by name. And I just can't get myself to believe that that isn't a deliberate choice.
Well, again, it might be a deliberate choice, again, because actually there's lots of times where you might talk about a concept, but you don't want to mention the idea, because the second you mention an idea, you're actually like bringing together all of people's kind of baggage that they might have with that concept. Or again, it just is a problem when you like make a series of observations and then you say this is a thing. You know, I mean, I think I already mentioned like evolution, natural selection. I feel like a lot of the time, if you just explain what evolution is and you just say, oh, you know, people reproduce, whoever's better at reproducing is going to obviously necessarily pass on their genes, and therefore, you know, like basically whatever, I don't need to explain, you know, explain the process of natural selection. A lot of people will agree with that, but then when it's called evolution, they're like, oh no, I don't believe in evolution. So in that situation, if someone explains the theory of evolution by natural selection and they never use that phrase, then is that a deliberate decision? Yes, but it's actually a deliberate decision that like there's a reason for doing. So yeah, I don't really see the problem with someone not mentioning the theory by name.
Not as if Barnes doesn't know about Lisa Littman. She references one of Littman's newer studies on detransitioners later in the book. Back in 2016, Lisa Littman's original study, Parent Reports of Adolescents and Young Adults Perceived to Show Signs of Rapid Onset Gender Dysphoria, strives to put an answer to the increase in the amount of referrals to gender clinics. Like that chart from the Tavistock I showed at the very beginning of the video, for example. Going from 4 cases in 1989 to more than 5,000 in 2021 is a 120,000% increase. It's
that's pretty huge.
Heard of. And this can't be right. There shouldn't be so many trans kids, right? Essentially, Littman started with a presumption of no, there shouldn't be so many trans kids. There can't be.
That's not the assumption. I would say that actually showing that something has increased by 120%, you should start this. Oh, that's weird. That's like kind of crazy. But no, I don't see any evidence that just because someone like started off like, oh, that's pretty insane, and you know felt this was something worth exploring and looking at the possibility there could be something, let's say, untoward going on that's led to this massive change. Yeah, I don't think any of that requires that you start with the assumption that this shouldn't be the case. You're just saying, oh, I mean, yeah, again, like in general, we have this idea of that society is pretty consistent, and if something suddenly changed, it doesn't seem to be, oh, I definitely overshot that. No, I didn't. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, then there's a reason why I'd expect that.
What we're seeing can't be a real thing, and since it can't be a real thing, something must have triggered it in the youth. It must have a place of origin. It must be a sort of contagion. As I talked about before, a trans person usually needs to go through the medical system to get medical treatment. And as I said, that has in almost all circumstances throughout recent history been dependent on getting properly diagnosed with gender dysphoria. All diagnoses of gender dysphoria since the 80s have been one of these two categories: gender dysphoria in adulthood and gender dysphoria in childhood. The explicit goal of
those are some pretty self-explanatory categories, I think it's fair to say.
Lisa Littman's study was to create a new...
Again, this is like, it's kind of funny, like that's another example of where like creating like a category kind of just feels dumb. Like sometimes that's the thing, not everything needs a category. It's like there's children who supposedly have gender dysphoria, there's adults who supposedly have gender dysphoria. Like to say like, oh, those are two categories, I don't know, it just seems a bit weird. It's like, why aren't there three categories? Why don't you include like the teenagers? Why don't you include the elderly? Like, what's the point in those being multiple different categories? I don't know. Let me say to people, it feels like one of the biggest arguments I see in pro-trans videos is just saying the argument in a sarcastic voice. Oh my goodness me, Jew. Sorry. I don't know how I'm supposed to say your name, but I always like shorten people's names, and I just see, all I see is the words Jew on the screen. So, good point, Jew. You really nailed it, Jew. Yeah, like that's the thing, and that's like something they do all the time. There's a lot of it's kind of like there's a lot of making it so the reader or listener has to do the argument themselves, because that means they might not realize how dumb the argument is. I remember, like, the first example I really remember of noticing this was with like Muslims, where they would like, they didn't really have like a good argument against the Bible. So the only thing they could be is like, it just seems strange to me. This seems suspicious. I mean, did you know that Paul had a falling out with one of the early apostles? Isn't that strange? Isn't that suspicious? Like, yeah, because, you know, but then like Jesus fell out, whatever. But like, that's an example where, like, if they actually said, Paul cannot possibly be true and a reliable person, and therefore Christianity must be false because Paul had an argument with one of the apostles, you'd be like, that's like obviously just a terrible argument to be making. But by being like, oh, isn't it just suspicious? They're kind of, it's a better way of like preaching to the choir, because then the choir will be like, oh yeah, I guess it is kind of suspicious. You know, like basically they're already inclined to take it suspiciously.
Third category, that of rapid onset of gender dysphoria.
Rapid onset gender dysphoria seems to be a new subtype.
This would allow researchers to have a tangible way to differentiate between real dysphoria and fake social media / attention.
Well, again, yeah, we don't really do the whole like true trans thing here. We don't do that. Okay, why would the other defender not have just ran onto it? Whatever.
/ coping dysphoria. Let's see how this totally random guy, Michael, what's his name? Bailey, frames it.
A young adult woman who in therapy came to believe that her father molested her terribly over years, broke off contact with the family. Which is worse, that or having your daughter say she wants testosterone because she's trans? We shouldn't have to choose. Both this epidemic and the ROG epidemic represents the worst, most irresponsible, unforgivably irresponsible conduct of the mental health profession.
Okay, that was taken a little out of context. Bailey is comparing rapid onset gender dysphoria and the rise in referrals with false memory syndrome, a moral panic from the 90s where some psychotherapists made their clients believe that they...
Hey, Hannah. Oh, thank you so much. She bought me a chamomile tea.
had been victims of childhood sexual assault.
That's okay, you don't have to close the door.
Anyways, that's not what's important. What is important is the framing, that it isn't.
I like how, I don't know, like, again, kind of poisoning the world to be like, okay, I took that out of context. I don't know, it just seems a bit weird to be like, oh, I'm going to make this person seem like they're absolutely unhinged. But, oh no, I took it out of context, and don't worry, everyone, I'm going to let you know I took it out of context, so it's fine.
Real. That these people who are referred to gender clinics are, in fact, not transgender at all, but cisgender children who have been duped into believing they are trans.
Yeah.
I believe ROG.
You know what this all reminds me of? Again, I'm going to make another religion analogy. It reminds me of how, like, you, like, see, like, Catholics who will, like, say, oh, I'm going to argue against Protestants. And then you look at their arguments, and all their arguments are essentially just that, like, some Protestants aren't really Protestants. You know, they'll be like, oh, you say that you believe in faith alone, but actually you do think you need other stuff added onto it. And it's like, yeah, those specific, oh my goodness, what a disaster. Thank God it's a friendly. Scoring, like, that must have been the 92nd minute. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, like, that, and it's kind of a similar vibe here, right, of a lot of these people, the only argument they can really make against the gender critical position is like a half gender critical position, where like they'll just say, oh, you believe that there's real gender dysphoria and there's fake gender dysphoria, but this distinction you're drawing isn't actually meaningful, blah, 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 blah. The thing is, I don't make that distinction. So that's not like an argument against me. It's not an argument against any of you guys, I would imagine. Hey William, thank you for being here. I feel like this game can look less bland if you had like nighttime, midday lighting, and shadows cast onto the field. I think you can change the time of day. I'll do that just for you.
To be the single most influential recent theory on transgender people. Why? Well, I've read tens of thousands of pages on trans research, and inevitably you end up noticing some patterns. Theories, treatments, authors, and activists. But one particular pattern stood out. There was a very noticeable shift in 2017, like with Helen Joyce, for example, or even Hannah Barnes.
Somewhere along the way, somebody must have emailed you and said, "Have you heard about what's going on in Jids at the Tavistock?"
No, it wasn't that. I think I first came across it at all in 2017, and there was really not very much around at all.
And this is right around when Littman's paper on rapid onset gender dysphoria was published. I don't think it's the only factor, but I think it was part of the perfect storm. In 2016, the most prominent researcher on trans people was fired.
There was a BBC television documentary about what was going on in Canada, and Ken Zucker, who I know you've had on the show, about what was going on with his clinic and or what had happened.
The theory of ROGD ushered in a new era of narratives. No longer was it a fucked up kid here and there, but a threat to children in general.
Okay, so this graph, yeah, you can see a remarkable upturn. That is an epidemic.
But the theory of rapid onset gender dysphoria was rotten to its core before it was even published. Okay. And I think Hannah Barnes knows this. That's why she doesn't mention the theory in her book at all. So let's take a look at Lisa Littman's Herein reports of adolescents and young adults perceived to show signs of rapid onset gender dysphoria.
Who is that guy I just bought? It was... I don't remember who it was. Wait. Let me find out who that guy was I just bought, because I'm distressed. Nez Football. Yeah. There's like... Oh, wait. What am I doing? Okay, let's go on to the... Okay, I feel like, where's my... Inbox, here we go. So, who have I actually purchased? I've purchased Kabongo Tishimanga. Chimanga. Oh, go back. I don't think I've actually purchased him yet. I think I've got to wait for him to appear. I don't think I have a guy. Oh, wait. You're looking for Tishimanga. It's not here. Nope. No, he's not here. Okay, we'll get him later. Right. Anyway. That's a good point. I think the issue with these videos is that this doesn't convince me of a change in physical reality at all. Like, what is he even rambling about? Yeah, he's kind of like going all over the place. Interestingly, he very much reminds me of Mia Mulder. You know, Mia Mulder's like the, I think, Swedish person who kind of like has a very similar cadence, very similar presentation of things, very similar tense. The thing that I remember from Mia Mulder is like a repetition of the word breathing. They think that women are all about breeding. And that's supposed to be, again, it's like this like thing of, oh, I'm going to emphasize this specific thing to make it sound like really creepy or whatever. But it's just like, it's not really, or rather, that's not a thing that, like, you're basically adding in that word and then getting mad about something you've made up.
There are at least 4 problems with the study: priming, proxy, bias, and pathology. Before 2016, very few people talked about the rise in trans people, and practically no one thought that it had something to do with a social contagion. Littman's study even mentions as much. So the one thing you absolutely, for any reason, would not want to do was to plant the idea of cause and effect. You were being asked to take part in a research study if you have a child who, when they were between the ages of 10 and 21, developed a sudden or rapid onset of gender dysphoria. This may have occurred in the context of either increased social media / internet use and / or belonging to a friend group in which one or multiple friends have developed gender dysphoria and come.
By the way, hello Sonar Poop. It's like, it is nice having multiple people there. I do actually. It only takes like a handful of people in a chat to make it feel like you're really popular.
Out as transgender during a similar time frame. Look, I dropped out after 3 semesters in business. And even I know that this is the biggest do not do, please. It's the 101 of biased research. This was planting the idea that ROGD is real. Let me reframe it to a different example. You are being asked to take part in a research study if you have a child who, when they were between the ages of 1 and 4, developed autism. This may have occurred following the administration of an MMR vaccine. When you add the last part, you implicitly infer that there is a relation between vaccines and...
I believe you mean imply. The other person who's reading it would infer, but you imply. No, yeah, like, absolutely. Like, I'm sure that there are issues with studies. Again, it seems like there's issues with every single study, but maybe there are specific issues with this study. Whatever. This is kind of like a double level of who cares. Because, one, you don't need a study to prove rapid onset gender dysphoria. You can just look at the massive increase in people suddenly identifying as trans out of nowhere. And two, even if it was the case that rapid onset gender dysphoria didn't exist, even if we went back to how it was before 2010, back when it was overwhelmingly just a bunch of old dudes who were identifying as trans, all of the criticisms people are making would still be largely unchanged. There would just be one social or societal aspect in which it's different. By the way, I think I've realized something. Sorry. I can change the time of day, but I think because there are floodlights, it doesn't actually make it look any difference. Did you announce on your channels that you're streaming? No. I actually, if you go back, you'll see I considered doing it. And then I realized I did that last time. It didn't lead to that many people showing up. So I was like, well, screw them. You know, if they're not going to show up when I announce it, I'm not going to announce it. They can all go to hell for all I care.
That's going out of your way to create the connection. So when Littman asks, how many of your children have experienced a sudden or rapid onset of gender dysphoria, which began after puberty? She has primed the parents to think that gender dysphoria can be rapid and is caused by social media or friend groups. So no, she never asked the children. Instead, she asked the parents, which, well, was a bad idea. Not only does she rely on the parents to diagnose their kids with gender dysphoria, and a hitherto non-existing form of rapid onset gender dysphoria at that, she also relies on the parents to decide when this gender dysphoria manifested in their child. And look, parents, I'm sure you want the best for your child, but you have no idea what's going on in their little heads. You aren't a mind reader. And being trans usually involves coming out to the people around you. A person might feel something for years before they can admit their feelings to themselves. And then it's gonna take more time for them to say it to anyone. Because what if they're wrong about what they're feeling? Sinia Jones from Gender Analysis explains 4 separate studies of around 1,200 trans children and adolescents. In all 4 studies, the child felt different, but it took them 3 years to see themselves as trans. When they felt trans, it still took a couple of years before coming out, and yet another couple of years to live in their identity and gender. It's not an overnight thing. If they weren't trans, they likely wouldn't go through the years and years of waiting to get treatment. So it's not that the children are trans, they're just not telling their parents right away. And then it's a simple Boolean. They aren't trans in the eyes of the parents until they have told them. Of course it seems rapid then. Some children actually have very good reasons not to trust their parents. But we'll get to that later.
Yeah, so the whole argument here is, well, it's not necessarily rapid, it's just that they're telling... The problem is that trans identity is all about self-identity. So, or rather, let me put the emphasis in the right place, it's all about self-identity. Meaning that, in a real sense, you aren't trans until you identify as trans. Like, what he's basically saying here is, oh, you know, there might have been lots of people who felt really unhappy about their body and blah, 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 and they had all of these feelings, but they just didn't tell people they were trans right away. But the problem is, if you don't tell someone you're trans, then you aren't trans. You know, obviously the thing is nowadays we say, well, they eventually tell someone, therefore they were trans all along. But is it not actually quite reasonable to imagine there might have been people who always felt like this, but they just never identified as trans, in which case we would say, well, they weren't actually trans. Like, that's the problem. Gender critical people would say that somebody, like, lots of people have had all sorts of feelings. Like, the feelings that make someone think they are trans, they do exist. And they have existed at many different points in society, but it's just, you know, now we have this label of trans for it. So actually, because for us it's all about the label, when someone says they are trans is the most important thing, and that is rapid. So yeah, I just want to point that out. Hello, Atreya. Good to have you here. Another person. Love to see that. And now I'm here. Yeah, awesome.
I hope that most parents want their kids to trust them. Look, some children are afraid of talking with their parents because they are afraid that the parents won't believe them.
What is this?
Many such cases, actually. Oh, and would you look at that? Out of all the parents from Littman's study, only 2.5% believed their child when they said they were trans. That seems extraordinarily low. Huh? This might have something to do with the people who answered the questionnaire. You see, Lisa Littman decided to recruit from 3 websites and 1 private Facebook group. Particularly, the websites are interesting. Fourth Wave Now, Transgender Trend, and Youth Transcritical Professionals. Really rolls off the tongue. Well, those 3 websites are all deeply critical of trans people. Fourth Wave Now supports...
I will say, like, people kind of attack this. I do kind of think to myself, well, you know what? It's not necessarily a bad thing to focus on, like, actually doing a study where you are just showing, all right, there are some people who believe this is the case, even if you're showing, like, only a specific group thinks that's the case. Like, that's not a necessarily intrinsically bad thing to study. Yes, if you say, like, oh, we did a study on trans people broadly, and we found that, like, a lot of them are rapidly onset, blah, blah, blah. Like, if you try and pass it off like that, that's obviously a problem. But if you're just saying, oh, we wanted to investigate whether this is a thing at all, so we went to the place where we were most likely to find out whether this is the thing, that's really not that shocking. It's kind of like if someone said, like, oh, this person wanted to find, like, dinosaur bones, so they went to a place where there had been lots of dinosaur bones, and clearly they were trying to prove that there are loads, like, that every square foot of Earth has huge amounts of dinosaur bones under it. But actually, they went to the place. No, like, if you're trying to discover something, and that's all you're trying to do, yeah, maybe you will go to the place you're most likely to discover that thing, and that's not intrinsically objectionable. Watch this, going in. Oh, that's... Nope.
Version therapy for trans kids.
We oppose any form of therapy that seeks to change your child's sexual orientation. However, we are deeply concerned about the impact of recent so-called conversion therapy legislation for being careful, nuanced treatment of children and young people with gender dysphoria.
I've said this before. I would oppose a ban on conversion therapy for the trans thing. I'm also opposed to a ban on conversion therapy for sexuality. Because you know what? if someone wants to get any kind of therapy, they should be allowed to. It's not my business to tell someone they can't do something. What annoys me about all of this conversion therapy ban stuff is that they always say, oh, this person's been kidnapped and they're being tortured. Here's the problem. Kidnapping someone and torturing them, both of those things are already illegal. Everything that, like, the issue is once you remove all of the stuff that's already illegal from conversion therapy, you just have someone talking to someone about why they feel the way they do sexually with the expectation that they might stop feeling that way. And I don't think that's intrinsically a problem.
Transgender trend and its founder Stephanie Davis.
Yeah, sorry, I should say, even if you do, for whatever reason, want to say, no, any gay person who wants to walk into a psychiatrist and say, hey, I want to have a therapeutic conversation with you, and I want the goal of that to be that I stop being gay, they should be arrested for that. Whatever. If that's like your opinion, whatever. But like even then, of course, the trans thing is totally different. And I've kind of pointed this out before, like one of the issues is that people can know they're gay, people can't know they're trans. Because again, like knowing you're gay is very easy. Do you want to bang dudes and you're a dude? You're gay. Then I got news for you. That makes you gay. Have you seen that video? It's like, I'm not gay. I have, I love women and have sex with men. So we're going to open the advent calendar. It is the 6th of December. I'm actually looking for the 6th myself. Where is it? Here. There's the 6th. I cannot tell a lie. Wait. Where's my... Oh, my finger is in the right place. Cool. That's a good point, yeah. I suppose it's like homeopathy being legal. Like, it doesn't work, but why stop them from trying? Yeah, that's basically it. Like, there was this guy, like, Low Anthony. He used to be really gay. He had this really good really good video, where he went like, calling all the basic bitches. There is a new announcement. You're amazing. I don't know if you've seen that video. I saw it. Of course. Because I was cooled. But he then, like, later on came back and he seemed kind of crazy. And he was like, I have stopped being gay. Whatever. Fine. I don't care. I just feel like there's, like, so many other crazy things people are doing in the world. Like, if you're going to make everything that's kind of, like, a bit weird illegal, I just think you've got to... it's a tall order. Right. Oh, wait, there it is. It's a rocking horse. That's a little picture. And the chocolate is a... It's always just, like, they're all just, like, Christmas puddings. It's all just that. Chocolate's so good. Right, listen.
Apparently don't believe in trans kids as we don't have any evidence that children really are trans. This is a very new phenomenon which is based on no credible scientific research. Anyways, the last website, Youth Trans Critical Professionals, it's closed down. Too bad. I could have talked about how its founder, Lisa Marchiano, most likely invented the whole social contagion thing and maybe even helped Littman write the theory. Or how Lisa Marchiano shared stories comparing trans support groups to ISIS. Or this one that compares being trans to a fetish. Or this detransition story from someone named...
So, if this guy's like, oh, see, like the thing is, comparing trans to ISIS, that's pretty intense. Comparing trans to a fetish, that's just like Gender Critical 101. So this guy's going to be very upset if he like actually looks into this in more detail.
Jamie Shoup, who conflates autism and gender and says transitioning is like the emperor's new clothes. Of course, Littman flings these accusations of, so-called transphobia to the side. If they hate trans people so much, why do 88% of them believe that trans people deserve the same rights as other people? They would march with you if you were discriminated against, please. But Like, let's be honest. Just because they accept that some people are trans, it doesn't mean that they would accept their own child being trans. Once again, I'll refer to Senia Jones and Heather McNamara.
Sorry, just for the record,
also need
accepting that some people are trans and wanting equal rights for trans, those aren't really the same thing. Again, it depends how you're defining, like, this is why I don't really talk about the whole, like, oh, I believe in equal rights for trans people. It's like, well, what are trans people? That was almost a really bad foul. Yeah, what are trans people? Like, that's the problem. But obviously, if someone's just saying, well, I think that people who identify as trans should get equal rights, that is very different from saying, oh, and I actually believe their claims about reality are true. Again, like, I think that Catholics should have equal rights to real Christians, but that doesn't mean that I think they're actually correct in their beliefs. Well, that's in. This is in. Surely this is in every day of the week. Watch this. No, okay, wait. This is no. Okay, wait. This is. Oh, look at this. We're in. Surely this is in. Sure. Okay. No. You're stupid. No. Okay. Never mind. We didn't even get a show off. Trouble with Arsenal is they always try and walk it in.
To look at what else the general population believes about trans people, and that's not such a rosy picture.
Which, I mean, look around. Or even better, just watch this video. The RGD
Is this going to be a red?
study is subject to selection bias, proxy bias, recall bias, and leading and loading question bias. Yes, it's that bad. Okay, I hear you say, but that one pilot study might be bad, but aren't there any other good studies on ROGD? No, there aren't. The largest and most recent study on ROGD recruited from parents of ROGDkids.com, which also, it's retracted. Rapid onset gender dysphoria has been rejected as a theory by the American Psychological Association, American Psychiatric Association, and 60 other medical associations. But there's something more.
I just don't really know, like, what do you mean by, like, a theory? Like, saying that a load of people are identifying as trans who didn't identify as trans before, that's not a theory, that's just a fact. So, yeah, it's kind of just like saying, like, oh, this theory's been rejected. I don't know what you're saying there.
Fundamentally wrong with the ROGD narrative. And that has to do with the whole contagion thing. That being trans is a pathology or a harmful idea that can be contracted if you hang around the wrong sorts of people. Which it's not. Did you know that almost no people were left-handed 100 years ago? Even though
that's not true. About, I believe, 3% of people were left-handed in the early 1900s, and that grew to 12%, meaning it only grew by 4. That's not. That looks like a woman. No, sorry, that looks like a woman. It's just a guy with a ponytail, but that's a woman. But yeah, basically, yeah, this whole thing of like the left-handed thing. I mean, I'll let him make the point, but this is, again, like, this is why I was like, oh, I can respond to this while I'm playing FIFA at the same time. Because these are all arguments that I've addressed many times before. I've addressed the left-handed argument many times before, but I'll let him say it anyway. He's already made a mistake. It wasn't almost 0 people. It was 3%. No, I think it was actually 4%, and it rose to 12. So it didn't even increase by 4. It increased by 3 times. But yeah, obviously that's wrong.
People are born as left or right dominant or ambidextrous. The backward society of yesteryear punished people for writing with the wrong hand. Thereby the lefties lay dormant until we found out, hey, this is really dumb. Maybe we should be okay with being left-handed. And then suddenly, like a miracle, more left-handed people emerged.
Chapter 6. Autism.
Yeah, okay, good. So he kind of went over it. So basically, yeah, the rate of increase was massive. Also, the rate of increase happened. It wasn't rapid. Like, that's the problem. He's saying suddenly loads of people became left-handed. It happened over like several decades that the number of left-handed people grew. And by the way, I think part of that is because a lot of left-handed people are more ambidextrous than a lot of right-handed people. Like, my mum is left-handed, but she can actually write quite well with her right hand. And that's it. Short. I thought it was in. Okay, never mind. It's fine. I feel like I could actually get fired by the what's it called? Who are the people I'm talking about? The board of directors. I feel like they could actually fire me because I haven't done that well in these matches, and I've just not been taking it very seriously. But I'm like, actually, they could say, we don't like how you've done the friendlies. You're going to be whatever. Anyway, yeah. So basically, it happened over decades. probably because actually a lot of the left-handed people were capable of writing with their right hand, so they were just like, yep. But the other thing is that it's also like with left-handedness, that's something which you clearly are. If like the discomfort with trying to write with your right hand would have been just undeniable, whereas saying, oh, like the discomfort with your biological sex, that might have been deniable. Oh, sorry, that might have been undeniable. But saying like, and therefore I am the opposite sex, that's a totally separate thing. But again, either way, the increase is just much larger and over a much shorter period of time. And seeing as the rate of increase is the number one thing we're concerned with here, it just seems like, is that another foul? Okay, no, good. Anyway.
Many of them were same-sex attracted. The same was true for the boys attending GIDS, and many were autistic. Their lives were complicated too.
This is the second claim I'll be looking at from Barnes' book, Time to Think. Just like ROGD, this is one of those themes that plays a large role. The words autism or autistic is mentioned more than 30 times throughout her book. The argument is essentially that autism somehow maybe causes people to be trans.
Most of the cases with the parents who have contacted me, their children have been diagnosed with high-functioning autism or Asperger's. A few of them, however, it's kind of going the opposite way. They're saying, my child was never diagnosed with that, but now that they are coming out with ROGD, now I want them to be assessed to see whether they may have actually had autism, and that's why they're doing it. It's weird how it's morphing in that way.
First, let me ask.
Did you know back then there were less people identifying as furries, but now there are more? Because that increases, that means they're actually animals, yeah.
So what? So what if some of these children are autistic? What would that entail exactly? And this might surprise you, but I think there's a very good chance that some of these children are autistic. In a little bit, I'm going to show you several papers in favor of the hypothesis of the interplay of autism and gender dysphoria. But let me show you another explanation first. The psychiatrist Jack Turpin has noticed how basically all studies on the intersection of gender dysphoria and autism don't actually measure autism diagnoses, but instead they measure autistic traits. So he proposes that what can look like autism, social impairment for example, is not caused by autism, but instead by stress and anxiety. He argues that these children are not autistic, but only show symptoms resembling autism, which researchers then have mistaken for correlation. Okay, the argument for the intersection of autism and gender dysphoria goes something like the following. More and more people are getting diagnosed with autism. Whereas we once thought it was 1 in 150 people who were autistic, modern estimates land at around 1 in 36. So around 3%. I will not elaborate on this. But what about trans people? In a meta-study of 641...
Okay everyone, this is our first match where we actually, based on how we do in this, depends on where, like that determines where we'll be in the league. So let's see how this goes.
1,000 participants, 24 of the gender variant respondents showed clinical levels of autistic traits compared to 5% of the cisgender group. So both of these groups are over the global estimate. And on the surface, this seems extraordinary. But yeah, you should take it with a grain of salt, okay? Depending on the recruitment methods and what autistic criteria researchers...
Where is my guy? I'm going back. Wait, can I go right back, or will that be a forfeit? Okay, no good. Okay, cool. Yeah, where is my dude? Let's find out, because I am confused. So... Oh, I need to accept offer. Confirm. Okay, he's not ready yet. Okay, cool. I assume he's not ready. Let's see. Is he ready? I've already forgotten his name. Tsushima. Oh, he's ready. Oh, wait. He's not actually a very good player at all. Oh, but he's young. Okay, so I'll let him play in matches that don't matter. Cool. Okay, fine. Oh, wait. So I should put him... Oh, I should put him on the... Well, I'll put him on the squad substitute. Why are the menus in such low frame rate? Probably because my computer was built in the 1900s. 1500s.
Look for the levels of autism in trans and gender diverse people can vary greatly from 4.8% to 26%. But even if we say that 26% of all trans people are autistic, it still doesn't explain the remaining 74% who aren't autistic. No. Wait, it actually doesn't even explain the 26%, because we can't just equate autism with gender dysphoria.
So yeah, the thing about the autism thing, just so we're all clear, is like, the thing with the autism thing is that autistic people are very likely to form connections that aren't necessarily actually logical. And, well, they're very likely to be obsessed with categorizations. Like, that's what autistic people are into categorizing things. And that creates a situation where a lot of them might be more inclined towards thinking in terms of, like, trans ideology than other people would be. That's basically the situation with the trans autism connection.
Like, all autistic people are gender variant. So what actually is their argument?
Hey, Zombie Pup, how's it going?
How would autism make a person trans? Well...
Okay, well, I already addressed that, so cool.
Lying a little bit, because their argument isn't that autism makes you trans, only that it makes you gender dysphoric.
As noted earlier, one idea is that ASD sometimes leads to intense interests in cross-sex objects or activities, giving rise to a clinical presentation of GD.
This particular psychology, what's his name? Suka? Implies that autistic people just get superficial obsessions, like, you know, how autists get special interests and collects Pokemon, or pictures of Randy from South Park or weep stuff, and that's all really cool, but maybe their special interests are women, so they want to become women. Melissa Midgen is also an expert from Time to Think. She's a psychotherapist who's worked with different parts of the Tavistock Clinic, and coincidentally, she shared an office with Anna Hutchinson, the psychologist from the intro of this video, and from the start of the book. Anyways, Midgen and Hutchinson also have some theories on autism.
We have also witnessed a coincidence of autistic spectrum conditions and gendered/sex distress. The lens of gender can seem very apt for these girls retrospectively to understand the difficulties. They realize their nascent sexual desire is going to be problematic. They struggle in puberty because it is uncomfortable, weird and unpredictable, particularly heightened if they happen to be on the autistic spectrum.
Okay, alright.
Autistic people wouldn't have, like, strange reactions to stuff. They wouldn't struggle to process something socially. They wouldn't, you know, come up with these crazy ideas. That's not what autistic people do. Oh, come on, how is that not cool? No, yeah, the thing is, like, actually, all of this makes sense. In general, like, I would just say that it's interesting the trans thing has come along with a general kind of rise in a lot of, like, mental health issues with social media, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, then you add autism into the mix, and obviously there's, like, all these things kind of compounding on top of each other. I think we have more autism now, combined with the fact that autism is just a thing people are talking about all the time now. Oh, goodness me. Don't. Yeah, okay, good. Okay, yeah, it's just, it's not unreasonable at all. And obviously, yeah, someone already said, like, this guy just, like, repeats stuff and then says it as if it's, like, really stupid. But, like, in that case, just to be like, well, yeah, I can't believe these people, they think, like, oh, people, like, get obsessed when they're autistic over all of this stuff. It's like, yeah, that's how autism works.
Underlying misogyny from a lot of these women's rights activists. Like, oh, these are just little girls, they don't know what's best for them.
Okay, yeah, so, alright, Peter, you're a nonce. Oh, you notice these women's rights activists, but they think that these women can't choose to have sex with me on Epstein Island. You are a pedophile. No, I don't want to be sued. But like, that is, like, this idea of, like, oh, you think that young children aren't able to make decisions, they aren't, like, emotionally mature enough to be making these huge decisions? Sounds like maybe you don't think women have rights. Sounds like you actually hate women. No, yeah, that's obviously stupid. So, shut up. Oh my goodness, these guys are so much better than me.
It's something that permeates much of the discourse on trans boys, but I don't actually have time to go into it. Also, I don't really feel like it's my place to speak, but this one This one's really bad.
Okay. So it's worth
That's
noting,
really bad.
like, the person who wrote Irreversible Damage, she is a conservative. She's not like a feminist, so you wouldn't really expect her to be like super pro women's rights.
But the argument isn't about autistic trans people, because they don't actually believe that trans people exist. Listen to what Melissa Midgen has to say.
My take-home message is not any dispute about the existence of gender dysphoria as a set of symptoms and attendant experience, but rather the conflation of GD with transgender.
It's never about helping autistic people or trans people. No, it's just another way to not take these children seriously, to erase their needs and voices. It's also such an infantilizing way of thinking about autistic people. Oh, these little autists don't even know what they're doing. They don't have free will. Their feelings are hard and they are vulnerable, so we should make sure.
Again, it's definitely compounded when they're children. But also, I mean, I don't know, like, what even is autism nowadays? Because it seems like autistic can be anything from, like, just not even... Like, I was, like, watching a video from a guy who I like, who, he was, like, talking about how his brother is, like, so autistic that, like, he can't actually, like, basically he needs to go to, like, a special people's home, and, like, it literally, like, was a major impact on kind of his life and what opportunities were, it was a major impact to him, his brother's life, what opportunities were available to him because of the fact that he had to be there for his, I thought it was going to be his autistic brothers. Like, that's, but then, like, meanwhile, there's, like, some people I know who are normally autistic and they literally just seem like just, like, I don't even know what they're saying. Like, what are you on about? Like, you're just like every other person I know. So, like, with that said, it is a spectrum, and therefore some of these people, I mean, I would say someone who is not capable of living on their own, who is, and like they're autistic. So basically, when I'm talking about, like, the people who don't even talk, like, they're not actually capable of having conversations, I'd say that those people kind of do need to be infantilized in terms of how we understand them. So yeah, I don't know. To me, like, saying like, oh, you're being, like, dismissing autistic people, it's like, well, you know, there's an upper limit to how seriously you can take them when, like, you consider how far it can extend to. But again, the main thing is that they're children.
They don't make these decisions themselves. They can't. Listen,
also, just for the record, I should also say the other thing to bear in mind is that I think that the whole trans thing is stupid, and most of them aren't autistic, meaning just in general, most people are stupid. So, like, even if I'm saying, like, oh, autistic people are stupid for specific autistic reasons, I would still think they were autistic. Sorry, I would still think they were stupid, even if it was for non-autistic reasons. Like, they're still stupid no matter what. It's just that if they're autistic, well, probably the reason they have these stupid ideas is because of very specific, like, ideas they have about, like, categorizations and roles and, like, this desire to kind of simplify society into, like, this system that they can understand, all that kind of stuff.
Gender dysphoria and autism is one where suicidality is even more prevalent, and so is not being listened to. The presence of autism just gives these researchers like Melissa Midgen and Anna Hodgkinson an excuse to not believe what these children are telling them.
We need to take these children
I would still
seriously.
not believe them, even if they were not autistic. It doesn't give me an excuse not to listen to them. It gives me an explanation for why they're saying stuff that's so not worth listening to.
Obviously, but not literally.
Autistic people are rarely listened to, sometimes because we are totally incompetent at...
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. I, like, see, like, there's this, like, thing I see every now and then, which is, like, this autistic thing where it's like, oh, I can't believe that, like, neurotypicals just have this special secret code that they use to talk about stuff. And it's like, yeah, that's language. So I don't know. There's, like, an upper limit to how much you can be listened to if you don't get that, like, how human language works, I would say.
Explaining what we feel, and that feels bad.
Some participants described concerns that their affirmed gender had been questioned due to their autism diagnosis. They viewed it as an obsession, but it's really not the same thing, and I don't know why they thought that.
I don't want to linger on this point too long. It's just that infantilizing autistic people is like really last decade. We aren't just exposed to Rain Man as the only representation in this day and age. Yes.
To be fair, Rain Man,
I think that some of these...
I mean, I would say people didn't really infantilize Rain Man, because he was just like... I mean, at least Rain Man was, you know, like, really smart. But, like, yeah, again, this whole like infantilizing thing. Part of the issue, again, is like you think about like how many autistic people are like obsessed with children's cartoons. Like, yeah, there's just an upper limit to how much you can complain about like, oh, I'm being infantilized. It's like, I'm being infantilized. Just let me watch my Steven's Universe in peace.
Children are autistic, but I don't think this is anything new. It's kind of cringe to go around and do postlude psychiatric evaluations on people. Especially when you have no business doing it, but allow me to be hypocritical for a second, okay? If you go back and read some of the case studies from the 70s and 80s and 90s, it's not as if none of them have an autistic aura. Some of them are definitely
I would be willing to say that... Oh, hello.
Alright, there aren't any theories that fully explain why there's this...
My pausing thing was screwing up. But yeah, I would be willing to say that, yeah, people in the past were also autistic when they were, like, there was a strong correlation between those two things. I think that would make a lot of sense. So, yeah, you're not like, proving something insane here. Goodness me.
Occurrence of GD and ASD. None, really.
Oh,
but yes, a fraction of trans people might be autistic, but honestly, so what? Autism is never brought up in these debates to be more empathetic. It's only brought as a reason to not take people seriously. Maybe...
No, again, like, I think, like, at the end of the day, like, the whole concern here is people kind of being manipulated and believing a load of nonsense which they shouldn't be believing. That's in... I hate myself. Yeah. It is about being sympathetic. It's about, you know, oh, these people, they're not in a position to be understanding what they're doing, and you cannot like that people are saying that, but I think that sentiment... Oh, that was such a bad foul. Oh, no, it wasn't. Okay.
We should take them even more seriously. Since this is the only chapter where I can call myself an expert. I am autistic after all. Have you noticed? Let me just vibe for a sec and throw my own theory into
just
the
for record, again, like, I haven't noticed you're autistic. Like, there is nothing... Like, this is the problem with the whole autism thing. I'm just like, oh, okay, I didn't realize that, like, even slightly. Because, again, what does it even mean? Like, you just seem like every other cringe video essayist. And maybe all of cringe video essayists are autistic. I don't know. It seems like nowadays everyone's autistic. It's like, people just... I don't know. Like, it seems like basically nowadays it's just like autistic just means decided to take the test to see whether you're autistic. Because like, I don't know a single person who's taken that test and not found out they're autistic. So I'm just like... When people are kind of like, hey, Michael, have you ever considered taking one of these autism tests? I'm like, well... The minute I take one of those tests, I'm autistic, it seems. So, like, I don't really care.
It's okay. Autistic people can...
I don't want to take a test just to tell me that I've taken a test. That kind of seems like it's not really achieving very much.
A hard time understanding the underlying structures of society, where things might come naturally to a neurotypical person. An autistic person first need to understand that something is, and then why it is, and then use it. And gender is complicated, come on, that's what this whole video is about.
Yeah.
So the hierarchical normative social structure of gender is observed and replicated in society, but autists might experience it not as a given, but as a confrontation, and ask, why? Not why don't I
except
fit,
the funny thing is though, they're not like smart enough to be like, oh, why? Let me challenge the system. They're like, no, why? Let me obsessively pick this specific place in the system, as if like I just need to find the right, like I need to engage with this system in the right way, because gender criticals are challenging the system. Autistic people who like identify as trans aren't.
Should I? And that's why there are two wolves inside autistic people. You either see through the bullshit and understand that gender is malleable and oftentimes nonsensical. And if that's the case, why should you hold yourself to a non-functioning, fabricated standard? Or you find a simple, quasi-coherent narrative from conservatives.
Chapter 7.
So sorry, just clarify.
Complexity.
The trans narrative is simple. The trans narrative is just whatever you think you are, that's what you are. Yeah, that's pretty simple. Oh, goodness me. This is a disaster. I'm going to lose everything. But yeah, that's a simple narrative.
What binds these people like Hannah Barnes, Anna Hutchinson, Melissa Midgen, Kirsty Entwistle, Helen Joyce, Peter Boghosh, and Jennifer Bilek, and Lisa Littman together is not scientific rigor. I mean, obviously, it's transphobia. There, I said it. I said the magic word. Now the title finally makes sense. But it's not the kind where you hate trans people. I don't really think these people do. Okay, maybe Helen Joyce does, but the other ones, even the Nazi, I don't think they
That's so weird, because Helen Joyce is like the most milquetoast, liberal kind of like good faith. Like, it's so weird to be like, oh no, yeah, if there's one person out there that just hates trans people, just like frothing at the mouth, pure, unadulterated hatred of trans people, obviously that's Helen Joyce. No.
Hate trans people. I just think that they think that trans people don't really exist.
I mean, I don't believe there's any actual instance of trans. I don't believe it's that kind of thing. It's a culture-bound syndrome.
You think the whole thing is no, not the
I believe the whole thing is a culture-bound syndrome.
Oh my god!
But there's no way we're getting. There's no way we're getting another goal.
God, really?
Yeah, completely. Because what does it mean to say that a man can really be a woman in fucking Sammo?
So you
also, hold on a minute. Isn't it a bit weird to be like, oh, I don't think most of these people hate trans people, except for Helen Joyce. She probably, definitely does hate trans people. And then to be like, but, you know, what they do as opposed to hating trans people is they, you know, don't think they exist. And then you show evidence of this in the form of Helen Joyce saying she doesn't think trans people exist. Surely, like, that doesn't really make any sense. Like, I don't know. I don't really get what you're on about there. And then we do this, and then we bring on our little centre back. Macomb. Yeah, we're not in a position to be bringing on our... this is a Hail Mary. I'm not going to listen to the rest of the video. Okay, no, we'll listen to the rest of the video. I just want to, like... I want to lock in. That's all I want to do.
Like Buck Angel or any of these people who literally have something in their brain?
Absolutely not.
Or maybe that one in like 10,000 is trans, but 99% of people who say they're trans are trying to deceive not only society, but also themselves. Honestly, this is rarely any better than hating trans people. So this is the one chapter where I will not be debunking whatever Hannah Barnes wrote in her book. I'm not going to cover these children's trauma. Sure, whatever. They might have complex backgrounds, but I don't really care. Using trauma as an argument for why these children might not be trans is, I think, kind of disgusting. And my arguments against it would be the same as for autism. So what?
No, I'm locking in. I'm locking in. Okay. Gotta do this. We gotta do this. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Okay. You got the ball. Just need to make something happen here. This is it. This is what dreams are made of. This guy has full energy. Shit. This is it. This is the do or die moment. This is it. This is the do... We've not won. We're done. Come on. Come on. Back. Send it back there. Send it back there. Send it back. Yes. We're back in. We're on. We're on. Okay. Thompson. Oh, he's got full... Nope. We're done. Guys, we're going to lose the league. Were they at least a good team? What was their rating? I could have scored. Look. Okay, that wasn't that good. But what were like the match stats? Okay, they had slightly more possession. We had this... Okay, like, that was... I don't know, whatever. I had more pass accuracy than them. We have to see where we rank in the league. We've lost. Guys, this is over. Is this an easy mode CPU or something? I don't know what you mean by easy mode CPU. Are you like making fun of me because like it seems laggy? I don't know what you're saying. I'm gonna cry. And neither of us like each other, but the fact of the matter is we've got to do this stupid stream lest we, I don't know, make something more productive of our lives, and that would be the true tragedy. Let's go.
Sure. whatever. They might have complex backgrounds, but I don't really care. Using trauma as an argument for why these children might not be trans is, I think, kind of disgusting, and my arguments against it would be the same as for autism. So what? If you still want an answer, a quick one, gender dysphoria is not caused by trauma. Asterisk. Gender itself might be caused by trauma.
Hey, zombie pup. How's it going? Yes. I think really at this point it's just a question of how much can I progress the fate of York City FC before we finish the debunking video. In a way, like 4 hours and blah blah blah. It seems like a really long time, but in my head I imagine it's like taking a month of responding. And you kind of realize actually if you're reacting to something in like hour-long sessions, even 4 hours, you'll do it pretty quickly.
Oh, climbing the mountain is an allegory for gender. Anyways, that's a discussion for another time and for people smarter than me. But if you want to know more, you should probably read Gender Without Identity.
I think we should just sim the match. I mean, I don't really want to sim a match. It feels cheat. No, I'm not going to sim a match. You can't make me.
So instead I want to look at what happens when you don't believe that trans people exist. And this is the narrative that binds these people together. That men are men and women are women. So simple. Okay, but what does it...
Okay, so to clarify a point, men certainly are objectively men and women certainly are objectively women. I mean, there's no ambiguity there, obviously. Then the question becomes, how do you define men and how do you define women? Indeed, I suppose actually in many ways, we are not the ones who would say men are men and women are women. We would make a point of saying that men are biological males and women are biological females, because to say men are men and women are women, that's kind of circular, and that's what these people are saying. On Twitch, it still says you are playing Oblivion. Yes, maybe somebody doesn't know how to do anything on Twitch. I'm not saying... Anyway, look, have you noticed how I'm actually supporting the team? The Reds. The Reds! But yeah, that's something I should probably fix, especially because I am now playing a consistent game, but I don't know. It's just so annoying. To be honest, I'm not on top of anything in my life right now. Like, there is nothing that's going the way it should be, so... Like, I'm pretty much just stumbling from one moment to the next, and as such, I do not have the wherewithal to actually get all my ducks in a row. It doesn't really matter, thank you, that's actually very important to me.
Actually entail that men are men and women are women. How can you then explain trans people? And the answer to this is much more complex than just accepting.
Okay, whatever. I don't know. Like, that's obviously a really dumb thing to say. Like, how can you explain trans people if men are men and women? Oh, by the way, let me know if there's a serious discrepancy in the volume. Just because, you know, that's important. Yeah, obviously, like, we all know that's not actually... It's not really coherent to say that this is an inconsistency.
That trans people exist. To do this, I think we need a very short explanation of where trans comes from. In the Western world, the trans condition can seem like a very new thing. What's called transgender today was, until pretty recently, known as transsexual. And the word transsexual was only introduced to the English language in the early 1950s. Transsexual was made as a distinction to transvestite. It became apparent to Harry Benjamin in the 1950s, one of the people who coined the term transsexual, the transsexual phenomenon, how some of these men didn't just dress as women, no, they felt like women. They were in all but physical appearance, and sometimes also even in physical appearance, women. What defined them as men was not themselves, but their surroundings. This is in contrast to transvestite, which Benjamin described as being primarily interested in the aesthetics of the opposite sex, but not actually belonging to the opposite sex. The term transvestite was...
Yeah, obviously, I just want to say, you can like define these terms, and yeah, absolutely there is a difference. And like, it's worth noting that actually the fact that there is a sort of sociological reality to all of this trans stuff, and that is worth recognizing, is really an argument for the gender critical position, because I think we have a better understanding. I should give this goalie some time playing. Yeah, we have a better understanding of how these categorizations can be formed. Like, we can recognize that there is a difference between a transvestite, a cross-dresser, a whatever else, like gynophile, like all of these terms, they have distinct meanings, and even if some of them just describe, basically things that we think are complete nonsense, they still do have meanings. So yeah, I just want to stress that even when you're like pointing out all of these distinctions, yeah, this actually bolsters the gender critical recognition that these sociological realities exist, but they are not equivalent to being a woman. Like biological males can have all sorts of different relationships to gender expression and all sorts of stuff going on in that regard, but none of that makes them women. I feel like I should turn on the main light. Do I want to? No, I don't actually. Okay.
Only coined in 1910 by Magnus Hirschfeld, one of the first and also most important sexologists. He dedicated a whole book to cross-dressing. Die Transvestiten, eine Untersuchung über den
We're gonna get to the incident. The burning.
Erotischen Verkleidungstrieb. In English, that's transvesticism, the act of erotic cross-dressing. Maybe the distinction between transvestite and transsexual was also made simply because operations became a possibility. Some of the people from Hirschfeld's book were only labeled transvestites, I think, because transsexual or third gender or whatever wasn't part of the vocabulary.
They know all too well that a profound contradiction exists between their bodies and their souls. Therefore, one can understand all too well that most of them wish they'd been born female.
It's not like this hadn't ever been documented before, even by earlier sexologists. I haven't seen anyone mention this, but since I took the time to read through several 100-year-old books on sexology, you are gonna hear it now. German Richard von Kraft-Ebing.
I think like the issue with all of this is you're kind of admitting, because usually we would say, oh yeah, what a bunch of Victorians, well they weren't Victorians, but whatever, people from ye olden days thought about sex is generally not something you'd want to take to the bank as totally credible, what you should 100% be committed to believing as authoritative, because obviously not. And especially when you're talking about like what these people would have thought about women, and if these people thought that the men they were talking about were in some sense women, well, that's no good. So yeah, basically, the fact that you're like making a point of even bringing up that so much of this comes from these crazy German sexologists is kind of going against your point. Oh, this is so in. Okay.
Psychopathia Sexualis from 1886 also describes a couple of people who would now go under the term transgender. He just calls it transmutatio sexus. The English sexologist Havelock Ellis used some other cool terms.
Hello Mojo Jojo Joju lol.
Sexo-aesthetic inversion, or eonism, in Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 2 from 1915. Trans people have always existed. Anyways.
Okay, no, you haven't shown, just because you've shown that people have described something like trans people does not mean you've shown that they always existed. Like the amount of like near shots I've had just then is ridiculous. And again, like the obvious analogy here would be to religion. Like just because there have always been religions does not mean that God has always existed. That was filthy. Oh my goodness. That was a long time coming. I mean, this must be a really bad team because I'm playing on my second squad. Oh, let's watch that again. Okay, go away. Close the don't show again. Okay, look at this. How do I hide this now again? Outside the box, just across the face of the goal. Oh, it's so naughty. Through all those, it's like low. Like that's the thing. You got to keep it low, because if you keep, you got to have the power, but you got to keep it low so that the keeper can't like get down to it. Oh, it's just so good. Anyway, yeah, like that's I think the best analogy you can make. Showing that loads of people have been talking about God or the supernatural or anything like that, that doesn't prove that God or the supernatural have existed. In the exact same sense, showing that loads of people have theorized all these ideas about trans people existing, that doesn't prove they've always existed. Now, if you wanted to say that, there have always been people who think that, well, even then you haven't really got the argument, because actually there weren't, like all of this kind of scientific theorization didn't, so-called scientific, didn't exist until, like, the time you're describing. Like, you're basically describing a very specific time in history and saying, look, they always existed. Yeah, obviously that doesn't make any sense. There is, like, that story of the Roman emperor who really wanted to be called a woman. And that's the thing. Like, I could imagine that, because, I mean, like, my explanation for kind of so-called gender dysphoria would be that lots of people are aware of these kind of expectations of masculinity and femininity. Lots of people feel unable to live up to them and in some way constrained by them. And as such, a lot of people then say, well, if these are the expectations of being a man or woman, clearly that just means I must not be a man or woman. And I mean, obviously you can then just apply that to sexuality, right? I mean, it makes sense that in a society that has certain ideas of how men and women should live. And, I mean, obviously we're talking about the European sexologists, but it is worth noting that, there are non-European cultures that have had these sort of spiritual, entirely unapologetically non-scientific conceptions of trans identity. And basically, in that context, a lot of that is about sexuality. Like in Africa, there's a lot of stuff about, like, oh, if you are the submissive male in a homosexual relationship, that means you're actually not a man. So don't worry, everyone. The guy who's on top, he's not gay. As long as you're wearing the trousers in the sexual relationship, you're not gay. So yeah, basically, like, all of that does exist, and all of that has probably existed for a long time. So that was fun. Own goal. Okay, whatever. This is just, there's too much going on. Anyway, basically, that's the thing. It probably is true that there's always been something like this, but the issue is, trans ideology is this theorized thing, this ideologically, trans identity is this ideologically constructed thing, and therefore it's only existed for as long as the ideologies existed. And the ideologies only existed for little more than a century. And if we're recognizing that trans identity now can mean something that has very little to do with anything material and is just about, kind of a feeling and all of this, sort of Judith Butler stuff, well, you can see where I'm going with that. It's only really existed for like 40 years. And that's not, so basically less than half a century. So yeah, I think we can be quite comfortable in saying that this whole trans identity thing, it's not always existed.
What's important is the very framing we can observe in the history of sexology. In essence, the history of sexology is about the dividing the abnormal from the normal, the natural from the unnatural, the perverse from the pure. In Heinrich Kahn's Psychopathia Sexualis from 1844, noted as the very first academic book on sexology, we can see this illustrated perfectly. On one side there's coitus, and on the other side it's everything else. Things that are still seen as heinous today, and for good reason. Bestiality, necrophilia, pederasty, but also more normal things such as onanism and frotting and scissoring, which Kahn labels lesbian love. And all things perverse, Kahn.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm just gonna out myself as someone who's, still pure. I don't know what frotting is, but I'm pretty sure it's like... I don't know. I'm pretty sure frotting is weird, isn't it? Like, isn't that like actually kind of gross? I just don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure, like, whatever. I'm in my head. I'm like, I feel like I've heard that before, and I have heard what it is before, and I'd be like, oh, that sounds dodgy.
Calls couples to inferior races, the opposite of the pure white breed. Kahn was a super racist. I'd love to tell you that research has evolved beyond good and evil, but then I wouldn't be talking about it now, would I?
It's a fascinating part
okay, just for the record, you are allowed to talk about the, the past. Like, it doesn't have to be the case that it still is as it always was for you to be recognizing how it used to be. But yeah, I'm not sure. Let's hear what the argument here is about. The research has evolved beyond good and evil. Oh, hello.
You talk about a condition called, I think it's pronounced autogynephilia?
Autogynephilia.
Gynephilia.
I mean, the best estimate of the number of men who are erotic cross-dressers is about 3%.
Really?
So some share of those men, it's not just about the clothes for them, it's about the whole idea of being a woman. That's what's erotic. They imagine being a woman when they're making love. They imagine being a woman, turns them on to just
do anything that is coded female.
Autogynephilia.
Okay, so just to clarify, he was like, oh, you know, I'd like to tell you that this is not like we've moved on from talking about good and evil. And then he provides this example where Helen Joyce, to be fair, didn't say that what she's describing is evil. She just identified it as a thing. So that doesn't even, like, it doesn't actually show what he's saying. And the problem is that, again, you can... so he's reading into this that Helen Joyce thinks this is an intrinsically evil thing. By the way, I don't even imagine Helen Joyce would necessarily say that autogynephilia in itself is morally problematic. I think what she would probably say is that... And she might not even say this much, but she would obviously say, well, like, trans people, trans-identified males, living out their trans identity is a problem for all sort of sociological, you know, like reasons as it relates to women's rights. And she also might say that that's especially true because they're living out a fetish. And like that's basically, it's morally wrong to make other people around you unwilling participants in your autoerotic fetish. That's something she might say. She might not even say that, though. She could, like, again, it is possible that actually her entire objection, morally speaking, to trans identity is the fact that you're taking away women's spaces. And it doesn't matter whether you're doing that because it turns you on or just because you're, you know, like some kind of queer theory, postmodernist, whatever. So that's a possibility. And therefore, it doesn't even seem like she is actually necessarily making a moral criticism of autogynephilia. But then there's also the fact that even if she was saying that, just because someone has a moral judgment about a particular, let's say, sexual proclivity, that doesn't prove that the entire theorization of that thing is totally about moral good versus moral evil. So, yeah, none of this really makes any sense. But again, I don't even know whether or not... I kind of would imagine that Helen Joyce would be... Because she seems, broadly speaking, to be a liberal. Even though this guy has previously tried to characterize her as a card-carrying Nazi, pretty much. But no, in reality, she's broadly a liberal. I imagine she kind of would have the opinion of, well, if a man wants to be turned on by imagining himself as a woman, that's his prerogative, whatever. But just don't... One, maybe don't do it around other people. Two, definitely don't take away women's rights to single-sex spaces based on that. But to be honest, don't do that anyway, so yeah.
Is how some people explain away what they can see with their own eyes. That trans people exist, and with that, trans joy exists.
Okay, again, it's not... Okay, so he's gonna... But I was just gonna say, we don't need an explanation for trans people existing. Again, atheists don't need... Well, you could maybe say they need a mild explanation, but people who disagree with an idea don't really need an explanation for why people disagree with them. Yeah, they'll maybe have like some concept of like why it is that people come up with these ideas. For the record, I think we can talk about why it is people came up with these ideas. I kind of have already presented that just in this video so far. Let me have a little drink break. But yeah, the idea that like we've arrived at autogynephilia because we're desperately scrounging. What's the phrase? Like scrabbling? I can't think what it is. But we're desperately trying to find some sort of explanation. That's really not the case. And as for the whole, oh, well, you know, trans joy exists and this is very confusing for them, which I guess is what he's about to say. Again, we don't really need an explanation for why people feel happy when their delusions are being accommodated. But when you're talking about mental health, happiness can be a dangerous thing. You know, they say that depressed people actually feel like they can sometimes give indications of feeling happier when they're about to take their own lives because they feel like that's the solution to their problems. So actually, we don't really need an explanation for why so-called trans joy exists in order to be critical of many aspects of how trans ideology is conceived of by those who believe in it. Because actually, even if they do have this sense of joy, that could be part of their malformed conception of things and dangerous. And oh goodness me, that was such a bad foul, but I didn't get a red, so good.
Exists as well. But they see trans not as a natural, neutral state of being, but regresses it back in history as a continuation of transvesticism, just taken to the nth degree. They skew Harry Benjamin's argument and erases trans.
Again, there's, as with a lot of things, they are kind of different in terms of substance, but yes, also in a sense only different in terms of degree. Like, it is true that someone could be more or less of a crossdresser, if you like, and that doesn't necessarily then cause them to become trans. It isn't just like, you know, you've got someone who cross-dresses a little, and then if they cross-dress loads, they become trans. And it is because, of course, the thing with like transgender identity is that it may well have literally nothing to do with cross-dressing, which is, say, transvestitism. But and that's kind of one of the almost criticisms, especially like intellectually, because people will say, well, at least being a transvestite and a crossdresser, at least that is a material thing. At least that has genuine sociological implications compared to trans identity, which is just totally made up. So in that sense, they're not really, like, it's not as if one is just a more extreme version of the other, because actually being transgender can sometimes be less extreme than being a transvestite in terms of its actual material implications and the amount it demands of the person who has that identity.
Transsexuals or transgenders. Instead, autogynephiles are men who get off on not just dressing as women, but actually being women. Autogynephiles, they argue...
Sorry, I like how the clip he showed presented someone not accurately pronouncing autogynephile, and then included Helen Joyce correcting him on the pronunciation of autogynephile, and he has then proceeded to mispronounce it, to be fair, not as incorrectly as the other guy said. I think autogynephile. They're really into genies. They really want those 3 wishes. But he's still saying autogynephile, which is not... Yeah, I don't know. It's just a bit weird to literally include the pronunciation being corrected. And maybe this is like a funny joke. I don't know. Like German sense of humor, as they say.
Men, deviant perverts who like being women and who like dating women. Ooh. Now, there are a couple of problems with this idea. First of all, there's absolutely no scientific basis to it. Cisgender women get often...
Okay, yeah. So again, I will say I'm kind of right that what I initially said when I went into this video was that this is just going to be him making a lot of the classic arguments we've all heard many times before, and so far this does seem to be the case. And here, of course, he's kind of, you know, making the standard argument against autogynephilia of like, oh, there's no evidence for it. And I can just make the standard response I always make, which is, again, I mean, I wouldn't exactly advise this, but go on to like 4chan, or even like nowadays, I feel like Reddit's actually got almost more perverted, mostly because it's become, like, Reddit used to just be a bunch of like straight white male dudes, and you know, we're all perverts, us straight white males, but in a way where it doesn't really feel perverted because our perversion is just so normalized. It's kind of just like, yep, that's just like sexuality at this point. So, you know, like it was all kind of, you know, whatever, lots of porn, but kind of normal porn. Whereas now I feel like Reddit has become more left-wing and as such more, as you say, queer. But yeah, with that said, you can go onto Reddit. Again, I wouldn't advise it. But the point is that you will see just lots of, I mean, not like in I'm not going to pretend like this is just on the front page or something, but there is this evident phenomenon that you'll see if you spend any time looking at kind of trans spaces of these people who sexualize being trans. Like, it's just a really common thing. And what I've always pointed out is that it would be really bizarre. Thank you, Hannah. It would be really bizarre to suggest that there exists this group of men who are clearly turned on by the idea of being women, and there exists this group of men who claim that they are women, and that these two groups of men have nothing to do with each other. Never mind the fact that sometimes we just know they have something to do with each other because they're unambiguously hanging out in trans spaces. But yeah, even just like the problem is you'd have to be, if you're going to say, oh no, this isn't a trans issue, you'd have to be claiming that these dudes exist. But yeah, they've just got nothing to do with the trans issue, and that just seems bizarre.
Themselves just as much as trans women do. to they strictly value the pure.
Okay, and then you get the whole like, oh, women love themselves just as much as trans people do. Again, the issue here is that the criticism I don't think is of trans people loving themselves. Like, this is just a common misunderstanding. The criticism is it's very much tied up with the central thing, which is what really matters, which is that trans identity is a claim about reality that has not sufficiently been evidenced. And as like within that context, as a criticism of the idea of trans identity, the only thing that really matters about autogynephilia is that it's not, oh, he got injured. The only thing that really matters about autogynephilia is it's not a sufficient basis for claiming that a biological male can be a woman.
Purity of femininity of trans women who date men, they call these people homosexual transsexuals, over the queer femininity of trans women who date women. So a pure or perverse dichotomy within the trans condition.
Any trans woman who is not exclusively attracted to men and who has not been very feminine from early childhood, which is kind of the stereotype. Any trans woman who's not like that is motivated by autogynephilia.
The book that...
Yeah, see, like, here's the thing, and this is kind of the other thing with, like, the autogynephilia malarkey, is that a lot of it's just based on the fact that it's a very simplistic dichotomy. And you know what? It is a simplistic dichotomy. That... To just say, like, there's only these kind of, like, hyper-feminine, homosexual trans people. I think that what's the phrase, like HSTS? Oh, goodness me. Homosexual, transsexual. And then there's autogynephiles and autogynephiles. There we go. That's me mispronouncing it. And that's it. Obviously, that's nonsense because, like, one of the primary issues with the trans thing is that it's such a meaningless concept. Please don't go in at the last minute, thank God. It's such a meaningless concept that anybody could be trans. You know, there's all sorts, like, there isn't really any decent theorization you could do about it that should be compelling to most people. So, yeah, if you want to say, like, oh, this is a very simplistic conception of things, I would absolutely agree. But that's not really an argument against it. Hello, Jeremy. Heading to finals right now, so that's, like, for university or something? I guess? Finals? I assume you're not talking about my footballing career, because we are going to the FA Cup final, no doubt. But yeah, good luck with that.
Popularized the theory was written like a bad Wattpad story. The researchers actively drool over hot women in this book.
I start upstairs to get the panel.
Yeah, and look, I've already kind of addressed, this is like everything that's already covered in ContraPoints' autogynephilia video. I just don't really care about it. And I will say this, and I think this is something I've kind of said before, I don't like this argument of, oh, these guys spoke about HSTSs as if they were, like, attractive and as if they were attracted to them. And the thing with that is I actually think, honestly, in the interest of being honestly, that was a bit redundant, but yeah, we have to admit that sometimes just talking about whether certain groups are more or less attractive is worth stressing. Let me say it right now. There are some trans people, some trans women, so-called, who are more attractive than other trans women. And I think there are sociological implications to that. I'm not going to, and again, I don't want to really get into the question of who's hotter. I mean, you guys all know. You know who are the hot trans people. But there are all sorts of sociological implications for that, especially when you consider the fact that there's a reality that a lot of trans-identified males end up going into so-called sex work. Well, yeah, obviously recognizing, oh, how attractive these people. I've read an article before, like a proper academic article on straight men, supposedly, who are attracted to trans women, so-called. And again, the article kind of just had to get into the question of how attractive do men find these women. So I just want to say that, one, obviously I don't really care. Like, it's not a legitimate criticism to point out that some of the people who originally theorized the idea of this autogynephilia versus HSTS dichotomy were horny or whatever, because you don't have to be speaking that kind of language to confirm this point. But I also think it's worth noting that sometimes actually we should just allow for people to be honest about like and kind of open about sexuality in the interest of having like a proper, actual, worthwhile discussion.
Panoramic view, and I see Kim for the first time on the stairs, dancing, posing.
I accommodated this guy without even meaning to. I said, boss might make a request. Yeah, I already helped him out. I literally did it on the day. Awesome.
She is spectacular, exotic, and sexy. Her body is incredibly curvaceous, which is a clue that it...
And I also think the other thing I should say, because it's worth noting, there is no inconsistency, because I think something people act like is as if there is this hypocrisy in being critical of the trans thing. And by the way, other thing, just on top of all of this, there's so many levels of wrong here. Ray Blanchard, who originally theorized the whole trans thing, he didn't, he's not really gender critical. Actually, a lot of gender critical people have criticized Ray Blanchard for the fact that he is so pro-trans. And they're like, oh, this guy's a little bit into the whole trans thing, isn't he? So, yeah, basically, I'm not about it. I don't think it's particularly convincing. And then, I was going to say something else. Wait, what was it? So one, he's pro-trans. What was the other one? What was I going to say, guys? Help me out. I can't think. It's not gonna come to me. Sexual trans. Oh no, yeah, sorry. The other thing was going to be, it's also worth noting, it isn't actually hypocritical for someone to be anti-trans, critical of the trans thing, while at the same time finding so-called trans women attractive. Because again, there's lots of ideas I disagree with, and that doesn't preclude the possibility of me finding the people who uphold those ideas attractive. No one would argue that it is insane that someone would be critical of Islam but find, Middle Eastern, your kind of typical women who are likely to be Muslim, find those type of women attractive. That's not really an argument. So actually, there would be no inconsistency in me saying, yeah, I find that trans identity is complete nonsense, but you know what? Some of these trans people who believe in that, I think they're pretty all right looking. It's just not actually even a hypocrisy in the first place.
It may not be natural. And I notice a very subtle and not unattractive angularity of the face, which is also not clearly diagnostic on this tall siren. It is difficult to avoid viewing Kim from two perspectives, as a researcher, but also as a single heterosexual man.
Yeah, personally, I would not say this kind of stuff. But I say, as such, all power to those who just go for it. They're just like, yep, let me lay my cards on the table. This is where I'm at. It's like, you know what? Fair play to you.
Afterwards, my avowedly heterosexual male research assistant told me that he would gladly have had sex with her. Even knowing Kim...
It's just bros being bros. Can I just say that? It's just a bunch of dudes being dudes. And can you really hate that?
Still possess the penis.
And these people don't take...
Oh, look, I've said this before. I've said this many times. I actually, to me, I would actually find it a little bit weirder if there wasn't the penis there. Because then I would know what happened to that penis. And I'd be like... Oh, no, I don't want to think about that operation. So that's kind of... That's where I'm at, personally. I'm like... Honestly, if I had to have sex with a biological male, I think I would actually rather there was a penis there than have a mind towards by what means there came to not be a penis there. Oh, I thought I was going to get that.
Focus on cock and balls into account at all, or penis theory, or penis envy, or anything. And of course, it doesn't account for the rise in...
Well, penis envy, that's like a Freud thing, which is... and if anything, I feel like trans activists tend to prefer Freud... I think gender-critical people tend to be very much not into Freud, so it's a bit weird to bring up penis envy.
Teenage girls, but that's why the theory also needs ROGD to work, to balance the deviant men with the pure, innocent girls. Ugh.
Again, seriously, just to clarify, it's this obsession with this idea of there needs to be a theory. You don't need a grand theory for every single idea that you just don't think is true. Like, actually, you can just say, oh yeah, I think there's this claim that people are making, and I just don't think this claim is actually correct. That's fine. You can say that. And again, like, whatever. Political theories, if you don't think that free will exists, you don't need a grand theory of why people think it does, where you're like getting into the psychology and the sociology of everything. That was also a really nice shot. Like, I kind of, I didn't want to get too distracted because whatever, we don't want to act too cool. We don't want to be like Dude Perfect, where like every single trick shot's the most incredible thing ever.
Nothing good or right about the story of autogynephilia, only that it fits into the narrative of the dichotomy of pure or perverse, of woman.
Again, this doesn't really make any sense, because you're saying it fits into the narrative of the dichotomy of pure and perverse. But I mean, listen to what he just said.
Or man.
So that would be my...
Okay, so, but that's the thing. It doesn't fit into the dichotomy of woman or man, because the autogynephilia dichotomy is between homosexual transsexuals and autogynephiles. That is the dichotomy, and in that dichotomy, both of those people are women who claim to be men. So, like, it's just not part of the dichotomy at all, and it's not a dichotomy between women and men. Certainly gender-critical people aren't out here claiming that all autogynephiles are men and all HSTSs are women. Indeed, the homosexual thing there, when we're talking about people who are attracted to men, kind of very much gives away the fact that actually they're men. And of course, that's the other weird thing about this, which is a lot of the time, HSTSs will be more likely to just admit that they are men. Like, a lot of the people who've kind of, like, because there are some trans people who've reached out to me and said, oh, I do agree with you, because I think there's, like, lots of aspects of the whole trans thing that are complete nonsense. And most of the time, those same people, it becomes pretty obvious, are basically homosexual. They are attracted to men. They want to kind of embody this typical, traditional, stereotypical feminine role of this, like, submissiveness and all that kind of, like, basically set gay bottoms. That's it. In fact, I even saw, like, there was this one person who, like, actually said to me, oh, I'm pro-trans, but I actually agree with you about some of the criticisms you make, blah, 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 blah. And then I later saw, like, because I was like, oh, whatever, I can enjoy the fact that there are some trans people who follow, or, who appreciate me. I'll give this person a follow, because they kind of messaged me on Twitter. And then, like, a little while later, I saw them, and they basically said, why wouldn't, if you're a gay man, or sorry, if you're a gay bottom, they said, which is, I assume we all know our terminology. If you're a gay bottom, why wouldn't you just become a woman? At that point, like, what's the difference? So, again, that kind of communicates the sentiment that person had. But the point is, obviously, the fact that they agreed with me in some sense, like, oh, you have some point, speaks to the fact that there are a lot of HSTSs who will be more willing to either give gender criticals some credence, or indeed straight up admit, if we're being honest, I'm actually a man. Case in point, Blair White is, if anything, a HSTS. Like, she is... Oh, that's for instance. But yeah, basically, Blair is attracted to men in a relationship with a man, presents in a much more stereotypical, traditional, feminine way. I don't think you could fairly say that Blair is an autogynephile. So yeah, the point is, none of this really makes sense in terms of being a dichotomy between men and women.
Evolutionary psychology explanation. We have heterosexuality and we have everything else, and among the everything else, we have those things that are not harmful and those things that are.
This is Ray Blanchard, the inventor of the theory of autogynephilia, but he's just a researcher. The one who popularized autogynephilia is Michael Bailey. It was his horny writings I showed you before. He did it through his book, The Man Who Would Be Queen.
Anybody who is sufficiently interested can Google The Man Who Would Be Queen.
And I want to give you another little excerpt, which I think will make all this rambling make a lot more sense. When Bailey wrote the book in 2003...
Sorry, I like all this rambling. Like, he hasn't really rambled at all. He's pretty, like, he's just been pretty direct about what he's saying. Like, you can, like, essentially this is just the same logic that would see anything called rambling. You've basically just shown someone explaining their position and their justification for that position and be like, yep, there they are, rambling. And I don't know, that just seems a bit dumb to me.
Transgender was still called transsexualism, and it was labeled as a mental disorder. And this is wrong. Not only is this whole video about trans people literally just being normal people, but we know for a fact it's wrong.
Right. What do you mean by saying literally just being normal people? Because I, as a biological male, do not believe myself to be a woman. Again, it's kind of just, I don't know what you mean by just normal people. And by the way, it's also a bit weird because people with mental disorders are also just normal people. Like, it's a bit weird because I have an anxiety disorder, certainly. There's lots of people who have all sorts of different mental health issues nowadays. And so, yeah, it's kind of this weird thing of being like, it's almost like double wrong. Because on the one hand, saying like, oh, trans people, being trans isn't a mental disorder because trans people are just like normal people. A lot of people who have pretty unambiguous mental disorders should still be rightly understood as just like normal people, in that, you know, they're not like complete weirdos or freaks. They're just like regular people who you wouldn't think too much of if you just like met them on the street or whatever. But then the flip side to that is also trans people, if anything, are less like just normal regular people, and that they're much more likely to be constantly presenting their whole trans thing in every aspect of their life. Like, I have an anxiety disorder, I get panic attacks, but most people aren't aware of that. That's not like something that massively impacts my life. If I was, and therefore I can say, you know, I'm just like a normal person. Like, most people don't look at me and go, oh, there's Panic Attack McGee. But if I were trans, people, again, would be probably a fair bit more likely to know that. So, yeah, this seems like nonsense.
10 years later, in 2013, a new version of the diagnostic manual, kind of the dictionary of psychiatry, was released. With that, transsexualism was relabeled to transgender, and gender identity.
Okay, so again, this is just a appeal to authority. You know, trans medical science was terrible because they used to think that being trans was a mental disorder, and they were wrong when they thought that. But now the DSM-5 has been released, and they don't think it's a mental disorder. And obviously they're always right, so therefore it must now definitely not be a mental disorder. No, like, if you're going to say that they were wrong in the past, you can't now say the fact they've changed their mind is definitive, authoritative proof that the truth is now different, because you didn't think that they had the authority to determine the truth when you disagreed with them. So yeah, this is just not really an argument.
Disorder became gender dysphoria. And then it was no longer recognized as a mental disorder. In 2003, none of this had happened yet, of course, but in his book, Bailey described...
Okay, yeah, so literally the entirety of his argument for it's not a mental disorder was just, one, that they are just normal people like everyone else, which again, normal isn't really like it's not a very analytic word to be using, but insofar as, you know, I could just imagine what normal means. Lots of people who have mental disorders are pretty normal, more normal than I think your average trans person. So, yeah. And then, apart from that, just obviously that, oh, well, the DSM-5, they changed, so therefore it's no longer a mental disorder because, you know, now they say it's not. I think the argument that people actually... So I'm just going to do this guy a favor and make an argument for him. The only argument I've really seen for the claim that being trans is not a mental disorder is that they'll say, well, a mental disorder is something that causes someone issues in their life for which they need some sort of medical treatment. And the argument is, well, trans people don't need medical treatment, therefore it's not a mental disorder. Like, someone can be trans, which of course is funny because that means it's only therefore not become a mental disorder in that it is now being defined into meaninglessness. So, yeah, but that's like the main argument I've heard, that essentially because trans identity is not something that actually demands these medical changes in and of itself, it's therefore not a mental disorder. But of course, you know, it whatever. Like, there's all sorts of issues there. I really don't think it's too much of a challenge to respond to that by saying, well, you know, that's not a massively helpful way to be defining terms. But even then, this guy didn't actually make that argument. That's just an argument he could have made.
And how some people, the anti-gender identity disorder folk, didn't think that being trans was a disorder. No, they argued being trans was not wrong. It was just society who had deemed it so. And society, not trans people, society was mistaken.
Oh yeah, so that's the other thing. Sorry, I missed that off. So basically, there are people who will say, well, the thing is, the reason why trans isn't a mental disorder is because it only does someone harm because of the attitude of society. And if society changed their attitude, then there wouldn't be any issues with being trans. Therefore, it's not a mental health issue. So yeah.
Bailey saw this as ideological grandstanding. He wrote, "Who can really hope to change society?" Bailey doesn't really believe that he holds the power to change society. Society, to him, is sort of...
Was that a foul? I'm really interested. Offside. Okay, that was offside, to be fair. I just completely misjudged that.
Calcified. What there is probably there for a reason, and that reason is probably a good one. How are we to know anyways? But I argue, Bailey, you are more wrong than you can possibly comprehend. Not only did the anti-gender identity disorder vote actually manage to change the definition, but so did Bailey. And as I've shown, the very field of sexology, what is deemed right and wrong, the history and evolution of understanding of trans people, the very words themselves have not only been changed, but have been invented during the past 200 years. We absolutely can change the course of history. We can change society. We can create a better world. Isn't that the point?
Sorry,
isn't the
again,
point?
Like, I don't know what you mean, but you're talking about we can create a better world. Literally, all you've been speaking about this entire time is just like all of these weird, like overly analytic terms to describe, like basically used by sexologists. If that's like what when you're like looking to, how can we imagine creating a better world? The first thing you're thinking about is like, well, let's look at how sexologists are defining terms. It's like, that's not really, in my view, as important of a thing as you seem to think it is. That's not to me like the standout, yes, we did it. We made the world a better place because now sexologists are using different language. I don't know, that's not as convincing to me as some big victory as it seems to be for you. Right.
To change society. But within those words, who can really hope to change society, lies also an admission. Bailey hasn't thought about changing it. Why should he? He's perfectly content. It's nice when things make sense. It's nice when they're opposite neat categories. But it's wrong. Every point I go through shows it to be wrong. There's no scientific argument that shows that trans...
Let's just bear in mind, there has not really been a single argument from this guy at all. Like, nothing he's actually said has functioned to change anyone's mind about anything. And again, I don't even care about this. Like, none of this really matters. Like, even if he was right about every single criticism he has of these sexologists, it still wouldn't prove a biological male can be a woman. So he could literally be right about all this. And I have no reason to want to defend any of this, but he is just wrong. Hello, Blake. Isn't most interpretation of trans ideology technically unfalsifiable, since they argue male/female are distinct from man/woman, despite them still finding it offensive to call it a male? Yeah, I would say, I mean, yeah, it's unfalsifiable because they're not really defining terms, so it means the claims they're making don't really have any substance.
People do not exist, and that is no moral argument either. Only a reliance on a system of good and evil with roots in religious fundamentalism. And
no, what are you talking about? Like, nobody's like mentioned like good and evil here. And again, like it's just a bit weird that you're talking about the guys who are like, oh, I tell you who's really hot, a bunch of like gay men who like to dress as women and presumably get buggered up the arse. And yeah, you know what? They're pretty awesome. They're great. But I just don't like these autogynephiles. I would say that the people who are saying like that gay men dressing up as women and getting banged by dudes, I'd say the people saying that they're like the more reasonable ones are probably not super into oppressive religious stuff. That's just kind of like that's sort of like, it doesn't really pick up or let's say communicate a religious repression vibe to me, being like, yeah, just obsessing over the sexy homosexuals. It doesn't really, you get what I'm saying? Maybe someone's going to disagree here, but I just feel like, to me, I'm not aware of that as a enduring religious theme, except for maybe insofar as many religions do have a bit of religious hypocrisy in some aspects of their leadership. So, maybe there have been some religious people who have privately thought, oh, I'm secretly into the gays. But I don't think you can say that's, oh, the referee took the ball. I don't think it can be said that is really fundamental to religious tenets. Oh, I'm just now seeing that my typo showed up despite me deleting it, damn it. I actually, wait, what was your... Oh, is it just that your typo was that you said isn't instead of aren't? Yeah, whatever. I don't mind about that. We don't have grammar here. Let's watch while we check out these. I keep scoring really early and then not scoring after that. But I think it's just because I realize I can ease off.
Vulgar, really vulgar racism. A system of pure or perverse, of pathological or natural.
Wait, vulgar racism. Is he literally just saying because we have split people into different groups, therefore it's racist because racists split people into groups? Because that's not really a good argument.
All things we ascribe meaning to, all things we created, all things we can change.
Oh. We really haven't had very many adverts, have we? I almost forgot adverts were a thing. I almost forgot we lived in this capitalist hellscape.
What ties to people like Anna Hutchinson and Hannah Barnes and Melissa Mitchin and Kirsty Entwistle, Helen Joyce, Jennifer Beleg, Peter Bogo.
Oh, what's happening here? Why is there like... Is the transfer window still open? I don't really have any need to look at the transfer window, whatever, anyway. I forgot they had this like grand conspiracy thing. Oh, I wrote falsifiable instead of unfalsifiable LMAO. Oh, you know what, I didn't even... Okay, I see, yes, sorry, yes, I see.
Ocean, Lisa Littman, Ray Blanchard and Michael Bailey together is transphobia. But let me turn it on its head. Transphobia is just a symptom of a sickness, a belief in man-made systems held up by time and society, an unwillingness to accept that not only are they wrong about trans people.
Okay, let's see what the press conference is. The media have gathered in the press room. Please let me know if you wish to attend the press conference. I'll attend the press conference. Let's see. So I need to make a comment on... let's make a comment on one of my players and say they're really good. So I'm going to say that... Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, let's say... I think I really like Tutonda. Maybe that seems weird, but I... Wait, hold on. Who's on good form? Okay, I should compliment someone who's on good form. Let's compliment Zubar. We'll praise him. There we go, that's what I did. I'm saying, yep, he's a good job. Good old Zubar.
They are wrong about the world, because there is no good and evil. The world is only what we make it. Of course it doesn't matter to them if I...
Whoa, there is no good and evil. The world is only what we make it. I mean, I don't want to unpack that. At the end of the day, I mean, we can get into like meta ethics and all that kind of stuff. And then it's almost like there's meta ethics and then there's almost like meta ethics. Because if you want to say that there is no such thing as objective good and evil, that's one thing. If you want to say that good and evil don't exist at all, and as such we cannot make any moral judgments, well, that's a bit more of an issue. Like, you seem to be arguing that we cannot talk about good and evil as legitimate categorizations. And that's a problem, because I would say, especially considering you're talking about, like, at least to some extent, sexuality, I'd say there's a lot there that could be falling under the category of evil. So, just a weird comment, but again, kind of really outside of what we need to be talking about when it comes to trans identity. Like, yes, if you are going to be a full-on postmodernist and say that nothing exists, nothing matters, everything's ultimately relative and subjective, then okay, fine. Based on that, you can be pro-trans. But the problem is, at that point, you're conceding a lot more, because most people do not want to embrace postmodernism because they recognize it is in fact nonsense and probably responsible for a lot of what's bad happening in society right now. What is this? Wait a minute. Oh, that's funny. Sorry, it's I bit into an orange pip earlier today and whatever.
I debunk every single claim made about trans people, because their belief is not rooted in science or truth or even reality. They think that any child who grows up to be trans is someone they couldn't save. And when it comes to saving children, anything goes.
Chapter 8.
In olden days, a glimpse of stalking was looked on as something shocking, but now God knows anything goes. You know what, actually, I want to change our thingy, because I think last time, I'm not saying this is the entire reason I lost, but I noticed that the referee had the same coloured outfit as me, so I'm going to make it so they're playing with the referee having the same coloured outfit as them, so I don't keep trying to pass the referee.
Puberty blockers. In 2019,
puberty blockers, okay, cool, we're going to look at puberty blockers, fine, whatever, let's just say this out the gate. Lupron was approved for use, but that's because it was approved as use to treat cancer, meaning that obviously the bar for something being approved when it exists to cure a deadly disease is obviously going to be lower than the standard it would need to pass to... Okay, well, lost there. Yeah, it's going to be lower than the standard it would need to pass in order to just, like, treat someone, or, you know, quote unquote treat someone who doesn't have a actual legitimate physical issue at all, right? Because obviously if you've got cancer, well, you better hope that you can get something to help treat your cancer, but you're not going to care as much about whether you're not going to care about the side effects if the end result is that you get your cancer cured, whereas you should be caring a lot about the side effects if you are just getting puberty blockers. Like, for example, I've got a bit of a cold right now. There are certain, like, chemotherapy has all sorts of side effects, but people accept chemotherapy because it's curing something much more dangerous. But I would not take a drug to cure my cold that will give me the side effects that chemotherapy has. And in the exact same sense, Lupron was originally approved to cure to help treat cancer. And in that case, we're not even talking about a cold, we're talking about something that's completely made up in someone's head, which is this whole, like, gender dysphoria thing.
A legal complaint was filed against the Tavistock Clinic to protect vulnerable children from radical experimental medical treatment. A case to protect them from puberty blockers. This is where we meet Susan Evans. She was another one of those, experts from time to think. You see, Susan Evans worked as a nurse from the Tavistock for 4 years, from 2003 to 2007. Surely that must have been very, very hard for her. In 2019, 12 years after she quit...
I don't know what you mean by, like, that must have been very, very hard for her. You know, like, people in general, like, have jobs that they do, that, like, they're working at. I guess, like, the implication... I don't know, like, I guess what he's trying to say, because I'm going to assume this woman is, you know, critical of the trans thing, and he's saying, oh, it must have been very hard for her to do things that she actually felt were unnecessary, and she kind of had to be a whistleblower for that stuff. And it's like, well, yeah, if someone's been part of what they perceive to be a medical scandal, that probably was hard for them. And I don't know why you're, like, making fun of that. I know, it's like talking about, like, Edward Snowden being like, Edward Snowden worked at the CIA. That must have been very hard for him. It's like, well, yeah, probably, because he saw the kind of stuff that the CIA is doing and realized that they're, like, evil. And that probably did cause him, like, that probably would be very hard. I wouldn't want to work for an organization that I would then realize, for the sake of my conscience, I have to call out as having, you know, done lots of bad stuff.
Her job at Tavistock, Susan Evans sets up a fundraiser to essentially force the Tavistock Clinic to stop whatever they were up to. She wanted them to stop administering puberty blockers.
Evans initiated judicial review proceedings against JIDS, arguing under 18s cannot give informed consent to puberty blockers when not enough is known about what they do.
And this came to be one of the most important legal cases against trans healthcare. Susan features an anonymous mother, Mrs. A, to help her fundraiser. Mrs. A represented a group of parents, but she specifically had concerns about her autistic daughter, who was referred to the Tavistock.
We want the best for our children, but we need this to be from a position of evidence-based, not experimental medicine. Please support me in this case to prevent further harm being caused from this unproven experimental treatment.
It seems that's also what Susan Evans wants. A treatment based on evidence. I mean, she links to Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine on her website. And that seems fair? Now, even though it took Susan more than a decade to finally stand up to what she frames like child torture, I don't think it was just because she has a pure...
Oh, again, this is like, that's just, again, this really, like, crappy thing to do. By the way, that's literally, like, an argument people kind of make to, like, delegitimize the survivors of assault. What you're saying there is, oh, it took her so long to stand up to what she deems to be torture, therefore it must be insincere. That's, like, genuinely, like, a really scummy argument. And that was literally, yeah, like, that's clearly what he was implying there. Like, oh, she worked at this organization for a long time, and now she thinks it's child torture. But if she really thought that, she would have stopped being part of this organization right away. So clearly she's being disingenuous. Clearly she's lying. Yeah, obviously that's, like, a really gross kind of notion to perpetuate, or like standard to perpetuate, that unless you immediately call out an organization that's doing something horrible, if you show any kind of agreement with it for any period of time, that must mean that you don't really have a problem with it. Yeah, gross. Shut up, you horrible man.
Whoa, patient heart. For one, Susan has a husband named Marcus Evans.
I'm Marcus Evans. I'm a psychoanalyst. I worked in the NHS for 40 years. Originally, I trained as a psychiatric nurse. And then for the last 20 years in the health service, I was head of the nursing discipline at the Tavistock Clinic. I then went on to become the governor, which is a voluntary position on the board of governors of the Tavistock Clinic.
Marcus Evans is a psychoanalyst and worked with the Tavistock both before and after Susan quit. So Marcus continued a close relationship with child experimenters for a decade. Then in 2019...
You're such a dickhead. Oh my goodness, like, what are you doing? This is literally like... This is like the argument that like the CIA would put out after like someone's revealed that they've been like torturing people, or like, you know, they've been like doing experiments on children and stuff, which is, I think, something that the CIA has actually done. Yeah, and then like the, you know, the evil CIA guy would come out and be like, well, you say we did MK Ultra, but isn't it suspicious that you were part of an organization that was doing all of these experiments on people? Doesn't that make you a bad person? And can we really trust someone who does? It kind of reminds me of the, you know, the Mayor Quimby even released Sideshow Bob, a twice convicted attempted murderer, from prison, paid for by Sideshow Bob for mayor. Like, it's kind of like that thing of like, you're like attacking someone for having been tolerant of your evil. It's just, yeah, that's like really... That's really bad. I don't know. Like, it's just because it annoys me, because I just know this exact type of argument is in fact used by the most insidious, manipulative people in the world. Like, it's literally the primary argument used by abusers.
Marcus was appointed to the position of governor at the Tavistock, and 3 months later, he quit. He says that he quit because of concerns from a mother who represented a group of parents.
Oh,
where have I heard that one before? And a report on the gender clinic from David Bell, another governor. David Bell's report questions whether the clinic should do more to consider young people's personal histories, notably by examining whether they are on the autistic spectrum, have experienced trauma, or are being influenced by social...
I'm wondering whether we're going to get the clip, which is basically, literally, the clip is of a child who was interviewed who said that this child felt that their parents wanted the gender clinic stuff more than they did. And this was a child who was same-sex attracted. So the same-sex attracted child was like, and yeah, obviously there were lots of nurses at Tavistock who literally said that they had examples of parents coming in where one of the parents was not accepting of homosexuality. There's a quote that was like, oh, I'm so glad my child isn't gay. So yeah, like, maybe I'll have to find these quotes. Maybe I'll find them so we can start them next time we jump back into this. But I'm going to guess he's not going to show this, even though these quotes obviously completely destroy what this guy's talking about. Hello. Oh, by the way, hello, Threnmore, and hello Tramp the Rabbit.
Pressures before helping them on the path to transition. David Bell, of course, has never worked with trans children.
We shouldn't use the term transgender or transgenderism when it comes to young people, because by doing so, you behaving as if you know what you're talking about, as if there is an object called transgender which is a it's not a diagnosis, it's a symptom.
Would it surprise you if I said that David Bell was also one of those experts from Barnes' book? They all repeat the same fucking talking points. But anyways, back to...
Again, just because people repeat the same talking point doesn't mean those talking points are incorrect.
The fundraiser and legal case. Now, since Mrs. A or her child never actually stepped foot in Tavistock, Susan needed someone with more oomph. And with almost £100,000 raised from the crowdfunding effort, it allowed Susan Evans to hire a team of lawyers and get in contact with someone who was willing to put a face to the legal claim.
I should have been given intensive therapy, basically, to investigate the feelings that I was having, to try and, figure out how I got to that stage.
8 years on, she wants to transition back to being a woman and is suing the NHS.
Lawyers will argue children cannot give informed consent
So
to
yeah,
treat.
this is Kira Bell, whatever. I don't even know if I looked into this issue specifically at the time, so if specific stuff was said, I might not be able to contradict it, but I think the good news is we've probably shown enough of this guy's general character and dishonesty that it can be taken for granted he's probably misrepresenting stuff, but we'll see.
Delaying puberty or helping them to transition.
Kira Bell is what's called a detransitioner or retransitioner. You see, Kira was born a girl, but even in early childhood, she was one of the boys. Then, puberty hit. She developed hips and breasts, which she hated. She lost her male friends. Kira became depressed, isolated, and suicidal. She hated that she was turning into a woman. Belle wanted to be a boy, a man, and then she was presented with that possibility. Kira kept insisting that she wanted to be a boy, so when she was 15, her psychologist referred her to the Tavistock. And Kira Bell kept being adamant. She was a boy. A year later, at the age of 16, she was administered puberty blockers. A year after that, she was put on gender-affirming hormones. 5 years after her initial referral, Bell had her breast removed. But Kira wasn't Kira any longer. In her place stood Quincy. And
Quincy?
Then she detransitioned.
Quincy? I did not know this. Imagine choosing the name Quincy. I was thinking, surely Kieran. It is interesting to be when, the trans people don't just... And obviously, Kira was not trans. I mean, whatever. But it is interesting when people who transition don't just pick the obvious name that would be, the equivalent to their regular name. I mean, I'm not saying they have to. It's just kind of funny to me. It's like, Kieran's right there. And you go for Quincy? Quincy? It's fine. You can be Quincy.
The further my transition went, the more I realized that I wasn't a man and never would be. Okay, any speculation would be really, really dumb of me. I do think maybe she should have used a different before detransition, after detransition picture in her article. Maybe. What makes me a man?
I didn't get to see what that picture was. I don't really think this matters, but whatever. I don't know. It's just... I feel like maybe I have to check in a moment. So I'm just gonna... Okay, wait. Oh, okay. But no, okay, yep, okay, no, okay, no, okay. I was gonna wait for the ball to go out. In fact, actually, while I'm at it, I do need to do a substitution. Okay, I'm gonna look at the picture because I need to know what's happening. What's this great argument against, oh, look, they had a bad detransition picture. What could this possibly be? What could be this terrible detransition picture? Let's bring on Straker. It feels weird to replace my... I don't like that my captain is... Oh, wait. Okay. So I can do this. Lovely. Okay, cool. Anyway, let's have a look. What's wrong? Wait, what? Wait, what?
Transition picture in her article. Be really, really dumb of me. I do think maybe she should have used different before detransition, after detransition picture in her article.
Oh, so wait. Pre-retransition, post-retransition. What do you mean? I'm so confused. What are you saying? Why use different? What do you? Am I missing something? What is the argument supposed to be here? It's just like there's one photo. Is like the argument that Kirabel looks too much, looks too masculine in the second photo? Because, and also, by the way, I don't know why this guy's using the phrase retransition instead of detransition. I think he's like, it's almost like he's using this to imply that people, like, that basically you are transitioning. It almost implies that your biological sex is something you can transition to, rather than just being something you're born with, and I think that's very stupid. Whatever, okay. I don't know, I don't care, this seems like a really stupid thing to be saying. I can't possibly conceive what the argument would be.
Maybe. What makes me a man?
Oh.
I remembered my idea as a 14-year-old that hormones and surgery would turn me into someone who appeared to be a man. Now...
Hi, have you considered playing The Sims during your streams? It would be a funny choice while not being too demanding. Yes, so I could. The issue is that I have the ability to connect my PlayStation 3 to stuff, but this laptop is not as good as it should be, so I basically can't really play any PC games on, like, while streaming. Or I could maybe, but I have very little confidence that it wouldn't be placing an incredible demand on my laptop. So the reason why I am streaming only stuff I can play on my PlayStation, I think I actually do have some fun ideas for like The Sims, and I would like to play The Sims at some point. But yeah, I think I've like kind of committed to this now. Remark about the picture looks like another well poisoning. There should be a poisoning counter. Yes, absolutely. Yes, that like I think. I don't know. I mean, like I say, my plan is to kind of edit this into a massive I don't know what the word is, like a marathon video for my main channel. And of course, when I do that, maybe I could do that. I don't know. But I mean, whatever. One example of poisoning the well is too many. But yeah, it is crazy how often this guy does this. Also, Juv, says, this guy left his job for this video for like one book. I don't know what I mean by one book, but I also didn't realize. So he probably did mention this, and I've just forgotten. So I assume you're saying the guy I'm responding to quit his job to make this video, and if so, yeah, I think that's very silly because it's not a great video. I mean, I don't know, maybe this guy does have... The thing is, I don't know, like at the end of the day, people can build a YouTube career off a lot. Having said that, it's also true that nowadays, and I think this is actually kind of sad, you cannot really build a YouTube career off just one viral video. You can have a video do really well, and then the next video you make, no one gets recommended it. Because that's what YouTube's like now. YouTube's not really about, like, channels. It's about content. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of how YouTube is right now.
I was that person, but I recognized that I was very physically different from men. Living as a trans man helped me acknowledge that I was still a woman. Alright, I'm not saying Kirabel is lying.
Oh my goodness me. It's like this guy's shtick. Okay. It's just like it's not an argument. You can't just like kind of stammer and like laugh. But okay, let's hear. What's your like? How are you gonna? Because obviously he's gonna try and imply that she's lying. So what's he gonna say? Oh God, no. Okay, I was offside.
If you listen closely, Belle never.
They're really strict with the offside in this.
Outright says that she doesn't want to be a man, just that she never thinks she never could be or would be a man. She never says she regrets her initial transition. And I accept her as a woman, just like I would accept her as a man. So if she ever... Belle was the perfect face to oppose puberty blockers.
Oh my goodness. Okay, like whatever. So that's a bit weird. Like, I don't care. Basically, I mean, I kind of get the logic of what he's saying, that because she didn't say that she, like, basically she said that she couldn't be, not she didn't want, whatever. But yeah, it's just a bit weird. Like, you don't need to... It's just kind of unnecessary, and at the end of the day, the problem is that actually, I would say most people, when they realize that they can't be the sex that they want to be, they would, like, nothing's going to change their mind, because they're going to realize that all of this trans stuff is just fancy thinking. Oh man, am I going to draw?
As soon as Kira Bell joined the legal case, she got in touch with some very powerful people who were eager to help her.
It's very interesting because I'm going to talk a lot about science and medicine and best medical practice, academic topics, but I'm required by my university to make this disclaimer that I'm disavowing my affiliation with my university because of the politics involved here.
One of those powerful people was Paul Cruz, who served as expert witness. He's closely affiliated with Alliance Defending Freedom and other far-right organizations who have worked to undermine same-sex marriage and try to enforce sterilization as a
Alliance, I feel like they're probably not far-right. Yeah, that was massively offside.
Requirement for transitioning. When Cruz was told how limiting access to gender-affirming care might result in more children dying to suicide, Cruz simply answered, "Some children are born in this world to suffer and die." Paul, of course, isn't an expert. Paul has never treated anyone, child or adult, for gender dysphoria. His own university denounced him, stating, "He is not a psychiatrist, a psychologist, nor a mental health care provider of any kind who could speak knowledgeably of transgender health." He still did wonders in the trial. Another person Bell got in contact with was Stephanie Davis-Arai. Kira Bell sat next to Stephanie Davis-Arai, who was an intervener in the case.
I'm annoyed at the fact that I'm about to draw and I want to win. Oh shit, I just gave it up. I've yet to win a football league match, and that's really annoying me. I've lost, and I've drawn. Let's see. How's the They didn't have a single shot. To be fair, I only had 2 shots on target, but I don't know. That's annoying. That's irking me to my core. So where are we in the league? We have to start winning. There's just no way around it. We have to actually start winning, because otherwise we're just not going to be able to achieve anything. All right. So the video's about to end. I'm just gonna check where we're at. Hello, William Jenkins. Let's see. So sarcastically saying their points, saying they're wrong and evil without any other context, uses random nonsense logic. Yep, sounds like a standard pro-trans video. Yeah, it's fun. Season. Let's go. Tables. I like how it shows me every single... Okay, whatever. The Emirates FA Cup. The Emirates FA Cup. Okay. Capital One Cup. Show me the... Where is... Oh, Football League 2. There we go. Why is it showing me the South America Cup? I don't understand. Okay. So. Okay, we're in the... Oh, wait. We're not in the top half. Where are we? So. We're 15. Okay. Whatever. We're on 1 point. But nobody's on... Okay, well, a lot of people haven't even played their second match. Never mind then. Wait, no. Okay, wait. Oh. This is saying we've only played 1 match. Did I not save this last time or something? Because I was thinking, I swear we'd played Exeter City last time. Did it not save properly? Because if it didn't, I'm going to be really annoyed. But it must have. Oh, whatever. I'm going to save now. Alright. Also, is there no game audio because it would be hard to listen when trying to listen to the video? No, actually, the real reason is because I can't get the game audio to work. And the thing is, I have got it to work in the past. So something just in particular has gone wrong this time, because ordinarily it does work. And every single time that I've started streaming, I've always been leaving it very late already. So I just haven't had time to fix it. But yes. So yeah, basically, in theory, I could include some audio. There is like another issue, which is that because the audio actually plays through my computer, it basically creates a bit of an echo. So I don't know. That's like another thing. But I don't know if it would make a difference if the audio was kind of quiet, whatever. Anyway, I'm going to go now, everyone. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you all later. I've had a bit of a rough evening. My wife and I watched. We watched this TV show where there was this kid who didn't have any friends, and a part of the episode, admittedly only a small part, but enough, was about this kid struggling to make friends. And genuinely, like, that breaks my heart. Like, if you want to know, like, I know like people have like different things that kind of really upset them. Like, you know, I know for a lot of people it's like animal stuff. Yeah, there's all sorts. Like, people like have those things like, oh, you know, like if it's this, then that really gets me. For me, if you want to know the thing that will actually like make me cry, it is a child who is struggling to make friends. Because that is so sad. That is just unimaginably sad in my mind. I mean, Dumbo makes me cry for all sorts of reasons, but when like he's just there with his little ears and he just wants everyone to like him, and they're just making fun of him because of his big ears. Anyway, we're gonna do the play match. Oh, I do think there was a funny thing that was pointed out by Jenny Nicholson, you know, where she was talking about Dumbo, and she did point out that elephants are already famous for having very big ears. And to be honest, in reality, like, you know, all of the kind of like people in Florida, like all of the Americans at the circus are making fun of Dumbo for his big ears. But like, would they even have like enough of a frame of reference to recognize like, does it really make sense for them to make fun of Dumbo for having big ears when elephants already have very big ears? I don't know, anyway. Sorry, we should actually start listening to the video. I am so just wiped out by that poor kid who couldn't make friends. In the end, like, it's like someone kind of reached out to him and was like, oh, I'll be your friend. But then like, there's like that's good because at least I'm not sad, but there's still like the sense of, oh my goodness, the episode of The Simpsons when Ralph gives all the other kids Valentine's Day cards and nobody gives them to him. Oh, well, anyway.
He still did wonders in the trial. Another person Bell got in contact with was Stephanie Davis-Arai. Here Bell sat next to Stephanie Davis-Arai, who was an intervener in the case. We held hands tightly, Davis-Arai recalls. Stephanie Davis-Arai is part of Time to Think. Stephanie is also the founder of Transgender Trend. That's one of the websites Lisa Lippman used to recruit for her rapid onset gender dysphoria study.
Transgender is an ideological label, it's not a clinical term. It's distinct from the clinical diagnosis of gender dysphoria. To call a child transgender is to make both a claim that the child's feelings represent material reality and an assumption about that child's future. They will not change.
Essentially, anyone with an interest in blocking care for trans people was welcomed. And this is going to be a theme moving forwards. Even if they are religious fundamentalists or frauds, or even just only financially invested. But like, let's look at the facts here. Kira Bell went through the system and it worked the way it was designed. she had to wait years to get hormone treatment, and she was a fully grown adult when she made the decision to get breast reduction surgery. In March of 2024...
Okay, I do kind of get what's being said here. So basically saying, well, at the end of the day, this was Keira Bell's decision, and even when a system's working well, that doesn't preclude the possibility that people might still, basically slip through the cracks, and that's not the fault of the system. That's basically just the fact that no system is perfect, and you can put up whatever guardrails you're inclined to put up, but the problem is, if someone's just going to be determined to slip through them, well, there's no real way around that. That's, I think, basically the argument being made. Of course, the flip side here would be to say, well, just because the system is working perfect... I'm really bad at free kicks. Just because the system is, working the way it was supposed to and this happened, doesn't that, if anything, prove that the system is so bad that basically someone can actually fall through the cracks like this, even when it happens. I mean, for me, this is kind of why I don't obsess over the detrans issue. I prefer, and I've said this many times, I prefer to talk just in terms of, is trans identity an accurate claim about reality? And one of the reasons why that's what I prefer to talk about is because with the detransition thing, you can always get into this question of, well, how many times does the system need to fail before the system needs to be before it's a problem with the system, because even the best systems fail. So I can kind of understand that argument of, well, just because you have this one example of someone who had all of these safeguards put up to stop her going too far, and she still chose to go too far, that doesn't prove the system's inherently wrong. I think the issue I would say with that, though, is, of course, that what we believe is that anybody is too young to be consenting to this kind of thing, and therefore, if it is the case that there are some people who are basically going through the whole thing and they're never regretting it, well, that's not necessarily a good thing either. So it's kind of actually, even if there are people who are going through the system and not having any issues, and that's the majority of people, that's not necessarily a good thing. So that's kind of just the other thing I point out there.
All puberty blockers for adolescents in the United Kingdom were blocked. Bell's case is not the sole reason, but it was one of the first steps.
This judgment is not political. It's about the protection of vulnerable children. Please read it carefully.
Anyways, what is the deal with puberty blockers? Let's first describe what puberty blockers actually do.
What's the deal with puberty blockers? That's Jerry Seinfeld.
Before puberty, there's very little actual differences between boys and girls. That's part of why Keira Bell could be accepted as
It's not that there's
boy.
no actual difference. There's still a pretty significant difference. There's far fewer differences that are immediately obvious on a surface level. I think surface level would be a better term there than actual, because obviously there are some pretty significant actual differences between boys and girls before puberty. But yes, it is much harder to, at a glance, tell the difference between a boy and a girl prior to puberty. That would be accurate.
At least when she was a child.
Well, obviously, I don't know. Well, obviously, there are still ways to tell difference, but it's kind of gross to even be talking about that when we're talking about children, so I'm not even going to really say. You know what I'm saying? I don't really want to mention it.
It's the onset of puberty that triggers secondary sex characteristics to evolve. Puberty blockers are painfully literal. They simply act as a way to pause a person's production of either testosterone or estrogen and progesterone. Even though we say puberty blockers, their actual description is gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonist, or GnRHA for short, and they aren't just used for trans people. In fact, they're used in all cases where it might be a good idea to suppress testosterone or estrogen,
So the other examples of where it's good is because you're actually getting an unnatural thing happening with your testosterone. And generally speaking, your body naturally actually wants to be pretty healthy. So if there is something that is unnatural, that's a kind of a strong indication that that thing is unhealthy. The same way that we kill cells when the cell growth is unnatural, but you wouldn't just want to kill cells for fun. It's the same issue here. if somebody's having like that's the thing, as far as I know, and maybe, I mean, I'm sure he's going to give examples, but I think the main one people talk about is when people have, I believe it's called precocious puberty, essentially puberty that is too early. The problem there is that, yeah, going through puberty super early is not natural, and as such, you know, basically what you're doing when you give someone puberty blockers is you're making it so they have a normal puberty, which is to say a normal childhood, a normal development, all that stuff. So in fact, the reason why we can give young children who are having puberty super early puberty blockers is exactly the reason why we shouldn't be giving them to young people who are having puberty at the exact right time for their natural development, because that's not going to be healthy. Usually, like, again, generally speaking, the way that your body naturally develops is going to be the healthiest experience. And of course, there's also the fact that psychologically, we would generally say having a arrested development, having something that's going to massively change your experience growing up, like still being prepubescent at the age of 16 years old, is going to be a problem. So yeah, there's actually a lot of reasons there, but we'll see. So basically, that's just to say that people having an early puberty, that's an obvious reason why you would have puberty blockers. But we'll see if he's going to mention anything else. I mean, whatever he's going to mention, it will almost certainly be a physical issue that is solved by puberty blockers. But again, like I say, Lupron was originally used to cure cancer, or not cure, but treat cancer. And that is fine, because if it's to treat cancer, obviously that justifies using it.
In men with prostate cancer as fertility treatments for women as a way to reduce the risk of...
So there you go. Yeah, you had it there. With men with prostate cancer, literally already addressed. And like, that's the thing. The fact that it was originally approved for men with prostate cancer should be a point of embarrassment for trans activists, because the fact that it was originally used for that purpose is why it has been approved despite some serious side effects, because it was used to treat, and we're talking about Lupron here specifically, I would imagine, I don't know, or maybe something else as well, but Lupron's the example I'm aware of. It was approved to treat cancer, and when, I've kind of already touched on this, when something is treating a serious, potentially deadly disease, the standards for what's necessary to make it like an acceptable trade-off is going to be much more lenient.
Losing eggs during chemotherapy as a way to prevent some children from entering puberty too early, and yes, as Barnes is so keen to point out, also as a way to chemically castrate male sex offenders, which sounds really scary. But
yeah, that is very scary, to be fair. Like, the fact that it is used to chemically castrate male sex offenders, that suggests that we shouldn't be. Again, like, if there was a society that decided to give people chemotherapy as a punishment for their crimes, I think we'd all recognize that's pretty horrifying. But yeah, that like establishes the fact that sometimes there can be things that are in some situations medical treatments, but in other situations might be punishments. And yeah, that would make sense. That's why we're castrating male sex offenders based on that, because just because of the treatment, in some cases, it's a treatment that can cause a lot of damage.
Like, it's really not. Right? Puberty blockers do not cause...
Okay, hold it. Okay, I'm really interested now. Like, it may sound bad that this is used to castrate people, but it's really not very scary. Okay.
Changes to the body. They do the opposite. They're meant to stop the change. And if you stop taking them, your body begins producing hormones again. This is why they're called fully reversible. In the case of Kira Bell, she began...
The problem is that you can't reverse the effect of not having had your puberty for 2 years. Yeah, that's the thing. You cannot reverse the effect of having grown up from the ages of like 12 to 16, not going through the puberty that you should have been going through. It is not reversible. Maybe physically it's reversible. Again, I think with like some of the brain stuff people are saying, like there can still be long-lasting issues there. But certainly sociologically, and one would therefore imagine psychologically, it's not reversible.
Taking puberty blockers at the age of 16. So at
Charlie Charlie Kirky. I had that song in my head like all day. Charlie Charlie Kirky. I just popped a perky. Not that we endorse drugs. It is the 11th. I believe. Yeah, I have not yet opened my Galaxy Advent Calendar. So I just like shoved it in your face. So we'll just do this because it is Crimbo. It's a little picture of a Christmas present, and on the inside, they pop out with projectile force. I feel like the Galaxy ones are all the same. It's a Christmas present. It does look how 3D that looks. Crazy. Right.
At this point, she had already entered female puberty. If she changed her mind, she would just stop taking puberty blockers and her female puberty would resume. Remember, it's the hormones that have an effect on the body. So Belle's body only began to masculinize when she got gender-affirming hormone therapy, testosterone. But the argument isn't that puberty blockers don't pause hormones. It's not about the intended effects as much as it is.
How long is that guy's video taking up too much time on your channel? 5 hours. 5 hours of time. So, yeah, that's a good point. Like, some of the surgery, or some of the interventions that cause a serious effect are not puberty blockers. The criticism that's made is that when you start someone off on a medical pathway, when they are very young to be consenting to that, you are very, like, essentially you are creating a situation where in the future they might feel like that's something that they want to continue with. So, yeah, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of why you can't marry children who are like, well, you can't marry children even if you promise not to consummate the marriage until later, because by marrying them, you're sort of setting them down the path that will lead to consummation, even though they are like way too young to be consenting to that. So that's basically the argument. You shouldn't even, when we're talking about people who are really emotionally immature, you should not even be setting them down a path that is likely to lead to certain things that they will, like, they're not at a position to be consenting to when you start them down that path. So puberty blockers are very likely to lead to wrong sex hormones, and we recognize that children are not emotionally mature enough to be consenting to wrong sex hormones, so we shouldn't be letting them consent to puberty blockers.
Is about the side effects. So let's get back to Time to Think to look at those arguments, shall we? While there are studies that describe the self-reported high satisfaction of young people and their families of being on puberty blockers and some improvement in mental health, others suggest there is evidence that puberty blocker use can lead to changes in sexuality and sexual function, poor bone health, stunted height, low mood, tumor-like masses in the brain, and for those treated early enough to continue on to cross-sex hormones, almost certain infertility. Let's wait a bit with the high satisfaction rate and look at the side effects that Barnes gives credence to first, okay? Barnes links to two sources for the change in sexuality and sexual function. The first study looks at sexual problems and dysfunctions in trans people. Ha! That's really bad. Right, Jesper? Not so fast. This study has nothing to do with puberty blockers. It investigates how great an effect no medical treatment versus hormone therapy and surgeries have on the well-being and sexual function of trans people. You see, the people in the study were already on gender-affirming hormones, so they had already taken the next step from puberty blockers. These people are in their 30s and 40s. Not teenagers or children, okay? Anyways, what did the study find? Simply that trans people have difficulties in seeking and initiating sexual contact, and difficulty in achieving orgasm. When the participants were asked about this, some of them explained how this was due to body dysphoria. Trans women have as hard a time achieving orgasms as cis women. When they went through surgeries, problems diminished. It's almost like you feel better when you feel at home in your body. The second study investigates the intersection of pubertal timing and psychosexuality. Interesting. And once again, this is not about trans people on puberty blockers. It's actually about cis people with a gonadotropin-releasing hormone deficiency, meaning people who need...
Yeah, so let me just say, I don't really care about all this stuff. Basically, I think that there are lots of other reasons to have an issue with trans ideology, and to be honest, like, I actually think the fact that it can reduce people's sexual function is maybe not such a bad thing when you consider what some of these blokes are like, you know? Like, actually, maybe we should count our blessings there. Oh, come on, this has got to be in. Every day... Oh, no. Oh, goodness me. I'm really annoyed there. That felt like it had to be in.
Help to enter puberty, they essentially need the opposite, puberty starters. Basically, this study tells us that people entering later into puberty than their peers might not be as sexual. Not in a kinky way, just in a very vanilla want to procreate with my spouse kind of way. The study raises the question when it's best to enter puberty. And even though it's not about trans people, it still allows us to ask, is it really ethical to let trans people wait so long before allowing them to enter puberty? Doesn't it ostracize them from their peers? Doesn't it maybe create the very same sexual dysfunctions we were just talking about? Okay. Next.
So yeah, I mean, for the record, that would be like one of my arguments, that yeah, basically by creating this ostracization, by giving these people not a normal childhood, you are, yeah, creating a serious problem. So yeah, I'm interested to hear how he's going to respond to that.
Barnes writes about tumor-like masses in the brain. And once again, the study isn't about trans people. It's not even about tumors. The study is about one cisgender girl who developed pseudotumor cerebri after the 4th dose of GnRHA. A pseudotumor is not a tumor, but instead a buildup of pressure which is more commonly known as an idiopathic intracranial hypertension. Okay, get this. This was the first time this was ever recorded in a child.
Hello, Juv. Hello, Captain Alexa. Hello, Zombie. Hello, the Real. Thank you all for showing up. I really appreciate it. Still, oh, hello, Ida Jacobson. Hey, nice to have you here on Twitch. Still, how does this prove they are the opposite sex? Does he think he actually won or something? Yeah, like, that's the issue. He's talking around so many other issues here. Like, this isn't... And again, I don't know, see, my video about debunking trans ideology is actually one of my shorter videos. It's only 40 minutes, because I stick very specifically to the question of, is trans ideology or is trans identity an accurate claim about reality? The problem is he's not really, he's like focusing on all this other stuff, a lot of which, even if he was right, it wouldn't really address the main thing. Like, I don't know, like, there's lots of things that make women not be fertile, but those things don't stop them being women. So it's not really relevant to the question of, are trans, so-called trans women, that there might be issues with fertility.
She's saying something, since we have been using puberty blockers for children since the 80s. They're only weakly associated with pseudotumors. Specific vitamin A treatments for acne, for example, like retinoids, are far more likely to cause pseudotumors. But we never hear about that, do we? Now we can get to the really interesting stuff. Bone mineral density and stunted height. The idea that puberty blockers weaken your bones.
Hello, Kermit the Frog.
The hypothesis, or the way that Barnes presents it, is that puberty blockers basically turn you into Samuel L. Jackson from the movie Unbreakable. Not into a black man, just that all your bones splinter and weaken, okay? Barnes links to a couple of different sources for this. They all pretty much say the same thing, and they all seem to have the same problems. So let's just look at the first one. And this one is about trans people. Finally! So this study observes 51 trans girls and 70 trans boys on puberty blockers, and 36 trans girls and 41 trans boys on hormone therapy, and takes different measurements throughout the years. Specifically, they measure their bone mineral apparent density, or BMAD, which is a fancy way of saying size and weight of bones. Then they take these measurements and compare them to the population average, accounting for age and sex. And this is called the C-score. The study found that the bone density of those on puberty blockers practically didn't change, but when they were compared with the C-scores, the population average, it worsened more and more. Okay, why do I think this is so funny? Maybe you've already picked up on it. Try to imagine what happens when you enter puberty. You grew body hair, your voice changes, you transition to adulthood. You literally
so
grow
basically,
up.
the point's going to be made here is that, well, their bones, like, actually, of course they're going to have issues with bone density. Of course they're going to be way less strong because puberty causes you to become stronger. And, like, obviously, because they're missing out on that. But, yeah, like, that's the problem.
So, the study takes people who have grown up and compares them with people who haven't grown up. They're comparing the bones of people who have entered puberty and have grown up, and people who have had the puberty blocked. And I don't know, maybe it should be a little troubling that the people who use bone density as an argument can't wrap their head around this idea. Goddamn, wrap your heads around the pole, please.
The fact that there is no significant change in bone density should be worrying, claim other endocrinologists. Puberty is usually a time of rapid bone mass accrual. For it to stay static should be of great concern to any practitioner using this medication.
What the fuck do you expect? That they enter puberty while on puberty blockers? Are you totally daft?
Well, okay, wait. Please tell me.
It gets even dumber, okay? When these trans children and adolescents get hormones and actually enter puberty, their bone mass increases significantly. But for some weird reason, trans girls' bone mass never reaches the population average. Look, they're not only comparing the corresponding age, but also the corresponding sex. So they are comparing the bone mass of trans girls with the bone mass of cisgender men. And
okay, if that is true, and for the record, I don't care enough to look into whether or not it is true, but obviously that's an issue. Because if anything, like, as a gender critical person, we should recognize that comparing biological males to... Wait a minute. What was the argument there? I assume the argument was that, like, wait a minute, I need to go back and hear what you actually said, because I'm a bit confused now, wait.
Look, they're not only... But for some weird reason, trans girls' bone mass never reaches the population average. Look, they're not only comparing the corresponding age, but also the corresponding sex. So they are comparing the bone mass of trans girls with the bone mass of cisgender men. And to the study's credit, they do.
So that is, okay, so yeah, basically, for a minute I was thinking he was saying that, like, they have even lower bone mass density than biological females. But no, yeah, I mean, like, that doesn't surprise me, obviously. Like, estrogen leads to less bone density, and you could say whatever, that's just how it is. I guess that was offside. Yeah, fine. Like, I don't really care. Why can't he just admit that certain things about medical transition are harmful but still agree with trans ideology? Yeah, like, that would make sense. I mean, obviously in his head, I guess he still thinks it would be, like, fine if there are issues. So, yeah, I guess that's... Like, yeah, he could basically just say, oh, yeah, it's harmful, but whatever.
Pondered this fact, but only very, very briefly.
Another issue is which reference population should be used to calculate BMD or BMADC scores. In trans girls who started treatment in early puberty, bone architecture may be more similar to that of cisgender females than to cisgender males.
Oh, you think? You really think? And this study isn't doing anything out of the ordinary, by the way. Most studies compare the bone density of trans women to cisgender men. Finally, infertility. No, puberty blockers do not make you permanently sterile. Hormone therapy probably will, though, in the long run.
Hello, Noel. That's very Christmassy.
All people who go to a doctor or clinician or psychiatrist for gender dysphoria are made aware of this. It's why gender-affirming hormones are often only available after you turn 16, and it's still very possible to preserve sperm and eggs. Trust me, we aren't helping these children by forcing their hand. Okay, so now I think it's time to look at whether puberty blockers actually help trans people.
Many studies claim to show the benefits of puberty blockers to mental health, but these have all been heavily critiqued and shown to have significant methodological flaws.
Oh, really, Hannah? Have they really all been shown to be flawed? Barnes links to 2 studies that show improvement to mental health, which she then shoots down with 3 critiques. But I don't really care about those 2 studies, so let's just look at the 3 critiques. And those are 1 by Jesse Single, 1 by 770 KTTH Conservative Radio, and 1 by Michael Biggs. And sure, the first one, Single's article, is it's so boring that you can just have that one, okay? I don't care about the 2 studies. The next critique from 770 KTTH Conservative Talk Radio is literally a commentary on this article from Single. So Barnes just reuses the same arguments from a commentary on a commentary. And finally, the last person, Michael Biggs, is someone who I find really funny. Biggs is a professor in sociology at the University of Oxford with the PhD from Harvard. Well, in 2018, some reporters at Oxford investigated him and found that he had a Twitter account under the pseudonym Mr. Henry Wimbush. And there he could freely speak his truth. He posted on average 37 times a day about trans people in a span of 7 months. And that's 6,700 tweets. Even though I think he's a total freak, his article is, again, it's fine. What these 3 critiques is saying is basically that there is no difference in the mental health of trans adolescents on puberty blockers and those not on puberty blockers. And like, okay, but let me just set it straight. These are not the only studies that have ever been conducted. Senia Jones from Gender Analysis, for example, links to 8 studies that all show mental health benefits for trans adolescents when they medically transition. Though the most important thing that these people always call on is a control group. Otherwise, you might argue that even though a lot of studies do show improvements to mental health, it ultimately doesn't matter because maybe over the years that would have happened if they got on the blocker or not.
The gold standard version of such an experimental setup would be to find 100 people with the flu and then divide them randomly into 2 groups of 50, each of them equally sick on average. You treat them identically with the clinic visit, symptom measurement and so on, with the only exception being half of them get the actual treatment and half of them get a sugar pill or some other sham treatment we wouldn't expect to have any impact on the flu.
Okay, but we're not talking about flu symptoms here. Puberty blocker.
Penalty shootout. Only a commentary on a commentary. I wonder what you're doing. Well, what am I doing? I'm doing a commentary on a commentary on a commentary on a commentary.
Those are not in the same category as pain medication, nicotine gum or SSRIs. It's not a matter of feelings. It's a matter of the unstoppable train of aging. You either get the blocker and don't enter puberty, or you don't get the blocker and enter puberty. It's much more like a contraceptive, for example. So, if I should give you an example, what would a control group look like? It would be like taking 100 women, where 50 of them are taking the contraceptive pill and 50 of them are receiving a placebo. And then every day for 2 years, they're inseminated with the sperm of Elon Musk. And whoopsie, irreversible changes that not a single person would appreciate happen to them. Oh, they feel bad. No, good thing we had the control group to figure that out. Okay, otherwise we couldn't have known. Who could have known you didn't want to have much child? And if you did it with puberty blockers, some people would go through puberty and others wouldn't. Wonder if it might cause some trauma if people had to gamble on the body turning against them. And then, what? Do we want them to continue taking the placebo when they actually enter puberty? Like, how stupid can you be? The thing is, puberty blockers are not meant to treat them.
I should stop listening to this because I'm fully locked in on these penalties. Ah, bastard. Okay, this is it. I need to get this in, otherwise I've lost. Okay, good. Now I need to save theirs. Oh, look at how intense he is. He's like, oh no. See, I genuinely haven't saved a single one. I'm just going to go straight down the middle. Straight down the middle, I'm locking in. Let's see. Straight down the middle. Cooling it. That's what he's going to do. Straight down the middle. Slight to the left. Nope, never mind then. Okay. Sudden death. Goodness me. Oh, it's ridiculous that like all of these goals have gone in. Like, how bad are these keepers? Okay, this is it. This is the moment. I don't know, like, should I just go straight down the middle? Like, at some point, I don't think he's gone straight down the middle a single time. There we go. Got it. Okay, whatever. They gave it to me. All right, we can jump in. It costs a lot to save eggs and sperm. Not everyone can afford that. Yeah, absolutely. Like, that's the thing. I don't know whether or not the NHS agrees to do it for you for free. I'm not sure.
Depression, they aren't meant to treat self-harm, trauma, having friends, a dysfunctional family, or a government that wants to eliminate your existence. They just treat puberty. Mental health outcomes are also just a side effect. I honestly don't care if they make trans children feel better or not, because that's not their function. And it has been shown again and again.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? So, what do you mean? You're saying that the point of, like, all of this stuff, which has all of these effects, you're saying it doesn't even achieve the one thing you would think it obviously should achieve, of, like, actually making them feel better. You're saying you don't even care about that. What on earth are you saying? That's ridiculous. I need to get some chamomile tea, so give me a moment. I could try and play the video while I'm gone, but I feel like if I did that, he would probably say, like, the second I was out of the room, probably say something interesting. So I should have left you to watch the highlights. I apologize. But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all?
That while puberty blockers might not help, gender-affirming hormones absolutely, irrefutably do help. So if you want these children to be happy, let them go through a normal puberty.
He said irrefutably do help, but the problem is he hasn't yet addressed the absence of double-blind trials. The problem is, and this is why I say science is moot on this issue, because the question is about whether we as a society should be changing our attitude towards gender. Should we as a society be making it so it's clear to everyone that you can be a feminine man and that's fine, blah, blah, blah. If we address those issues, then maybe things would be better. That's the problem. We're talking about, like, how should society be organized here, not how should like doctors treat kids. Let's see. Let's see. I should probably purchase someone else from the transfer thing. I'm going to praise my team because I think they're doing pretty good. Alright, so can I actually... I don't really know how the transfer window works. Can I do a transfer? I think I need a center attack. I do need a center attacking mid. I was just thinking I need a center attacking mid. Get him. Sergio Garcia. Okay, wait, so I need to scout him further to find out information. Could you skip the video and play the game, please? Yeah, I need to get through the video. I'm really sorry. Video is pretty... I mean, the game is pretty fun, though.
With the help of gender-affirming hormones. I don't like that children have to get double mastectomies, getting their breasts removed.
Oh my, it's such a weird thing to say. I don't like that children have to get double mastectomies. I don't like that. And I guess his argument's going to be, that's why they should have to do... Wait, what is he saying? Children don't... Oh my goodness me. Let me hear what he's about to say. Like, there's no way this makes sense.
And if you don't like it either, you should also just support puberty blockers. It really is that simple. I'm 100% for puberty blockers for children at whatever age they need them. It's idiotic to only allow them for adults where they already have gone through puberty. Curable.
Well, again, I would assume when they're used for adults, they're used for people who are actually, like, you know, need them for some kind of medical reason, not related to stopping puberty. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that whole thing about, like, oh, I don't like how children have to get double mastectomies. They don't. Okay, this guy wanted to start the game, so he's on the sub bench. His name's Ben Hurst. Let's bring him on, just because he clearly wanted to. Where is... Oh, wait. Oh, I see he's not on the sub bench. Okay. Oh, it's my striker. Did he score? If he scored, then absolutely he can come on. Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Girl would never have to have her breast removed if she started transitioning before she went through puberty. When she then inevitably detransitioned, she would just have gone through a second female puberty. Another argument Hannah Barnes makes is that puberty blockers might somehow make children trans.
98% of them who started puberty blockers went on to cross-sex hormones. So you've set something in train that, although it's talked about as being a pause for thought or being reversible in the first stage, you know, it clearly isn't.
She cites a study where 98% of all children who are administered puberty blockers also go on to hormone replacement therapy. And this, she says, is totally unheard of. That's just way too many for it to be real. But how isn't this a good thing? How can these people go on and on about these children might not be trans when they're shown at every turn that yes, these children are very aware of what they want?
Yeah, like this is the argument, right? And the reality is that we don't know. Like, it could be the case that the fact that all the kids who go on puberty blockers, or the vast majority of them then go on to be trans, shows that only kids who would have gone on to be identifying as trans anyway are being recommended puberty blockers. Or it could be the case that it is the recommendation of puberty blockers that is causing so many kids to be trans. You would have to make an argument for it being the former as opposed to the latter, because if it is the latter, and by prescribing children puberty blockers, we are increasing the number that go on to be fully transed out, that's an issue.
And what they need. Would the study only be successful if 50% of children stopped transitioning? We wouldn't hear them complaining about fast tracking or transing them then. What do they want more people to change their mind? Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, the issue is, obviously it's bad if more people change their mind, but at the same time, if this is supposed to be like a temporary thing where it's like, oh, they take it and they see how they're feeling and blah, 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 you would expect some of them would change their mind. So, yeah, that's the suspicion.
That's exactly what they want, actually. And that's exactly what they believe is going to happen.
Chapter 9. Desistance. Part 1.
Every single one of these arguments relies on the idea that most or all those who transition will later come to regret it. If they don't regret it...
No, not necessarily. Again, I mean, they might not regret, and it would still be the case that it's nonsense. Because, yeah, plenty of people believe bad ideas and then don't go on to regret those bad ideas.
They continue living happily. The concerns of courses, surgeries, puberty blockers, side effects, you name it. Well, the concerns shift to being about ethical trans healthcare. And, let's be real. That's not what these people care about. No.
No, so, yeah, just for the record, again, the main argument here is, can a biological male be a woman? Like, this guy does not understand that you could actually be full-on, entirely supportive of biological males changing their signifiers of their biological sex, biological females doing the same. You could be totally on board with that and still not think that biological males can be women. Because, yeah, one of them's like a belief about what you should do, the other one's a belief about reality. So, yeah, basically, it's a totally separate issue. With that said, no, if it was shown that people are like living their best lives as, you know, presenting as trans, if you like, that wouldn't create any sort of issues.
They're scared that the hardships that trans people face are, in actuality, happening to cis people who have somehow been tricked into being trans.
No, that's not it. That's not a distinction we believe in. You're just being stupid. And yeah, the issue is, it's not like, oh no, we only really care about the cis, because we don't believe that the cis is like a distinction that actually exists.
Well, have they? Are people being tricked? If they are being tricked, we should expect to see a rapid acceleration in people who retransition. That's what's usually referred to as
No, that's not true. In fact, if anything, you could say that people who authentically come to decisions are more likely to then feel that they're free to change their mind on that. Whereas people who think they're tricked, I mean, we literally have something called the sunk cost fallacy. People who believe they've been tricked are much more likely to actually persist and say, oh no, I don't want to believe that I was tricked. And like they'll try and convince themselves actually it was legitimate. This isn't like always going to be the case, but it's certainly just a genuine facet of psychology that people who've been tricked into things might become the most sincere believers. Oh, this is it. This is in. Okay, no it's not.
Transition or desistance rates. And look, I don't get it. Look at it like this. If you're cis, but think that you're trans and you transition and you're happy and satisfied, then you're trans. Who are we?
Okay, that's not how it works though, because we wouldn't say that if you know, like are anorexic and you stop eating and then you feel happy that you are in fact, like you were in fact too fat beforehand. And yeah, the other issue here is that we're talking about a belief about reality when we talk about being trans. And, you know, if you go through your whole life believing in Scientology, that doesn't mean Scientology is true. So yeah, there's just lots of issues there.
To decide if you're cis or trans or a man or a woman or neither. This idea that you have to be one thing and be that one thing all the time and never be dissatisfied or unsure or unhappy and never get a redo or a say in the matter, it's just, it's kind of stupid to me. Barnes lists 3 sources for the high desistance rates. One, which is the NHS Standard Contract for Gender Identity Development Service for Children and Adolescents. 2, the DSM-5 or DSM-V, and 3, a critique of methodological flaws. Apparently the whole desistance model is filled with them. And this one's by someone named Kenneth Zucker. Probably not an important guy, whatever. And I can hear what you're thinking, but the NHS and the DSM, those are legitimate. Of course they are. Don't worry, we're so close to being done, and don't look at the video progress bar, please. Are these videos filled with...
I mean, look, I desperately do want to look at the video progress bar, because, yeah, the only thing that's, like, kind of this has got going for me is I do feel like I'll get a heck of a lot of watch time out of this when this goes up on the main channel. It's like, hey, everyone, I reacted to that 5-hour trans debunk video, and that's what I need for Christmas. Like, look, my wife getting a present is contingent on everyone watching this video when it gets uploaded.
An hour of Patreon names at the end anyways. First, the NHS. And they don't make the numbers up, luckily.
In follow-up studies of prepubertal children, mainly boys who were referred to clinics for assessment of gender dysphoria...
For fuck's sake. Why? It feels like bloody scripted. Every single time I go 1-0 up, there's a lucky corner cross headshot in. Headbutt in. It just, like, it's happened twice now. I don't get it. I'm pretty sure it happened last time too.
Dysphoria persisted into adulthood for only 6 to 23% of children. Boys in these studies were more likely to identify as gay in adulthood than as transgender. Newer studies, also including girls, showed a 12 to 27% persistence rate of gender dysphoria into adulthood.
Huh. It's that sucker guy again. The DSM-5 book is expensive. So instead of linking directly to that, Barnes just scrolls a bit further down the page where it reads,
according to the DSM-5, rates of GD continuing into adolescence or adulthood vary. In assigned males, this has ranged from 2 to 30%. In assigned females, this has ranged from 12 to 50%.
It's clear that, for the majority of gender-confused boys and girls, gender dysphoria persists over time as they enter adolescence.
Sucker again. Huh. Alright, well, compared to Barnes, I did find the DSM-V, or the 5th edition, she refers to, and let's see where they get those sources. shall we?
Rates of persistence of gender dysphoria from childhood into adolescence or adulthood vary. In natal males, persistence has ranged from 2.2 to 30%. In natal females, persistence has ranged from 12 to 50%.
There aren't any sources. However,
extant follow-up samples consisted of children.
Okay, they had 2 shots on target. Still, look at that. 7 shots, 7 on target. 100% shot accuracy, 1 goal. Stupid game.
Children receiving no formal therapeutic intervention or receiving therapeutic interventions of various types, ranging from active efforts to reduce gender dysphoria to a more neutral, watchful waiting approach.
Oh man, I'm really looking forward to getting to know these active efforts more intimately. And would you look at that? Zucker on the DSM-5 task force. He's practically the one who wrote the whole section on GD. Who is this guy? He's from Toronto. Maybe he knows the only other psychologist, that Jordan P.
You may have been told this, but perhaps you weren't. So there are good long-term studies of children with gender dysphoria. Most of them were conducted in Toronto, where I happen to be, by a man named Ken Zucker. And Zucker ran a clinic for gender dysphoric kids way before this became part of the culture war, let's say. And he was a very straight and honest scientist, a very good researcher, not a political person. And what he showed was, what his clinic showed, many peer-reviewed studies, was that gender dysphoria of the type that you described is relatively rare. But if you leave kids alone till they're 19 or 18, 80 to 90% of them settle into their biological identity.
If you leave them alone? Peterson, we'll see about that, bucko.
But if you just back the hell...
So I'm pretty sure this is the study where basically the issue of the study is that they conflate being in any way gender non-conforming with being trans. And yeah, obviously that's nonsense. I don't really care. Like, again, this whole thing is not really important to the overall topic.
Off and waited, those kids would settle into their body, but generally I'd adopt a homosexual orientation. And so that was, as far as I could tell, that was the best research. Now, Zucker got slaughtered for this.
And he was slaughtered for this. When it all turned political, all he said was, back the hell off.
His guideline medically was, don't do any harm, right? Back the hell off.
God, all he wanted was for people to leave the children alone, and it was...
That's not being political. That's the Hippocratic Oath. Do no harm, but yeah, whatever. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, good.
Slaughtered for this? When it all turned political? Right, let me just take a look at his wiki. Life, boring. Therapeutic intervention, boring. There it is. Closure of the CAM-H Gender Identity Clinic for Children.
In January 2015, Zucker was the psychologist-in-chief at Toronto Centre for Addiction and Mental Health, CAM-H, and head of its Gender Identity Service. Rainbow Health Ontario submitted a review of academic literature and clinical practices for transgender youth and expressed concern that the Gender Identity Clinic was not following accepted practices.
Jordan Peterson jump scare. Well, I've got a bit of a cold, so I can't do any kind of funny voice. I can do Charlie Kirky. I can do that. That's a classic. I'm really good at that. Charlie Kirky.
This linked the Gender Identity Clinic's practices to suicide of transgender youth caused by conversion therapy and referenced the high-profile case of Leela Alcorn, a transgender teen from Ohio.
Chapter 10. Kenneth Zucker.
Hello guys. I got some feedback that people wanted audible content warnings. So from here on out, expect things to get worse. Content warnings for major child abuse, conversion therapy, suicide, sexual abuse and pedophilia, which spans pretty much the rest of the video. So if you do not want to subject yourself to that, you have my full respect, and that's okay. If my channel ever gets monetized, that would be pretty epic. Yippee! Anyway,
So yeah, I can't, like, how big was this guy's channel? Because he's talking about like having a Patreon. He just said there he got like feedback, but then he's also saying like his channel isn't monetized, and like it doesn't take much to get your channel monetized. So, but I don't know whether or not he's like talking about like because he's so controversial, man.
Take it away, Jasper. Kenneth-J. Zucker is probably the most prominent researcher on gender identity. Man, wouldn't it be nice to live in a world where that was a good thing? Not only has he practically defined how the world views trans people through his place as head of the Committee on Sexual and Gender Identity Disorders in the DSM-5, but Zucker also helped write the DSM-4 and the DSM-3R.
Dr. Kenneth Zucker is one of the world's foremost child psychologists, specializing in gender dysphoria.
He's been in the forefront of the mainstream sentiment on trans people for the last 50 years. Because he has also overseen which studies and research has been published on trans people. Kenneth Zucker is the editor-in-chief of the academic journal Archives of Sexual Behavior.
Oh, he got injured.
His stamp of approval is one of the reasons we still talk about ROGD and autogynephilia, and, well, honestly, why the trans debate is even a thing. You see, Kenneth Zucker wants to eliminate trans people. Not kill them, but if he can convert them to being cisgender, that'll make him happy and comfortable. His viewpoint of valuing cis people higher than trans people, his power as editor-in-chief of a large academic journal, and his influence on the very definition of what it means to be trans has resulted in Kenneth Zucker being dubbed public enemy #1 to transgenders, at least according to this piece from 2009. So now I think it's time to, well, go back in time. I think we should start with Zucker's magnum opus, Gender Identity Disorders in Children and Adolescents, which he wrote in 1995 with the help of Susan Bradley. This was the main piece of evidence for the 6% persistence rates from the NHS. Michael Bailey, the guy who was really horny earlier, described it as
surely the most comprehensive text ever written on this topic.
Now, the book is so niche that it's practically impossible to get a hold of, but I did find some snippets on Google. The book starts with some case examples of Zucker's patients. Clinical assessments revealed that some of these boys prefer to sit to urinate, which seems to fuel a fantasy that they have female genitalia.
A sixth was persistent in claiming that she had male genitalia. If hit in the stomach with a hockey puck, she would clutch herself and exclaim, "Oh, my balls!"
Maybe that's funny.
During a Rorschach ink blood test, one child exclaimed, "Know what? It's a dick. It's not a nice thing to say, it's sort of rude. It's okay if you say dick, but not if you say it like this. Dick."
Also pretty funny. The others are not, and I'll spare you. For now. Zucker and Susan Bradley then go on to discuss whether or not gender identity disorder is a mental illness. They had also noticed some of the protests from the anti-GID folk at the time, but Zucker and Bradley were pretty adamant that, nah, these children are sick in the head. Anyways, let's see what else we can find in the book, shall we?
As noted in chapters 2 and 6, boys with gender identity disorder are often highly avoidant of rough and tumble activity. In contrast, girls with gender identity disorder are often oriented towards sports and rough and tumble activity. Other specific factors within the boys may be that they are unusually attractive.
That came out of nowhere! Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me, I got too excited. Oh, look at that. Just lost it. I mean, like, I didn't deserve that. Like, I thought that was a foul. Like, every day, like, in my head, like, every day of the week, that's a foul, but whatever, fine. Like, go in, studs flying. He, like, I guess so, it's like, do I get the ball? Okay, I get the ball. Okay, that's why it's not a foul. So, I get the ball, it's not a foul. He gets the ball back, kicks it into my leg, trips himself over. It goes to this guy, and, like, just, I guess, like, nutmegs him. I mean, like, the keeper was never saving that. That was just out of nowhere, but oh my goodness me. That was crazy. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna go down as one of the great managers of FIFA. Okay, but there's still room for them to score, so let's calm down. In fact, let's be conservationists. I don't usually like to do that, but we're gonna park the bus. I don't care.
What? Unusually attractive. Huh. And citations to back it up. Okay, now clip 2 foreshadowing is a let's skip to the fun part. Treatment.
Wait, so is this like some kind of pedo thing? I don't know. Like, I'm always like, whenever people like kind of get into like, I mean, like in general, I don't know, like scientists with kids, it's a bad combination. Oh my goodness, watch me like actually lose. Oh my goodness, that was so close. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. Yeah. Like, personally, I mean, I've said this before, like all of these like doctors, you kind of got to be a bit of a psychopath to be a doctor. And I'm not like saying that to be mean. I'm just saying like you are like comfortable cutting people open, which is a bit much. So, and then like on top of that, there's the fact you've kind of got to deal with people who are like telling you that they're afraid of dying and just be like, sounds like you're making it up to me. Sounds like you're faking it. You know. I know it's like different types of doctors, there's like surgeons and GPs, but yeah.
Behavior therapists were criticized for their treatment of cross-gender identified boys, which often consisted of extinguishing or punishing specific feminine behaviors, such as playing with Barbie dolls, and rewarding or encouraging specific masculine behaviors, such as playing with dart guns.
Okay.
Are they gamified?
Don't they like talk about? I forget who this is, but isn't there like a guy who like basically came up with the whole concept of you can't just observe something without interfering with it? And this sounds very much like, I mean, in this case, it doesn't even sound like they were trying to observe it without interfering with it. Okay, oh, that was a really good. See that? Like, I felt really unlucky for missing that, to be honest. Like that whole situation there, but yeah. And that goal. That was a good goal. I kind of like... And then yeah, this was nonsense. I just found a head out of nowhere. Anyway, whatever.
Gender! How fun! Anyways, it's never been trans people who thought that if boys played with dolls...
Oh my goodness, look at that difference. I had 10 more shots on target than them.
They were actually girls. No. The gender essentialism was literally written into how cis people define what it means to be trans.
A 4-year-old boy was fitted with a wrist counter and told to press it.
Yeah, the problem is, like, again, you're arguing against like two different groups of people. Because Helen Joyce, for example, who you've already mentioned, she would not agree with this. Like, this thing of, like, people saying, like, basically being pro gender essentialism, that's not a thing for the gender critical side. But yeah, there will be some, I mean, like, there are literally some conservatives who will say that their goal with opposing trans ideology, or sorry, yeah, well, yeah, with opposing trans ideology, is that they want boys to be taught to act like boys, girls to be taught to act like girls, and yeah, obviously that's a very different situation. Bad news, James Barrett has suffered a pulled hamstring. Will be out for about 3 weeks. We'll do what we had again back in training. Is he even a good player? I think I actually desperately need a... Okay. The media have gathered in the press room. Oh, fucking attend the thing. Okay. I'm going to badmouth Cambridge University. I'm going to unnerve them. There we go. Cool. Let's see. Hey, Gaffer. I really appreciate you listening to me. Let me out here. Okay, I need the Spanish guy because I have a serious lack of midfielders. So, let's find him. So, Sergio Garcia. Hello, Sergio Garcia. 7 days. Okay, whatever. I think we'll just give up. Squad. Alright. So, okay, my center attacking mid. I mean, to be fair, it's pretty fortuitous that I am scouting a new center attacking mid. But not fortuitous that my team is in a lot of pain. I think I'm just going to have a game... Okay, wait. We'll just bring on our shit squad. There's just nothing else to be done for it. I can do a center mid. Oh, okay, I've got this center attacking mid who's not very good, but... We'll just go with that. All right.
only when playing with boys' toys. This behavior was initially facilitated by behavioral cueing, in which the boy wore a buck-in-the-ear device and was told when to press the counter. An overall examination of the above-cited case reports, particularly those by Rikus and his group, suggests that behavior therapy do have some immediate effects on the sex-type behavior of cross-gender identified children.
And there we have it. At this point in time, Zucker supports conversion therapy for trans people. Get to them young, when they're gullible and malleable and naive. That's when conversion... Sorry. I mean reparative... Sorry, I mean exploratory therapy is most effective, according to Zucker. Okay, I hear you thinking, but trans people don't
just for
have...
record, I don't care if you call it conversion therapy. Like, we can call it exploratory therapy, we can call it conversion therapy. I mean, it is exploratory, because conversion therapy is exploratory. But yeah, like, this whole, like, thing of it being, like, this, oh, look, he's saying exploratory, and really he means conversion therapy. It's just not as big of a deal as this guy thinks.
Have it easy. Isn't a little conversion good if they can avoid the pain? So you are asking why conversion therapy is bad? Seriously? That's your question I wrote for you? Well, let me put it in this
okay.
really...
I would like to know why conversion therapy is bad. Can you tell me why conversion therapy is bad? Please. I need to know. If this feeling goes both ways, it's hard to see you go. We're sort of hoping that you'd stay. Baby, we both know that the nights were mainly made for saying things that you can't say tomorrow day. Crawling back to you. I had a few, and you know it's true. I need to have fewer, what's the word? Fewer, like, defenders. I need to get... In fact, I think I need all my centre mids on there, so... Left back, you're gone. No, okay, let's get rid of... Should I get rid of this? Let's get rid of the goalkeeper. I don't think I need a goalkeeper. Actually, should we have the bad goalkeeper on? You know what, let's bring on the bad goalkeeper. This will be... We're very much just hoping that things work out. Bye, Saskatchewan, and thank you for wishing me fun.
Disgusting light. It doesn't work, and it costs a whole lot of money. Actually, let me just read it out for you.
Among 28 published studies, which included 190,000.
By the way, saying the problem with conversion therapy is that it doesn't work is almost implying in so many words that, like, it would be good if it did work, right? Like, that's just... Like, if the main criticism of it is that it doesn't work, surely that would make it harmless, rather than there being something wrong with it. I don't know, maybe I'm making too much sense there, but... Yeah, that doesn't sound... Oh, this is stupid, I give up. Anyway. You know what, I was supposed to be pressing the L, I bet, so I was chipping, but I didn't, so who cares? Oh, it's raining again. Snow day in England. Cambridge United. Is that a good team? I don't know.
695 LGBTQ individuals, 12% of youths, experienced SOGICE, sexual orientation and gender identity change efforts. Relative to LGBTQ individuals who did not undergo SOGICE, recipients experienced serious psychological distress, depression, substance abuse and attempted suicide. In the economic analysis, over a lifetime horizon with a 3% annual discount rate, the base case model estimated additional $97,985 lifetime.
The problem with this is that you're not proving that conversion therapy is bad. You're proving that conversion therapy has happened and is bad. You know, like that's a problem. Like, you could show, like, oh, imprisonment is bad and we should never imprison anyone because you're showing that some people have been wrongly imprisoned or whatever. Like, I mean, for the record, my argument, I don't think that anyone should really get conversion therapy, except for I think conversion therapy isn't really a well-defined thing. And as such, what I really think is, one, people should have the free choice to choose what kind of, like, medicine they want for themselves. I don't think it's my right to tell someone that they're not allowed to have, you know, conversion therapy. Like, if they're gay and they don't want to be gay, I guess they can choose to get some kind of therapy that they think will stop them being gay. But the other thing is, I think that actually any therapy could cause someone to change some aspects of their sexuality because, you know, like they're not even doing a therapy specific to sexual, like they're just like looking at their anxiety and then they find out, oh wait, turns out I wasn't asexual. It was, or like depression, for example. Like they think they're asexual, but it turns out they just had depression. That's something worth like looking into. So that's my other issue. Like a lot of the time with conversion therapy that changes your preference in this stuff isn't necessarily isn't even necessarily even trying to do that. So yeah, for me, like the issue is when you like are trying to define it, you're just creating you're opening a whole barrel of worms. And my question would be, regarding that stuff which has been shown to be harmful, what about it was shown to be harmful? And is that necessary for conversion therapy? And what kind of conversion therapy is necessary? What about it made it conversion therapy that's harmful? Because again, technically any therapy is conversion therapy, because like if someone gets therapy and then they decide based on that, like let's say someone gets treated for narcissistic personality disorder and they decide, oh, it turns out I wasn't bisexual, I just wanted attention. Well, then was that conversion therapy? You know?
Cost per individual, with SOGICE associated with 1.61 QLAYs, quality adjusted life years lost versus no intervention. Affirmative therapy yielded cost savings of $40,329 with 0.93 QLAYs gained versus no intervention. With an estimated...
This sounds really weird to be like quantifying like the value of someone's life. I don't know, like whatever. I mean, maybe it's like based on real science, but it just sounds a bit weird to me.
508,892 youths at risk for SOGICE in 2021. The total annual cost of SOGICE is estimated at $650 million, with associated harms totaling an economic burden of $9.23 billion.
Now, you might argue that homosexual conversion therapy and gender conversion therapy aren't the same or aren't in the same...
That's a whole other thing, which I wouldn't even... that's another aspect of it as well. There's multiple senses in which what you're arguing is basically nonsense. Stupid of me. Oh, but I managed to get away with it. Oh, was that a penalty? Oh, yes.
Eek. That's at least what someone like Anna Hutchinson thinks.
Let's get real. Conversion and aversion practices were once practiced by therapists in the NHS. We've seen...
You almost had that goal. Yeah, thank you, Igor. I feel like I've had a lot of near misses in a way to my shame. Like sometimes when I like have a lot of near misses, I'll think to myself like, oh, this makes me feel vindicated. Like actually, in principle, I'm pretty good. But I think, well, in a way, actually, maybe this just speaks to how bad I am. I keep getting so close and then failing at the last hurdle.
Sex-attracted adults. These practices were often punishing and included horrors such as electric shock treatment.
This is the problem, right? I can believe that giving someone electric shock treatment would harm them. That should be illegal. The problem is that like that stuff's already illegal. This is the problem with the gay conversion therapy ban, is that all the bad things people point to are already illegal. It's already illegal to like kidnap someone without their consent. It's already illegal to like torture someone, to deny someone food, all this stuff. So, and like, by the way, like I'm assuming like his study about like conversion therapy was probably with reference to the United States, considering he was talking about dollars. I understand that can just generally be like a kind of universal frame of reference, but if it was based on the United States, obviously the United States has this massive evangelical community. There's going to be, and like fundamentalist community. So there's going to be all sorts of like different stuff going on there that just is not going to happen in the UK because we have a very different culture.
And induced vomiting. There is no evidence that this is happening today, and certainly not with children, because that would be illegal. But it did happen, and in my...
So you're making the... Okay, you're saying this... So is this a pro-trans... Oh, sorry, an anti-trans person making this point? Because it's a point I would agree with. There's no evidence this is happening today, because all that stuff is already illegal, yes.
Opinion, we mustn't minimise the suffering of this previous generation of gay adults, by appropriating their experiences and misapplying them to a new generation of gender-questioning children.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
And
Absolutely, I agree with what she's saying.
Again, Hutchinson. She
Wait,
argues.
Why is it? What's wrong? What's wrong? What's the wrong? I want to know what the wrong is. Okay, I'm ready for this.
That real conversion therapy is electroshock and hypnotism and vomiting. And these are all things that have been used on trans people as well. History has shown that conversion therapy is rarely about sexuality. It's usually about eliminating effeminate behavior. I'm not sure Zucker really thinks that it's two different things.
I don't know what you're talking about here, but like, I would say the most important thing she said is that this isn't really a thing that's happening anymore.
Even though he claims that the prevention of homosexuality has never been a goal in his research, it's mainly because of the lack of empirical evidence. So, on one hand, yes, maybe Zucker is very picky about his conversion therapy, but on the other hand, he did also publish a funny little 363-page book on ex-gay research. And, you know, it's fine to investigate the idea of fluid sexuality. The problem is that it will most definitely be used to counter gay acceptance, as the very idea of wanting to be hetero is, by definition, anti-gay. In the first chapter of the...
Okay, whatever. Either way, the argument now was, well, he's done a study on this thing, and a study might be used to counter anti-gay acceptance, but that's an appeal to consequence. Just because you can't police certain thought because it could be used to advance ideas you don't like. Unless there's like a problem with the thought itself, then you can say that you disagree with it. But you're claiming, like, your stated issue of it is that it could be used by sinister people. That's not a good argument against a study.
The book Ex-Gay Research, Zucker mentions that
for any readers interested in learning about the intellectual and ideological positions of NARTH, National Association of Research and Therapy of Homosexuality, a subscription to the NARTH Bulletin is worth the few dollars it costs.
NARTH, now going by the name Alliance for Therapy.
Isn't NARTH what Pinky says in Pinky and the Brain? NARTH! So, you know, that's just like a thing to consider, is all I would say. You know, maybe just kind of bear that in mind when you're going to call your organization, like, what do we... I don't think I can do either of the Pinky and the Brain voices. He's like, what? I feel like I should be able to. What? I don't know, he sounds like Orson Welles, right? Or he sounds like that fake Orson Welles that is always in every single Simpsons, and like I think he knows like Matt Groening or something, and he was like, yeah, you can do my Orson Welles, even though it doesn't really sound like Orson Welles, but it's kind of like everything is tragic. What are we going to do? But then it's like deeper as well. What are we gonna do? Okay, whatever. NARF. He says NARF. That's all that matters.
Therapeutic choice and scientific integrity. Wow. If you don't know, it's kind of the leading organization in the pseudo-scientific research of conversion therapy for homosexuality. And while Zucker doesn't directly condone NARTH doesn't play fast and loose with conversion therapy. They just like all of it. And they really like Zucker. NARTH wrote a letter on his research in 2007.
And in support of parents' rights to avert a homosexual outcome for their children, Zucker cites a persuasive quote from Richard Green. The right of the parents to oversee the development of children is a long-established principle. Who is to dictate that parents may not try to raise their children in a manner that maximizes the possibility of a heterosexual outcome? If that prerogative is denied, should parents also be denied the right to raise their children as atheists or as priests?
So in 1995, when this book was published, Zucker was at least comfortable with the idea of conversion therapy for homosexuality. If there just was evidence to show it worked.
There is now widespread recognition, at least among mental health professionals.
Yeah, so basically this is all just like a big guilt by association, whatever. I don't think the guilt by association is especially like strong. I mean, it doesn't surprise me that there would be a link between someone who says, well, like, you know, people should have the right to do whatever kind of conversion, like basically people should have the right to seek whatever therapy they feel like they personally need, and someone who's, you know, like basically saying that a lot of the gender conversion stuff is, or sorry, a lot of the like gay conversion stuff is unnecessary as a concern because it's just not happening in the UK, which by the way, this guy has not addressed. Like, I'm not like, I didn't miss it, right? Like, one of the main arguments that woman made was that, yeah, there used to be this like electroshock therapy, beating, forced vomiting, all this stuff is basically torture. But then she said, the thing is, none of this stuff is happening today. And that was like her main point. And this guy said like, wrong, but he's not shown that it's wrong. And yeah, like that's a really important point. But yeah, like the thing is, there's lots of different levels here. And then there are the people who say, no, we should have a gay conversion therapy ban, but we shouldn't have one for gender identity because gender identity is very different. I mean, and then never mind the people who would say, well, yeah, we can have a homosexual and lesbian conversion therapy ban, but what about asexuality? Because asexuality actually could be caused by mental health issues. So there's like lots of levels to this, and it's not surprising to me that the people who support full-on, like extreme, torturous conversion therapy would be happy with the fact there exist people like me who would point out that actually, you know, there are lots of issues with this whole conversation of conversion therapy bans. It's all very simplistic, and there's so many things that are being overlooked. But I'm right. I don't care whether or not... And again, it's just very weird, because it's like, well, there's, you know, there's like things that, like, there's things I believe that just full-on Nazis are down with. Oh, that's so annoying. That was, yeah, I knew that was going to be offside. How offside was that? Ah, it was pretty offside. Oh, sorry.
That homosexuality is not inherently related to general psychopathology or mental disorders. However, the treatment of cross-gender identified children for the purpose of preventing homosexuality has been justified on other grounds, including parental taste and parental morality. With regards to the former, Green has mused,
"The rights of the parents to oversee the development of children is a long-established principle. Who is to dictate that parents may not try to raise their children in a manner that maximizes the possibility of a heterosexual outcome? If that prerogative is denied, should parents also be denied the right to raise their children as atheists or as priests?"
Until it has been shown that any form of treatment has any effect on a child's future sexual orientation, Green's point is moot.
In 1973, Robert Spitzer was largely responsible for removing homosexuality as a diagnosis from the DSM-3. No longer was it recognized as a sexual deviation and disorder on par with pedophilia and transvesticism.
Also, I have an additional point for the conversion therapy point. If conversion therapy is so bad for sexuality, does that mean paedophiles shouldn't undergo treatment for it? Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Like, and you would hope it works in the case
which
of
probably
pedophiles,
helped
right?
gays
So-
to be accepted in wider society. So you could call Spitzer pro-homo, I guess. In 2001, Robert Spitzer published a paper called "Can Some Gay Men and Lesbians Change Their Sexual Orientation?", which, of course, was a retaliation on the idea that there was no scientific evidence to support conversion therapy, which Zucker complains about. "This'll show him," Spitzer thought. "Gay men don't have it easy. They just need to accept their maleness, and then their unwanted male attractions will decrease," he argued. He never stopped to think why it might be unwanted. Who could hope to change the world, I guess? The paper, of course, is like really bad. Kind of in the same way that the RGD paper is bad. There was an immediate backlash to it as well. Even the American Psychology Association issued a critique, because no matter how bad it is, it was still going to be used to justify conversion therapy. And of course, that's what happened. The ex-gay movement sprang on it like a rabbit in heat. But Zucker, having just taken over the journal Archives of Sexual Behavior, well, he kinda thought that Spitzer's paper fucked. So in 2003, Spitzer...
Cool. We did it. We did it. We are fantastic. Look at that. 69, nice. 88, nice. Okay, we had like a pretty even spread. I kind of enjoy that. Like we scored at 30 minutes, scored at 69 minutes, scored at 88 minutes. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Right. So we'll go now because, well, I'm done with you. No, I'm just kidding. It's later than I would usually be not doing things. Does that make sense? Whatever. I don't know. All right. So I will see you all. Well, I'm trying to make some progress through this pretty quickly. So I think my plan is Sunday. Man, it's a long video. I can't wait until we're halfway.
Which, of course, was a retaliation on the idea that there was no scientific evidence to support conversion therapy, which sucker.
As always, so we're actually coming back to this after a little bit more of an absence than we've had in the past. I mean, that's just how it is. Like, basically, I could have streamed on Sunday, but I kind of decided that I had some other things that were, I don't want to say more important, but let's say things that had implications for further down the line in terms of my production schedule. So I was like, okay, let's prioritize that stuff. Anyway, so basically we're back after more of an absence than usual, and with that said, I'm just hoping I did like click back a bit, so we're gonna kind of overlap. We're just gonna try and remember where we were. I think where we're at right now actually is there's a lot of stuff I don't really have anything to respond to. Let me just say hello to everyone here, and I do appreciate everyone being here. It is really it's really nice, you know, like that's the thing. I know you would think, considering that I've got a decent number of subscribers on my main channel, that I sort of just expect an audience and take it for granted, but I really don't. Like, every single time that I get like people commenting, I really appreciate it. Zombie Pup, hello. Oh, how was the concert? Goodness me, wow, you're really... so the concert was lovely. Let me think. Things about the concert. I found out... This is interesting. So I think I found out that there is a different version. I wish I could remember the carol. Because, for those who don't know, in the UK... there's what is it? Oh, Little Town of Bethlehem. There is a different version in the UK compared to the US. The UK version goes, "Oh, little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie," and then it kind of like goes on for a bit, and then it goes, "But in thy dark street shineth an everlasting light." I might not be getting the exact words right, but you know, whatever. Whereas in the American version, it's, "O little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie," and then the chorus is, "But in thy dark street shineth an everlasting light." So yeah, they're quite different tunes. But there was like one which I was confused by the tune, and I looked to my wife, and she, who is American, was confused by the tune too. And that makes me think that maybe this is a case where I am, as some people my age are, Americanized, and actually that was the classic British version, I just didn't know. But yeah, it was nice. It was in like an old church, which was nice, and my mum was in the concert, which I think I mentioned. She was like off to the side, and we couldn't actually see her, which was a little bit awkward. But yeah, that's really, you know, I mean, it was a really fun. And then we came back and we had Chinese like takeaway, delivery, whatever, and we got, I think because my parents are quite, let's say, loyal customers, I think they give my parents loads of extra stuff, which is fine, but genuinely, we didn't even eat a fifth of the food. We got like food that we thought could conceivably be enough for 6 people, because it was me, my wife, my mum, my dad, my sister, and her fiance. 6 people. We got food that were like, okay, yeah, this will be, you know, I think we might have some leftovers, but this should be enough for 6 people. And yeah, we didn't even have a fifth. It was insane. Anyway, so yes, Captain Alexa, hello. I was in the middle of watching your Patreon video. Cool. So that's the, I assume the bonus Patreon video. Yeah, that's a fun one, right? The that Radio Times debate. Lovely. And then Sonar Bob. Wait, does that say Sonar Poop? I might say Sonar Poop. Yeah, you're obviously where your little thing is on the screen is a bit obscure. I just finished the Minecraft trans video on KC2. Yeah, wow. People are having such... Oh, everything's imploding on itself. Okay, now we're going to start making progress.
Complains about. This'll show him, Spitzer thought. Gay men don't have it easy. They just need to accept their maleness.
and then their unwanted male attractions will decrease, he argued. He never stopped to think why it might be unwanted. Who could hope to change the world,
So,
I guess?
again, obviously, because we're not talking about gay people, we're in fact talking about trans people, so-called. This is like, it's guilt by association, and guilt by association on an unrelated topic. So yeah, just take some time to realize where we're at, is all I'll say there. Because yeah, you're not really being... You're kind of going very much off the rails as far as countering the gender critical position, or the, you know, as you call it, transphobic position. Oh, wait a minute. I want a centre mid. Shall I have this guy? Yeah, let's have that guy. And then centre back is lovely. Striker's fine. I think I might switch out. Do I want the... Wait, hold on. Where's the... Wasn't there a... Or is he already... Oh, there. Okay, that's the other striker. Okay, go away. Cool. Right. I am happy with this. I could... You know what? Should I just bring on this terrible centre-back, even though I'm probably not going to lose him? But at least he's on the bench. Alright.
The paper, of course, is like really bad. Kind of in the same way that the RGD paper is bad. There was an immediate backlash to it as well. Even the American Psychology Association issued a critique, because no matter how bad it is, it was still going to be used to justify conversion therapy. And of course, that's what happened. The ex-gay movement sprang on it like a rabbit in heat. But Zucker, having just taken over the journal Archives of Sexual Behavior, well, he kinda thought that Spitzer's paper fucked. So in 2003, Spitzer publishes the paper through Zucker's journal. This was done on the condition that the commentaries on the paper were also published, then mitigating the ever-irritating need to peer review. Ugh. Fast forward a decade and Spitzer finally realizes his mistake. Through the years, Spitzer apologized many times, accepting and understanding the critique, perhaps finally understanding that it isn't enough that homosexuality isn't a mental disorder. You also have to accept it as normal. However, he never actually officially retracted the paper. Why? Zucker wouldn't let him. Okay, Zucker might not be a direct proponent of gay conversion therapy.
Just to reaffirm what we've already said, whatever these guys' opinions are on the gay thing, it's just not relevant. Someone can be... I mean, just for the record, if someone's going to say... And to be fair, there are a lot of people. Like, every now and then I'll get comments in my audience from people who are like, oh, yeah, you criticize the trans thing, but when are you going to start talking about how terrible the gays are? Now, I don't have any immediate plans to start talking about how terrible the gays are. I don't know if I really agree with that sentiment. But I will say this. Those people who are writing that comment, even if I don't agree with them on the gay thing, and even if they're clearly, you know, homophobic, nonetheless, I would assume that they basically agree with my position on the trans issue. And yeah, I do think my position on the trans issue is good. Have I... Wait a minute. Okay, no, that's cool. Sorry, I was just thinking something, but it doesn't matter.
But he has a pretty good idea of how someone might argue for it.
If they set out specifically to prevent homosexuality at all, would probably do so with the view that a homosexual lifestyle in a basically unaccepting culture simply create unnecessary social difficulties.
He then uses the very same argument to explain why conversion therapy for transgender people is good, actually.
A fourth rationale in the treatment of cross-gender identification in children is the prevention of transsexualism in adulthood.
That could have been something incredible. I'll just say that, you know, that was almost a really solid start. Okay, wait.
There is little controversy in this rationale, given the emotional distress experienced by gender dysphoric adults.
And that's all that's available from Zucker's book online.
Okay, so whatever, I don't know. Basically, it sounds like this guy was against homosexuality, and then he also said that some of the reasons why people have been against homosexuality also apply to why people are against trans stuff. I guess that's what was being said there. But the issue that, sorry, and I know you're like, ooh, shouldn't you have just been listening? I'm not gonna lie, like I kind of was a little bit distracted, and I think ordinarily I've done a pretty good job at not just being totally distracted by the game I'm playing. But I think in that case it was all a bit confusing, and there was the fact that, like, you know, as you kind of picked up, I didn't really care about the whole homosexuality thing. So when it switched to being about the trans issue, I wasn't really prepared for it. But what I was expecting to happen there was someone to point out that because he was talking about how, like, homosexuality is considered sort of a problem for society, and I thought he was going to mention the obvious thing to mention, which is that the fact homosexuality is considered a problem for society is why the trans thing is invented. And, you know, there are many examples of that. Obviously, in Iran, you have the fact that they think homosexuality is morally wrong, and that's putting it mildly. And therefore, they say, like, oh, but, you know, if you become trans, then that will fix everything. Obviously, in the case of Tavistock, there were parents who spoke about preferring that their child is trans instead of gay. And, you know, you have people like Blair White, and, you know, many, it's crazy how often you hear these stories about, like, oh, I was a trans kid, and the story basically amounts to, my parents hated the idea of me being in any way gender non-conforming, and obviously homosexuality applies to that. And then, yeah, you have all of these like spiritual native, like, third gender categories, which are typically just about people who have non-standard gender performance, gender non-conformity, all that kind of stuff. So I was maybe thinking that would be mentioned, but that hasn't been mentioned. But I've mentioned it now because it is worth mentioning. Yeah, that was a really interesting start. I feel like I had so many like near misses there where I should have scored. But yeah, either this is a very bad team or I'm actually just getting better at this game.
Sadly, it's practically impossible to get your hands on, especially where I live, and I've seen them go for north of $100. Oh well. Luckily, I do have a copy. To be honest, the rest of the book doesn't provide a lot of new information. What it does, however, is allow us a real glimpse back in time. A couple of things sprang out to me. Zucker doesn't really believe in trans people. He doesn't think that a trans man is a man. Instead, to him, a trans man is a defective woman. To him, people can't change gender. They aren't the gender they say.
Okay. I see, again, like, that stuff sticking out to you is a bit weird, because really, like, it's kind of like, I don't know, like, the whole vibe, it feels like a Christian reading, like, a book by an atheist and being like, there's a few things that stuck out to me. First of all, this guy, you know, Richard Dawkins or whatever, he doesn't believe in God. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of, you know, 101 of there are people who don't agree with your point of view. You know, you shouldn't, it's kind of weird that you're surprised by that. But that's kind of funny, the fact he's just like, yeah, so I looked at this, you know, I made this video called Debunking Transphobia, where I'm, I guess, looking at people I consider to be transphobes who, like, disagree with me on this point. And I was, you know, something that stuck out to me is that one of the people I'm, like, responding to in that context doesn't believe that trans people exist. And it's like, well, yeah, what is... That shouldn't be sticking out to you. That should kind of just have been expected with what you set out to do.
They are. Listen to this.
Some adolescents with gender identity disorder have an almost delusional sense that they really are the opposite sex, or can really be the opposite sex.
See, what I kind of enjoy about this, and I know he kind of mentioned, like, the whole antiquated thing, it's the fact that he... I almost wonder if he's not even realizing that the idea that trans was about sex is quite a novel thing. Like, I'm assuming based on the age, this book would be from a while ago. And as such, from his perspective, this seems like someone disagreeing with trans identity. But even just a decade ago, but certainly any more time ago than that, the idea of someone saying, like, oh, this trans person actually thinks they are the opposite sex would be considered crazy even by other trans people, to their credit. You know, like, it... Because obviously... Oh, I can't let this happen. Oh, please don't tell me that's a foul, because it's not. Yeah, basically... it was one of those things, and there was almost a time, like, I remember there are still people on who kind of reply to my videos or whatever, or videos I'm responding to, where they will kind of act as if the whole, oh, we change sex, trans people change sex thing is a straw man, and those would be trans activists. Trans activists say, well, you think, you know, obviously we know we can't change sex. Yeah, So actually, what this guy's saying is, oh, isn't it crazy that there are some trans people who, beyond being trans, actually think they literally are biological males when they're biologically female, or biologically female when they're biologically male. Yeah, basically the same way that it would be significant if a child who's like playing some kind of dress up thing actually thinks they are the thing they're dressing up as. Everyone would think that was complete nonsense. But yeah, again, it just shows you how far the movement has kind of gone off the rails, that now it's considered like, oh, I can't believe this guy would say that there's some problem with the fact that they think they're the opposite sex. Because like that now, if you disagree, if you say, oh, some biological males think they're biological females, isn't that insane? You are criticizing trans identity. A few years ago, that was just you recognizing what trans identity actually is, supposedly, and not giving into a straw man.
But it struck me just how important this factoid is for his whole philosophy. If people can't become a man or a woman, if they aren't what they say they are, if trans people aren't real, then basically all treatments to prevent transition are valid. I've read quite a lot of books on
Okay, it's interesting that this guy said this, because like that's an incredible thing to admit, because what I always say is, I don't think that biological males can be women, I don't think biological females can be men, and therefore I do sometimes just ignore a lot of the other things people talk about, like the stuff around so-called trans healthcare and all that stuff, because I say, well, I don't really need to talk about the specifics of how we're going to engage with this idea, because it's total nonsense. Same way I'm not a Catholic, I don't need to worry about what liturgy we're going to have for Catholic services. Oh, that was really stupid of me. Oh, okay, I thought that was going to be a offside, and it wasn't, but I still missed. Anyway, yeah, I don't need to worry about that. And sometimes I feel like that's a bit of a cop-out. Because it's like, well, even if I think it's nonsense, maybe I should still care about it. But this guy's admitting here, he's saying, yeah, if the trans thing is in fact complete nonsense, then all of the concerns around being trans, all of the pro-trans arguments, all of the trans ideology concerns, they are just totally irrelevant. So yeah, I mean, if this guy's going to admit that, he better have a really strong argument for the claim that biological males can be women.
Pathology over the last 2 years, and there are usually two ways they're written, either empathetically or condescending. And Zucker's book is definitely not empathetic. He lists one example of a trans man who thought he had impregnated his girlfriend, and another example of a trans man who creates a penis held up by a wire, which he uses to fantasize of fellatio with his girlfriend. Like, yeah? They're kind of out there, but Zucker never tries to understand why these people feel the way they do. Obviously, you can't impregnate someone without sperm, but can't you understand that someone might just hope? And obviously...
Oh my goodness, this is just like so lame. At the end of the day, you're allowed to, especially as like a doctor, I don't know, like what is this? It's just so stupid to be like, oh, I can't believe this scientist is just only focusing on the fact these people had these bizarre beliefs. Shouldn't he have been sat there like being empathetic, asking them why they feel that way? And it's like, I don't know, like the whole thing, it just feels very emotionally manipulative, because it's like, who's to say that there isn't a consideration of why these people feel this way, the emotional reasons for that? Maybe it's just not relevant to the discipline. Also, maybe you don't care, and to be honest, you don't have to be committed to some emotional appreciation for why these people believe these nonsense ideas. And also, you just like were focusing on the fact that whether or not biological males can actually be women is the most important question. And so far, the only thing you've kind of said relevant to that is, well, maybe they're just hoping they're women, which seems to be tantamount to you admitting that actually they're not. So, or obviously in this case, you're talking about trans-identified females, so they're not men. But yeah, I don't know. I'm interested to hear any actual argument for the claim biological males can be women or biological females can be men.
A DIY dildo isn't a penis, but neither are any other dildos. Sex isn't just about...
Okay, yeah, you are right there. To be fair, women who use dildos generally don't believe they're actually penises. But the other thing is, it's just a little bit more strange to be using a DIY dildo. But yeah, you are right. And to be fair, somebody who is like a biological female who is absolutely convinced that she's a man, I guess it's not really that surprising that she might do something like that. So that's probably not really that crazy, but whatever. The important thing is your whole emotional thing about, why aren't you just thinking more about their feelings and stuff? It's just not a good argument.
Procreation or physical sensation, right? You don't use a strap-on because you imagine the dildo feels really good. Maybe you like dominating. Maybe you like simulating a man. Maybe you just like watching your partner squirm.
Shut up. Just, what are you talking about? None of this is relevant. It's just a total, it's just so obvious that this is not an art, because we're talking about, can a biological female be a man? Coming up with all of the different reasons why a biological female might use a dildo, that's not an argument. That's a funny face I paused on. That's a funny face for this guy to be paused on as I'm ranting at him about why is he trying to but yeah, that's the thing. And you can talk, it kind of reminds me of, so obviously I got that response literally uploaded today from that guy talking about I did that video on Judith Butler, and he's kind of said, oh, you didn't really understand it. But I watched a portion of his video, and a lot of it is just the thing is, Judith Butler, what she's really talking about is how interesting biological sex is, and how interesting gender is, and how gender's constructed, and blah 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 blah. Thing is, everyone already knows that. There's not really that much to be said for just sitting there saying oh, this is interesting. Isn't it interesting that gender's got all these features? Isn't it interesting all the reasons why a woman might use a dildo? And it's okay, maybe that is interesting to you, but when there's a lot of stuff going on that's basically about an argument that people are having, just saying, oh, that's him, yes, yeah, just saying oh, but isn't all of this other stuff interesting? That you can't do that. And again, just imagine a religion analogy. If I'm asking, why do you believe that this religion is true, telling me all of the interesting things about your religion, all the little factoids, that's not relevant. It's just stupid.
I don't know. Sucker just whoops it to the side.
You're right. That actually could be a good thumbnail. You're right. Oh, this could also be a good thumbnail. We're just we're 2 for 2 in terms of good thumbnails right now.
I simply cannot comprehend simulacra. This isn't natural, and you are delusional.
Lastly,
look, I'll say this because I'm all about giving credit where it's due. I think actually, yeah, finding it super weird that it's not that shocking that a trans-identified female would simulate having a penis. That actually is not something I struggle to understand. And being really confused by that doesn't really make much sense because it's kind of, well, obviously. It's kind of got the same vibe as this guy being really confused about the fact there are people who disagree with trans identity. But yeah, that is a point. It's a point that, yeah, it is a bit weird to act as if you don't understand it, but it doesn't really function as any sort of argument.
A psychotic adolescent may present with the statement that he or she is of the opposite sex. Such statements are typically part of the delusional system and generally cease with the treatment of the psychosis.
This book is so focused on treating the child to rid them of cross-dressing behavior that it never pauses and imagines a world where these children can feel welcome. Only the world sucker himself inhabits, where the children are either repaired or failures.
At least 3 goals. Elimination of peer...
Goodness me, no. Yeah, at the end of the day, this guy... I think you shouldn't be that surprised that a lot of people here... that there are biological males who imagine themselves to be women, biological females who imagine themselves to be men, and think to themselves, oh, how are we going to cure this? Because to most people, it's actually just a very natural conclusion. The same way we would think that if a human being believes they're an attack helicopter, we would all intuitively understand this is something that needs to be treated like a psychotic issue, not a how do we... accept these, encourage people to accept themselves as they are and just be whoever they want to be. Right, I'm going to get some chamomile tea, only because it's usually the time I ordinarily have it, and we've got the highlight reel playing, so you guys can watch the highlight reel while I go get my tea. Hello, everybody. I come from Germany. Have you ever seen the... Has anyone ever seen that like video of like I'm just gonna have to play it because I can't be bothered to make it so you guys can hear it, but it's really funny. So it's like we don't do that in Germany. That's the whole meme. Yeah, here it is. Wait. This is how I imagine this guy, essentially. Wait, so...
Why don't you have state healthcare like we do in Germany? Why are you religious? We are not like that in Germany. Why do you let people be patriotic? We don't do that in Germany. Why do you let people have guns? We don't do that in Germany. Why don't you make buildings from brick like we do in Germany? Why don't you have trains like we do in Germany? Why don't you have state healthcare like we do in Germany? Why are you religious? We are not like that in Germany.
Oh, wait, sorry, it's just repeating.
Why do you let...
There we go, yeah. So that's... I mean, that's not really what this guy... I don't even know if this guy's German. He's some kind of, like... He's some kind of Germanic. I think that's fair to say. But yeah. Why don't you respect trans people? We're not like that in Germany.
Ostracism in childhood, treatment of other psychopathology, and the prevention of transsexualism in adulthood are so obviously clinically valid and consistent with the ethics of our time that they constitute sufficient justification for therapeutic intervention.
The book makes me feel as if I'm standing behind a pane of glass to inspect these children as if they're some kind of zoo animal. It's almost David Attenborough-esque. Except David understands that nature is...
Oh my goodness. Like, it's like this guy just doesn't understand the fact that human beings can sit there and talk about, like, scientists can talk about other humans as if they need to be studied. Like, you can't always just be coddling people, and every single time you're describing real human phenomena, you have to use this language. Sorry, phenomena. You have to be using this like really sensitive language of, oh, well, you know, this person who's very valid, and you know they have all of these feelings, and they've got a rich life, and blah 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 blah. Here's my observation. You can't be making that clarification every single time you engage in something. Anyway, let's do a bit of a scout report. Let's make an offer for this scout man. Yeah, I need a left mid. Andre Green. Aston Villa. This guy's going to cost me £1 billion. Approach Aston Villa to buy. There is no way that I'm going to be able to buy this guy. Recommended transfer budget. Oh, wait, so... He's probably going for a sum between 989,000 and... Okay, so that was a waste of time. I don't think we're going to be able to buy a guy for that much money. Whoops. So that was a giant waste. I think that's an AI voice. Yeah, I think it is an AI voice. But yeah, I'm really annoyed. I just wasted my scouting resources on. Okay, view scout report. What about this guy? Sergio Garcia. Approach Cordoba? Do you think CF stands for Club Football? A value of 45,000. Let's offer 40,000. Why not? That's a fair deal. Or 36,000. Let's try that. Submit offer. Cool. Who is... Why didn't I just... I mean, didn't I just make an offer? Whatever. Okay, anyway. Let's get back into the game.
Weird, and it's not designed to be comprehensible to mankind.
4-year-old might say that he's a dog. Do you go out and buy dog food?
So with the ultimate goal of eliminating transgender behavior, Zucker set out to find any trace of origin and was seemingly willing to practice any treatment if it meant that these children would grow up normal. And this ties in with the second point. Zucker mentions social constructionists a couple of times. You know,
people who believe society is replicated and understood through interactions and relations and not just heretic genetics.
Social constructionists, the contemporary gadflies of psychiatry, are disdainful of the notion of intrapersonal distress, except as a response to social oppression. In their view, one can never be the architect of one's own misery.
Suddenly, all his theorizing made so much sense. I believe that Soccer believes that psychiatry is a pure science with certain factually right and wrong answers. If there's a problem, there must also be a root to that problem, and if we haven't found it, it's just because we haven't dug deep enough.
It really does have to be based on the... it has to be actually based on some science, otherwise you are neglecting people. You're not treating them right. So, while it's not necessarily a totally simple science, in the same sense you could say other sciences are scientific, there is still an obligation for it to be accurate, for it to consider basic realities. Okay, please revise your... What am I doing? Okay. Oh, squad role. Let's say crucial first team player. Okay, there we go. Can I can't, like... Okay, there's only one option, which is 1,250. Right. Yeah, I'm going to give him a bonus goal. A bonus per goal. Because why would I? I could, but I don't want it. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I should have made... I didn't actually pay attention to what was happening. So, now I might get him.
A person is made up of pure genetics and decisions, an ultra-rational individual organism. And to that I say...
No, yeah, so this... Here's the thing. This is why you're being stupid. You're... Yeah. The problem with this is that it actually... We're not talking here about whether people are purely rational. We're talking about whether reality is reality. You know, it's kind of like if someone says, you know, I can fly, and I say, no, you can't. You go, okay, you Vulcan. You know, it really reminds me of... I actually rewatched this video recently. It's by a trans-identified male, so this just shows that I'm not a bigot. There's this video I really enjoy by this YouTuber called Jay, and it's in response to Patrick Willems. And Patrick Willems has this video about like plot holes. The video is called Shut Up About Plot Holes. And essentially, his entire argument relies on assuming that the only alternative to a movie being riddled with plot holes that make the, you know, basically give it no internal logic, would be that the movie is just 100% logical and nobody ever has any emotions. You know, he basically says, oh, if everybody was logical in the movie and there were never any plot holes, which, by the way, people acting illogically isn't a plot hole because it's not, you know, it makes sense that sometimes people act illogically. But anyway, he says, if there were no plot holes in movies, everybody would be acting like Vulcans. They would never have any emotions. They would just be completely like, oh, I see what you're saying, blah, blah, blah. But what JXE points out, which I think is really, really good, is that obviously Spock is a character in Star Trek. He acts logically, and he's a Vulcan. But do you know who else acts logically in Star Trek? Everyone. Captain Picard is a logical person. He, you know, and there are very few, and look, I'm not like a massive Trekkie, but there are very few episodes of Star Trek and zero good episodes that are entirely advanced by the characters just making illogical decisions. If there was an episode of Star Trek where Picard starts off by being like, hey everyone, let's blow up the ship's engines for fun. Let's turn off the life support system and see who dies first. If that was an episode, it would be a bad episode because it's him acting illogically. But the point is, just because he's acting logically doesn't mean he's acting like a Vulcan. Emotions do not contradict logic. And I bring all of this up because I think it's a perfect analogy to what this guy's basically arguing, which is if you think that claims that you're making about reality actually have to cohere with reality and have some kind of logic to them, that therefore you're just saying that human beings are robots, that they don't have any sort of unique, complex, intricate experiences, and that's just not true. That's the issue, basically. I recognize that trans people can be all like weird and wonderful in a perfectly good way, and that's fine. But that's not going to have anything to do with whether I then think that they are correct about reality. Obviously.
No, maybe take a single course in sociology like I did. But really, it explains so much of the book. If a child is a result of some formula, the next logical step to understand why the child is the way it is to look to its roots. And to look into epigenetics, etiology, and associated psychopathology. But the parents, and especially the mother, is a part of the problem. If they even dare to tolerate that the child cross-dresses. GID is seen as a rejection of a real identity, a rejection of real biology, and an escape into a fantasy land, into a world of constructions. So when the parents tolerate or even accept their child's behavior, this book sees it as playing into the delusion, being part of the problem.
I will never stop noting how insane it is that this guy literally acknowledged, hey, you know, if someone recognizes or believes that trans identity is complete nonsense, then that it does make sense that they consider so much of the rest of this discussion and these defenses of trans ideology to be illegitimate. And yet he hasn't actually offered up any commentary on that question of like whether these central claims of trans ideology are actually nonsense. Instead, he's just talking about this one individual's guy's particular attitude towards what is causing trans identity, with his focus being on the fact, oh, this guy thinks that trans identity is caused by the parents behaving a certain way, and that's a problem. But, well, that's not an argument, right? I mean, it is, again, I will use his own logic against him. If, like he's already admitted, someone disagrees with the claim that biological males can be women and biological, biological females can be men, then of course it is a problem to tell children something, to indulge children in something that is complete nonsense. In a way, depending, look, if you want to like tell your kids Santa exists for fun, that's fine. Okay, you can have like a little bit of fantasy with your kids, where you got a little bit of like silly magic and stuff. But obviously saying, oh, you're actually in reality a boy and not a girl, that's not a fun bit of magic. That's quite a dangerous falsehood to be telling kids.
Of course, Zucker's approach was never watchful waiting. It was active discouragement and punishment for deviant and perverse tendencies, and affirmation of biologically accepted sex-type behavior. And on the journey to find any probable reason for a cause, it led these researchers down some weird fucking paths. Because they had come to realize just how attractive some of these children with gender identity disorder were. And
goodness me, look, I don't even like want to listen to this, because it's like, first of all, I've never even heard of this guy, this Rutger guy. This sounds like this guy found a bunch of people, and now that's like he was like, oh, look, I found it. But of course, it's really hard to ignore the fact that John Money is the famous guy who was really creepy in his relationship with kids, and he is the person who literally coined the phrase gender identity. Like that phrase that every single trans person uses, that is kind of the entire foundation of their ideology, that was coined by John Money, who was obsessed with this idea that kids have gender identity, and he was interested in the way they act out that gender identity. And yes, it was very creepy. And even then, like, I don't really bring that up that much, because again, it is kind of a genetic fallacy, just because that's where it came from. But at least you can say, like, that's a significant thing. Like, that makes John Money very significant to the trans movement in an objective sense, that he coined one of the most common terms used in the trans movement. But yeah, what this guy's bringing up, I really should have scored there, is totally irrelevant. Or not totally, but like that he's not given any reason to think that this particular individual, who, yeah, maybe is really creepy, has anything particularly to do with the gender critical movement, the anti-trans movement, that makes like him like this more significant than just some random person.
It must be a sign of something Right. This was based on Robert Stoller's work from the 1960s, a previous well-known psychiatrist. Stoller's theory goes something like this. It's a 3-generational formula. A mother is negligent towards her daughter. The daughter experiences strong love from her father, but only very briefly. And this cocktail encourages the daughter to identify with maleness. This, of course, makes her bisexual.
Yeah. So here, like, the whole thing is this obsession over, like, an individual's specific explanation for why people are trans. And I do kind of understand that as an argument, like, in that you could say, well, if you're going to say an idea is false, what is your alternative explanation for why people come up with it? You know, what is your alternative explanation for why biological males say they are women if the answer isn't that they actually are? But the problem is, in this case, that's not really a difficult question to answer, because this is very clearly an idea that's very tied up with a lot of specific psychological conceptions of things people might have. And, you know, like the kind of alternative, so obviously like a good analogy to this would be people kind of say, well, you know, if you're not a Christian, why do you think that loads of people came up with this idea that Jesus Christ was crucified? And ultimately, you know, you don't have to come up with an explanation for that, but it's a question people ask. You know, if you're saying, well, it's not because he actually was, what is your explanation for why people came? And usually people will actually go to the effort of saying, well, I think it was like a legend, or, you know, whatever. Like, people will usually try and come up with some explanation for why they think people believe differently. And in that sense, you know, it is worth coming up with some kind of explanation for why people disagree, or sorry, why people claim to be trans. But the answer is, oh, that was a very tight offside. The answer is quite simple, because we live in this very strange gendered society where people do have all sorts of notions of how men and women should behave. And because of that, it makes a lot of sense that they would start saying, oh, well, I'm not behaving the right way, so I'm going to be, you know, a woman instead of a man, or whatever. So we actually do have a pretty just obvious explanation. And like, this guy who came up with all of these specific theories of like, oh no, it's to do with this exact precise relationship between the mum and the father, that's just not necessary to criticize trans ideology. And therefore, it really doesn't matter if this one guy said that, and it doesn't matter if you can like show that that's nonsense, or if you're actually even just going to expect us to take it for granted that it's nonsense without even making any effort to refute it, which is probably what you're going to do. But to be honest, in that case, like, fine, do that if you want, because I don't have any reason to defend this. So yeah, fine. If you want to just say it's nonsense, fine, it can be nonsense. It doesn't really matter, because one specific guy's explanation for why people claim to be trans isn't that important in the question of whether being trans is actually a thing.
When the bisexual daughter grows up and becomes a mother herself, her husband becomes absent. Of course, this absence of the father makes her want to feminize the phallus of her beautiful son. And therefore, the son cross-dresses. And boy, oh boy, these researchers just couldn't help but notice just how beautiful those children were. Maybe this sounds crazy, but this was the state of trans research before the turn of the millennia. So, Zucker set out to test it, because what if these children were transgender because they were too beautiful to be boys? A group of boys with an average age of 8.1 years had pictures taken of them from the chest up and graded on how cute, pretty, attractive and beautiful they were. They found that those with gender identity disorder scored higher on attractiveness.
I will say, there is like some point in doing this. There's like a line you have to draw. Like, if you're getting really into it, that's creepy. But in some sense, recognizing that some children might be considered more attractive than other children could have research value. Like, if you want to talk about how children are treated, saying, oh, is this child considered more cute? That's definitely something you want to look into. In some context, maybe even get into a question of like, is this child considered attractive? It's a bit weird, because like, I'm just going to say this, I personally don't really understand. Like, I can understand saying a child is cute. I don't really know like what exactly saying a child is like. I mean, I don't know. Like with pretty, for example, I guess you just say like a symmetrical face and all that kind of, you know, like the standard things that people bring up when they talk about it being objective. And yeah, I don't know, maybe in that sense you could say, yeah, this kid is pretty in that like everything's in the right place. But yeah, whatever. The thing is, this sounds like I'm not interested in defending this. One, because it's totally irrelevant what these random researchers did. Two, because I think it probably is actually kind of weird. But I just want to say there are some contexts where actually talking about the idea that people, I don't know. Well, again, I mean, if you want to do research into pedophiles, which there's probably important reasons why you'd want to do research into pedophiles, maybe you'd have to have some uncomfortable conversations about the mentality of said pedophiles. So there are like contexts where this makes sense, but that's just something I'm inclined to point out for the sake of fairness.
The more feminine the kids were, the hotter, apparently. So, of course, they wanted to do this with little girls as well. But this one's different. The researchers took 12 girls with the DSM-3 diagnosis of gender identity disorder, 10 normal girls as a control group, and a further 12 as a clinical control group. But if the clinical control group weren't normal and they weren't trans, what were they? Of these last 12, 11 of them, and I cannot stress how fucked up this is,
were taken from a pool of girls referred to a child protection agency because they had been either sexually abused or had experienced physical abuse or emotional neglect.
The girls were on average 6.
So okay, hold a minute. So why is that fucked? Because it sounds like, I'm just thinking, is the point of this going to be that they looked at these specific girls because they wanted to see whether or not there were like commonalities between the mentality of trans-identified females and females who've been victims of abuse? If so, that's an incredibly important thing to establish and not at all fucked up to actually explore. Like, I don't know, isn't that something worth looking into? What are the physical effects of trauma and or the psychological effects, and comparing that to other kind of mentalities people might have that could be could correlate with that? Isn't that something that's worth looking into? I don't see why that's fucked up at all.
6.5 years old.
With parental consent at the time of assessment, a colored photograph was taken of each girl, usually from the chest up.
Now, to be fair, I don't know, if they like then start saying like how attractive these kids are, that's weird. Again, I don't have any reason to defend these people, these random researchers. No reason at all. I don't care. I'm only pointing out what I think is a legitimate thing to say, which is that there could be some, and let's just say this, I don't really have much confidence this guy isn't kind of misrepresenting things, although I also don't have much confidence that scientists wouldn't be pretty messed up. So it's kind of, take your pick. But yeah, basically, I'm just going to point out what I can infer based on what this guy has said.
Instructed to smile. Subsequent photographs showed that only 3 girls...
I think John Money was doing stuff before that though, but he didn't make the team, yeah. Oh, let's actually bring on some subs, because I'm kind of upset for my sub guys. Oop, pardon me, having a little burp. Disgusting. Sickening. Bring on this left mid. I guess we'll just replace our captain. And then we'll just bring on a new centre back. Oh, wait, let's bring on our left back to replace Tutonda. Lovely. Okay.
Did not smile.
Just like the previous study, the girls needed to be scored on how attractive they were.
Okay,
a group of 31 men and women with an average age of 21.6 years were instructed to rate the girls on a 5-point scale of being attractive, beautiful, cute, pretty, and ugly. I wonder what they found. The girls referred to the gender clinic were apparently uglier than the rest, but the clinical control group of sexual abuse victims were on average more attractive, beautiful, cute.
That is actually, like, the thing is, again, it's messed up, but assuming this was like a blind trial or whatever, that is actually interesting information. That even, because I'm going to assume the people who were like if you just bring like a random group of people in, I don't know, it's kind of interesting to think about why would that have been the case, that a random group of people all said, oh, these people are the more attractive. I don't know. It's weird, but it is actually kind of interesting.
And pretty than the rest. Also, older girls scored worse.
That is interesting.
Chapter 11. Richard Green. And soccer isn't even in the French part of Canada. Shaking my damn head. Fun fact, for some reason Soccer's book decides to leave out that some of the girls were abuse victims. But no matter how disgusting I feel that study was, of course it doesn't invalidate...
Like right about like we're on like some level of guilt by association here? Like it wasn't... Is Zucker... I don't even know who Zucker is, but was he even the one who like did this, you know, research? Or did he just like reference it? Because that's obviously a significant... Like I don't know how many degrees of separation we are currently removed from anyone who actually matters. But it's at least a few.
The whole body of work of Zucker and his colleagues. Also, he's known for...
And obviously, what we're definitely many degrees removed from is any question about whether or not trans ideology is actually correct, whether trans identity is making any correct claims about reality, because obviously none of this has anything to do with that. Like, the amount, like, how irrelevant this is kind of crazy. Oh, goodness me. Okay, I thought I was going to concede.
Being quite litigious. So, no, it's not that all these men... Zucker in the studies, Richard Green in his book, or Stoller in the transsexual experiment, all for some inexplicable reason comment again and again on the extreme attractiveness of the boys with gender identity disorder. That makes me discredit them. No, it's their whole body of work almost.
Okay, well in that case stop, like, in a way kind of stop mentioning it, because it just comes across very much like poisoning the well, especially since I haven't heard of most of these people, so... Why are you, like, except for Blanchard? Am I like, sorry, I feel like I'm just completely forgetting who the people. What's it called? The AGP guy. But wasn't he talking about like adults, not children? So yeah, as for all these like pedo people you've mentioned, none of them I've even heard of.
Succinctly, their base philosophy that makes me discredit them, and in
okay, so
particular,
actually,
Zucker.
okay,
I'm not even
so actually attack their philosophy then. You can't do this. You can't say, it's just so disingenuous to like spend all this time talking about this research, which I don't know, yeah, sounds pretty creepy. Oh wait, is that the match over? That's the match over. I did not realize that. Yeah, okay, maybe sounds pretty creepy, but you're not, that's not an argument. And then to be like, oh, but this isn't why I discredit them. All right, well then, you know, honestly, why did you bring it up? In a way, I kind of get, all right, like if they're doing some major pedo stuff, if J.K. Rowling was a pedophile, I could understand bringing this up. If Janice Raymond was a pedophile, I can understand. If someone who's like very important to the gender critical movement or the anti-trans movement was a pedophile, I can understand bringing it up. But you went out of your way to find these really obscure people and be like, oh, look, these guys who I've gone out of my way to find did this research, but like that's not why I'm discrediting them. Well, it may not be why you're claiming you're discrediting them, but it's certainly why you found them. I think that's pretty obvious to anyone who's, you know, got half a brain cell. Oh, goodness me, I've got a really bad knot in my back. Yeah. Really need to get into it. So I use this thing. This is a little like roller thing. It doesn't really work real. I just kind of lean back on it. It mostly just... I will say with like massaging, sometimes I wonder whether or not massaging is a giant like psyop, where essentially it doesn't actually help. It's just that because it kind of makes the muscle hurt more temporarily, you feel like it's helped, because compared to the pain of being massaged, you know, like basically... I think I've heard like people make a joke about this, where it's like you get massaged and when it's right on the knot, it really hurts. And then someone says, oh, doesn't that feel better? And it's like, well, yeah, when you stop it does, because anything feels better than what you were just doing. Anyway, yeah. I think it's fair to say this guy is poisoning the well. Hello, William Jerkins. And hello, Jew, or Deju. And oh yeah, I think there are a few more people here. Pathetic Girl, good to have you here. You sound, that's a lovely name. Yeah, but whatever. Well, the point is, this guy's saying like, well, what I really have a problem with is their philosophy, but you haven't criticized their philosophy, so you're being disingenuous. Start criticizing their philosophy if that's what you want to do.
Sure, exactly what they wanted to accomplish with the study. There haven't been any follow-ups. Maybe Zucker got inspired by some of his colleagues to investigate paraphilias. There are some truly revolting studies by his buddy Ray Blanchard.
And I realized that we used to use these brief movie clips. They were basically deteriorating too much. I just couldn't see continuing with them. So I wanted to go with photographs instead, but the still photographs, as I described to you, looking like medical textbook illustrations, they just weren't quite strong enough. So what I did was I wrote a series of stories. Each is about 54 seconds long. So if I'm showing you a photograph of an 8-year-old girl, you're hearing about a minute-long story about how you're interacting sexually with this 8-year-old girl.
Wait, okay. So is this Ray Blanchard saying this? Because that is all a bit sus. I will say that. What is this talking about? I don't think I care about this. Transfer deadline day. Oh. Cool.
If I show you a photograph of a 25-year-old man, you're hearing.
The manager is called Dick Advocate. That's his name. His name is Dick Advocate. I'm gonna unnerve Dick Advocate. I'm gonna do it. I'm unnerving Dick Advocate. There we go.
A story about sexual interaction with a 25-year-old man. So the two things together kind of beefed up response, and we were getting better results than we got with slide stimuli alone.
If I'm being totally honest, I don't have that much of a problem with this book. This one.
Oh, goodness me. So is this another poisoning the world thing? Like, you don't have much of a problem with it, but you just decided to include something that sounds really bad from it. That's very weird. I mean, it sounded weird, but again, like, my question, and I feel this guy's done this multiple times. Shown one very bad clip from some gender critical person. Again, I'm using, let's say, trans critical. Shown a clip or something from a trans critical person, and then be like, if I'm honest, I don't actually have very much to say about this. And it's like, okay, so the only thing you had to say about it then is that this person said something creepy. That's the only thing you had to say. So essentially your argument is, I found some people who are critical of transness and they said something creepy. That's it. That's the full extent of what you're saying. Great. Fantastic.
By the way, to me, it's so obviously ancient and outdated that it reads more as a piece of history than a relevant academic work. That is, I wouldn't have a problem with it if it wasn't still used today. God damn it. It's still one of the major works backing up the DSM-5. There are a handful of books from this era still being cited today as credible evidence for the low persistence rates. The most notable are these four. Money and Russo, 1979.
Homosexual outcome of discordant gender identity/role. Longitudinal follow-up.
Zucker and Bradley, 1995.
Gender identity disorder and psychosexual problems in children and adolescents.
Zucker, 1984.
Early effeminate behavior in boys. Outcome and significance for homosexuality.
And Green, the 1987...
The Sissy Boy Syndrome.
I've mentioned Green a couple of times. He's a lesser known entity in the space, most likely because he's dead. Lol. Anyways, he was the editor of Archives of Sexual Behavior before he handed it off to Zucker in the 2000s. But I want to focus specifically on his work, The Sissy Boy Syndrome, as the book is largely comprised of the recorded interviews.
Can I say this? It's very worth noting. Almost everything this guy's talking about has been dudes. I feel like a not tiny number of them have been gay dudes. And the reality is, look, if you're gay, that's fine. But there is an association between you look at like NAMBLAR, it's man-boy love association, not man-girl love association, which would of course be fine. No, but yeah, like there is an association between homosexuality and pedophilia. That does not mean every single gay person is a pedophile. It just means there is an association. So that no one should have a problem with you saying that. But there also is, by the way, I would say, an association between being a dude and being a pedophile. Most of these people who are like pedophiles, they are dudes. It's significant that this guy is not showing any evidence of J.K. Rowling or anyone else being really like untoward on this point. So to me, it just seems like when a lot of the criticism of trans ideology is now coming from women, I just think you're being a little bit disingenuous by essentially saying, hey, did you know like a bunch of dudes? And like in any movement, you're going to be able to find a bunch of dudes who've done creepy stuff. Because while hashtag not all men, enough men that in a random group of dudes, if it gets big enough, you're going to start seeing some creepy guys. But yeah, it's just interesting to me that it's all just these dudes, and I'm not really that surprised that you're finding all these issues with them.
With the patients. Also, it's a wonderful name for a queer band, I guess. Of the original 44 patients who were diagnosed with gender identity disorder in childhood and who then subsequently were sent to treatment to prevent cross-dressing, only 12 were available for the follow-up. The book contains the full interviews with these 12. Only one person was labeled as an adult transsexual, so this is where the 2.2 persistence statistics come from. Cool! Right? Real cool. When you read the interviews, and I don't know if it's just me, but they are really sad. These kids enter into psychiatric care to get help, but the only help they get is Green telling them, no, you can't be a girl, and then he weirdly tries to lecture children on male and female sexual anatomy.
So, when you become married and you become a daddy?
Oh, goodness me. I don't know. I mean, it's something that's not entirely pointless to bring up to children, that there is a difference between males and females. I'm just so done with this. So far, so much of this has just been, this person, this random dude who was working with children as a doctor, specifically in dealing with these children who think they're the opposite sex from what they are. He had sexual conversations with kids. And it's like, on the one hand, yeah, that is gross. On the other hand, that's also not that surprising. So I just don't know where we're at with this. That's me though.
You'll help the mummy have a little baby, and that's why it's good to be a boy, and that's why it's good to have a penis. So you can help the mummy. She needs you.
What the fuck, Green? What the fuck are you on about? What? There's lots of talk of sexual fantasies and masturbation. It's weird, and it feels very intrusive. Anyways, while yes, most of these children grew up to be
It's also significant, by the way. Like, fuck this dickhead. It's significant that he said, 10 minutes ago, after having brought up a whole load of other of these random researchers who did all this creepy stuff, he was like, but let me be clear. I do not have a problem with the fact that they did all... he didn't say it. He said, this is not my main problem with them. This is not why I think they're wrong. The issue I have is with their main philosophy. So you're like, okay. So then he's going to start criticizing their main philosophy. And then what does he do? What does he do? He just immediately jumps into the exact same shit. It's just such a nonsense, obviously. It's the disingenuousness of it. If this video was called... Did you know that some people who are critical of trans ideology were creepy? Or something to that effect. Maybe it could even have a more clickbait title, like the dark side of the trans critical movement. It would still be a little bit disingenuous to act as if this is representative of it. But one, it's called Debunking Transphobia, which I don't even know. The issue is a lot of these people don't even seem to be at transphobic. If anything, it's like they really love trans. You know what I'm saying? They really love trans people, especially the kids. I've kind of been taking it for granted that transphobia here just means people who are critical of trans ideology. He's not speaking about most of the criticisms that are made, but the actual other disingenuousness is that he keeps saying, oh, I'm going to bring up this person, I'm going to bring up something creepy they've done with kids or whatever, and then I'm going to tell you that doesn't really matter, and then I'm going to continue bringing up that stuff. It's just stupid.
Sexual or bisexual.
Oh, by the way, I believe we're playing against a Premier League team, so we're probably going to lose this one. This is in a knockout cup. We're very unlikely to win this. I've kind of got to lock in because we're playing against Sunderland. If you know anything about football, Sunderland is a pretty good team. Not fantastic, but they're Premier League. Yeah, it's really disingenuous considering how many acclaimed gender critical women we have on the spot. No, yeah, exactly. Like, it feels to me, and maybe this is just my particular bias, or, you know, my particular perspective, but most of the people I hear talking about this are women. I mean, obviously, the bonus Patreon video we did was a debate between Helen Joyce, Helen Weberly, and a female moderator. And, like, it's mostly women talking about this, to be fair. That's why it's really hard. Like, I am laid low by the matriarchy. Nobody's, like, inviting me onto Times Radio so I can debate, because I'm not a woman.
There's a definite lingering shame permeating all of the stories. One of the fathers of the then children says, My worst fear is that
he'd be a homo, or he'll be a... No, it's a funny thing. As I get older with the kid, I'm not so concerned with him. There are times with his relationship with certain guys, I'm wondering what the hell is going on.
Only then to acknowledge that the father himself has had prior experience with guys. Or another guy who got into an argument with his mother.
I don't give a shit. Like, it's so stupid. You're, like, defending trans ideology, and your argument is, did you know that one random dad who had a problem with it had a problem with his kid being gay, but it turns out he was secretly gay on the side? It's such a stupid... It's like, this is not an argument.
Mother asked me when I broke up with my girlfriend. She goes, you know, now that this is over, do you think you'll be going back to it? And I said, my God, for 3 years and plus I've been straight. I haven't gone back to that or thought about even looking at it. You know, I have made so many goddamn efforts, and I've changed my life for the better, and you guys still. You know, drop it, I said. Jesus Christ, can't you ever give me just a hug and a kiss and just praise me and say, you know, I believe you?
Or how one
oh my God,
interview
shut
talks
up.
about
You're
an
not
experience.
like, that's so entitled. Like, can't you just hug me and kiss me and tell me that I'm right about everything? Is that too much to ask? Holy shit, am I about to score against Sunderland? No, okay, they blocked it. But yeah. You're just being... That's actually an unreasonable thing to ask.
With a guy and his twin brother.
This guy wanted you to...
Like, the thing is, saying like, oh, can't you just, like, hug me and, you know, like, be kind of... That's all perfectly legitimate, but it's the... And then say, I believe you. Why would someone say that?
Fuck each other? Oh, he wanted to fuck both of you. He wanted my brother to fuck me, and no way, my brother was there and he said, yeah, I'll do it. Your brother was willing to do it? Yes,
What the hell is this? This is weird. Like, if anything, it's almost just as weird that this guy's bringing up all of these examples himself. Like, the amount this guy's talking about it starts to become creepy on his end after a point. Because I feel like a lot of the time whenever I, like, make videos and, like, something creepy comes up, and things, like, do come up that are kind of creepy, I always have that kind of thing of, like, I rush through it. Because I think that, like, there have been moments where, you know, I've been talking about Foucault, or one of those, like, philosopher pedophiles, and there's, like, things I could bring up, and I think I always just say, oh, this guy did something creepy, but I don't want to talk about it. I mean, I say always. Again, this isn't even something I really touch on very much. But when I have, I very explicitly said, like, this is not something I'm comfortable talking about. The fact this guy's so obsessed with returning back to all this stuff, I don't know, it's a bit weird.
Think he would fuck anything. I would starve and die before I would. He was up to it? Yeah, he was totally up to it. He was so pissed off at me. Why? Because he could have made $250. No way.
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, okay, doing incest for two, like, that is way too low of a price. I mean, you know, I'm not saying that there is a price, but whatever the price is, it's not $250. Can we just all agree on that? You know, I'm sure most of you would agree there is no price. But I think we would also agree, all of us, that if there was a price, it is more than $250.
All these people ever got fully rid of their want to be women. One of them still has his moments. Another is afraid of being seen as too feminine. It sometimes seems that they are just suppressing it to the nth degree. But I don't know. I just want to ask again, why not just let these people be? Why force these children? Has it made their lives better? Of course, I have no idea. In 1987, sure, Green makes the argument that the surgeries are pretty bad, but now, if people are able, then why stop them? If it makes it a life worth living. Finally, Green also comments on another psychiatrist, George Regas.
And
sorry, if he kind of jumped from like people to or children to people, like why? Yeah, like at the end of the day, if someone wants to get whatever cosmetic surgery, I think there can be a discussion about that because obviously, you know, there are things we do stop people doing because we recognize it could be like, you know, like people have a degree of we have a degree of like there's a duty of care to people who might not actually be as able to consent as they should be because they're not entirely in their right mind. And that does to some extent apply to cosmetic surgery. But whatever. There is a point at which you just say, you know what, if someone wants to do something, whatever. It's not the end of the world, who cares? But with children, it's very different. For obvious reasons, which I don't even think I need to or should need to explain.
And this one's interesting because Green outlines a major reaction he had to Rika's treatments. See, Rika didn't just try to prevent adult transsexualism, but also homosexuality.
I have even more difficulty with the moralistic basis that has recently revealed behind Rika's attempts to treat these children. That basis is described in his books Shaping Your Child's Sexual Identity and Growing Up Straight. The goal of the treatment is to promote real masculinity, which should be affirmed in every young man.
So you'll notice, by the way, this has like, so this is basically got nothing to do with the trans thing and is totally like a pro-gender concept of, you know, we're going to make sure kids behave like real men. That's not like an anti-trans sentiment. Oh goodness me, please don't go in, please don't go in. Let's get this on then. Okay, whatever. Yeah, we're probably not going to win this. We'd be very unlikely. You know, we're not going to win the FA Cup on our first season. I'm sorry, guys.
From being strongly tempted by their sexual perversions. Homosexuality is an unfortunate perversion and a manifestation of promiscuous and perverted sexual behavior.
I don't know if it's Wreckers or Reekers or how it's pronounced, but I can tell you what he does unequivocally. He is number one, a Baptist minister and a founding member of the Anti-Gay Family Research Council. We're familiar with them, of Tony Perkins fame. He's also a board member of an organization called NARTH. They basically espouse that gays can be fixed. They can turn straight. He's also a board member of the American College of Pediatricians, which is a shell group.
Like, look, if you wanted to make a video called Homophobia Debunked, make a video called Homophobia Debunked. But, like, it doesn't really... I don't really get what your criticism is here. Because what's it got to do with the trans thing?
Basically just wants to bring credibility to anti-gay distortions. He has a lucrative career going on as a witness against gay adoption in trials. He gets paid whether the adoption happens or not, sometimes as much as 60 grand for one trial appearance. This is the most important thing. He most recently has been caught with what is being called a rent boy.
Who advertised himself as somebody with a, quote, smooth, sweet, tight ass. And a perfectly built 8-inch...
He's only... Oh, that's weird. I don't know. Like, me personally, and I know this is gonna... Like, maybe this is just my kind of traditional masculinity talking. It's always weird to me when I hear these gay guys, or like these closeted gay guys, and it's like they go for a guy with a big cock. Because I'm like, I don't know, like, in my head, I feel like if you're a closeted gay guy, you must care at least enough about your masculinity that you kind of got a sense of, you know, shame and awkwardness about it. And I would think, in my head, I'd be like, look, if I'm going to be a closeted gay guy, then at least when I'm going to then have sex with a dude, I would want that dude to have a small dick. So I feel just a little bit less gay. But I feel like maybe the logic is, you know, because as a kind of conservative, closeted gay guy, you don't have many opportunities to be secretly gay on the side. So it's kind of like if you then get the chance, you go all out. I can understand that. In a way, I can kind of respect it. So it's like, yeah, you don't just go, you go premium gay.
Uncut.
Now, if you don't remember, Rikas is the guy that Zucker cites extensively in his chapter on treatment. While Zucker has written critiques on Rika's scientific inconsistencies, it is Rika's approach to therapy Zucker defended when he wrote Elimination
of Beer-Ostracism in Childhood, Treatment of Other Psychopathology, and Prevention of Transsexualism in Adulthood are so obviously clinically valid and consistent with the ethics of our time that they constitute sufficient justification for therapeutic intervention.
Right. I will say this. Okay, the thing is, like, there the criticism seemed to be, well, this guy had a load of, like, messed up beliefs, but someone else, like, defended him, and isn't that a problem? Here's the thing, I'll say this. There was that person who wrote, like, desist to something to trans, and, like, I think the upshot of that was, like, hey, you know, by doing, like, basic lifestyle stuff and things like that, you can address some of these psychological issues that might otherwise cause you to be trans. And that's something I would totally agree with. I think like if there's like a psychological issue with the whole trans thing, then yeah, like basic kind of mental like health stuff, like going on a walk, having exercise, all that kind of stuff, yeah, certainly does have a value to it. And I would agree with that. But then obviously in knowing that I would probably disagree with this woman on a lot of other stuff, you know, I would criticize that, but that's fine. Like, you can even say you agree with a specific person and yet still disagree with some aspects of their politics. That's my take, at least.
Treatment. Let's dig a little deeper into Rika's methodology for attempting to extinguish feminine behavior, shall we? This is one of his and Leibovitz's first major studies on gender incongruence, and just so you know, this specific study was referred to as a prime example of the treatment. Until recently, that is. The study centers around one child, pseudonym Craig, who's between 4 and 5 years old, as he sent to treatment at UCLA for severe deviant behavior in the form of cross-dressing. Side note, this is the same place the children from Green Study were sent to. At first, Craig was videotaped during playtime at the clinic. I'll use masculine pronouns, by the way, as that was what he used later in life. These videotapes were distributed to a couple of observers who were to score the behavior as either masculine or feminine. When this clinical baseline was noted, Craig's mother was to note her child's behavior in the home and look for signs of femininity 4 times a day, 10 minutes at a time. And this was done throughout the procedure to see if the behavior got more tolerable. And what is feminine behavior? It's playing with girls, playing with female dolls, female role play, whether it be as an actress, mother, female teacher. And then for other feminine gestures, limp wrists, swishy hand, arm and torso movements, sway of hips, etc. Then for 1 hour, 3 times a week, the mother and the child was to come into the clinic. Each session was comprised of 3 10-minute playtimes where the child had a variety of toys to pick from the therapy table. The mother was to sit and read a book and only look up to give Craig attention if he was showing masculine behaviors. The mother was to wear earphones, allowing her to hear both her child and the experimenter, who would tell her when to
stop talking to him now. Pick up the book. Look away from him now.
Oh wow, it made him sound so creepy.
And when she followed the instructions, she would also be rewarded with words of affirmation.
Good. Great. That's what we want.
The mother was told that
we had great confidence in her ability to serve as Craig's primary therapist at home, which is the role she was in fact assigned. The mother was required to sign a written contract with the investigators that specified that continued treatment was contingent upon the mother's success in carrying out 2 instructions: to take reliable observational data in the home and to gain control over a non-gender related behavior.
To accomplish this, she was to give the child different types of poker chips depending on its behavior. A blue token meant TV time and candy bars. Red tokens meant no TV time, isolation in a corner, or physical punishment in the form of the father spanking the child.
The disobedient behavior did sharply decrease when the red tokens were backed up by spanking. Craig was told that he would get 1 swat from his father for each red token he collected. After collecting 2 swats in this manner for red tokens he had received while engaged in non-gender related behaviors, Craig carefully avoided receiving but a few red tokens from that time on, even though the treatment was to persist for more than half a year.
Zucker cites this specific study as a method of effective treatment on page 271. Actually, he cites Rikas extensively in the 1995 book. So extensively, in fact, that Rikas has the 3rd highest number of sources cited, only outmatched by John Money and Kenneth Zucker himself.
Wait, hold a minute. You just wait.
But
is that the first time he's mentioning John Money? I swear it's the first time he's mentioned John Money. Like, John Money is like a trans guy, so it's a bit weird to be like, oh, look at how terrible these guys are, and then to be like, oh, by the way, John Money, blah, blah, blah. And like, you've just been talking about all these other people who are far less important to the anti-trans movement than John Money is to the pro-trans movement. And yeah, you just like just name drop him like he's nothing.
Right? Child abuse has no silver linings. We know today who the child referred to as Craig in the study was and what came off him. Content warning.
If you just want to skip this one, that's
Skip
totally
this
fine
one.
with me.
Craig was in reality named Kirk and was the middle child in a family of 5. Father, mother, an older brother, Kirk, and a younger sister.
Kirk's family had no idea George Reekers has, for the last 3 decades, used Kirk as an example of a child whose effeminate behavior was successfully altered. In numerous publications, Reekers has written about Kirk, calling him Craig to hide his identity.
What was described as 2 SWATs in the study was, in fact, not limited to SWATs. I'm just going to read parts of the article about it, okay? The family said the spankings were severe. The younger sister remembers
lots of.
I like how he's trying to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna read like small parts of the art, or like some little bits about the article because I don't want to get into it. But then like every available opportunity, it's like, let me tell you about how much these people were attracted to children, how sexy they thought the children were. It's kind of like you gotta pick a stance because you can't be like pretending that you're all about kind of decorum on this stuff.
She escaped the screaming by going to her bed to
lay in the room with my pillow on my head.
Later, she would go to Kirk's bedroom and
lay down and hug him. And we would just lay there. And the thing that I remember is that he never even showed anger. He was just numb.
During one particularly harsh punishment, their mother recalls her husband spanked Kirk
so hard that he had welts up and down his back and on his buttocks.
She remembers her oldest son saying,
"Try harder and he won't hit so hard."
She says, "Today,
it would be abuse."
Let's actually see. We're probably not going to win, but we do have a technically a chance to score right now. So we'll do a substitution, a last minute substitution. Wait, can I actually do like a 3 up front? Yeah, it's not really what I wanted, but I think I'll go for it anyway. Okay, so striker. Bring on another striker, Sinclair, lovely. And then left mid, left back, right back. Okay, that's so put the left back down there. And the that's about there. I don't know if he has any abilities up front, but whatever, we'll do it anyway. Alright. Okay, let's see if this does anything. It's not going to work. There's no way. It's just, okay. So, this is it. This is what dreams are made of. We've got, essentially the question is, can we get the ball up front fast enough to... Nope. Ah, lost it. That's annoying. That's annoying. It's annoying that we had an opportunity to kind of... Whatever. Again, Sunderland is a Premier League team. We were going to... So, yeah, Capital One Cup, whatever. We got knocked out. That's not that surprising. I don't know if... I like this, but yeah. I don't know if it is my fault since English isn't my first language, but I'm not getting what point he is trying to make with all that information. Yeah, I think he basically... I think you've kind of summarized this entire video. That's actually a pretty good note to end on. Anyway. Yeah, we had some unfortunate misses, which sucks. Yeah, so that's it. So there was a goal only 31 minutes in. Okay. Yeah. We did okay, but it's fine. You can't always win against Sunderland. Sunderland's a very good team. We, I would say, held our own. I mean, we had more possession than them. Yeah, whatever. I'm fine with that. Like, I don't think they're going to be mad at me because I think we could have expected to lose to Sunderland.
Sometimes the older son would try to protect his brother to make his beatings less severe.
Okay, yeah, whatever. We're going to end this now. All right. Bye, everyone. I hope you have a good one, and I will see you all probably on Thursday. So yeah, bye, and thank you everyone for being here and hanging out, and give the stream a like because that is appreciated. And it's kind of embarrassing to admit, but I love you. No, come on. What's it called? Parasocial relationship. Go. Brrr. That's the thing people say. But no, yeah, I do appreciate you all here, and I think we've had a gay old time, but not too gay. Otherwise, that recast guy is gonna spank us, and then try and hook up with us because of our tight arse and our 8-inch cock. All right, bye. I don't think that many people. It's kind of crazy, like these dating profiles. I mean, not that I've seen that many, but I swear, like every single time, like not every single. I mean, I swear, like there's like a thing of like dating profiles about. Yeah, I've got an 8-inch cock, and it's like, I don't know how many people out there actually have 8-inch cocks, but 8 inches is pretty big. I know, like a woman already kind of. There was like a video where a woman demonstrated this, but that's 8 inches. 8 inches is the size of my head. So I'm just saying, I'm doubting it personally. That's what I would be. That's what would offend me. You know, I'm going to be a homophobe, but primarily my criticism of gay guys is that they exaggerate the size of their cocks. All right. Bye, everyone. Hello, everybody. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest. I'm actually really starting to enjoy these live streams. Like, I'm kind of in the flow of this, like, this football thing I've got going on. I think that actually debunking this video is kind of entertaining.
Hello, everybody.
All right, and yeah, it seems like the audio is fine too. You know, like there's people in the chat, and you know, sometimes there'll be more people, sometimes there'll be fewer people. At the end of the day, I've always said, and I do maintain this, this is not so much about trying to get those big views. This is not about becoming beast games or whatever it is. This is about, you know, just existing and being content and having fun with those who are here. But if you know, whoever's here, that's fine, and that's how it is. And you know, we're having a gay old time, and that's what I'm about. That's what I'm always going to be about. You know, I'm going to keep it real. Even if I do become, you know, even if I do hit that cool 1 billion subscribers for my gaming channel, I'm still always going to be about my beloved York City. All right. So we're going to be, what, I guess playing the Bristol Rovers and listening to this video. So let's jump in. If you don't remember, where we're at right now is this guy is recounting a sad story about a guy who, like, basically, you know, had some, like, research was happening. It was not good research to be doing to kids, and from that there was a controversy. I must admit, I have this weird sense that we've accidentally... Oh no, okay, no, I think we're fine. We played 5 matches, that seems right. I don't know if anyone noticed, but the second live stream, we actually, for some reason, it must not have saved properly, so I basically ended up playing all the same matches twice, which was annoying. Anyway, yeah, let's start watching the video. But yeah, like, I don't think I'm going to have too much to say at the beginning, just because it's going to be this sad story about this guy who apparently lives a sad life, and that sucks, but obviously it's not an argument for why trans identities are valid.
Everybody else.
The younger sister recalled. He even ate his lunch in the boys' bathroom for 3 years of his high school career, if you want to call it that. In 2003, he died by suicide.
Would you just talk to us for a second about your therapy with the patient named Craig?
It's published.
We've interviewed Craig's family recently. They say that the therapy you did with him as a child led directly to his suicide as an adult. What do you say about that?
I didn't know that. That's too bad.
You're not aware of his suicide?
No.
What do you say to the family if they say that the therapy that you did with him as a child led to his suicide as an adult?
Oh, well, I think scientifically that would be inaccurate.
But a psychiatrist who followed up with Kirk when he was 18, Dr. Richard Green, wrote that Kirk told him he'd tried to kill himself the year before because he didn't, quote, want to grow up to be gay.
I want to remind you, we still use these studies.
I will say, like, at the end of the day, there is like a degree to which you can't always say just because something happened after something doesn't mean it caused it. So it is kind of legitimate if someone says, whoa, didn't this guy, you know, have this thing, didn't this guy do this thing because of something you did? And it's like, well, I don't know. At the end of the day, the guy did the thing because he chose to do the thing. There is one in which you kind of have to take responsibility. I like, especially with like taking your own life, I feel like at the end of the day, that is your choice. Very few things can be qualified as forcing someone to do that, unless you are like making someone's life so terrible that you're like, okay, actually, I get why it is this person thought that was the only way out. But to say like, oh, the after effects of it, you can say that you were an arsehole and you made that person's life worse, but at the end of the day, if that person chose to take their own life, they chose to take their own life. That's like the reason it happened.
They are the basis of much of what is in the DSM-5 on gender dysphoria. Funny, right? It's not that the studies aren't
again,
useful,
what's weird about
but that
this,
they haven't.
What's weird about this is, again, are gender critical people massive fans of the DSM-5? Like, it's really funny to me that these people will literally hit you with like every single major medical organization agrees with the trans thing. You know, we have all the backing of the science, but then you get guys like this who will actually go kind of the opposite way and be like, no, actually, the medical science is absolutely terrible. We are in total opposition to the medical science because the medical science, or, you know, we are, obviously this guy doesn't seem to identify as trans, but, you know, we're in opposition to the medical science because the medical science has all of this terrible stuff going on. It's kind of, it's kind of an interesting vibe because I'm like, well, you know, okay, you want to disagree on the science, then I'll agree with you too, but it's actually not that the science is super pro-trans to a fault. Sorry, super anti-trans to a fault. Very much the opposite. Should have got a corner there and I didn't.
Attributed to society. The basic problem with these studies is simply their age, and therefore they're wrong. Definitions, methods, and treatments. No, more than that.
Wait, hold on. I don't know if he's like saying, sorry, I wasn't quite. You know, this happens when you kind of pause in the middle of something. I can't tell if he's saying this is what he thinks or if this is what other people have said. Because I would be like, you know, if the only argument is that this stuff is bad because it's old, then obviously that's not a very great argument against the entire idea. Because you'd be like, well, you know, we've moved on. But I think maybe he's saying this is something, you know, a wrong idea people have that doesn't go far enough. I'm guessing.
The whole philosophy regarding gender has shifted. To put it into perspective, the Money and Russo follow-up was written only 5 years after women got the right to have a bank account in the US. Female genital mutilation first became an offense in the UK.
He is basically just saying, you know, the problem is it's not... Oh, that was an annoying offside. The problem is it's, you know, like... They were wrong back then, but now they're right. Like, that's unironically what you're saying. Like, these people were terrible. But actually, don't worry, because then they all became trans-affirming. Even though he also literally said that this is the base of much of the DSM-5, which is the contemporary version of the diagnostic manual. So he seems to have just contradicted himself there. But yeah, either way, contradiction or not, his argument seems to be, yeah, don't worry, everyone. They were terrible, but now it's all fine. Was that another offside? I mean, that was a pretty harsh offside. Like, it didn't even get to anyone.
In 1985. 10 years later, it was also prohibited in the US. Marital rape was legal in the UK until 1991. Gender has shifted. What was once people lost to history became a medical miracle, which turned into medicalization, transforming to pathologization, fetishism and deviance, transvesticism to transsexualism, then to gender identity disorder, deviance to fetishism and back again, people no one understood because no one listened, to gender dysphoria. And who wrote this history? Rarely the ones it's about. It's impossible to read the now decades-old documents and studies and not get the sense that those...
I will say this, I personally haven't read any books on transgender history, not by people who claim to be transgender. So, you know, maybe it is the case that people who aren't trans have written history books, but it's kind of funny to be like, yeah, you know, nobody who isn't trans people haven't been able to write their own history. It's like, I've really not seen any trans-critical history in detail of the trans experience, whereas I literally own a book about the history of, you know, like, trans people written by trans people. So, yeah, it seems a bit weird. Okay. Oh.
Most doctors were on the floor scrambling for routes to answers they themselves put together and reasons for roadblocks they made up. Where once doctors asked children to undress, expect genital arousal, and ask about their sexual proclivities, now
now it's the trans activists doing that. Like, that's the thing. Are you genuinely saying, like, now nobody ever has inappropriate conversations with kids about sex? And it's like, your side is literally the side that does that, dude. Sorry, I need to actually move my headphones over to the other side. Because I naturally reach for here to pause and unpause, and it keeps throwing me off.
That's stop. Some clinicians have turned instead using implicit response testing, or just asking the children and actually listening. In the present day, most doctors don't, or at least agree on not treating transness. Steps have been taken to depathologize the trans condition, but those 4 old sources are all proponents of some sort of conversion therapy. Even though Zucker acknowledges himself in the 1995 book that behavior and psychotherapy haven't been totally proven in its effectiveness, we should not lean on those who have proved to hurt those they claim to help. I'm not gonna stay on this topic, but take someone like James Cantor, who makes himself out to be an expert in transgender issues. He has testified in court about 12 times regarding transgender healthcare. By the way, okay,
to clarify a point,
sometimes
another guy, and if I'm not mistaken, James Cantor has gotten, and look, I'm not going to kind of get into all of this drama myself, but James Cantor has been criticized by some people for being, one, too pro-trans, basically arguing for the importance of helping people with gender dysphoria in a way that involves affirming their gender identity. But also, he's been accused of like some pro-pedo stuff. But again, you've got this thing of like actually one, and unless I'm mistaken, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure James Cantor's gay. So again, you have this thing of like gay men who are actually kind of pro-trans by the standards of the time. It's just they're more interested in medicalizing it. And they're the only example he can give of people who have had this kind of, well, I assume he's going to try and talk about how this guy has apparently got some dodgy views on like pedo stuff. We'll see.
For minors, so he should be. Well, he's a specialist in pedophilia, but gender identity? No, not in my opinion. And I'm not the only one. And I don't know, man, after reading his 1,000-page deposition, he seems like a fraud to me. He doesn't even work with children. There are a bunch of these so-called experts, with which I allege people who go out of their way to harm children and adults. They should not be taken seriously. These...
Again, I mean, to clarify a point, like, being an expert isn't really worth that much. Like, I'm not an expert, but I could run circles around this guy on the question of, is trans identity valid? Of course, this guy hasn't mentioned anything about whether trans identity is valid. So, being an expert isn't all it's cracked up to be.
Men and women still are not up with the times, sometimes deliberately so. Yes, some of them pioneered a lot of knowledge when it comes to transgender people, but the thing is, most of these things are not useful anymore. They're false. The principles governing the science really weird, they made up.
This is not a criticism of the anti-trans movement. So much of this is a criticism of the people who used to be pro-trans, the people pushing a lot of the ideas we have of trans identity right now. And it's like, that is not really the gender critical movement. You know, this would be like a Christian making a video about how much they don't like atheists, and the whole video is just arguing against, like basically arguing against Gnostics or something. And it's kind of like, you're not really criticizing atheists there. You're criticizing a version, or essentially a different version of your religion. That, you know, let's say, obviously I wouldn't say Gnostics and Christianity are the same religion, but certainly from an outside perspective, two things, or two very related religious points of view, and you're acting as if you're actually making a criticism of those who reject the entire religious ideas you have.
No one but those still stuck in the past, too far up their own ass to accept that their life's work has, in the end, brought more harm than good, are still using the faulty theories laid out by Zucker, Bradley, Bailey, Blanchard, Green, Money, Riekers, and the lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. No, it's like this really stupid notion that, like, because you think about it, okay, most people who have a problem with trans identity, like trans identity, it's discussed on like the news. Do you think that some random news anchor has an opinion on these obscure scientists and their theories? No, like that's the thing. What he's talking about is totally detached from the actual attitudes and even the kind of frame of reference for most of the people who could be considered transphobic. Even, I mean, like, just to take the obvious example, and I think, by the way, the Republicans literally passed in the House a bill that's made so-called gender-affirming care illegal. That was passed recently. And do you think they were all sat there going, yep, this is exactly what that James Riker or whatever wanted? No, like, it has nothing to do with it. This whole, what all of these random scientists thought about the trans thing is not relevant. So yeah, I just don't know. Yeah, it's just so stupid.
Say about them is that if they aren't already dead, they're old. Chapter 13, Munchausen. There were fears more widely that in some instances the family seemed more invested in transition than the young person themselves.
Munchausen by proxy, or as we now call it, factitious disorder imposed on another, was first introduced in 1976 by June Valvas and John Money. Small world. Derived from Baron Munchausen, a fictitious character based on Hieronymus Friedrich. It doesn't matter. What matters is how it, in theory, works. June and John coined the term as a way to describe reversible hyposomatotropism, dwarfism, induced by abuse. The study examined two families who abused their children, and this might be in the case of verbal or physical abuse such as scolding, shouting, hitting, or dietary restrictions. And this then manifested itself in the children as a lack of mental ability and stunted height. When the children in the study were placed in a recovery center, however, all symptoms of abuse subsided. Munchausen syndrome is making yourself believe that you have a disorder to the point where you show signs of the disorder. When it's by proxy, it's inducing a fake disorder in another person, though the symptoms are just similar enough or identical to the real disorder. Munchausen by proxy is child abuse. I've seen this theory pop up here and there. Sometimes it sticks and then it fades out, only to resurface again 5 years later. One study that shared a lot is by Susan Coates. It tried to correlate how mothers of boys with gender identity disorder had a higher chance of showing borderline personality disorder symptoms. In the study, they make it sound like the mothers forced, or at least induced, cross-dressing in their children. So, is that the case? Does parental negligence or abuse make kids trans? Any trans person should be able to see the irony in this. First of all, borderline personality disorder is not the same as Munchausen by proxy.
Well, second, yeah, sorry, of course, because, unless I'm stupid, isn't Munchausen by proxy what the child experiences? So, unless I'm like, maybe I'm being really stupid there, but I thought Munchausen by proxy was what was experienced by the person who is being abused. The point is, it's the BPD. I'm gonna have to look this up in a moment, but yeah, it's the BPD is what's motivating the abuse. But yeah, the BPD isn't the symptom of the abuse. Oh, please let me score. I'm gonna be really annoyed if I don't score. Ah, nope. Okay, well, you got a corner. I'm gonna lock in. Okay. Oh, we gotta do this. Come on. I don't know why I haven't bought on a sub. I should. Ah, fudge. There we go. Ah! This is terrible. Bit confused, no one has showed up, but I think sometimes the thing just doesn't let people know I'm here, which is sad, but you know, I'll live. Right. Let's bring on a right back and a left back. Let's see.
only 25% of the mothers with children with the GID showed clinical levels of borderline. Not 53% as stated here. That refers to the number of mothers with either depression or borderline. Third, Susan Coates, the author of the study, helped to write the DSM-4 section on gender identity disorder. She worked together with Zucker to develop the disease models we, for some reason, still use today. She believed people who were gender non-conforming suffered from a great mental disorder, and then she helped make that belief a reality. Fourth, what's considered borderline today is not the same as borderline from the 80s where the DSM-3 was used.
Right, let's look this up. Okay. Actually, you know what? I'll wait until we get to the highlight reel so you can watch the highlights. Oh, I ate some food, now I've got that thing where my stomach gets uncomfortable from having eaten food recently.
Was an identity disorder, you'd probably be considered to have borderline personality disorder if you were unsure about your gender. The diagnostic criteria were vague, to say the least. Fifth, the study hasn't been replicated. And sixth, it's sexist. Other than Coates, people like Kenneth Zucker...
Okay, hold on a minute. So your criticism is of ideas that are sexist. Well, in that case, you have to reject all of trans identity because they talk about, oh, I live as a woman. I have the lived experience of a woman, which is entirely just about like this sexist, oh, please do not let it go in good. Yeah, entirely about this sexist idea of women do this, men do that. If you have the gender role of a woman... So yeah, if you're criticizing sexism, you're barking up the wrong tree.
Michael Bailey and Susan and Marcus Evans have all tried to implant the idea of transgenderism coming from the mother. As I said, Zucker and Coates work together quite a lot. And
Sorry, that is not sexist. Is the genuine argument there saying that there might be some mental health issues that mums have a role in creating uniquely as opposed to dads? Because that's not a sexist thing to say. Obviously, men and women in our society are going to behave differently. Making those observations is not sexist. And observing that because, on average, mums and dads will have different roles, they will behave differently. Yeah, that's not sexist. Okay. Sorry, I don't know if that was an audible burp. Let me ask ChatGPT the situation. Does... Okay, never mind. He was right. Okay, I apologize. I always just assumed that Munchausen by proxy described the person who was made to feel like they were sick. But it turns out Munchausen by proxy describes the person who's making them feel sick. Whatever. All right. Insane to claim that it's sexist. Where is everyone? I'm sorry, but like it's just very weird because there were a whole load of people here last time. I say like way more than I would have thought, but it's not broken, is it? I say like way more than I would have thought. How many? We got 2 people watching. I don't know. I think like honestly, I genuinely think that there's like some moron in charge of YouTube because it's like nowadays the amount of times that I don't get notified. There was So I recently made a video about like my most viewed channels. And one of those most viewed, like my second most viewed channel of the year was this YouTube channel called Tamago2474. I happened to be going back through my subscription box really far just because I was like, oh, what have I missed? I saw he'd uploaded a video. And it just wasn't recommended to me at all. Like I didn't see it anywhere. It's like, shouldn't the YouTube algorithm be non-stupid enough to recognize... Like, it's very weird to have something that is able to tell you, hey, this is your second favorite channel of the entire year, but not able to then think, oh, in that case, maybe you like this channel, so we should keep recommending. Maybe it would actually, seeing as you've watched so much of this channel, actually you wouldn't want to miss an upload from this channel. So this should be like the first thing on your suggested viewing. Yeah, absolutely bizarre. But yeah, I get so many comments, people are like, oh, I just didn't get notified. And I can only assume people have not been notified. Like, that's the only explanation, because the fact there's only like 2 people here, when there were like, I think, over 20 people here last time. It's less than a tenth, whatever. I'm not that mad, it's just kind of a bit strange. I'm mad at YouTube. I'm not mad at the reality there's no one here. I'm just mad at the knowledge that this is how YouTube works. And it is kind of scary, right? Because I know for a fact that if YouTube just stopped recommending my videos tomorrow, I just wouldn't have a job. I mean, at the same time, you could say, well, that's how it is of anything, right? Even if you work a stable 9-to-5 wage job, if your boss decides to fire you, whatever. Anyway, yeah, it was really stupid, his whole argument of like, it's sexist because you think that men and women, or that women might do certain things in terms of, you know, people's attitudes, or how they treat the kids, in contrast to men. Women might be inclined towards certain mental health issues that men aren't, and stuff like that. It's like, no, that's a pretty well-established fact. There's plenty of observations that are made about that, about how women and men are different. Not better, just different.
Honestly.
And by the way, sorry, I should also clarify, also not necessarily intrinsically different. I don't think there's necessarily like a gene that causes women to behave a certain way as opposed to some other way. I just think that, you know, women... Yeah, whatever. Oh, fine, I'll go to the press. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
In my opinion, it's just sexist bullshit. Blaming the mother is a psychiatric equivalent of blaming the butler in the murder mystery. It's clear.
Yeah, it is a bit of an old trope, I'll admit that.
Cliché, it's outdone, it doesn't work. Does factitious disorder imposed on another exist? Yes, but to vaguely gesture at a phenomenon and then point to all mothers as the culprits, that's extremely harmful. There are real consequences to this.
Yeah, to clarify a point, they obviously didn't say all mothers are the culprit. Like, you've massively exaggerated it. Saying like, oh, this is kind of a bit of a trope that's a bit well worn and arguably actually based in some sexism. But again, you can't just declare it sexist. But it might be based in some sexist ideas. That's something that you can say. But saying like, oh no, this is sexist because they're saying all mothers are responsible for their kids having issues because they're just so terrible. Yeah, that's nonsense.
People have been falsely convicted and sent to prison because of the belief that they killed their own child. So how do we know that people being transgender isn't a case of Munchausen by proxy? Oh, well, pretty easily actually. If gender dysphoria is induced by the parents, we should see the symptoms subside pretty quickly when the child moves out. And since the NHS and the DSM-5 claims that there's this 80% desistance rate, we'll come back to this, I promise. For now, I only want to look at if we can find any evidence other than just pilot studies that haven't been replicated. The fact is that there is a lot of parents who do abuse their children. Not because of the lack of gender dysphoria, but exactly because of it. Lack of family support for transgender people is the largest predictor of suicidal ideation. It also leads to poorer mental health, substance abuse.
I think the issue here is it's actually not impossible that the parental abuse could both be the explanation for the trans feelings and why it's not accepted. There's actually no inconsistency there. Because, again, if, like, parents hate their kids, the kids might think, oh, my parents hate me, maybe I need to do something or be different in some way in order to get their approval. And, yeah, that manifests as them identifying as trans. But at the same time, it doesn't get the parents' approval. The parents are still angry, they still hate it. Yeah, there's no reason to think, even with it being the case probably, that trans, like, is caused by mental health things, for it to also be the case that the abuse can be a rejection of the trans identity.
And adverse life outcomes, just like it does in all children. But when parents actually support their children, the kids thrive. levels of depression are equal to those of cis children. And as we saw before, it's not like psychologists and psychiatrists never use the family as reinforcement. But now we are beginning to understand how a support system...
I'm very skeptical of that claim. The kids thrive when the parents support them. I mean, look, I'll be anecdotal. I know some parents of trans-identified children, and those kids just are not thriving. I'm not really into the whole like looking at studies again, especially since this is not relevant to the question of is trans identity accurate. So that's why I don't really care to look into this. But I would be very surprised if that's actually true, that the kids are thriving. Unless every single trans person I've ever interacted with was the child of totally unsupportive parents. But I don't get that impression.
Supports the child. Wow. Really good insights from the last 50 years, guys. Bang on. Anyways, the evidence. We looked at RGD earlier, and maybe we can put that under the umbrella of Munchausen by proxy. Then it's called cybermunch, and I love that word. And safe to say that was bad. Bad evidence. The remaining literature on gender dysphoria by proxy is, how should I put it? Dog shit. And the evidence, even worse. Other than vague anecdotes, I only found one website that points directly to examples of possible Munchausen by proxy. And it's by parents of RGD kids, and they list 2 examples.
Parents' wishes for a child of the other gender. It's hard to believe, but there are many such documented cases. Consider the sad story of Nancy Verhelst.
Yeah, like that's the thing, and there probably are cases like this. There was actually a children's book, literally, about this. I think it was by Jacqueline Wilson, who's a very famous British children's author. And yeah, the story is about this mum who has I think a boy, and wants everyone to believe he's a girl instead. And yeah, like I'm not already getting into plot, but like it is like a thing.
Who was legally euthanized in Belgium after a botched sex change operation. Her parents hated and rejected her because she was a girl, and they wanted another boy. So she tried to become a boy, and when it didn't work, she took her life.
Okay, that's not the whole story. Nathan Verhelst was euthanized in Belgium because of unbearable psychological suffering. Assigned female at birth and born Nancy, Nathan's mother always wanted a boy. But Nathan had friends who loved and accepted him, who were there and who tried to understand. His brothers abused him, and his mother hated him.
She was so ugly. Her death doesn't affect me. I feel no sorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Look, there are just abusive parents. Like, that's kind of the... I will say this, look. I think that it is worth noting that abusive parents gonna be abusive. And... Sorry, I'm about to go do something. But yeah, abusive parents going to be abusive. And to be fair, I think there is an argument to be made that the trans thing is just another weapon in their arsenal. Like, I will say this, I don't think there is any parent who has ever, like, forced their kid to become trans or made their child hate themselves so much that they've become trans that, like, where it would not be a problem then if being trans wasn't a concept. No, obviously... it would still be an issue. The thing with the whole trans thing is that you could argue it potentially opens up some avenues that make things worse. But yeah, the big issue with the trans thing, of course, is all the people who are not raised by abusive parents, who are actually raised by affirming parents, but that creates more damage for the child, because now they're going to go off and do all this trans stuff and make these life-changing things, alterations to their body and all that. One moment.
No doubt and no anger. We have never had a bond between us. Therefore, it couldn't be broken.
I can recommend the documentary called Free as a Bird, which was made about Nathan. Originally, it was only meant to shed light on the journey of Nathan's transition.
Het is niet zo van, oh ja, weet je wat, ik kan er vandaag eens voor gaan om als vrouw door het leven te gaan en we gaan er een keer aan beginnen. Nee, het is niet dat wij een keuze hebben. Ik denk, bij ons op dat moment zijn er eigenlijk maar 2 keuzes. Terwijl gaan we voor de persoon die binnenin ons eigenlijk gevangen zit en die eigenlijk vrij wil zijn. Of terwijl eindigt het leven.
Nathan never regretted his gender-affirming surgeries, but he wasn't satisfied either. So when Nathan told the director of his plans to die, the focus shifted to the last week of his life. Nathan didn't try to become a boy. He was 44 years old and died as a man. That parents of ROGD kids did names and misgenders him. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you think. If you choose to disrespect a man who decided...
It's not disrespectful to accurately describe someone's biological sex. Shut up. Like, it's not disrespectful at all. I don't care how dead you are still what would correspond to your biological sex. You're always like, literally like, this video is just 100% this guy talking about totally irrelevant issues, usually related to like, you know, how mean these, and I'm saying that like genuinely a lot of them do seem to have been bad, but these like random scientists are, but it's got nothing to do with the criticism of the trans thing. And then the rest of it is him like massively moralizing, like, how could these people actually disagree with trans identity? That means they're so evil. And that's like his entire argument.
To euthanize himself because he never felt loved, felt enough, felt accepted. To not acknowledge that he had power over his life, his gender, and his name. To then...
Well, I mean, he clearly had some power over his life. I mean, he chose to take it, but yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. That's the thing. I mean, I think we can definitely say this guy's decision-making wasn't fantastic, considering that he... oh, sorry, is this a guy or a girl? I can't remember. I guess it's a girl, because he's saying guy. But yeah, like, clearly there was some issues with the decision-making there, no matter what. That's all I'll say. Because people who are making, like, sensible, rational decisions don't take their own life. And, like, I would certainly say that's not a valid decision to make. I mean, was this individual, like, even... Like, what was actually going wrong in their life that they were so... Like, they took, like... And also, like, what kind of messed up country is this where you can... Like, what year was this that you could get legally euthanized? Crazy. Gross. No thanks. None of that, thank you.
And go out of your way to hand over that power to his abusers. The people who didn't want him, but who named him. It's fucking ghoulish.
Yeah, fuck
I don't even care.
Yeah, basically, you're not handing power over to their abusers. If his abuser said 2 + 2 = 4, and he killed himself, she killed herself because she thought that like 2 + 2 = 5. I'm not handing any power over to the abusers just by saying what the truth is.
It was the abuse that led him to change his gender. I don't care. Nathan said he felt more comfortable as a man. He chose to live like a man, and he chose to die like a man. This isn't the only...
Okay, sorry, to clarify a point, there's no manly way to die. You're actually getting at some really, like, regressive sexist ideas that, like, men should just go to their death bravely or whatever. Like, there's a certain way for someone to die. No, that's not how it works. It's like, you don't die as a man, you just die. Ah! Yeah.
The parents of RGD kids thinks it is. It's just a sad, sad story. Next one. The next one's a doozy, okay?
The mother of a 5-year-old girl...
I do not care. Like, stop talking about these random people.
An email to the divorced father announcing that Jay was transgender and would from then on be considered a boy, wear boy clothing and be called Bridge. Also that she would begin transitioning Jay from girl to boy, and she had discussed this with Jay's school. The mother was found by the courts to be forcing this on the child.
Okay. Horrible.
Yellow.
Anyway, let's look at the court documents, shall we? I'm just going to call them mom, dad, and child. Mom and dad were married twice. During their second marriage, she got pregnant and gave birth in 2005 to see their child. As the parents got their second and final separation in 2006, dad didn't appear at the hearing regarding custody, and therefore mom got sole custody over the child. The next 5 years comes and goes, and in 2011, mom sends dad an email telling him their child is trans. Alright, so stories match so far. Dad calls mom into family court. In court,
Dad tells how the child was with him for 5 weeks during summer break and he didn't notice any signs of gender dysphoria.
Hey Jew, good to have you here.
His sister testifies a similar story. Happy girl, happy world, fine with wearing girls' clothes, but not a girly girl. The same story is heard from Dad's parents. A girl who didn't like frilly clothes, but a girl nonetheless. The court appoints a doctor to make a clinical evaluation of the parents. The doctor explains how Dad has ADHD, but otherwise nothing major. Mom, on the other hand, shows signs of anorexia, bulimia, and bipolar disorder. According to Mom, these are all under control. The doctor didn't find any support for the diagnosis of gender identity disorder for the child, and that while Mom didn't meet the criteria for Munchausen by proxy, she did have striking similarities with that diagnosis. Then Mom herself testifies. She explains how Dad didn't help during pregnancy and childbirth and how he had a drug and alcohol problem. One night he came home, shouted at the crying child and shook the crib it was laying in. Mom took the baby and sought rescue with her friends, where she stayed for more than half a year. She found an apartment, but when she was laid off of her work, she was forced to move back to her parents. And the dad didn't see the child during this time, even though he was invited. The mom could not for the life of her get her child to wear girls' clothes, so her parents recommended her to go to an art therapist they knew.
There's literally no such thing as girls' clothes. I can't imagine it. Like, I genuinely can't imagine being so messed up that I'm even at a point in my life where I'm noticing that my child isn't wearing girls' clothes. Like, I would just... what are you dressing your child in? If I had a girl, I'd be like, hey, do you want to wear a dress? No. Okay, fine. In that case, we'll just put you in jeans and a t-shirt, because that's a perfectly fine thing for a girl to wear. Like that, and that's the issue, right? Because these people, they, like, you talk about the whole, like, Transhausen whatever by proxy thing. But yeah, I just want to say, the trans by proxy thing, it's very hard not to think that's the case when you hear so many stories. Like, every single time a trans parent talks about their kid, saying, oh, I really accept my kid, the stories always start the same. Like, we realised I was trans because there was nothing we could do to make them act like a boy. There was nothing we could do to make them act like a girl. And it's like, normal people wouldn't even notice this, because what do you mean, act like a girl, act like a boy? To be fair, it makes slightly more sense if we're talking about a boy who insists on wearing a dress, because that's actually considered girls' clothes. But a girl just wearing, shirt and jeans, no one would think anything of that. So, well, dungarees, right? But the fact that it's like they were so obsessed with this. Because, by the way, even if you do have a boy who wants to wear girls' clothes, that is a thing that they could do if they really wanted. And you don't have to then say they're a girl based on that. But, what was I going to say? Yeah, the fact you're talking about how badly you were trying to, like, force them to wear the right clothes suggests that the fact that you were imposing that on them, yeah, actually, that does sound like it was actually a case of you as the parent imposing that on them. That's to me, you actually are providing evidence of exactly the issue.
Since the child repeatedly stated how they wanted to be a boy, the therapist got the inclination that it might be a matter of gender identity disorder. However, since she didn't have experience in the field, she referred Mom to a psychologist. You see, the idea that the child was transgender didn't happen overnight. The psychologist saw the child 5 times and recommended affirming the child's gender without trying to push anything. It was the psychologist's professional opinion that the child should start school as a boy, why they wrote a letter to the school explaining the situation. The mom was so uncertain that she went to get a 3rd and 4th opinion on her child's well-being. The mom states how she really
didn't understand the diagnosis of gender identity disorder, thinking that her child was just going through a tomboy phase. She wanted to do what was best for her child with the recommendations given to her by medical professionals. So, she went on to see a specialist with more than 30 years in the field of transgender studies. He sees the child and writes a report stating that, yes, in fact, the child does show signs of gender identity disorder. But the mom lost the case. The court didn't believe that she had her child's best interest at heart, and they found it concerning that she so quickly accepted the diagnosis of such a rare disorder without first questioning the professional's methodology. The court evaluated that mom's actions to continue to get opinions from clinicians clearly do not reflect the actions of a mother distraught over her child being diagnosed with gender identity disorder. She wasn't found to be forcing her child to be transgender, however. They even admit that the child might be or will in the future be transgender, and do not believe that mom...
To be fair, what would this guy think if they said, no, there's no possibility this child will ever be transgender? Presumably, he would think that was very unreasonable for them to say. So actually, it's not like that's that. What do you mean they even admit this child could be trans in the future? Yeah, because the alternative would be that they say there's like never any such thing as trans, nobody's ever trans, which is something I would agree with. But that's not something that the courts are saying in any Western European country, because obviously Western European countries all have trans affirmation. So what do you mean like they even go on to say this? It just doesn't make any sense. These guys are like just always having arguments against these ideas that exist entirely in his head. Bastard. Okay. Sorry, I should press play. I just don't want to. That's all there is to it. Oh, is this going to be offside? Please don't be offside. Good. This guy's too fast.
Induced Münchhausen by proxy. Oh well. Hey, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm just reading a decades-old document. I have no idea whether this was the right choice. I don't know these people. I don't know where they are today, so I can't really answer if it was the right choice.
Damn it.
Except I did find something. I don't know how the American justice system works, so all of this is allegedly okay. I just want to be able to pay my rent at some point. I traced the father back to an old social media profile, and I'm not even sure I'm going to post sources for this, just to, in respect of privacy. For the child, preferably.
I am a Christian conservative. In 2016, I severed ties with the small liberal art.
No, there is no world where I'm having a debate with this guy. Ever. That's not happening. That's just never going to be a thing. I can assure you of that right now. Yeah. No thanks. But, well, you know, whatever. I'll still listen, but I'm not, this guy would not be worth that.
College in my former community of... I could no longer...
What would we even debate?
Continue relationships with godless men, beta males, who judge others based upon their religious convictions and political ideologies.
So, having found this, I dug further. I found his name on some court hearings.
Oh my goodness.
I cross-referenced
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit. I didn't mean to hit pause. Come on. Are we gonna pull back? Are we gonna get this? Fuck. No, okay, wait. Okay, no. It's that defender is really annoying me.
Pictures, dates, and ages, and sure enough, it matches, at least as far as I know. In 2020, during the Black Lives Matter protests after George Floyd's murder, yeah, this is really happening. He tries to drive his car through the crowd of protesters, only to be stopped by police officers. He then propels a can of Bailey's pepper spray into the crowd, wounding 3 protesters and 5 police officers on the way. One of
this is so... I don't understand what's being said right now.
The protesters was reportedly taken to the hospital as a result of the injury. He's charged with 3 accounts of 4th-degree assault and 5 accounts of 3rd degree. He pleads guilty. So I find another report dating 2 years after the original incident. The dad won't serve jail time, it says.
In the article, he explains that this was an act of self-defense, that a protester reached into his car and then he sprays the person.
One of the victims, noting her 6 years in practice as defense attorney, said that she has never seen anybody that she believed to be a felon more than D. She called him a dangerous human being and said that he should not own weapons.
Oh, the American criminal and justice system. Oh, the sorry father.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't care why he would make it up. Who gives a crap? Like, this is so tangential.
Oh, the righteous concerns of anti-trans organizations. The mom, on the other hand, went on to work to help transgender people. See what I mean? Kind of sexist. I do have a somewhat dumb hypothesis though. Hear me out. It has been pretty well established that it's usually the mother of the child who goes with a kid to see a physician, psychologist, psychiatrist. When looking at the case studies from the 90s, 80s and 70s, the fathers in the families were often absent or extremely unhelpful with raising the child. So maybe because it's often the mother who shows concern, she also gets the blame. Maybe these women, or most of them at least, were actually just concerned for their children and just wanted the child to be happy, whether that meant therapy or cross-dressing or another gender. Even several decades back, when times should be different, they still defended their children and wanted only a good life for them, whatever that looked like. I have one more story I want to tell. It's not nice, but I think it's worth hearing. And since it's being used against trans people, I also think it's worth telling.
Chapter 14. John Money.
Serious content warning on this one. It's the mid-1960s, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated 2 years prior, and the Cold War has gone from a slow simmer to a brawling boil. Cuba is currently undergoing negotiations with the USSR, partially a result of a failed invasion by pigs, an embargo, and a liberal headwind. Just as Juan Marichal hits John Roseborough in the head with a bat, a pair of twins are born 1,500 miles northeast in Winnipeg, Canada. 2 boys to be specific. They were happy and healthy, except for one thing. 6 months after birth, the parents noticed that both boys were suffering from phimosis, a condition where the foreskin is restrictive to the point of pain and stops urination. The boys had to get circumcised. Disregarding ethics, circumcision is usually a pretty minor operation. Following the referral from a doctor, the 2 infants were brought to a surgeon, but everything didn't go as planned. Maybe it was the fault of the doctor. Maybe it was a malfunction. The mother of the 2 children were called in as the surgeon explained how something had gone wrong.
And then the doctor said there has been a slight accident.
Ugh, I don't want to hear about this. I don't want to hear about it.
Featuring in the TV, quick-witted and charming, he showed how he and...
Yeah, I would recommend, if you're interested in John Money, Rubble of Empires has a really good video about John Money. So just look up Rubble of Empires and John Money.
The team from the Johns Hopkins Hospital had been able to transform a man to a woman.
Dr. Money, it's still a pretty drastic procedure, isn't it?
Perhaps the best way to understand it is that it seems no more drastic to them than circumcision.
Maybe there was hope for the child if he was able to be raised as a girl. After all, a boy without a penis seemed hopeless.
The transsexual certainly made an impact. Here's our answer, here's our salvation, here's our hope.
So the parents called in and John Money told them to come immediately. Money was a proponent of gender neutrality, a theory stating that basically all gendered behavior is learned and not something innate to the physical body. It can be altered and coaxed in the first few years of childhood. All nurture, no nature, you might say.
If it was simply a matter of nurture, I could nurture my child into being feminine.
And fun fact, Kenneth Zucker seems to believe that gender can be altered before the age of 10. Wow. Funny fact. But even though Money believed and wrote about his theory, he never actually had the chance to prove it. And now the perfect trial stood before him in the form of twins, both boys, yet one was to be raised as a girl. The boy was neutered, having his testicles removed, and then it was stressed to the parents that he was never to know about this. Instead, they should raise him as a girl, giving him girly things, using a new name, and making him engage in girly behavior. To me, it seems that the parents only wanted what was best for their children, whatever that might look like. They put their trust in the doctor, and I wonder if you wouldn't do the same. For now, I'll refer to the child as
just
a
to
girl.
clarify a point, I have evidence for the fact I wouldn't do the same, because the entire medical establishment is saying that trans is totally valid, and I'm disagreeing. Like, that's the great thing about disagreeing with the experts, is that it means when people talk about horrible, disgusting things that supposed experts told people to do, you can know, oh, I wouldn't have done that. Because and notice, by the way, that this guy's whole shtick is saying, oh, the experts were wrong in the past, but now all of the experts are right, and actually the fact that people who are critical of trans aren't experts, that's a massive problem. So he's basically saying, oh yeah, you know, obviously you've got to listen to the experts, but not those experts in the past. They were bad. This guy has no reason to think that he doesn't just support whatever the experts are saying now, even while he, you know, rejects what they did in the past. Because I'm rejecting what the experts are saying now, it means, at least if nothing else, when I'm asked this question, oh, would you go along with what a bunch of evil experts were telling you to do? I can say, no, all evidence suggests I wouldn't.
Or by the name of Joanne, and the twin as boy or John, just to make it easy to understand. Those were also the names they were known as for many years during the study. To enforce the stereotypes of girl and boy, the twins were given different toys and different things to do with their parents. When they were around 5 years old, the father was shaving and John joined in to mimic his dad. Joanne, on the other hand, was told to put on makeup and lipstick with her mother. You know, reinforce gender stereotypes, right? Well, the thing is, Joanne refused. She wanted to shave as well. Moreover, when Joanne was brought a dress, she would rip it off and didn't want to put it on at all. No, she wanted to do the things that boys do. This is from an article by Milton Diamond interviewing Joanne in adulthood.
There were little things from early on. I began to see how different I felt and was from what I was supposed to be, but I didn't know what it meant. I thought I was a freak or something. I looked at myself and said, I don't like this type of clothing. I don't like the types of toys I was always being given. I like hanging around with the guys and climbing trees and stuff like that, and girls don't like any of that stuff.
But John Money didn't give up. In his mind, it should absolutely be possible to coax a child to be a certain gender. And seriously, content warning, it's really getting bad now, okay? To reinforce the gender stereotypes, the two children were forced to do sexual rehearsals. Joanne was told to go down on all fours, where John, her twin brother, would come up behind her and be instructed to thrust with his crutch against her.
John Money, ladies and gentlemen, the man who invented the idea of gender identity. He coined the phrase. Just, yeah, there he is. That's him on. And look, at the end of the day, I do understand that this guy was not, like, teaching contemporary trans ideology, but it's pretty sus. That's a good point. A girl could also not like dresses and dolls. Yeah, I was going to say, I do wonder to what extent this is a case of confirmation bias, or I suppose the opposite to confirmation bias. Because, like, actually, it wouldn't be... The issue is, if I was shaving... Let's say I had a daughter, and daughter loves her dad, as she should. And then she says, oh, I want to shave like daddy. We wouldn't think anything of that. We'd just go, well, you know, you're not really going to need to shave because you're a girl, but, you know, that's cute. Isn't that cute? We wouldn't think anything of it. But in this scenario, obviously, if the boy who is being pretended to be a girl says the same thing, people say, oh, this must be because he's a boy. Like, I do kind of wonder, like, when you're dealing with the entire lifetime of a child, there probably are going to be situations where you have this happen. So I don't even know about, like, the validity of all this research. Because if anything, this would seem to prove basically gender essentialism. The idea that your gender is just ingrained, that girls naturally want to wear dresses, while boys naturally don't. Boys naturally want to shave. Although it's a bit weird, because obviously, traditionally, like, contemporary beauty standards say that girls actually shave a lot more than boys do, just not their face. Although, again, it would be that if they did grow hair on their face, it would be their face. But yeah.
Joanne was ordered to spread his legs with his brother on top, and they were 6 years old at this time. On at least one occasion, Money took pictures of them doing this. Money was aggressive and forced them both to strip to do genital inspections on each other.
Ugh!
I want to
It's
make
so
you
gross.
understand what I'm getting.
Yeah, like,
now take your clothes off.
I know. See, yeah, I know this story. It's like disgusting. Like, I don't even want to, like, again, I don't want to listen to this. If it was up to me, none of this would be being mentioned. I'm probably, like, obviously I've said I'm going to upload all of this as a, you know, kind of super ultra mega live stream thing on the main video. Oh, by the way, thank you. Should I pronounce your name Juv, by the way? If your name should be pronounced Juv, tell me, say A. If your name is D-Juv, say B. If your name is Juvie, if your name is Juvie, then say C. Anyway, I'm going to upload all of this as one massive video on my main channel. I'm going to minimally edit it, but I'm probably going to cut all of this out. The Bible says, I can't remember what it says. It says like something like put just DJ or UV. DJ. Hey DJ. The Bible says, put no unclean thing before my eyes. And you know, sometimes I think that's good advice. I don't think people need to be told this. I mean, I don't know. It's worth mentioning John Money was a disgusting creep, but it's just, I don't know, something about like describing it in all this detail, I really don't like it. Like, I'll probably include this stuff so people know that what was just described was some really gross pedophilic stuff being done. But I don't want people to actually hear about what any of that was, because it's horrible.
No! Take your clothes off now!
So, were these guys Australian?
Argument was that sexual behavior should be learned on top of all the other stuff to really complete the socialization.
Despite the absence of a penis,
like the stupid thing
Joanne
about this
often
is
tried to stand to urinate.
You don't do this with kids. So it's kind of like the fact he's going to all this effort has kind of disproved his theory, right? His theory was that kids just like will just naturally just go into whatever role they're told to go into. And what he's instead found is that if you try and force kids to go into a different role, they massively resist it. So yeah, basically been screwed over there.
Right. Joanne persisted to such an extent that at school, she was caught standing to urinate in the girls' bathroom sufficiently often that the other girls refused to allow her entrance. Mother records the other girls threatening to kill her if she persisted.
Joanne was forcibly put on feminizing hormones, estrogen, from the age of 12.
Do you ever like hear any stories about children and be like, why was I so normal as a kid? It's just like, what kind of like random thing is this where they're just like, yeah, we're just going to threaten to kill this girl. It's like, it makes you feel like everyone else grew up in an insane asylum except for you. You hear all these stories about like kids doing weird stuff. Like, I feel like I remember hearing like stories, I don't know, and then maybe this is just a case if I can't remember it, but like you hear like people who like work with kids and they always talk about like how kids like put their excrement everywhere, and just like, what? This isn't. Is that a normal thing for children to be doing? I mean, I don't know.
Several times he tried to throw away his medicine, but he was ultimately made to go through a puberty he never wished for. The unwanted puberty brought with it the development of breasts, things he didn't want, so he wouldn't wear a bra. In discussing his breast development with his endocrinologist, he confessed,
I suspected I was a boy since the 2nd grade.
Finally, at the age of 14, Joanne transitioned.
It is worth noting, by the way, there is the possibility that for whatever reason that this guy did actually know that he was actually a boy. I'm really running away with it in terms of calls. But yeah, like there is like a lot of reasons. Again, I do not care about this research. This research should not have been done. It's just disgusting, everything about it. But I will say, I don't even know like how valuable it's like when everyone says, oh, the Nazis, we actually learned a lot of research from all the stuff they were doing, or a lot of information. And it's like, I don't know. I've heard people say, no, we didn't. Although I kind of wonder whether those people are just kind of saying that because who would want, it's very kind of appealing to say, no, to be the one saying, no, the Nazis did nothing good. Let me say that I would also enjoy saying that the Nazis did nothing good. But yeah, I mean, I've heard people say that the scientific research is complete crap from them. And I wouldn't be surprised by that. Because, yeah, I feel like the narrative of, oh, well, actually, they don't tell you that we did learn a lot of very important research. That's the kind of thing people say who like to be nuanced, but obviously, sometimes there are no nuances. Yeah, DJ. How does this make trans valid, by the way? Yeah, exactly. It's like, so, and then John Money forced these kids to do blah, 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 and that's why trans women are women. Okay, cool. But yeah. With that said, I just want to stress, to me, this research sounds like complete rubbish anyway. Like, it doesn't seem like it actually achieved anything. So, unlike the Nazis, no, again, I also assume the Nazis did bad research too. Maybe there are some good people who do good research. But it seems to me like, generally speaking, evil people do evil research, and they don't achieve anything. It's kind of like with torture. Like, yeah, torture is evil, and you should never do it. But it also kind of seems like it doesn't actually work. So it's like, in a way, you want to have like a morally principled stance against this stuff. And I do have a morally principled stance against it. But it kind of almost like, it's kind of like, I almost wish torture did work. So that when I have my morally principled stance against it of, no, even if I knew that torturing someone would stop a terrorist attack, I still wouldn't do it. The problem is that I think I've heard people say that's literally, it's never happened. Because the reality is, and this is like my theory on torture, just to do an aside, but like if someone actually wants to do, because obviously pain is in the brain. If someone really wants to do something, then they are just going to, like, the power of the human will override it. The only time when torture actually works is if the person doesn't really care that much. In which case, torture would there's lots of things that would work. So like, why even do the whole torture thing? But yeah, like if someone's like, oh, I've spent ages planning this terrorist operation. It's gonna, there's gonna be a nuclear bomb that's gonna explode in the center of Manhattan, at this time, and then they get caught by the CIA. The CIA can waterboard them. They can pull out all their fingernails, all their toes, all their teeth, their toes. But yeah, like there is I genuinely believe there is nothing that the CIA or whoever, I mean, let's be honest, it'll be the CIA, could do to that person that would make them be like, oh, okay, you know what, no, I'll just tell you. Because I think the human will's like stronger than that. That's my take. And that's why, again, I'm against torture because even if it did work, I would still be against it. But I also feel like that's why it doesn't work. And apparently, like, what actually works better is, like, they manipulate you. So, like, and apparently the British intelligence is pretty good. Like, the British intelligence, I'm sure they do all sorts of terrible stuff. But apparently they don't torture people. And the reason I can believe that is because it's a case of, they're not like, oh, we don't torture people because we're really good. They're like, no, we don't torture people because we kind of manipulate and lie to people in much more subtle ways. Like the official like line from British military intelligence and Secret Service is, we're on such a deeper level of manipulating everyone and controlling people's thoughts and infiltrating people's minds that we actually don't need to torture people. What we're doing is actually much better. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I can imagine that might be the case. But yeah, anyway, the point is that just like torture is evil, all of this crap research is evil, and it doesn't work. It hasn't actually achieved anything. And anything it was even trying to achieve wouldn't have really been like a good thing to be trying to do in the first place.
John, but for the first time it was by his own will. John was given male hormone therapy and grew into not just a normal boy, but a handsome man, especially with the help of gender-affirming surgeries in the form of a double mastectomy and a phalloplasty.
As an adult, John was asked, why not accept being a female rather than fighting it? His answer was simple. Basically, he wanted to please his parents and placate the doctor, so he often went along. But doing so didn't feel right, and the confusion between his feelings and theirs he saw was mentally devastating and would lead to suicide if he were forced to continue. The most often voiced and deeply felt emotion expressed by John was always feeling different from what was expected or desired by others. Doctor said, it's gonna be tough. You're going to be picked on. You're gonna be very alone. You're not gonna find anybody unless you have vaginal surgery and live as a female. And I thought to myself, you know, I wasn't very old at the time, but it dawned on me that these people gotta be pretty shallow if that's the only thing they think I've got going for me. That the only reason why people get married and have children and have a productive life is because of what they have between their legs. If that's...
Okay, sorry. Let me say this. It is not... I'm going to give some affirmation to people right now. It is actually not shallow to care about to care about the genitals of your marital partner. Yeah, if someone's been in a horrible accident, then you are being a real trooper. Or maybe you just genuinely don't really care about sex in a way that a lot of other people do. And you're like, yeah, I'm actually going to, like get with this person who has some serious genital problems. Yeah, okay, cool. That's your choice. Sorry, I feel like I was gonna burp. But yeah, that's not. You're not being shallow if you're like, actually, no, it does matter to me that the person I'm in a relationship with has all of the stuff in the right place. Why did this guy go out of his way to research paedophile stories? It's like almost 2 hours of the video. Yeah, it's so weird. Why call it Transphobia Debunked? Again, I think I've already said this, but like if this video was called like the dark history of... I don't know. See, I was going to say like anti-trans science. Problem is it's not really anti-trans science, so I don't really know what he would say. But yeah, if he was to go out of his way to kind of say that, fair enough. But that's not really what he's been saying, so... I don't know. There's something's amiss, and that's putting it lightly. Let's switch out our center attacking mid for... I feel like I haven't played Sergio Garcia very much, so we'll add him in. And everyone else is fine. We'll bring out this guy, replace him with that. I feel like this centre-back has not played very much, so I really feel sorry for him. We'll replace the left back with him. Centre attacking mid, placed with Hare. Hurst hasn't done... I think I've had Hurst... You know, I'll replace the goalkeeper with... You know what, actually, no, let's switch... We'll switch goalkeeper, and then if this goalkeeper's, not doing so well, we'll switch him out. Yeah, I'll be fine. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that.
All they think of me, that they justify my worth by what I have between my legs, then I gotta be a complete loser.
The boy grew up and found a loving wife, adopting her 3 children.
I will say this, like, in my head, it's kind of like, I feel like actually, if you're not a complete loser, you should probably, for the sake of having a very fulfilling sexual relationship, still have genitals. Do you have any idea if this dude knows you've been reacting to him? I will say this. I don't imagine... Well, I don't know. Probably not. I'd kind of hope he doesn't care, because I don't think, it's... Well, yeah, I don't know. I just imagine that he's moved on to other stuff. It would be very sad if he... Well, I don't know. Just because I'm doing it in such a non-committed format, I think I would imagine he kind of doesn't care. Like if I like went to the effort of making a full-on scripted video, I think it would make sense to care. But considering this is all I'm going to do, I feel like he should kind of basically recognize that I don't really care very much, such that I'm doing it in this format, which is like such an uninvolved format, you know? Because I do on my Patreon. Oh, that reminds me, I need to post a Patreon thing. But yeah, when I do my Patreon things, I obviously do like the kind of live reaction. I don't really edit it, like that kind of style, which is, and you know, I obviously don't script it. That's one thing, but this is like another level of not really being that involved. These guys are all over me.
In the
I might be a bit
process.
defensive.
His former student, Richard Green, argues that Dr. Money did the best he could in an era when we knew less.
With the benefit of hindsight, based on what we knew at the time about how you become male or female or boy or a girl, with the advantage of hindsight, knowing the difficulties, to say the least, of creating a penis surgically, the decision that John Money made at the time was the correct one, and I would have made the same one at that time.
Then, around 35 years after the incident with the botched circumcision, his brother died to suicide. 2 years later, John got divorced, and 2 days after the divorce, he committed suicide as well. We don't know exactly why.
It's always women. These women, these shallow women, just divorcing guys just because they don't have it. It always reminds me. Oh, look, this is all serious and stuff, but at the end of the day, I'm still going to make a joke about it. It's like in that Simpsons episode where Professor Frink, it's from a Halloween episode, he like brings his dad back to life using like Frankenstein technology, and he's like he like basically has to kind of replace him with robot stuff, and he's like, oh, you know, we had to replace several vital organs, but that doesn't make you any less of a man, except you don't have a penis. There we go. So that's my line. But no, yeah, look, at the end of the day, this is sad. Having said that, it's also one of those things where, you know, like, I know the reality is that there is like a huge problem with guys becoming suicidal after divorces, which is why, you know, you got to be friends with dudes. It's kind of crazy. Just I got an advert from the Church of Latter-day Saints, and it was like, hey, are you new to I was gonna say new to a new town, but like, are you in a new city? Do you not really have any friends? Blah blah blah. You should come to church. I was like, to be honest, like, actually, you know, I would say don't become a Mormon, but yeah, actually, that's a really good reason to go to a church. It's basically just immediate free friend group right out the gate. So even like in that case, I'm saying right now, like, I'm not saying you should become a Mormon, but certainly you shouldn't become a Mormon based on the belief that Mormonism is true. But if you were just looking at it from a making your life materially better situation, I would say if you're a guy and you get divorced, you should probably just go to some kind of religious thing. You know, it could be like, again, I don't think Catholicism is true, but I'm saying if we're just ignoring the question of whether it's true and we're just focusing on that, I was like, actually, you know what? That's a pretty good advert for Mormonism. Like, pretty much the advert was in so many words saying the main point of coming to this church is just that it means that you will have a bunch of friends when you're very new to a place and you probably want friends. So you might as well come to our church. I was like, yeah, that's probably the best sales pitch you can do. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because a lot of guys, it seems like one of the main reasons guys kill themselves is because loads of guys don't really have friends. And like, let me tell you, like, the amount of friends you get just from going to church. And again, I really don't want to, like, if you're going to go to church based on, like, if you care about truth, you should go to a church that you think is actually making correct claims about reality. But if I am permitting myself to talk about the material benefits to your life, the fact that it's just like every other week they're like, hey guys, we've got like a men's group, there's a men's barbecue, the guys are going bowling together, you know, check out the WhatsApp group, there's loads of dudes hanging out being dudes. Like, yeah, that's pretty hard to say no to if you're like struggling with loneliness. Not me though. I'll never be lonely because me and my wife we're a solid rock. But you know, we are. It's true.
We can't ask him, but I'd like to quote Judith Butler's postscript to their chapter on this incident in Undoing Gender.
Judith Butler. That's a controversial mention. That guy made a response to me about Judith Butler, and then things happened.
The norms governing what it is to be a worthy, recognizable, and sustainable human life clearly did not support his life in any continuous or solid way. Life for him was always a wager and a risk, a courageous and fragile accomplishment. Can I come to a satisfying conclusion on this story? No. I didn't live his life, and I can never understand. All I've seen are remnants of a distant life in the form of black pixels on a brightly lit computer screen, making up a few pages on an outdated website. Then why do I think this is an important story to tell? Well, the story has gotten a lot of attraction from certain people just asking questions about the history of mainstream gender theory. As if this was something wokies were trying to suppress, but no, bucko.
Again, so just for the record, I'll be interested to see whether this guy is going to acknowledge that John Money coined the phrase gender identity, which again does not necessarily, like, you can make an argument that trans identity is not really what John Money was getting at. You can say that, but it just seems weird to not even mention the fact that he did come up with a lot of your core vocabulary. Oh. Especially considering how much guilt by association you've been doing. You know, if some, like, paedophile came up with one of the core terms for gender critical people, I feel like that would be something worth mentioning. And I mean, to be fair, he did mention it, I guess, because the thing I'm thinking about is, like, autogynephilia, I guess, was come up by Ray Blanchard, and he has said, well, the thing is, I don't even know, I don't think he actually was able to show any evidence that Ray Blanchard did anything, like, pedo-y, just that some people he knew, so, yeah, either way, there's a less direct connection. And, of course, you can disagree with trans identity and still not believe in autogynephilia, whereas you can't really support trans identity without believing gender identity is the thing.
No, honey, it's pretty well known how horrible much of queer history actually is. The only reason they point to this story is to be able to say, oh, see, transgenderism shouldn't be practiced, it doesn't work, sex is immutable. But they don't notice the forest for the trees, because even though this story is well known and widely cited in history in different literature on gender, I mean even in a Norwegian kønsinkongruens manual I read just for fun, it's far from rare.
Sorry, since when are Norwegians writing North Korean journals? Because, like, what the hell was that? I was like, genuinely, and this is not me being racist against Chinese people or North Koreans or whatever, because this is me, I guess, doing an impression of a Norwegian, saying the name of a Norwegian journal. But what I genuinely heard there was, even the name of a even the name of a Norwegian, Yang Chang Shang Chuang. Like, that's literally the exact words that just came out of his mouth. I need to go back and hear that again. That was the most...
in different literature, well known and widely cited in history in different literature on gender.
I have not been looking at this guy's face very much. He does some really interesting faces. He's got like a very wide head. That's how he talks.
I mean, even in a Norwegian kønsinkongruens manual I read just for fun, it's far.
That's an absolute China of himself. What are you... Why does he just randomly become
Norwegian kønsinkongruens manual I...
That almost seems like it was dubbed.
Gender, I mean, even in a Norwegian kønsinkongruens manual I...
kønsinkongruens manual. That's like... What is... I don't know why, I just find that so funny, because I was like when I hear someone say like something about Norway, I'm expecting him to, you know, say a Norwegian sounding word in a Norwegian sounding accent, not the most Chinese sounding sentence in what sounds like a jokey Chinese... Like, I'm not crazy, right? Like, it sounds like he's doing a Chinese accent there. It's like, even in a Norwegian... Anyway. I don't know. I have no idea what those words were, and I don't care. I just found that funny.
Read just for fun, it's far from rare. It's not about the immutability of sex and the evils of one particular doctor. It's also about the thousands of trans people experiencing the very same thing this very day. It's not about forcing a child to be trans. It's about forcing a child to be something they're not.
YouTube short for the main channel. I don't know. I don't want people to think I'm racist, but I mean, again, it's not racist. Because it's not racist to point out. I literally had, we ordered a Chinese, and this time I'm actually going to make fun of a Chinese guy, but it's okay. Because I'm kind of going to compliment him. I called this like Chinese restaurant. I don't know, like, I had like, this isn't even racist either. But I did have a thought of like, you know, I was calling this restaurant. I was like, you know, I kind of hope this is going to be a situation where, you know, this guy is going to be able to understand English. Which is like, that's like, I don't know. It's partially, to be fair, it's partially because I recently had a call with my dad on the phone where he said that like the signal was really bad, so I was worried my signal was going to be bad. So I was worried like that in combination with then the guy maybe English isn't his first language. Anyway, but then so shame on me because I pick up, I call him and this guy answers and he has genuinely like perfect, like full on like BBC received pronunciation. He's like, hello there, welcome to the Chinese place, you know, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, okay, cool. And like I ordered my stuff, you know, what I wanted. And then at the end, when the guy, hello Eagle Vision, and hello Sonar Poop, and hello Captain Alexa, and hello Kermit the Frog, when the guy read back my order to me, he suddenly just like, said it all in like a really Chinese accent. So it was like the whole conversation, yeah, okay, absolutely. So no, don't worry, we can do that. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, that's a very good choice. And can I just confirm your order? It's sweet and sour pork. And like genuinely, I'm not kidding. Like it was such a, like, I was like, what are you? That was like very strange. And I was like, is this like a bit? I don't know. That was an incredible goal from outside the box. Oof. We're naughty. Anyway, but again, like in that situation, I was just like, I don't even. And I told my wife about it. I was like, that was weird. I was like, he was so. And then like we got there and it was the same guy, and again he was white. That's not true. No, no, he was Chinese. But yeah, he just continued to speak in his received pronunciation similar to me. But yeah, that was really funny. Anyway, what were we saying? Oh no, look, I will say that. Like this whole, I don't know how great this whole like John Money experiment thing is as an argument in itself against the trans thing, because yeah, it basically does sound like this guy was forced to pretend he was what he wasn't, and you could say, well, obviously the difference with trans is they aren't forced to pretend they're what they're not. They are pretending they're what they're not, but they're not forced to. So yeah, I don't really think it's an argument against that. It would be an argument if the point of trans was that there are kids who are constantly insisting that they are girls, but we're telling them they're boys. But that's not what's happening in most cases. There are maybe some cases where the parents are pushing it, but yeah, it's not really a thing. Hey, this guy's name is Windass.
It's incredibly ironic to use this story of John, Joanne, then John again as an example of the evils of trans ideology. Those people are either willfully lying or just painfully, dreadfully stupid.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't use it for that evidence, or sorry, I don't use it as an argument against the trans thing for the reason I just said. But again, I will point out that John Money did pioneer. But again, I don't even use that as like a massive argument because it doesn't really matter. It just, one, it kind of is worth bringing up. Two, it's interesting considering how much trans activists love to do guilt by association in general, because that is one of their main arguments. And three, it's definitely worth bringing up considering how much this guy in particular loves to do guilt by association.
I didn't like dressing like a girl. I didn't like behaving like a girl. I didn't like acting like a girl. I'm not a professor or anything, but you don't wake up one morning deciding that you're a boy or a girl. You just know.
Chapter 15, Desistence, Part 2.
Thanks for sticking with me through that small detour. Only took, what, an hour and 15 minutes?
You remember that this was about one paragraph from one source, from one...
Yeah. So that's kind of annoying, actually, to do that, to bring up all of this irrelevant stuff. There's a point at which there's kind of overkill, and sometimes, you know, it can be worth going into stuff in detail, but the problem is you're not really... This is like, it's kind of funny, because something I've said many a time is that it's not really that fun responding to responses if they're responses to someone else. And, you know, like there was a channel I found recently someone mentioned that's kind of like a pro-trans channel, but all of their content is responding to other people, which obviously is not that interesting for me, because a lot of the people they respond to are conservatives. They're just not pro-trans. Sorry, they're not gender critical. And there just wouldn't really be much point in responding. And, you know, it's just an issue you get all the time. And, you know, the reality is it sometimes means you have to kind of just push through and sort of say, well, even though I'm not really making this argument myself, this is what I think about it, whatever. Yeah. I just feel like... I felt this was going to be a sentence. Yeah, basically, that's kind of the problem with the fact this guy is mostly just responding to other people's content. It's like, that's not really, you know, I'm not about that. That doesn't affect me. And therefore, I don't care, because I'm not vouching for these people as especially authoritative. Left mid. Let's bring on Straker. Oh, I did want to bring on that centre-back, but I think it's too late now, because, wait. Yeah, there's just no use for that centre-back is the issue. Anyway.
Claim from time to think how history has shown that these children aren't really trans, but gay. Hannah Barnes gave 3 sources for the high desistance rates. The first source was from England's National Health Service, which relies heavily on old studies. Studies in which the children are coerced, ridiculed and beaten into viewing their experience as a delusion. The second source was the 5th edition of the DSM, which is also based on the very same old studies and headed by a person dubbed Enemy Number 1 to Transgenders, Kenneth Tucker, who was often the one responsible for the studies. The third and final source is a critique of methodological flaws of some of the newer studies. No. That's wrong, because the source that Barnes links to is not the actual critique, but instead a reply to the critique. And can you guess who wrote the reply? Yeah, it's Kenneth Tucker, of course it is. Let me make this very clear. When you hear anyone...
I'm not gonna lie, I do not remember who Kenneth Tucker is. I'm sure he was mentioned, but yeah. I already forgot what his arguments are because it's so scattered. Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, so that will be the end of the... Oh, you know what? I had some pretty concentrated goals. Let's watch the highlight reel. Here it is. Got a miss. And then save. Yep, good save. Solid save. Goal. Here it is. Boom. Save. Goal. I feel like I often score goals like that. Foul. And then based off that foul... Goal! Yeah, that was the one outside the box that was very lucky. After that, I should have brought on some more people to have them run around. I should have given because basically what you want to do is you want to give kind of the worst players in your team some time to run around, get some experience so that they become better players. But the problem is, you don't want to have your worst players playing when it really matters. So considering I was 3 goals up, I really should have brought on just all of my worst players at that point, and I didn't. That was kind of stupid of me. Anyway, did you finally win a tournament? No, well, I got knocked out of a tournament. I don't even know what tournaments I'm still in. I'm not sure how I actually find that out. Yeah, look at that. Oh, 9 shots, 8 on target, 54% possession. Yeah, we're doing well. Anyway, let's see. So yeah, we're in the football league, but that's you know how it works. That's not a tournament. It's the football league. So I don't actually know how many matches there are in the football league, but and then I think if I go to season, Other leagues. Wait, so is this leagues I'm in? Calendar? Okay, calendar. We'll look at calendar. So, okay, so we were in a cup match against Sunderland, but they knocked us out. So we're out of that cup match. I don't know if you have any other cup matches. Let's see. Oh, so let's see. Okay, there we go. So okay, so we're in the what? What is that? The Junior Paint Trophy. Okay, so we'll hopefully win that because that seems pretty weak sauce. And then the Emirates FA Cup. All right, that's the big one. So the FA Cup is kind of the one of the actual major tournaments. So we'll have to lock in for that. And then I think all of the rest of the ones are kind of like based on how well we're doing. All right, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, we're doing okay. So how many games are there this season? There are quite a few games this season. Wow. Okay. Anyway, all right, everyone. So I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you all next time. I don't know when. I mean, obviously, it's kind of wild to me we're as close to Christmas as we are. And obviously, when we get to Christmas, you know, there's going to have to be, in the interest of not looking like a complete sad sack, I'm going to have to ease off this stuff a bit. But I've basically been perpetually anxious since June. June, I was on a beach and I was swimming in the sea, and something about like the movement of the waves like made me feel like I was rocking, and I went to go back. I got back onto the beach, but I'd kind of been driven, or you know, what's the word? You know, like I can't really think what the word is, but when you know how like with the current it kind of pushes you side to side a bit. I basically drifted, that's I think the word I'm looking for, drifted away from my wife and her family, and I was like walking, and as I was walking it was just like I suddenly felt like I was gonna just fall over. I basically had a just full-on panic attack on the middle of the beach, and ever since then I've just been like varying degrees of anxiety, and I don't know, at some point you'd think I'd get over it, but then I start thinking to myself like, was I ever like not anxious? And I guess because that's the thing in my head, I'm like, well, I feel like I felt consistently anxious since June, and then I think to myself, well, I don't really, you know, I've struggled with anxiety for ages. I'm kind of like, what was my default state? Was my default state just not anxious at all? Because that would seem unlikely considering it's something I've always struggled with. So I don't know. Anyway, all right, let's jump into the video.
Transition or desistance rates, they point to credible sources like the National Health Service or the DSM, but they obviously haven't read any further. Otherwise, they would stumble upon decades and decades of child abuse, of studies ranking how attractive researchers find boys and girls and sexual abuse victims of children and adults dead because of the treatment they went through. All in the name of...
Sorry, but would that even, like you're saying, like, oh, they have appealed to all these sources as being relevant, but they, you know, haven't looked into it. Otherwise, they would have found all of these stories about these pedophiles and stuff. But it's kind of actually, if we're talking about, you know, the CAS review and all that, and kind of building up government policy, I don't think they're that interested in content for a drama video. Like, that's not their top priority. So actually... that's not, like, even if they had looked into that and found it, why do you think that's something they would have mentioned? I mean, yeah, obviously there's, like, you know, the government needs to look into stuff like that if it's something the government has jurisdiction over, if it's something the government needs to be taking account for. And, you know, there have been all sorts of, I mean, hashtag release the Epstein files or whatever it is. But, you know, and I think there have been some inquiries, I can't think what the name was, but the inquiry into the fact that a British children's entertainer, Jimmy Savile, was found to have been a pedo, basically. Like, and the kind of, there was an inquiry into how did this happen that this guy was able to get away with it, blah, blah, blah. So they do that, but of course the significant thing there is because that's the BBC, and it's a government organization. But there's no reason why the government, the NHS or anyone else, would have to look into this information when they're trying to understand the stuff, because... you know, again, what matters is the actual science, not this drama for a story, which again, it sounds gross, but it doesn't really relate to the science of the matter. Anyway.
Science, in the name of normal or deviant, in the name of trying and failing to prove that being trans is bad, actually. But this information is cloaked and laundered through credible sources, which people use to their advantage to sell a story of trans inferiority. I do not care if they didn't know.
I don't even, like, is it even about trans inferiority, though? I mean, one of the issues is this guy hasn't ever really made it clear what exactly it is he's arguing against, because the video is called Transphobia Debunked. But then you think, all right, so a lot of transphobia would be like you're kind of just rural Republican redneck, like, I don't like this trans stuff and all that kind of stuff. But are those people reading studies? Like, what does he mean by transphobia? As we've established, he, by the way, actually, it would be useful if someone commented. DJ, if you are there again, just let me know that, like, just because the fact you commented a little while ago, but now you haven't commented at all, just has me worrying there is, like, a technical issue. So if you could let me know, that would be good. But yeah, assuming everything's fine. Oh, conceded. Yeah, assuming everything's fine, I will proceed. Yeah, this guy has not made it clear what he's actually responding to, because he's talking about, like, he is talking about, like, all of this science and stuff, some of which is from people who are varying degrees of pro-trans, but a lot of it isn't really about transphobia. It's just an explanation for the trans thing. It's sort of like, I think about the whole does vaccines cause autism thing. Okay, thank you for letting me know, DJ. Yeah, does the whole vaccines cause autism thing, where while, like, people have occasionally spoken about, like, oh, it's an issue, why are these people acting like autism is such a huge problem? And that's something, like, and obviously you had, I think, RFK spoke about how, like, oh, all these people who've become autistic, they're never ever going to contribute to society, you know, basically acting as if these people who are autistic might as well be dead, and saying that to kind of emphasize how much of a serious tragedy this is. And people obviously responded negatively to that. Most of the conversation has been about, well, you know, this is a conversation about what causes autism rather than about whether autism is good or bad. But for some reason here, this is a conversation mostly about what causes trans identity, and he's taking this as a conversation about whether trans identity...
gamble with the lives.
I literally have no idea why I clicked the button to stop playing. He's acting as if this is talking about whether trans identity is good or bad, and he's literally said there, you know, all this science is supposed to be backing up trans inferiority, but he hasn't shown any evidence for that at all. So, yeah, the big thing hanging over all of this is the video is called Transphobia Debunked, but it's not actually clear what he's debunking. Oh, yeah, okay, lovely. Oh, that could have been a... Oh, terrible. All right.
Of trans people. And when Barnes tries to cover her bases, ooh, these studies are methodologically flawed, she then chooses not to link to the actual critique against the studies, but instead to a reply to the critique which argues for the studies made by Kenneth Zucker, a person who was fired from his own clinic, a clinic which in 2015 still asked kids what made them sexually excited, where one-way mirrors were the norm and where they took pictures of children without their consent and shared them with colleagues.
Is that not foul? Okay.
But, whoops! All my arguments would be stupid and invalid if the 80% desistance statistic was actually true. In a little...
I mean, who cares? Your arguments aren't that important. Hey, Zombie Pup, good to have you here. Hello, RKYTVIR thingy. Yeah, like... Maybe, but obviously the main thing that makes your arguments invalid from the start is you haven't really made it clear what you're actually arguing. But yeah, let's hear how the... I mean, I wouldn't imagine for a second the 80% statistic is true. Like, that sounds incredibly unlikely. So, I don't really care about this because I don't think I would even believe that. Hello, Ida Jacobson.
I'm going to give you a bunch of sources against it.
By the way, Zombie Pup, what kind of biscuits? I think that's what I want to know. He talks as if saying you're trans immediately makes you the other sex without any evidence. Yeah. It's I don't know. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's just... Has he even defined what being trans is? I don't think he's defined transphobia, nor has he defined being trans.
80% desistance narrative. But flinging out citations doesn't really help if we don't first understand that this way of thinking is wrong. It's playing into the narrative. It's accepting the premise that transness is even something that's possible to desist from. So let's take a look at the actual critique and follow-up stuff.
Well, how about it's just considering that possibility? But again, you haven't actually defined what transness is. So at this point, how can someone... Like, what's the problem with thinking anything about transness? But also, yeah, we should assume that it is possible for people to not be trans, rather than just assuming trans is something inevitable and inescapable. Because why would you think that should be the default? That makes no sense. Anyway.
Studies written by Newhook, Pine, Holmes, Tosh, and Pickett. They take 4 often cited studies and ask, hey, should this be the backbone of what is taught? Of what is practiced?
Oh, crap.
The critique is mostly interested in follow-up studies. Temple Newhook et al. Chooses specifically not to include the earlier studies on transsexualism from the 70s and 80s and 90s, even though, as I've shown, they are still used as evidence. Instead, Newhook takes what was at the time of the critique 4 recent, widely cited studies, so people can't just dismiss it as it was a different time. Those 4 studies are by Drummond et al. 2008, Valiant et al. 2008, Steensma et al. 2011, and Steensma et al. 2013. The 4 studies specifically look at the desistance rates of transgender adolescents, with 37, 77, 53 and 127 subjects respectively. Essentially, they take a measure of how many people with gender dysphoria there are at one point in time, and then several years later they contact the participants and measure again for gender identity disorder to compare the 2 numbers. First, let me ask you a question. We want to look at how many adolescents go on to transition and how many do not. Would it be fair to include children who are not over the clinical levels of gender dysphoria in that data? I mean, we're looking at so-called desistance statistics, which kind of implies that the children...
Oh, wait. How are we doing? Alright, well, yeah, I don't know what's happening there. I think it must just be a loose connection. I'm getting a new, I am getting a new... Well, yeah, I don't know what's happening there. I think it must be a loose connection. I'm getting a new, sorry, I just need to actually mute my thing. Yeah, I'm getting a new laptop on Christmas Eve, hopefully. So, yeah, this laptop's kind of on its way out. I don't know. Like, I do sometimes get things randomly disconnecting. Usually that only happens if I'm moving stuff. Maybe I am. You know what? It's probably... Maybe I should unplug my wire. Okay. Right. Hopefully. And then I do need to just reset this. Oh, wait, wrong thing. Yeah, maybe it's just a case of when I'm moving my controller, that's screwing things up. Okay, you're going to see my ugly, blurry face, and I switch it to this. Lovely. Right. Hopefully that's all better now.
To be clinically diagnosed with a gender identity disorder. They might have shown gender non-congruent behavior. Yes, but not to a point where they exceeded the diagnostic criteria. They were still used in the data. It's the same story with Valiant et al. From 2008 and Steensma et al. From 2013, where 25% and 37% respectively did not meet diagnostic criteria. That's 81 out of the combined 294 participants. Another problem is the aggregated 25% of children who did not attend the follow-up. All of these are reported as desisters. Finally, none of the children were formally diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Let me just repeat, none of the children were formally diagnosed with gender dysphoria. This is because all of the studies relied on either the DSM-3, the DSM-3R, the DSM-4, or a mix of them, but the diagnosis of gender dysphoria was only added in the DSM-5, which came out in 2013. So not only were none of the children diagnosed with gender dysphoria, but 27% were sub-threshold for gender identity disorder. Yet they are still referenced as reliable data for the 80% desistance rate for gender dysphoria. Potato, potato, you might say. Gender dysphoria, gender identity disorder, does it even matter? Well, to be eligible for a diagnosis of gender identity disorder, the child didn't need to have a desire to be another gender. They did not need to experience gender dysphoria to be diagnosed with gender identity disorder. It is more difficult to fulfill the criteria for the DSM-5 diagnosis than to fulfill the diagnosis criteria for the DSM-4, which itself is more difficult to fulfill than the DSM-3R diagnosis. Their paper is the reason I've been hesitant to use the words persistence, desistance, and detransition, as Newhook et al. States.
The dominant framework for understanding variations of childhood gender is rooted in the field of criminology, where desistance is defined as the cessation of offending or other antisocial behavior.
That means that when you say someone desisted from being trans, you imply that transness is deviant, and now they've returned to normal. But describing it as desistance isn't just about semantics. It has another implication as well. It also means that these studies are more successful if there are fewer trans people.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that he's kind of misrepresenting the whole desistance thing, that yeah, it probably is used in that context, but I would kind of expect to find out it's also used in other contexts as well. I could be wrong though, so we'll see. Yeah, and as for this idea, the studies are considered successful if there's fewer trans people, I think he's just making it up. I don't know why that would be the case, so I'll hear what argument he's going to make.
By the end. This lies at the very center of the problem with ROGD, all of the anti-trans talking points and the rot I found within the research. That being trans is bad. It's transphobia, but it's also called cisgender supremacy or cissexism. Newhook et al. Makes another interesting and slightly radical point. If you at any point in life say that you are cis, even if you've questioned your gender or been trans, this is seen as returning to the optimal, stable state. If you're trans and...
Yeah, look, I don't care, but at the end of the day, it seems like even trans people will admit that they have lots of struggles in their life, and you can say, well, that's always entirely just about the way they're treated in society. I don't know, but I would actually... I mean, there's lots of reasons why it makes sense to say that the optimal state is not being trans, because obviously trans is about rejecting reality. But yeah, I also don't really know if... Like, the thing is, this guy's just kind of going off vibes, right? Like, he's just saying, the problem is that people think this, but it's like, what's your evidence for the fact they think that? And also, by the way, this is called transphobia debunked. All you're saying there is that transphobia exists. Like, it's kind of a bit weird to be like, I'm going to do a video on creationism debunked, and you make this big point of saying, like, did you know that these people think that it's best if people don't believe in evolution? And it's like, well, yeah. I mean, you haven't really proved a point there. You've basically just shown that creationists exist. Like, if you're going to call a video such and such debunked, that was a very stupid pass of me, then you would think that you wouldn't actually be, well over 3 hours into the video saying, yeah, and these people actually think that it's better to not be trans. It's like, well, wouldn't that be implied? Like, that's the problem. These people, they want to make a video called, like, transphobia debunked, where they act like they're going to debunk transphobia. But in their mind, they're so emotionally upset at the possibility that transphobia even exists that the idea that they're actually debunking it becomes insane, because for them to even be confronted with it is already too much in their mind. Never mind then being able to debunk it. That was a really annoying miss.
On the other hand, you need to be absolutely unwavering in your identity. You are expected to show no signs of uncertainty. If you're not completely stable in your gender, you'll never be taken seriously. Then it's being delusional about a delusion. Mad. Not only will you not be helped, but you might be used as a token or as an argument for why other transgender or queer people are deviant. This is a core part of cis-sexism or cisgender privilege. Like, I tried to look up trans broken arm syndrome.
Sorry.
It's wrong.
So, you're saying like cisgender privilege. It's not a privilege that I, as someone who acknowledges biological reality, get taken more seriously. It's not a privilege that people who can who think they can't fly get treated better than those who think they can.
Of course, your gender evolves alongside you. Anyways, these studies are not the
Hello, Captain Alexa. Good to have you here. Vanilla Kipferi. It's Austrian. Oh, cool.
The only ones with methodological flaws. It's normal, even expected, to inflate desistence reports. That makes the study more successful. Remember? On a now long forgotten website, I found an article that examines Zucker's research and compares it to a 2002 reply, much like the critique from...
I'm actually, it's quite distressing that I lost that match, because I can't be losing that many matches. We need to be, on balance, doing quite well.
D expressed cross-sex wishes. Zucker aggregated the categories once in a while and very rarely together with frequently/every day. A more diagnostically relevant interpretation of Zucker's table leads to the conclusion that the minority, 23% of the boys and girls in his sample, expressed what could be considered repeated cross-sex wishes, indicative of strong and persistent cross-gender identification. Cross-sex wishes that are expressed once in a while or very rarely are arguably not indicative of strong and persistent cross-gender identification.
Barnes' whole book concerns itself with transition might be good for some, but it's bad for most, and since we aren't hearing nearly enough bad stories from people who...
Well, certainly transition would be bad for most people. I think we can all agree with that. Like, the average person probably shouldn't get their testicles and stuff cut off. I think that would be not great for the average person.
Detransition, it can only mean that we will see a flood of...
I mean, isn't that what was proved by that whole John Money thing, right? He tried transition on a random person and turned out it wasn't very good. Oh, wait, so someone says I can't hear anything. Zombie Pup says I can't hear anything, but other people are saying they can. So if one person thinks they can, I'm going to assume that we're okay. Okay. If I genuinely am so upset at the possibility I might fall behind in this season. You know, I mean, I don't really know exactly what my average needs to be, how many games I need to be winning if I want to... Oh, that was terrible. But yeah, if I want to win, but we'll see. Or, like, you know, get promoted. That's my goal. My goal is to get promoted to League One at the end of this season. Okay, that was further of a shot. Okay, let's just go for a Hail Mary old... oh, okay. Whatever.
In the future. The narrative is based on the idea that it's better to be cisgender than being transgender, and the whole argument is based on...
Yeah, it's just so annoying to like have a video called Transphobia Debunked and to be just obsessed with the fact that transphobia exists. It just doesn't make any sense. But again, it just tells, like, that's the problem. These people are so entitled in their mentality that in their mind, what they're expecting is that nobody would dare do anything that would have them be called transphobic. So basically, accusing someone of being transphobic is like basically functioning as debunking. It's both the act of identifying transphobia is, in the minds of these people, the act of debunking it, which shows you kind of where they're at mentally. That they're just like, yeah, obviously, you know, if someone possibly disagrees with us or thinks we're wrong about anything, then that is transphobic and therefore it's wrong. And if that's your opinion, oh goodness me, that was a horrible, horrible foul. Oh yeah, if that's your opinion, fine, but don't call the video Transphobia Debunked. Call it People Who I Don't Like Debunked because I'm saying they're transphobic.
The statistics that only 3 to 20% of people with gender dysphoria in childhood are actually trans. That we effectively will see 80% of trans people in the future detransitioning. All the other theories, rapid onset gender dysphoria, autism, vulnerable children, autogynephilia, puberty blockers, they're all invented to predict a mass detransition movement. But there is no mass detransition movement. This is also made up. Trans people don't exist. If they're trans women, it's only extreme edge cases of autosexual wannabe women. If they're trans men, it's because of internalized misogyny. If people aren't trans because of the oppression of women, it's a mental disorder, a delusion and a perversion, and we should treat it. If it's not a mental disorder, it's caused by other mental disorders, and we should treat those. If we can't, we should make it as hard as possible to transition, so we make sure that they aren't faking it. In any case, all children fake it. They don't know any better.
Yeah, I don't know, like, it's kind of just, I guess, like, because in my head I'm like, well, a lot of this is contradictory, right? If you don't think trans people exist, you wouldn't think they're faking it. What I'm realizing is, I guess the point's supposed to be, oh, look at how inconsistent these people are. Problem is, you're arguing against multiple different people who believe multiple different things. That's the issue. Like, you've decided that everything from, like, traditionally pro-trans people who just have an outdated idea of what being trans is, are the same as someone like me who thinks the whole trans thing is nonsense, is the same as like a typical kind of liberal BBC British progressive who has like a moderate, oh, trans, but you know, we've got to be worried about kids. Like, these are all very different things. So yeah, to conflate them like that just makes you look like a big dumb moron.
They shouldn't be allowed to transition. If they transition, it's only because of the drugs. If it's not the drugs, it's a social contagion.
Drugs.
If it's not a contagion, it's just mad. They shouldn't transition because transitioning is bad. They'll regret.
So look, here's the thing. This is the most important thing. Biological males can't be women, right? Like, everything else aside from that really isn't that important. We can talk about why is it happening. For whom is it happening more like like basically them describing their authentic beliefs versus them having been manipulated? What mental health issues might underpin it? What should we do about the fact people have these beliefs? We can have all of those conversations. But the really important thing, which I would imagine actually do care about quite a lot, but are refusing to talk about, is, are trans identities actually valid? Can biological males actually be women? I refuse to believe that that's not an important question to you. I refuse to believe you'd be like, oh, well, you know, if you don't think biological males can be women, then we can still be friends, whatever, as long as you agree with, you know, surgery for kids and all that kind of stuff. No, I feel like actually you recognize that trans identity being valid is an important thing. In fact, I think you've said as much in this video, although we've been responding for a while now, so I can't remember everything you said. But you just don't want to talk about it. Because you can't, and you've spoken about so much irrelevant stuff. Nope.
If they don't regret it, they'll kill themselves. Trans people shouldn't...
Look, for the record, I imagine that if people do kill themselves, or it's possible someone might regret it and then kill themselves. I think that's fair to say. I don't think that's too hard to imagine. Wanker. How are we falling apart at the seams here, guys?
Exist. Don't you get it? Society hates trans people. Couldn't be me. I would march with...
Shut up. Look, at the end of the day, you're complaining about different people. All these, like, yeah, you're talking about, like, I don't know, like, that's it. Just be mad at one group of people. Because being mad at everyone just makes you look like a moron. It's no nice way of saying it. Where you're kind of like acting like someone like me is like, yo, I really love trans people. And I would march behind them because I don't want their rights to be taken away or whatever. But that's you. Like, you have that opinion. I don't. So, calm down. Okay, wait. Oh, wait. Center mid. Oh my goodness. Okay, center back. Let's bring this left mid back. Wait, what is this guy's job? Can he be a striker? He can be a striker, so we could bring that guy forward. Oh wait, and replace that guy with that. Okay, cool. Center mid. That guy's a center back. Center back, center. That guy's a right back, so he should be over there. That guy's a left. This guy's a centre mid, but he's a. Oh wait, centre back. Okay. Whatever. I'm just gonna have this be my. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Okay. Whatever. This is just how we're sticking with it now.
If you were discriminated against, I respect their pronouns in my anti-trans book. Look at how...
Yep, shut up. Like, that's the thing. The problem is, and I just can't stress it enough, you are arguing against different people who, and then you're trying to like be like, oh, look at these people. Look, the people who actually think trans people don't exist don't respect trans people's pronouns. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so weird. Because I get what he's trying to say. He's trying to say, oh, look at how it's almost like essentially what he's doing here is trying to argue that anyone who doesn't completely acquiesce to all of the demands of trans, completely submit to it, is someone who's being disingenuous and hates them. When the reality is that the people who hate them, they make it more obvious. The people who say, oh, you know, I am pro-trans, but I have some concerns about children or whatever, those people are pro-trans and they have some concerns about children. That's the situation. People, generally speaking, you can actually believe that most people are telling you what they actually believe, because what people say and what you would expect people to believe pretty much line up. There are some people you'd probably expect who would be very much anti-trans, and those people tend to talk in a way that's very much anti-trans. There are a lot of people who talk in this kind of liberal, milquetoast, non-committal way, and they talk exactly the way you'd expect such a person to talk. It's not that difficult.
Woke I am. Look at me, the feminist. I said earlier that being transphobic doesn't mean that you hate trans people. Just that you don't really think they exist, or that it's preferable to be cisgender. Then I said that this way of thinking is rarely any better than actually hating trans people. That's because not believing that trans people exist is dehumanizing them. It's taking away their agency effectively.
Okay, so not believing that Christianity is true is dehumanizing Christians. Not believing... I mean, so how is not believing gender critical people are correct, not dehumanizing gender criticals? You gotta... I don't know. Like, people don't have to believe everything you say, even if that thing you're saying is about yourself.
Taking away their life. Some people really hate trans people. Even those who can't mourn.
I was watching Mary Chu reacted to Cirrus reacting to me, and I really didn't care about reacting to that video myself, so good. And basically, one of the like things brought up is I say in that video, oh, anyone who talks about their right to exist doesn't really have an argument. And this serious guy's like, well, what about Jews talking about their right to exist during the Holocaust? But here's the thing, right? In that, you can just talk about your right to life. You have a right to life. Right. So, oh goodness me, wait, the game was playing. Okay. Yeah. So, after doing that a billion times, I finally realized, hey, maybe what I should actually do is move the cable that I keep on kicking. So I have now moved that cable, because I don't know why I didn't, you know, it seems like an obvious solution. Hey Michael, if you keep kicking a cable, maybe you should move it from where it's directly where your feet are. I have now moved it. This was very smart of me. Anyway, so I was going to say about like Israel, right? So like Israel talks about their right to exist. Here's the thing, the reason they say the right to exist is because they can't say our right to live. Because like those Jews who lived in Brooklyn, they already had a right to live. Like they can go back to Brooklyn anytime. No one's killing them. So that's the situation, right? So they can't say, because then what they could say is, oh, I have a right to this land. I have a right to this Palestinian person's house. All right, fine, if that's what you think. But if they actually thought they could argue that, they would try to argue that. So the fact that they instead say, oh, I have a right to exist. And what does a right to exist mean? Because that's the thing. If it was a right to life, they would say, I have a right to life. And everyone would agree with that. But the problem is they can't say they have a right to life, because their life wasn't under any threat. So they have to say right to exist, because right to exist can mean whatever they want. Oh, how dare you say I don't have a right to exist by stealing someone else's land. And it's literally the exact same thing with the trans thing. If it was about having a right to life, no one could disagree with that. Everyone would be, oh yeah, of course you've got a right to life. The problem is, that's not what they want. They don't just want to live. They want to enter into women's spaces. So they have to claim that entering into women's spaces is necessary for them to exist. And that's why they talk about having a right to exist. So, again, all that situation happened with me breaking my cable or whatever. But I think I know the rough point I was getting at there, which is that, whatever. I don't know. He was like talking about these people. Oh, they're like dehumanizing you. They're denying your rights. And the point that I want to make there is that if you actually had rights, you talk about legitimate rights. The fact you have to talk about obscure nonsense rights, like your right to exist, shows that the rights you're fighting for aren't actually legitimate in the first place. This has got to be in. Oh wait, I thought it was the last line of defense, and it wasn't, so I'm embarrassed. Oh, of course, wait, that's my own video. Wait.
Someone they don't believe exists. You know, I really, really despise Occam's razor arguments, especially the people who make them. But come on, isn't it?
Why are you so mad at people being like, hey, let's just be logical? Okay, let's do some moving around. Especially since we have some not appropriate guys, like this center mid guy. Let's bring...
Easier to just accept that trans people exist, that trans people can be funny, boring, beautiful, ugly, cringe, and
shut up. Look, here's the like. I hate this like poetic like trans people blah blah. Like no, trans people are just liars. That's like flat earthers can be all these things. That doesn't mean they're correct. Oh shit. Whatever. This is a disaster. This has been a terrible live stream in terms of winning football. But no, here's the thing. This is what these people don't seem to get. They don't seem to understand that an identity is not just something about you. It has implications for the rest of the world. Saying, oh, you know, I'm a woman. That doesn't just affect you because it affects what woman means for all the other people who are women. And it's like, that's the problem. Is it easier to just accept that the guy eating a triple bacon cheeseburger is a vegan? Sure. In a vacuum... The problem is, what about the next time you actually want to build your vegan menu? You want to sit there and you want to go, hey, everyone, you know, don't worry, we've got a vegan menu here, and you have the triple bacon cheeseburger on it. Then it's not easy. Like, that's the issue. You have to realize this stuff doesn't exist in a vacuum. The world exists beyond your identity. And that's the huge difference.
I mean, that they're normal people just like you and me. That they have the capacity for good and bad and beyond, just like everyone else.
Just like everyone else who believes a nonsense claim. Sorry, I don't want to press play there.
For all the resources devoted to studying these children, we have much more to learn by listening to them.
Chapter 16, Desistence, Part 3. I've shown the unreliable data from the desistence statistics that in 80% of cases, gender dysphoria doesn't continue into adolescence. I don't like the conflation of those statistics with people who detransition.
So basically what I've screwed up here is I tried to do a different formation for my team, and it seemed to have been a disaster. So I'm now switching back to the formation I should have just kept with, which is the default formation.
Those with gender dysphoria who do not go on to transition should not be correlated with those who do transition. I mean, I think those two data points should be separated, and then it's possible to look into false positives on those who transition and false negatives on those who do not.
I also fundamentally disagree with the whole desistence model. For clarity, I'll still use the word detransition for those who socially or medically transitioned to later retransition to their original assigned gender, but I think the word retransition would actually be more accurate. So, let's take a look at some of the evidence we have right now. What's the percentage of people who transition and subsequently detransition? Honestly, we don't entirely know. But we have a pretty good idea. The thing is, the desistance rate from the studies that Temple, Newhook et al. Mentioned isn't actually that crazy if we think in terms of all people referred to gender identity clinics. Finally, I can cite that goddamn book as a single good source.
40 to 45% of young people seen by GIDS are referred for puberty blockers.
This means that not everyone referred to the clinic ends up with a formal diagnosis or prescription. As I talked about earlier, not all people who experience gender dysphoria are trans. So of the whole population, a certain percentage experience gender dysphoria. A part of that percentage is trans, and what's more, only a part of trans people manages to get through the system to get puberty blockers. But practically all those administered puberty blockers will end up getting hormone replacement therapy. Why? Because the extensive, rigorous testing to determine the authenticity of dysphoria means that practically no false positives exist. Almost no cis people go through the whole medical transition from start to end. In almost all other scenarios, it would be a rounding error. Who would stay on waiting lists for years on end, face bigotry and rejection from both medical professionals and society as a whole, then go through several...
Look, I'm just going to drop the quote I like from Rubble of Empires, showing that you have a population that is a low transition rate, detransition rate, does not necessarily indicate everything's working as it should be, but perhaps just that you are dealing with a population uniquely incapable of expressing even normal levels of regret. That's the issue. And of course, I mean, as I pointed out before, there is no, if somebody believes they are trans, especially if a child believes they're trans, there is nothing that could change their mind about that. Obviously. Because how do you convince someone that they're not trans if trans doesn't actually have a definition? That's the problem.
Layers of therapy, examinations, double, triple or quadruple sourced acceptance with even further clinical trials on top of that if they weren't transgender. Very, very, very few. It's so hard to get help with transgender issues that it maybe should be easier. Maybe society values the lives of cisgender people so much higher than the lives of transgender people that we are willing to stop hundreds of people from transitioning just to make sure that one cisgender person doesn't mistakenly have to go through the same thing that all transgender people do. That a person just...
No, look, the issue is that when you're dealing with two groups, one of whom is all about denying reality, the other is all about accepting it, you can't act as if they are equivalent. I don't actually know what... This is some kind of cup. I don't even know what cup this is. Is it going to tell me? Let's see. Town Park... Oh. Junior Paint Trophy. Cool. Fun.
Like you and me can be swallowed up in a system that labels them a second-class citizen and a sick freak, someone who's confronted every day with how they're wrong, how we shouldn't let children be near them, how we should intervene and do everything within our power to stop them, to poke and prod and belittle, to design ideologies only meant to exclude them. And this is only wrong if they happen to be what is deemed normal by the exact same system. If it isn't clear, I'm not against people who choose to detransition or retransition for whatever reason. There's no need to make this a dilemma. There's no right baby to throw into the orphan crushing machine. Why do we have an orphan crushing machine?
Yeah, so we don't. So just for record, in case you're confused, we don't have an orphan crushing machine. And again, the issue is, like, and I don't even know, like, what actually are the number of children who are taking their own lives because of this trans thing. It doesn't seem that high. And even if it is kind of high, again, there's all sorts of, like, that's the issue I have, like, one issue I think I have with this trans thing, which I don't really talk about very much, is, I mean, I started off, I guess it was in the, I don't know, was it in a different live stream at this point, talking about how I've been just really struggling with anxiety recently. And I'm just, like, so lucky that the whole anxiety thing only happened after I was done at school. Because my mum works as an invigilator. I don't know if you know what that's basically someone who, like, oversees kids who are taking exams. So, yeah, I'm sure you can imagine that's, like, a job people need to do. And she's, like, talking so much about, like, the kids who just have, like, panic attacks and how, like, horrible it is. And I think, oh my goodness, like, thank the Lord that when I was actually having to do exams and stuff, I didn't have an anxiety. That was not offside, whatever, I don't care. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, like, when I'm anxious, I've got a lot of freedom. I don't have to be sat in a classroom where there's, like, really regimented stuff. Like, most rooms that I want to leave in my day-to-day life, I can leave. So I'm, like, so much more free. But the point I'm making there is the issue is, why have we got all this anxiety happening in the first place? Why is this anxiety happening to kids? And the thing I don't like about this whole trans thing is that it's acting as if something which is so obviously related to anxiety, people hating their bodies, is actually something that should be celebrated and normalized. And I just don't see how that isn't massively harming them. That's kind of my issue.
Look, it's easy to get puberty blockers if you're a cis child who enters puberty too early.
Yeah,
long-acting analogs.
Because you need it. Because the main downside of puberty blockers is the damage it does to your body, or the damage it does to you as a person in your personal development, to be going through puberty at 16 years old, or even 17, 18 years old. So that is something that is not only not experienced with puberty blockers if you have early puberty, but is actively avoided. The main argument, I would say, for why children going through a normal puberty should not go on puberty blockers is actually the exact same argument for why children going through early puberty should be put on puberty blockers. Because what we want is children to have normal, healthy childhoods where they develop in the typical way that normal, healthy children do, because that sets them up to be normal and healthy, which is good, because we've got a lot of problems in our society with anxiety, with things like that. That's why they should be taking puberty blockers. Well, that was pretty fun.
Of GnRH have been the gold standard treatment of central precocious puberty worldwide and have an enviable track record of safety and efficacy.
Cis children can get puberty blockers even under 6 years old, but we want to rule it out for trans.
Yeah, you fucking idiots. Yeah. Why do you think cis children as young as 6 are allowed to have puberty blockers? Can you it's stupid, because the argument here, it's literally disproving his argument. Because ordinarily you'd say, wow, isn't it, like, inconsistent that we act like children are too young to consent to puberty blockers, or like act as if some children are too young to consent stuff, but then other children who are as young as 6 can consent, but with puberty blockers, I think you should be able to work out why it is that we accept that 6-year-olds should be allowed to go on puberty blockers. It's because if the 6-year-old is going on puberty blockers, that suggests that a 6-year-old would otherwise be going through puberty, and that is obviously not healthy. It's really simple.
Trans people under the age of 18, where they already have gone through puberty. It's easy to get testosterone if you are an old man and your body no longer produces it. According to this paper, 3.75% of all...
Again, because testosterone's good. And men typically do produce testosterone. Of course, you're going to want to, like, help men deal with the potential issues of aging. Yeah, this team's not very good. I should have not been playing. I should have given my main team a break. Let's bring on my worst players. Ugh, my neck. We'll leave on Olivia. He can. Oh, sorry, Oliver. He'll have fun. We'll bring on Thompson and Godfrey and this guy, and just give them a run around.
All men over the age of 60 were receiving hormone replacement therapy in 2011 in the US. But it has been shown several times how many of the men didn't even meet the criteria for hypogonadism. Low testosterone.
Sorry, I burped. Does it even I don't know if you could hear me, but does it even count as hormone replacement therapy if the hormones you're replacing aren't there? It's not as if these are men who have loads of estrogen who want to replace the estrogen with testosterone. These are men who are not producing testosterone they should be producing, so they get to have that dealt with. I don't know, it just seems different.
Yet they were still prescribed TRT. And what's more, it's been estimated that 25% of men of all ages.
Oh, also, see, the thing is, the reason why we call it wrong sex hormones rather than hormone replacement therapy is because that's the important thing. What hormones are appropriate for your sex? Okay, was that foul? Yeah.
Didn't get their testosterone levels checked before their prescription, and half of those didn't even get it checked after. They were just able to ask and receive. It's easy to get breast reduction surgery if you're...
It's easy to basically get something when your reason for it doesn't make you sound like an insane person. I know it's shocking, but that's actually how society works. Oh, okay, I thought I was gonna... Oh, see, am I gonna get... No. Yeah, that's it. There's so many things that I could get from the doctor simply because I generally come across as a more normal, rational person. And you can criticize the fact that in some situations the idea that you're automatically not taken seriously for being irrational can be dangerous because irrational people can have genuine issues. But it's not surprising. And it certainly makes sense there are fewer checks and balances for a generally rational person than someone who's saying, hey doctor, even though I'm a biological male, I think that actually I'm a woman. Obviously that's going to be received differently from doctors. It should be, and the problem is it's not received as differently as much as it should be.
Cis woman. There were 71,000 cases of breast reduction surgery in the US in 2022. Even if you're...
So if it's a cis woman, that's because of back pain. Which is obviously a totally different thing from, I feel like I'm supposed to be a man. Oh, my back hurts. I always hunch over subconsciously when I play this game.
This woman under 20, it's relatively easy to get breast implants or breast reduction. In 2022, there were 2,400.
Yeah, and again, the reason is because even in the case of breast implants, while you can criticize, oh, maybe it's a bit unhealthy that women have this expectation that they would get breast implants. At least, it's essentially just a woman who's just got, she wants to look a different way from how she does. Not a woman who's convinced that her entire biological sex is wrong. That's the issue. It's kind of like if there was a massive movement of... I'll even say this, actually, I think to an extent it is the case. There's some, racial stuff tied up with nose jobs. Women who are Italian or Persian or obviously Jewish and Arab, Semitic, I guess. They all tend to have slightly bigger noses, and there's a beauty standard that says that having small, dainty noses is much nicer. And I would actually say that a white woman, or, a Nordic Aryan goddess who just doesn't fancy the way her nose looks, it's more legitimate for her to get a nose job than some, the way, and I think there's certain Jewish women who get nose jobs as a rite of passage almost. And I think that's problematic because that's tied up with this whole hatred of their own demographic. But what would be more extreme, of course, is if there was a whole load of women saying, or indeed men, saying, oh, I want a nose job because actually I'm not Persian. I'm a, Japanese woman trapped in a Persian woman's body. And at that point, there would be... You would justify overnight, because look, at the end of the day, I suppose, with the analogy I gave of people of different racial groups getting the nose jobs. At the end of the day, it's still their choice, I guess. But the thing is, while we just say, all right, you don't like the way your nose looks, you can get nose therapy. If tomorrow a movement of women of a particular racial group, ethnic group that typically has large noses, suddenly start deciding, oh, actually, we're not part of that ethnic group. We're secretly this other group trapped in that different ethnic group's body, then a legitimate case against some people getting nose jobs would spring up overnight. So, being perfectly consistent with that, if all of the boob jobs in the world were just women saying, you know what, I wish I had bigger boobs. I want bigger boobs, whatever. Maybe it's not super woke of me. Maybe it's a bit porn-brained or whatever. I'm sure there's lots of reasons why it's problematic, but at the end of the day, I want bigger boobs. Alright, whatever. That's their choice, fine. Get bigger boobs. Should there be some kind of mental health thing, like, oh, you know, you shouldn't be hating your body, whatever? Maybe. But at the end of the day, fine. Some people don't like their body, whatever. But as soon as a bunch of men start saying, actually, we're women trapped in men's bodies, so we should be getting boob jobs, suddenly that legitimate case against boob jobs springs up overnight. The minute that a bunch of men are now saying, oh, actually, no, we need to be getting boob jobs because we're secretly men trapped inside women's bodies, the problem is at that point, it's not just, oh, you know, I just don't like the way I look. It's very explicitly because of this insane, crazy person reason. The reasons matter. And if the reason is like a crazy thing, rather than just like, oh, you know, I just want this thing because I want it, whatever. Like, that's the thing, it's actually better to not have any reason at all than to have a crazy reason. I'm going to lock that in now as my opinion. Just being like, oh, I want a boob job because I lost a bet. That's like a better reason to get a boob job than I want a boob job because I believe I'm going to summon some Lovecraftian eldritch boob god, and I need to have large enough boobs to do that or whatever. Like, as soon as your reason is crazy, it's worse than no reason at all. I think that's like the basic way of summarizing it, right? It couldn't get simpler than that. If you want a boob job for no reason or a reason that's not very good, whatever. But if you want a boob job for a reason that is actually insane, that's very different, isn't it? If you, and obviously I'm talking about breast growth, breast augmentation. But yeah, breast reduction, I mean, that's even more, because most of the time the women who want breast reduction, it's because of like physical pain. And that is, of course, that's an actively good reason. Whereas, of course, again, oh no, I'm secretly supposed to be a man. I'm trapped inside of a woman's body, and this is terrible. That's very different.
192 and 5,996 cases of implants and reduction, respectively. It's easy to get breast removal if you're a boy under 20 with gynecomastia. The list goes on. Put that into perspective, less than 1,400 people with a gender...
The problem is saying, hey, I'm a guy and I don't really like the fact I have boobs. That's a very like reasonable thing to say. There's nothing crazy about that. There's nothing crazy about a guy not liking having boobs. So that's why we don't care about, like, normalize the word crazy, because I feel like actually a lot of medical stuff, having that word crazy and being like, okay, so the problem here is that what you're asking for is crazy. That's very valuable to have as a thing you can appeal to. A man not wanting boobs, that is not crazy. That's very much uncrazy. In a way, if a man naturally developed boobs and was like, oh, I see this as an absolute win, you can be like, okay, that's a bit weird. That's a bit strange.
Dysphoria diagnosis from ages 6 to 17 went on puberty blockers in 2022. 282 got double mastectomies in the ages 13 to 17. Oh, but that's so young!
Sue Evans had managed to remove herself from thinking too much about kids for more than a decade. But learning what was happening in the United States, where children as young as 13 were receiving double mastectomies, she felt there had to be some kind of action.
Let me drill this point home. Yes, it's young. The source for Susan's outrage were that, wait for it, 2 13-year-olds got top surgery, which both of them wanted.
100% of all respondents in the study affirmed that it was a good decision to undergo chest reconstruction.
13 is not the...
Wait until he finds out about sexual dimorphism. Yeah. Nature is so transphobic. It's honestly really problematic.
Usual age for top surgery. In the US, gender-affirming surgery is specifically prohibited, and the ages where you can get it varies depending on the state. In the future, it might even get prohibited for adults. Sorry, but isn't that crazy? That a cis child can get breast implants, but a trans child can't even get puberty blockers. Anyways.
Okay, Sorry, I spaced out there because I was busy reading my correspondence. A cis child can get breast implants? Yeah, that's really messed up. I mean, but whatever. It sounds like he's talking about the United States. I always get confused. I saw this thing about they still have like child marriage in the United States. In some states. And I'm like, how does that work? Surely that's like a federal thing. I don't know, whatever. I was going to say I don't care. That's not true. I do care. But yeah, basically, Notts County. How good are Notts County? Whatever, I don't care. What was I saying? Yeah, that sounds messed up, but just for the record, what's it called? The whole bit where you were talking and not him was really nice. More of that. So, thank you. But yeah. I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say J.K. Rowling, Helen Joyce, most of these people, they don't think that children... I don't even know anyone who's actively thinks children should be getting breast implants. Even pedophiles, right? Surely, I mean, I don't really get pedophilia. I know whatever, I'm so ignorant, but yeah, I don't really understand it. But I would think surely, if what's even the point in them being kids if they get breast implants? I don't know. Stop me if I'm making too much sense. Okay, obviously I don't want to take it completely unseriously, but yeah, you get what I'm saying, right? I don't even know if anyone wants kids to be getting breast implants. That's my radical opinion. I'm locking in. Okay, cool.
Though no definitive answers exist yet, several studies have been made on detransition rates. But before I go into this, I want to say that it's not unusual for people to detransition, and it shouldn't be seen as some definitive measure of effectiveness. Look, this study has more than 17,000 respondents who had pursued gender affirmation. Of these, 13% had a history of detransitioning. When asked why, 82% cited at least one external factor and 16% cited at least one internal factor. What's the external factors, you ask? Oh, trouble getting a job, 29%, pressure from family, 26%, or a spouse, 18%, from parents.
This is funky.
36%, or because of harassment, 31%, or that it's simply too hard. Oh, I wonder why it's so hard, And detransition in this case doesn't mean regret. It doesn't even mean permanent. In fact, 62% of those 13% lived full-time in a gender different from their birth. So that's, 5% who didn't? Who retransitioned to their assigned gender? Only 5% of the 13% answered that they realized gender transition was not for them. That's 0.65% of the sample. And so it's not like they didn't want to transition, they just had to retransition a couple of times. But we have a lot more data. Okay, this is gonna be a lot of citations. Ready? In a random sample of 303 patient files from the
I guess I should respond to the actual point being made there. So the point being made there was, everyone's always complaining about these kids detransitioning or whatever, but a lot of them detransition because life is hard for them. Yeah, I don't doubt it. The problem is, it's actually not reasonable to expect life to be easy for them, because at the end of the day, one reason why people are going to think that, basically, people are always actually going to respond negatively to a nonsense claim about that you're a biological male but you're a woman. Yeah, the problem is, that's basically all there is to it, right? People just aren't going to buy your claim, and therefore you're going to be treated weirdly. Also, I mean, again, you've kind of got the fact that, most people are not going to find the average trans-identified male attractive. So that's another huge issue here. You're going to be disappointed when you find out that you've pinned all your hopes on this idea that you're going to be like your autogynephilic fantasy, and it turns out, actually, shockingly, you're not. Is it like impossible to get in these small goals? I swear it is. Okay, whatever. Screw it. Ugh, stupid thing. Taking me ages. Okay. Yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna keep going.
Center for Transgender Health.
That's really funny. People, yeah, I think you nailed it, DJ. People treat me weird when I act weird. Why aren't these strangers catering to me? There we go. You should be doing my job. You should be the one replying.
Only one person were found to have
Notts County. Where are we? So we're in 4th place. If we win this, it puts us potentially in 2nd place. Who's doing really? Is it Luton? Is Luton at the top? That's interesting. You know what's interesting about that? The reason why I haven't told this to anyone, well, I haven't told, it's not some huge secret. The reason why I picked York City is because I went to the University of York. The other university I went to was, when I did my master's, I went to the University of Luton. So it's actually very interesting that York City and Luton could be in the top 2 spaces. Although, again, maybe I misread. I think it said Luton, but whatever. Anyway. Okay, let's just... okay. Oh, that didn't go very well.
Transitioned. That's 0.3%. In another study of 1,989 patients who underwent gender-affirming surgery, 6 detransitioned or applied for reversal surgery. Again, 0.3%. The CAS report mentioned...
Yeah, again, I've mentioned... Again, I just think like the Rubble of Empires quote is like a very useful one to have. Even though you could say it's kind of not an argument, but I just think it's a very good way at succinctly communicating an important point. What a low detransition rate indicates is not necessarily that everything's working the way it should, but perhaps just that you are dealing with a population uniquely incapable of expressing even normal levels of regret. I think the reason why that's so appealing is because to most people it explains what they intuitively know, which is that this trans movement, it's very cult-like. And it's not made up of rational people. Like, why is it that knee replacement surgery has a higher regret rate than transition? Probably because people who get knee replacement surgery are normal. They don't have a lot of the mental issues that someone might have if they are trans that also make them likely to be someone who struggles with... Oh, it's a penalty. That's interesting. Who struggles with mental health and with expressing regret about stuff. Please don't save. Good. Lovely. So what we needed. This is going to get us back on track.
An analysis from the DIDS from 2018 to 2022, where 3,306 people were included. Fewer than 10 people detransitioned. Less than 0.3%. Fuck this review, by the way. I was just about done with redrafting when this thing came out, and it doesn't even tell us anything new. But Cass still finds the time to mention,
oh, how the numbers of detransitioners might be rising. Spooky.
Cass, it can practically decrease from 0.3%, and as we'll see, it's probably not increasing. Anyway, in a meta-analysis of 27...
Yeah, it's hard to know about the whole decrease. Again, the problem is there's no such thing as a trans person in the first place. So it's kind of like all this talk about detransitioning, it's kind of meaningless to me. Like some of these people who detransition, I don't even know like how much they're actually changing about their mentality. Like some girl who I don't know if girl there sounded contemptuous, but I'm just saying she is a girl who dyes her hair blue, gets a septum piercing, and decides she's non-binary. She doesn't actually have to change anything about her life in order to actually be like, oh, actually, turns out I'm not non-binary. Again, I think a lot of these people, they just want attention. So actually, that guy looked like such an idiot. He just goes sliding past. Anyway, yeah, they just want attention. And a lot of them, I think, have just realized now that being trans isn't even a way of getting the attention they want and stuff like that. I think there's a lot going on with the detransition thing, and it's really not necessarily a case of, oh, we've done it. All of these kids are perfectly healthy, perfectly normal. The battle against trans has been won. I think a lot of these kids maybe still have all the same issues that cause them to identify as trans. It's just that the social context of being trans as an identity has changed such that people have different attitudes towards it. But yeah, maybe the numbers of detransitioners are increasing, maybe not. Right. I'm gonna when the ball goes out, I'm gonna pause the game. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go put on my Jimmy Jammies. You guys never seen my Jimmy Jammies, and I think you'll enjoy that. But also, I kind of want to just have a break from staring at this computer for too long. I do not understand how people like stream for hours. I mean, I still think it's like, I don't think it's an admirable thing to be doing, but I can respect that it's at least annoying for a normal person, you know. And like gaming, I mean, forget about it. Anyway, I'm gonna put some water in my hot water bottle. Oh, and then I'll open my advent calendar when I get back. Hello there, Jits Ligger. Feels like one of those names designed to trick someone into saying slurs. Anyway, the upshot of the story was just going to be that, like, I came up with a way of making it so I was like, yeah, you know, I don't need the heating on because I can stay warm no matter what. But essentially what it has transpired is it turns out that I'm so good at keeping my... Like, I'm able to handle it. My wife is able to handle it. The house is not able to handle it. So basically we started getting mold. So now we have to leave the heating on a bit during the night. But that annoys me. It annoys me that I'm in bed with my hot water bottle. It's like, it's filled with boiling water. It's nice and warm. The bed is like super cozy. And I would not care if the house was freezing cold. But just because of the weakness of the building material itself, this disgusting vessel of brick and mortar, now we've got to have the heating on for the like that. I don't know, it just annoys me that I'm spending money heating up an inanimate object because it's going to go moldy. Just seems stupid. Why can't... I'm not going moldy, I'm fine. Don't like it. And I had like plans to get even more extreme with this because this house is quite old and we have a chimney, but the people before us, they like got rid of the actual fireplace and replaced it with like an electric fireplace. But I'm like, no, I want to put a proper wood burning fireplace in there. And my vision was to just like during the winter, barely even have the heat on at all. And like during the, like basically from like dinner time onwards, we would just have no heating in the entire house because we would just be by the fire in the lounge, the fire, the wood heating us up. And then, yeah, we get to kind of chill in bed, you know, go to bed. The bed's going to be nice and warm. No problem. But like I say, seems like we just got to be spending money on heating up the house. All right, it's the 21st. So, 21st. Yeah, also my wife and I woke up super late this morning. We didn't go to church. We actually, like, I don't think we skipped church. I was almost going to say, I don't think we skipped church. So we haven't skipped church this entire year. We really have fallen at the last hurdle because it's almost like when you kind of like, you don't use your sick days at work because the only times that we haven't gone to church have been when we've been away, like seeing family or whatever. Every other time, if we've been in the house on Sunday, we've gone to church. And today, we were just like, can't bother. Have fun at work, DJ. All right. Let's proceed. Oh, keyboard ASMR. It's really funny. I was talking to my friend, and I was like typing something while I was talking to him. And I was like, oh, it's a really annoying sound. I was like, I don't know what it is. Because I didn't want him to know that I was not really paying attention to him. I was busy writing something while he was talking.
7 studies related to gender-affirming surgery done on 7,928 transgender patients, 77 showed any form of regret. The most common reason was poor social and or family support. Only 35 people showed clear regret, meaning wanting to detransition. You see, regret is not always detransitioning. It's not even necessarily regretting.
Goodness me, that was really intense, that little scramble.
The effects of the surgery. In this retrospective study with 6,793 trans people spanning more than 40 years from the largest Dutch gender clinic treating more than 95% of all trans people in
So the issue with the whole 40 years thing is that's actually worse because that means it would only be including kids or individuals from before the whole trans hysteria really took off. Like, that's actually working against your point. It would be a better argument if you were to say this study, which only has lasted since for 2 years and is entirely Gen Z girls, has shown no detransition. Like, that's the kind of issue. The fundamental issue here is that this contemporary notion of trans is actually quite new. So you can't really use any studies to say anything. Although, again, as I said, I think even any studies you can use, I don't really know what they show. Again, hanging over all of this is the fact that you haven't shown any reason to think that trans is like a real thing, which means we don't know whether or not what detransition actually means. We have all these issues anyway.
Country, 0.6% of trans women and 0.3% of trans men experience regret following a gonadectomy. That's removing balls and or ovaries, by the way. But for many, the regret wasn't a result of the actual effects of the surgery, but because of the stigma they faced from family and communities.
Sorry.
A long-term follow-
I would like it on the record. I feel like, do you get specific stigma from someone for not having any gonads? Because I feel like most people you meet wouldn't actually know about that. It's not like someone's like, hey, you ballless bull. Again. But the only people to whom it would affect would be like partners and stuff who, yeah, maybe they would be a little bit weirded out by that. Although actually, to be fair, in the case of ovaries, you wouldn't notice that. But yeah, I don't know, it doesn't really make any sense. Oh no, they've equalized. This is shit. I hate my life.
Follow up on regret rates related to double mastectomies, with 139 patients who had undergone surgery from 1990 to 2020. 0% had any regret. The authors even kind of seem irritated since they can't do complex analysis on the results with a non-existing regret rate. In the largest to-date survey, with 92,329 respondents, 94% felt more satisfied with their life after transitioning. 98% of all who underwent hormone treatment felt more satisfied with their life. There aren't any further explanations on this number, so the 2% who don't feel more satisfied might as well be because they're treated like shit by their country. Something to think about. In a longitudinal analysis of all applications for gender-affirming surgery in Sweden from 1960 to 2010, there was a 2.2% regret rate. Regret here refers to the application to retransition to their assigned gender at birth. Interestingly, the analysis shows how regret rates become rarer as time goes on. Probably because of better surgical procedures and a more accepting environment. Whereas 4 out of 15 people, that's 27%, had regrets from 1960 to 1970, only 1 out of 360 people had regret from 2000 to 2010. Those 360 people account for almost half of the total.
Okay, so that is interesting actually, because what that's saying there is that the level of regret has decreased, which is kind of contrary to what I was saying about how, like, well, actually the reason why there was less regret back in the day is because trans actually had a meaning. It was specific people who know what they were talking about. I think part of the issue, though, is that trans has become more cultish. Like, back in the day when it was perfectly acceptable for a guy to just, well, not perfectly acceptable, you know, back in the day when what trans was a guy who was just like, you know, like, I have these issues, but, and, you know, I think that this legal fiction of me, because you got to bear in mind, like, here's how non-cultural was. A lot of the old school transsexuals didn't even really claim they were women. Nowadays, you have to say, never mind claiming you're a woman, you have to claim you're a biological female. If you're a trans woman. So it's become more delusional, and that speaks to, I think, it being more cultish. I think back in the day, there was a recognition, this is what trans is. It's just something that a certain subset of typically kind of like gay men have decided is good for them as, yeah, like I say, a legal fiction, where it's kind of like we pretend that they're trans, but obviously we all know they're not really. And that, but obviously we all know they're not really. That probably gives people a lot more leeway to be like, well, you know, if I decide this isn't really something that's right for me, I can just decide that anyway. I have the heating on in my house because I once caught a shark, a Voltigeur leg, strolling around the kitchen. Could forgot the fact he had gills. It said no heating. Oh my goodness. It's Lovecraftian.
And 1 divided by 360 leaves us with a regret rate of 0.3%. Finally, in a systematic review of all peer-reviewed articles published in English between 1991 and 2017 assessing the effects of transitioning on well-being was made by Cornell University. Of all 72 studies, 17 were literature reviews or guidelines. Of the remaining 55 studies, 51 showed that transitioning resulted in an improvement to well-being, and 4 studies showed mixed or no difference. And not negative findings, mixed or no findings. Between all 72 studies, they found
a regret rate ranging from 0.3% to 3.8%. Regrets are most likely to result from a lack of social support after transition or poor surgical outcomes using older techniques.
This is not a case of not wanting to discuss a problem or that someone is suppressing evidence, but simply that we cannot rely on bad data and a worldview in which not being trans is seen as superior.
Chapter 17. The Anti-Trans Network.
Hannah Barnes starts her book with Anna Hutchinson asking, "Are we hurting children?" 450 pages and 902 citations later, we're led to conclude, yes.
Some, but today we're left with a new question. How many?
Good question. Wait, who is Anna Hutchinson?
In bringing credibility to the book's narrative, Barnes interviews a host of different experts. Those are, among a couple of others, Susan and her husband Marcus Evans, Az Hakim, David Bell, the owner of Transgender Trend, Stephanie Davis-Arai, Kirsty Entwistle, Melissa Midgen, and, of course, Anna Hutchinson.
Dr. Anna Hutchinson is a clinical psychologist with 25 years of experience in the field. She specializes in adolescent physical and mental health and worked at the Tavistock Clinic from 2013 to 2017. In 2016, she was writing positively on the affirmative model for transgender healthcare, yet at some point after that, something must have shifted for her. Fast forward to 2023 and she's discussing the ethics and definitions of conversion therapy, that gender identity disorder overtook homosexuality's place
Hello, the Imperial Wizard.
in the DSM-3, and now the transgender movement itself is a form of conversion therapy to avoid homosexuality. One person's affirmation therapy might be another person's conversion therapy, but no one can agree which is which.
Why is he made it sound like a Brummie? One person's affirmation therapy might be another person's conversion therapy. Don't know why, like, that's the accent he decided he had, but to be fair, like, credit, I don't know, like, well done to him for doing such a good job at the accent. I appreciate it.
Which is why conversion therapy for gender identity should not be made illegal, according to Hutchinson. In March of 2024, some people were protesting at a conference called First Do No Harm. Why would anyone protest against the Hippocratic Oath? The event was organized by Clinical Advisory Network on Sex and Gender, CAN-SG, who invited several speakers, including Anna Hutchinson, to network and discuss evidence-based care. The Royal College of General Practitioners, who housed the conference, had been notified months earlier about the likelihood of protests. You see, CAN-SG is super duper hooked on conversion therapy, or just like Hutchinson, they don't believe that conversion therapy for gender identity exists, and since it doesn't exist, they don't need to be careful about it. And if there was such...
Yeah, they're right. It's interesting, like, this guy hasn't actually made a single argument. Like, there's actually not been, I think, a single moment in this entire video where I've actually had to respond to something that's been said, which is kind of embarrassing for a 4.5-hour video. Like, I think I could have basically just sat here the whole time listening to this video and just been like, okay, cool. I literally could have done the whole cool story, bro. Because most of this is just him saying stuff about things that other people believe, but not really, like, making anything that could be called an argument, even generously. Oh, come on, please go in. Yes! We really needed that. Like, this is... You have no idea how sad I would have been if my results for the 4 games that I played on this stream were 2 losses, 1 win, and a draw. 2 losses and 2 wins is much better.
A hypothetical national ban on gender conversion therapy. This would hinder their exploratory psychotherapy practices. So please, please don't ban it.
Oh, I like, by the way, I love how this guy's whole thing is actually like these people are pathetic for saying like, oh, we wanted to explore something, but you would, you wouldn't let us do it, so that's really, really sad. But like, that's literally this guy's whole shtick. This guy's whole shtick is being like, oh, but you wouldn't let us do this. If they get this corner, I'm gonna cry. But yeah, you wouldn't let us do this thing, and that's really sad. Like that's your argument. So I don't know what this guy's saying. It's lame. Oh yes, come on. Oh no. Oh, that should have been a win every day of the week. Should have been a goal. Should have been good night.
The Royal College of General Practitioners' response to the potential protests.
The RCGP is one of 20 health organizations that have signed a memorandum of understanding opposing conversion therapy, so we were very vocal opponents of the government's proposal to ban the practice for lesbian, gay and bisexual people in England and Wales, but not for trans people. When the document...
We've done it. We're back in form. The male player was transgender and should not have been playing in that game. Oh, did you see the video of the trans comedian mocking a girl who got brain damaged by a male player in a female sport at 17? It was very mean-spirited. That sounds horrible. I mean, I don't want to, but I might check it out because, when you said the male player was, I thought you were talking about like in my match. I was like, well, anyway. Yeah, no, that sounds, I mean, I don't know if I want to look at that, but yeah.
Was updated to include gender identity. We worked with other signatories to ensure the memorandum was clear that being opposed to conversion therapy did not mean opposing appropriate clinical and psychological interventions for trans and gender questioning people, and that it is entirely possible to deliver a ban on conversion therapy that protects all LGBTQ+ people. Who is CAN-SG then? A clinical advisory network on sex and gender is founded by Marie Irvine, Stella O'Malley, Asakim and Robert Withers. It calls for an alternate viewpoint on gender identity treatment, one which should be founded in better data collection, rigorous science, evidence-based politics and unbiased information.
Robert Withers is a Jungian psychoanalyst with
30 years of experience working with, researching and writing about people.
Yeah, look. This is not even accurate. Oh wait, why am I watching this in like fast speed? Let's go back. Okay. Okay. So, everything else aside, she's walking backwards and she's looking a different way. So, nothing about it is really a very accurate description anyway. So now I'm ruined by the joke. Or rather, like, the joke is even worse than I realized. Yeah, whatever. And honestly, I actually don't find it that funny. Like, I thought that it would be, it could be one of those situations, you know how it is, where you're not supposed to laugh at something, so you laugh anyway. Like that time when Sean at my church was praying, and he wanted to say blessed, but he said breast. And, ordinarily I'd be able to kind of not laugh at that. But I, because I knew I wasn't supposed to laugh, I laughed so hard. Couldn't have laughed harder. It was actually my wife who was mostly laughing. She's terrible for laughing when she's not supposed to laugh. I actually, it's genuinely a problem. We had a minor domestic because she was we were walking past someone and I said something not that funny. It wasn't even to do with the person. I just said oh, blah, 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 whatever. It wasn't that funny. And then she laughed really hard. And I was like, I really feel like because you do that all the time, one day you're going to get me beaten up by someone. Because because I just talk in a kind of low register anyway. I'm a certified mumbler. So yeah, we're just walking on and my wife's like, ha ha ha. She laughs so hard. And I'm like, I don't know why. Like, in my head, I just feel like someone's going to think, hold on a minute. You know, why is she laughing so much? Anyway. And then she was like, oh, so I'll just not laugh at anything you say then. Oh, that's how it's going to be, huh? In that case, I'll just never laugh at anything you say ever again. I was like, yeah, that's a reasonable compromise. Just never laugh at anything. But the thing is, like, she couldn't even not laugh. The thing is, like, I actually assumed she must be exaggerating it. Like, that's why I was like, hey, can you, like, not laugh quite so exuberantly? Because I just feel like it's going to have everyone thinking, like, I'm a real joker or something who's always, like, making little snide comments. But according to her, no, that's just what she just laughs exuberantly. That's my wife. She's just a laugher.
Rigorous science, evidence-based politics, and unbiased information. Robert Withers is a Jungian psychoanalyst with 30 years of experience working with researching and writing.
I would like it if someone did let me know, like, the second anyone's watching, let me know if there's any, like, obvious issues with the audio. I know you can't hear the gameplay. That's something I still haven't fixed. I will fix that, obviously, when we start not reacting to things, but right now it doesn't matter. Anyway.
About people with gender dysphoria. According to him, of the writing Withers has done on these people, I've only been able to find 2 articles he authored. One of those being The Seventh Penis, which it's retracted. The paper's goal was to explore whether effective analytical work with the issues driving...
Man, jumping back into this stuff, you just have to remind yourself how much nonsense he's talking about. So yeah, obviously, when this all goes up as one massive stream, or massive video, nobody's going to appreciate the fact that I had a big break over Christmas, and now I'm back with a renewed sense of purpose, and we're having to... So essentially, you know, just... It's a bit pointless for me to refresh, because I guess maybe you guys have seen it quite recently, but just to remind myself, I'll say, so much of this is a lot of guilt by association, talking about people who aren't especially important. Oh, well, let me just check. I'm not... Oh, it's at 2 times speed. I apologize for that. I fixed that now. There we go.
A person's determined wish for sex reassignment surgery is possible. Particular consideration is given to how such work might navigate a path between traumatizing and pathologizing the...
Man, I did not realize this guy spoke so slowly.
Patient on one hand, and avoiding important analytical material out of fear of so doing on the other.
He's asking if traumatizing his patients might be a price worth paying for, you know, making them not trans.
I do not consider myself an expert on transsexualism or transgendered states.
Okay, what the hell? Does he or does he not have 25 years of experience? The seventh penis was retracted due to Withers not preserving the confidentiality of his clients, as well as a lack of consent. He even mentions as much in the paper. He was found guilty on 3 counts of misconduct. Since he was so laissez-faire with confidentiality, it made it possible for Transiness, a support group for trans women, to reach out to the client of Withers, allowing her to tell her side of the story.
He puts himself out as this really clever psychotherapist who has had so much experience with trans people, but in actual fact, he's only ever seen 2 trans people in his entire career. I was deeply traumatized by Robert Withers. I found him on YouTube talking with a group of anti-trans activists, and all of a sudden he started making up some rubbish about why he thought I had a dissociative episode. What he didn't mention, and never has, it was because he was being so dominant over me, and during the session he did the whole spreading his legs business. I'm a survivor of sexual violence, and the combination of his body language and what he was doing triggered me. He says he was wanting to not expose me to abuse, but he pursued and abused me nonetheless. Any therapist worth their salt would be very aware of...
Yeah, I don't know who this guy is. I mean, obviously, I feel like it's certainly possible some therapists could be very weird. I don't want to, like, completely undermine this suggestion that he was, like, behaving in a way that kind of creeped her out, and that is a legitimate... Oh, sorry, this is probably not an actual woman, but yeah, a legitimate grievance for somebody to have, like, it probably is. But, yeah, the most important thing is that who cares about this random guy?
The body language. Not only that, trauma therapists don't launch headlong into opening up experiences of abuse without first concentrating on safety and stabilization.
Traumatizing his patients is a price he's eager to pay, apparently.
Hakim, the next in the list of kellie-jay's founders and the top gender expert in the UK, has a particular distaste for trans people. In the book Lectures on Violence, Perversion and Delinquency, Hakim features as the author of one of the chapters. Chapter 10, Transsexuality, a case of the Emperor's new clothes, by Hakim.
It seems very difficult to attempt to understand the mind of a transsexual if the definition of a delusion is that of being...
I feel like the guy shown looked like an Arab, so I'm just going to assume he's not Jewish, otherwise that would just be like, it seems very difficult, you know, you really putting too much into performance there. I don't know why you decided to make this guy sound like a nerd, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, I think the Emperor's New Clothes analogy is a very good analogy for trans ideology. Obviously, it's something where it does seem like everyone's just going along with it, accepting it, when there's really not much logic to it. And yeah, when people start to say, you know what, actually, I don't believe this, most people will be like, yeah, you're right, actually, it doesn't really make much sense. So I'm going to be so out of practice. Yeah, basically... I'd be interested to see whether this guy could possibly give an explanation of how, oh no, actually, it's nothing like the Emperor's New Clothes. Although, of course, yeah, we're not really expecting this guy to actually make an effort to engage with the arguments that are being made.
A firmly held, unshakable false belief, then surely the conviction that one is what one is not is also understood as a delusional disorder.
Hakim is a prime example of a gatekeeper. He believes that the existence of a trans person is contingent on his allowance.
Okay, sorry, okay. Yeah, so I was going to say, because obviously you're not being a gatekeeper if you say that the word woman has a meaning. To be fair, though, like, I mean, this term gatekeeper, it's a bit like No True Scotsman in that it's annoying because sometimes these distinctions are actually worth making, and you're not being a gatekeeper by saying that a word has an actual meaning. I'd say, like, really, gatekeeper only really applies to fandoms, because essentially, if you like something, then you like that thing. And, like, starting this whole drama about, oh, yeah, but do you really like it? Do you like it properly? Do you have all the specialist knowledge? That's kind of just a waste of everyone's time. Yeah, that was really stupid of me. I just was a terrible defense. So, yeah, to be a gatekeeper is actually a good thing if we're talking about defining terms. And yeah, even in the case of trans, I think there is an argument to be made that there could be, like, it's not equally equivalent in terms of stupidity to say that there is some concept that we could understand as being trans, and that is different from just whatever you identify as, that's what you are, compared to the non-gatekept version of trans, which is literally just anyone says they're trans and immediately it's completely legitimate. And that's obviously ridiculous.
It's also too stupid to ask the question why one is.
I should make a post on my thingy just so that some people show up. You know what song I've got in my head? There's no nice way of saying it. It's that song that goes like, I like little girls, they make me feel so good. So there we go. That's that. That's my sentence right there. Hey everyone, after a Christmas break, I'm back to reacting to that really long video supposedly debunking transphobia. Post. Lovely. Anyway.
What one is not. I am the only one who thinks, therefore I am the only one that is. Kind of stupid person.
That woman.
I genuinely, I need to go back, because some of the stuff this guy's saying, like, I'm like, what are you talking about? Let me go back.
As a delusional disorder.
Hakim is a prime example of a gatekeeper. He believes that the existence of a trans person is contingent on his allowance. He's also too stupid to ask the question why one is...
Oh, also, sorry, and the other thing here is, it's not about being contingent on someone's allowance, it's about reality. Like, most people should believe, like, you should believe on at least some points that you actually believe that which is true. And as such, since what is true actually matters and isn't just something that isn't just your opinion, that means it compels people. So I would say that you are only positing your... Oh, that was the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life. You are only positing yourself as an authority if you're taking something that is in fact subjective and saying, oh, because you think that that's what makes you correct. But if you're saying, no, I think that there is some objective reason to think this thing, and then you're saying that you believe it, and because it's objectively true, everyone else should believe it, that's not you saying you're an authority. That's you saying that truth is the authority, and you happen to be in alignment with truth, which again, for most of your beliefs, that should be taken as a given. So yeah, in the case of trans, obviously we wouldn't say that there's any truth to it. But if someone would say, well, there's a true notion of what it actually means to be trans, then they would say that they think that they have a good idea of what it makes sense to define it as, and they wouldn't say that some random person who's just like kind of making stuff up is an authority. And that's the point. They're not saying that this guy Hakim or whatever, he's not claiming to be the arbiter of this. He's just claiming to be someone who believes that which is true, which is again is what most people should claim to believe.
What one is not. I am the only one who thinks, therefore I am the only one that is, kind of.
Okay, yeah, so that was as much of a non sequitur as I thought it was going to be, because I don't know if this guy is like kind of making fun of cogito ergo sum because he thinks, but like, yeah, the reality is that the only thing you can know for absolute certain is that you exist. You can think other people think, and therefore other people exist, and that's probably a reasonable thing to take for granted, but you can't know it.
Stupid person.
That woman, at that point in time, believed that she was a cat. The management of this patient that I thought appropriate was not to collude with her delusional belief and convince myself that she was a cat, but instead try and understand her condition as being an encapsulated psychosis.
To Hakim.
I would be interested, because this guy's like said, oh, like a gatekeeper, and he seems to think, like, again, the belief attributed to this Hakim guy is that there is such a thing as being legitimately trans, because, you know, the claim was someone is only trans if he says so, implying that he would say that some people are trans. I have a suspicion this guy isn't even remotely pro-trans, and this is just another case of trans activists arguing against gender criticals by pretending they're not actually gender critical.
This woman may not have been a cat, but neither was she ever a person. She was her psychosis, and only through her psychosis.
Like, the irony here is that you're the one, like, psychoanalyzing people. You're assuming people's motives. This guy's saying, oh, you know, here's what I thought about this particular case, which, by the way, I would say if you're, like, a professional psychologist, you should, to a large degree, just think about this stuff in terms of, like, cases that need to be solved. But yeah, like, you're making this up. You're saying, like, oh, you know, this guy clearly just thought of this woman as nothing more than a psychological case. It's like, where are you getting that from? You're just making up other people's motivations for the things they're saying and then getting mad about it. But yeah, you're the one being crazy here. Unless you're going to show some evidence that this guy didn't view this woman to actually be a woman, or, you know, view her to be a human being, you haven't really got a leg to stand on, a leg to stand on.
Did he try to understand her condition?
To suggest that the core belief defining an individual as transsexual, the belief that one is the gender that one is not, be understood as an encapsulated monodelusional belief is surprisingly controversial.
Trans people are, to Hakim, not only auto-delusional psychotics, but they're also literally freaks.
With surgery allowing us to be increasingly creative, we perhaps believe that we can become the ultimate creator. The danger is that we may actually become more like Dr. Frankenstein.
Hello, Lavender Pilled. Yeah, I was expecting to see you here. And you know, look, I don't want you to get like too self-important, but I will say this. In part, you were one thing I was thinking about when I decided to return back to this. Mostly because you used to comment a lot on my live streams, whereas you don't comment on my scripted videos. And I thought, because in my head I always viewed you know, the live streams to be kind of lazy feeling, and the scripted videos to be a bit more high effort. And I was like, yeah, you know, that's better. But you know, I think there are a few people who only watched the live stream stuff and don't have as much interest in the scripted stuff, which I think, you know, there are benefits to live streams, so I guess there's a logic there. And certainly, yeah, you stand out in having been quite an active commenter on the live stream stuff. So I remember I like actually kind of thought to myself after a while of doing the scripted, like, oh, there's like a few people who used to be regulars, but now that I don't do live streams, they're not there anymore. I was like, yeah, I should move on to something else, or move back to that, at least in some capacity. Anyway, yeah, good to have you here.
Not only are they freaks, but they're also barely human. Their entire being is...
You're just like, I like, fuck off. Why? You're just making shit up. You're just it's just... it's so stupid. And, like, I don't think I do this. And I think there are, like... I remember, like, I think there was this one, like, kind of right-wing channel. I can't remember who it was. I do remember it was a woman, like one of those kind of women right-wingers that they got nowadays. But, like, a lot of that individual's content would just consist of kind of talking about, like, responding to someone and kind of just making up their motivations for why they're being the way they are, and being like, oh yeah, you know, obviously this guy must be fantasizing about being gay, being a gay, or, like, you know, kind of stuff like that. Or like, oh, I imagine this person fantasizes that all the, like, let's say if they're responding to, like, a video from, like, a guy who's nominally anti-racist or identifies anti-racist, be like, oh, this guy clearly just, you know, hates white people, is obsessed with the idea that black people are like, basically just making up this entire psychology around this person to get mad at them. And, like, yeah, this is the thing you see from some very crazy people, but I just think it's always so stupid. Oh, I let it go past. But yeah, it's just always so stupid to do this thing where you're, like, making up other people's psychology. Especially when it's like, because, like, at the end of the day, you can just say, oh, I think this guy, like, you can just get mad at someone and just say you think they're, like, a dickhead or a loser or whatever. But to try and be, like, really serious about it, act like you're actually saying something true about them is dumb. I don't know. I'm not sure if I've ever been a hypocrite on this point, but I hope I haven't, because I do think it is genuinely really stupid.
Sick, twisted, and incomprehensible unreality.
Such a flight away from mindfulness may be a reflection of how difficult it is to try and think about the disturbance created in the transex.
What video should I not skip? Well, I mean, assuming, like, just taking all of them, I don't know, this is a bit of a pleb thing to say, because I'm just going to be like, well, my most popular video, which is the one debunking trans identity comprehensively. I'm not sure. It would be an interesting question to consider what video I would say is like a hidden gem. I might actually, you know, later on just have a go through my recent videos and just say, oh, that one didn't get many views. That one's, I mean, one that is kind of a hidden gem in the, why do I keep doing that? That's so stupid. I mean, I deserve to concede a goal. One that I'd say is kind of a hidden gem in my estimation is the one where I just do what am I doing? Okay, there we go. Basically Q&A. I thought that video was just fun because it was like basically a variety show responding to lots of stuff, and there were like a variety of questions, some more kind of serious and like philosophical or political, others much more you know, like personal. So yeah, that was an interesting video. But yeah, I'll have a look for what I'd consider a true hidden gem.
Mind. Hakeem's distantly amused reaction to the possible suffering of the people who come to him for help is, to me, just fucking nauseating. But really,
shut up.
The thesis of this chapter is...
It's, look, I don't know, it's the way doctors are, right? And I've said this before. I think I would be surprised if I haven't already said this in this thing. I think doctors have to be psychopaths. I knew this guy who, you know, was like one of my friends from school. I think he became a brain surgeon. And he was telling me, yeah, like at university, you know, the most recent thing I was doing was looking at a cadaver and cutting open this dead person's skull, rummaging around in their brain, seeing how it works. I mean, you're doing something wonderful. Like the fact you're a brain surgeon, you're like saving people from brain tumors, absolutely fantastic. You are a psychopath. Like, I don't see how a normal, well-adjusted person can actually do that. And it applies to lots. I even think like paramedics. I don't know. Like I think like, because in the case of paramedics, obviously it's not quite as inhuman as like literally cutting open cadavers. But like a paramedic must, on a somewhat regular basis, go to places where people are on the verge of dying, and as such they must see some number of people dying. I mean, I'm someone who can't even handle like any of the medical stuff, so to me it's all just crazy. But again, I really appreciate people do that, and that's kind of the thing, right? So I think lots of doctors are probably in some way kind of like psychopaths, but you know, they have to be.
Exposing the lies of trans people, that they are deluding not only themselves but also the people around them, and that we should not let such lying, scheming filth think that.
Again, just making stuff up. I'm doing a thing I always do. I think I got out of the habit, but now I'm back into it. What am I saying? A common thing has been the fact that I just instinctively kind of hunch over when I'm playing games means that I get really bad shoulder pain. So I'm gonna go make a chamomile tea just to have a little break. I could play, like at this point I honestly could play the video just to kind of...
That they are anything they're not. That's why the chapter is called Emperor's New Clothes, because according to Hakim, the people need to see through the deception and call it out. Anywhere, always.
This takes us back again to the story of the Emperor, where it was the young boy who had the freedom to express his honest feelings, was able to be true to himself and not collude with the madness and deception he found all around him. It is interesting that one of my patients has reported that an indicator of how convincing he is as a woman, or how successful that deception is to walk down the street in public around the time that schools are closing. The very politically incorrect honesty mixed with the unfortunate cruelty of children allow this individual to gauge whether he...
I will say, to be fair, it is a little bit weird, I guess, to be actively working as a psychologist with trans-identified people while writing a academic, quite unambiguous debunking of trans ideology. Like, I would say that at that point you should not be functioning as a psychologist to trans-identified people unless they know that. Like, that's something you should be disclosing. It just seems a bit weird to me to be like talking to a trans-identified person, talking through their trans identification, and then going and writing a book where you are debunking them. Where you're saying, like, I mean, it's almost, this is not entirely appropriate as an analogy, and I don't mean like it's inappropriate as in like it's rude or anything, but like the idea in my head is having a Catholic priest who still does like the sermons and all of that stuff, and like does confession and does like a lot of the roles of the priest, but is then like on the side writing books about how actually they think Catholicism is complete nonsense. Yeah, I mean, by all means, like if this is someone who, like if there are some trans people out there who want to talk things through and essentially realize that it is nonsense, and they kind of just want, you know, basically they're open to the fact that this is someone who's critical, that's fine. I feel like Benjamin Babish with like, hey everyone, it's just because I can't go to sit down because I'm in the middle of making my chamomile tea. Yeah, that's fine. But to be quite actively, openly critical of it, that's... and referencing people you've spoken to, I think that is a bit of a conflict of interest. You know, like either, like you can be like you can personally have issues with it, and or you can have casual relationships with trans people. To be simultaneously professionally a critic of trans ideology and professionally working trans people, it's a bit weird. I can understand why. I don't know. If I like, I have issues with anxiety, so obviously anxiety is like unambiguously a real thing. But if I went to see a therapist about anxiety, and then I saw that they were writing articles about how anxiety is kind of stupid and, you know, we shouldn't be taking it seriously, I would be a bit like, oh, okay, that's probably something you should have told me. I had a job where I was working with children. I think I've said what my job was. I think I said it in my, what's it called? Q&A. My job used to be running the social media account for a school. Because, you know, schools, which it was an interesting job. Because, yeah, you know, schools do have, like, Facebook pages and stuff like that. Someone needs to post that stuff, blah, blah, blah. That was me. That was my very important job. And the thing is, I don't think I was really very aware of any trans person. I think there was one, well, actually, you know what? The only thing I know, and I guess I could talk about this now, and also, you know, this is very vague, but, like, basically, the only person I know of who was, like, trans was someone who was non-binary and was basically a crazy person in that they literally brought a dead rat to school. And everyone, again, it was kind of like people talk about the Emperor's New Clothes thing, the fact everyone knows this is, like, not actually accurate deep down. All of the people kind of behind the scenes in the staff, and again, like, this isn't, like, no one's going to know exactly what school is working for, whatever, so I can say all of this, it's fine, was basically like, oh man, you know, these non-binary people, I think deep down we know they're all pretty crazy. That's the funny thing, really. Like, even though I talk about this, it's not something I really talk about much in personal life, partially just because I talk about so much here I don't want to talk about in personal life. So as such, like, 9 times out of 10, whenever the trans issue is coming up, the majority of other people in the room will be more vocally critical of it than I am. For all I know, there's lots of other people who are like, oh, I think Michael might be, like, really pro-trans, because every single time that we're complaining about trans people, he's never saying anything. When really, it's just that, like, you know, I feel like I don't really have as much to say about it on a personal level. Whereas, yeah, like, everyone else is like, oh, you know, have you heard about this trans thing, blah, blah, blah.
Is successful in his endeavors of deceit and control of others when the level of remarks passed by children will be few. In contrast, if his deception is unsuccessful, this will be manifest in much taunting and humiliation. It seems that in our...
Yeah. I mean, obviously it is, so yeah, basically the story's here about, like, what, a guy who... Actually, this is kind of... So that's kind of an interesting story. You know what? I mean, I kind of, like, already was thinking this is creepy. And, I don't know, like, I guess it's a different level of creepy. I kind of thought the point would be, like, oh, I wanted to walk past, like, kids, because I thought kids would be sort of more naive and they wouldn't really be thinking about the possibility of someone being trans. But what this, like, individual actually seems to be saying is, according to this account, that he wanted to hang out with kids because kids are more likely to make fun of him. So therefore, it's like, that's the real test. Which in a way, like, and I guess that is kind of appropriate to the Emperor's New Clothes thing, because of course in the Emperor's New Clothes, it's like, one of the points is that little kids just speak their mind. So if something's coming from a kid, you know, like, that's their actual opinion. So I guess maybe that is a good test of authenticity.
Profession. It is only the psychoanalytical psychotherapist or the similarly informed psychiatrist, and only the more vocal, braver ones at that, who take on the role of the boy in the story and are able to present the voice of reality rather than the voice of the perceived majority who are seen to collude with the fantasy and deception.
This theme comes to a head in the final pages of the chapter, where Hakim discusses how society should never treat a trans person with respect, because
shut up.
Imagine the horror.
No, again, I would love to hear the quote where he never says treat them with respect. It better not be don't acknowledge that their claims about themselves are accurate, because of course someone's claims about themselves, you can disagree with someone's claims about themselves while still respecting them. So I'm ready for this.
People would be subject to, should trans people by chance ever be seen as equal.
Of course, neither I nor any of the other clinicians with whom I work are opposed to a transsexual being allowed the right to marry, but our objections are that they are allowed to marry as a person of the sex, which they are not. A similarly related ongoing battle currently in process is the fight for the transsexual to be allowed to change the gender specified on their birth certificate. Again, we are faced with deception. A further illustration of the deception would be the possibility arising in the event of both the aforementioned pieces of legislation. They could result in a man marrying what he presumes to be a woman who had a female passport, a birth certificate declaring him to be female at birth, who is taken to be female, and an individual whom he believed he could marry and who could be the mother of his children, but in reality his wife is actually being a man.
I don't know why this one infuriates me so much. I should have become desensitized to this by now. Hakeem.
Yeah, I don't know why this one infuriates you so much, and I want to know. Right, so I need to bring Sergio Garcia on. Like, that's clearly where it's at. Yeah. This is, I mean, whatever. I'll hear why it infuriates him.
Is an advisor to the UK LGBT Alliance group who wants to sever ties with the T in LGBT. Neither Hakeem nor LGBT Alliance believes in the existence of trans people. Gender ideology is made up. It's a social construct. It's a cult belief. The transgender crisis is a current form of youth subculture. You know, like punks and goths.
LGBT Alliance was formed to oppose the emancipation of trans people and to support the rights of gays, lesbians and bisexuals, which is weird because one of the LGBT Alliance founders, Bev Jackson, argues for working with the Heritage Foundation to...
Okay, so to be fair, like, credit for actually admitting that, you know, the LGBT Alliance is about fighting for gay people's rights. Obviously, there is no... It's not weird to support something, but argue that there can be a place for alliances of convenience. That is not actually weird. You are mistaken. So just hope we're all clear about that. Hope that helps. You know, let me know any other points of confusion you have going forward.
Bring down the trans movement.
The Heritage Foundation is anti-climate change, is against same-sex marriage, abortion, and they founded Project 2025. You might say they would salute the words, "We must secure the existence of our people and the future for American children."
What are you doing here? Like, it's so... There's so many degrees of separation. Well, not exactly so many degrees of separation, but essentially what you're saying here is that Bev Jackson defended working with the Heritage Foundation, and the Heritage Foundation are basically Nazis because they support Project 2025. Which, look, Project 2025, whatever. I'm not going to get into like all of the broader politics beyond the trans thing, but I don't think it's reasonable, because look, here's the thing. There are people who support Palestine who will say, well, you know, when it comes to opposing Israel, I don't care if we're working with Islamists, I don't care if we're working with anti-Semites. There are left-wing progressives who will platform Nick Fuentes because they both agree on an opposition to Zionism. The reality is that this is not a criticism of a particular group. This is a criticism that you can make if you want to against something that exists in all groups. Every single group has people who believe in alliances of convenience. Some people, by the way, believe in alliances of convenience on some issues, but not on others. For example, you know, if you ever see me talking about religion, and especially if you like ask me about a particular religious apologist, like someone like David Wood, I'll always say, well, I don't like the fact that he's so into alliances of convenience, that he's got his issue of Islam and he will work with basically anyone if they also, you know, oppose Islam as well. So, you know, that's a criticism I've made of him. But, again, you have to understand this difference between... Some people within a group support alliances of convenience. And let me say, I support alliances of convenience in some cases. But that doesn't mean that this isn't... even if that was an issue, it wouldn't be an issue for a particular ideology, because all ideologies have this aspect of alliances of convenience. It's just not a good argument at all.
Both Bev Jackson and co-founder Alison Bailey incidentally promoted the work of Jennifer Beleg, who, if you remember, is the neo-Nazi Helen Joyce used as a source for her book. Malcolm Clark, a third co-founder of LGBT Alliance, argued against LGBT clubs in schools since predatory gay teachers might exploit the situation. Clark also argued that the true ideal of the transgender movement was to transform the UK into the Islamic Republic of Iran. They are truly sending their best here, okay? Let's go a bit faster and fill this thing.
Wait a minute, let me, what was the
was to transform the youth. Also argued true ideal of the transgender movement was to transform the UK into the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Yeah, so that's almost certainly with reference to the fact that in Iran, they actually have a rule that basically says if you are gay, then essentially the way that's dealt with is that you identify as trans. Iran literally has trans the gay away as official state policy. And yeah, that's the point being made. Now, obviously, it's not accurate to say that that is the entirety of their goal in life. But what he's getting at is that sometimes, with a lot of what they're saying, it will have the same result.
They are truly sending their best here, okay?
Yeah, well, that's
Let's go a bit faster and fill this thing out.
Yeah, like that's thinking, be like, oh look, they're truly sending their best here, but there's actually nothing particularly ridiculous about that claim.
Okay, CanSG's last important founder is Stella O'Malley. Not only is she the founder of CanSG, she's also in charge of the podcast Gender A Wider Lens and Genspect. She co-hosts Gender A Wider Lens with Sasha Ayad, where they interview, well, anyone with a view on gender that differs from the norm, as long as they are fundamentally against trans people, of course.
Genspect is one of the largest gender-critical organizations, featuring advisors such as Hakim, Sasha Ayad, Lisa Littman, Abigail Schreier, Julia Mason, Kathleen Goonan, and Lisa Marchiano.
Lisa Marchiano is the founder of Therapy First.
I'm always Goonan.
But she was also a key member in at least 4 other organizations. Lisa Marchiano, or as she sometimes goes by, Lisa Bell, was the founder of the now abandoned Youth Transcritical Professionals, the same website linked to in Lisa Littman's studies, the same Lisa Bell, or Marchiano, who Julia Serrano believed to have created the hypothesis of rapid onset gender dysphoria. More on that later. Marchiano was one of the members of International Association of Therapists for Desisters.
Isn't macchiato a type of coffee?
And detransitioners. And even though the organization is also closed down and abandoned, we can still find remnants of the other members. Those being Stella O'Malley, Sasha Ayad, Kirsty Entwistle, Anastasis Biliadis, and Anna Hutchinson. Yet another abandoned organization was Gender Exploratory Therapy Association. Maybe the name was a bit too revealing. GETA's founders included Stella O'Malley, Sasha Ayad, Susan.
See, the issue is, like, he spent so long, like, kind of, you could say, making actual criticisms of the people he was talking about, but that was when he was talking about, like, really unrelated people. And now that he's talking about people who are actually pretty significant, like, in Genspect, even if he could make a criticism, by the way, it wouldn't prove anything about, like, like, it would still be just an ad hominem fallacy, but whatever. He's not even really making any arguments. He's basically just saying, oh, these people are gender critical. It's kind of like pretty much all this guy's video has been, well, these people who often aren't even gender critical, but if they are gender critical, they're pretty insignificant people within the gender critical movement. They have done objectively terrible things. And then when he's actually criticizing the people who are meaningfully gender critical, his only argument is, oh, they are gender critical, which of course isn't actually an argument at all, except in that it's circular.
Evans and Roberto D'Angelo. One of their advisors were Robert Withers. And in 2024, GETA became Therapy First. Finally, the largest of the abandoned anti-trans organizations, Pediatric and Adolescent Gender Dysphoria Working Group. Sasha Ayad, Stella O'Malley, Anastasis Biliadis, Robert Withers, and Roberto D'Angelo counted among their members. What sets this group apart is the amount of old guard and people with interesting affiliations. Other members included Michael Bailey, Ray Blanchard, Susan Bradley, James Cantor, Michael Laidlaw, and Kenneth Sucker.
Hey, the Imperial Wizard. I took a break, but I'm back and better than Ezra.
I've already covered Zucker, Bradley, and Cantor, but what's the deal with Blanchard and Bailey? Blanchard coined the term autogynephilia from earlier. He also wanted...
Well, hold on, yeah, I'm surprised you haven't got around to Blanchard yet. He's like really... I feel like you have spoken about Blanchard, but maybe not. Anyway, whatever. Again, Blanchard is another person who's arguably just GC light as opposed to being, like, properly anti-trans.
To introduce hebephilia into the DSM as a distinction from pedophilia. Hebephilia then is this...
you know what? Look, I'm gonna say this. I don't care. It just has to be said. There is a difference between, because I actually saw this recently. There was a guy, I didn't even know about this guy, to be fair, but like there's this guy in the UK called Ian Watkins, and he was like a rock star, I guess, although not that famous, and he basically was inappropriate with kids. You know, that's what it is. But I saw like the charges, and the charge was basically sexual assault of a minor under 12 years of age. Like that was the specific charge. And I was like, yeah, it does make sense to distinguish that, because it is a different thing, because like one, you're literally like talking prepubescent. The other one, you're like I would, can I just lock this in? I feel like if it's a baby, I mean, it's disgusting to even talk about this stuff, but like a baby, that's like evil. Like that's like you're like just insane. And I wouldn't say like it gets worse as it gets younger, but it does get like more sick as it gets younger. Like, and obviously, that there is a joke about like, oh, she was 17 years and 364 days. And like, obviously that's kind of the joke we make. But anyway, the reason why I say they're like different is just because they are different psychologically. Like, you don't even have to argue that one is worse than the other. And I would stop myself short of saying that one is worse than the other. I think you could make an argument one is worse than the other, but I don't think you have to say that. But they're like obviously different, because one of them is about emotional maturity, and that's why you shouldn't do it. Like obviously, like emotional maturity is really important, but there's the fact that the desire itself is, I don't want to say normal exactly, but it's not like intrinsically sick, because it's kind of like whatever. And I guess the other difference here is sometimes, in maybe very few cases, you might not even be able to tell. Like there might be some 16-year-olds out there who look like they're 20, and there might be some 20-year-olds who look like they're 16. So there's that situation as well. Whereas obviously when you're talking about pedophilia, you literally, like by definition, you can tell. You can't say, oh no, you know what, actually there's some 11-year-olds who look post-pubescent. Because the whole point is that they're prepubescent. So they're just different things psychologically. Because one of them is about a failure to recognize the moral importance of emotional maturity when it comes to a relationship. And the other one is about your sex drive is just not even slightly wired properly. They're just different things. So I do think they should be recognized, even if they're the same legally, right? You could actually say, oh no, there should be the exact same legal punishment. But as far as like psychological analysis is concerned, I don't think it makes sense to take a guy who exploited a 15-year-old girl because he like saw her as emotionally easy to manipulate. That's like a nasty, like there's lots of issues there, like that's nasty, whatever. But I don't think it makes sense to say that's the same thing psychologically as a guy who sexually is attracted to a prepubescent person. They're very different.
Sexual arousal to children aged 11 to 14 instead of just children. Why would anyone try to make a pedo light?
So yeah, for the exact reason. And again, by the way, note, unless he said this, because it is like if you try to say this and then be like, oh, actually one's not as bad as the other, that's totally different. I actually think, and I've said this before, I think you could make an argument that morally speaking, hebephilia is worse, because hebephilia, that is you. At that point, why wouldn't you just go for someone who's like your age, right? Because at least with a pedophile, you can be like, well, clearly they're like wired so wrong that them living a normal life is off the cards. Like, I don't think that someone who's actually attracted to literal children can ever just kind of suppress it and live a normal life, because clearly they're just like totally messed up in the head. Whereas if you're like, oh, well, I'm attracted to 15-year-olds. All right, well, if you're attracted to a 15-year-old, then why wouldn't you be attracted to an 18-year-old? Like, why is it you're specifically attracted to, even though they're like physically very similar, attracted to the younger girl? Well, obviously it's because you're abusive and you're just in it for the sake of being emotionally manipulative. So yeah, they're both gross. That's where I'm at. And honestly, like, I would have serious moral condemnations of both, but I would almost have like a greater moral condemnation of the, again, and it's like meme that people even talk about this, but like the ephebophilia or hebophilia, whatever people call it, I'd have like a greater moral condemnation of that, because I'd be like, okay, well at that point, like, you don't even have, like, you could have just been attracted to girls your age at that point, or women, I should say, your age, and you literally chose to go after someone who you felt you could emotionally manipulate, and that's messed up. So yeah, that's like evil. Oh.
No, really, imagine.
How long do I stream nowadays? Typically, hour and a half. So we're only halfway there. Living on a prayer.
Why anyone would do that? Blanchard, in another stroke of genius.
Again, it's ridiculous, and like, again, it's just. I don't. It annoys me that like Reddit has kind of ruined the whole like the fact it's memed. It really bothers me, because psychologically they are different. It's just like, you have to accept. Like, is anyone genuinely going to claim that they think that a statutory, let's call it what it is. Let's not mince words. A statutory rapist who manipulates and sexually abuses 15-year-old girls, is anyone going to argue psychologically that is exactly the same as a rapist who sexually abuses babies? Are you actually going to argue those two things are psychologically the same? I don't think anyone does. If you want to argue that they are both morally equivalent and that they are both just evil, fine. But they're not. Like, I think it would be very weird for a psychologist to look at those two scenarios as the same.
Wanted to remove the pathologization of pedophilia, turning it into a sexual orientation instead of a diagnosis. He argues that it should be okay to fantasize and masturbate to the thought of children. It isn't clear what she...
No. I mean, look, I don't even want to, like... When you get into that territory, I don't even want to talk about it. Like, you can talk about the fact that they did... And, I don't know, yeah, whatever. This guy's criticizing it, and I'm criticizing it, so we can just agree that's gross. But again, no... I mean, let's bring this back to what it's really about, which is the gender critical movement. What does any of this have to do with gender critical movement? In fact, if anything, I would say that the gender critical movement is more likely to be overly intolerant of this stuff. Like, one reason why I'm kind of being a bit defensive around this point is because I know that the gender critical movement, they're the types of people who will like post memes like, look, I found it, the cure for pedophilia, and it will be, you know, like a loaded gun. And you know, that's like, and you know that like video of that, I think, German woman, sorry, I apologize, I shouldn't say girl, because in this case I'm very much not talking about a girl. This German woman who like snuck into court with a gun and shot the guy who sexually assaulted and I believe murdered her daughter. And I see that like quite regularly, because I see it being retweeted by gender critical accounts like, yeah, this is a queen, blah blah blah, which, you know, yeah, fair enough, whatever. I'm not saying they're wrong, but yeah, the point is that I feel like the gender critical movement, on balance, largely because it has so many radical feminists who, you know, are obviously very averse to male sexual violence. I don't think that would be an extreme assessment, or, you know, an inaccurate assessment. It's actually the movement that is very much like... It seems weird to say intolerant, because of course everyone is, but like literally let's round them up and lynch them. Like that level, which again, not that I judge. But yeah, that's the point. It's just very weird to be like, oh, I tell you what the problem is with the gender critical movement that is filled with like these radical feminists, these conservatives, these Marxists. I mean, bear in mind that you talk about like, you know, one of the things that people celebrate about Stalinism and sort of this hardcore Marxism is the fact they didn't tolerate degeneracy. And, you know, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have done too well under like Stalin's regime. And you have that meme of like, you know, all of those like communists like protecting their kids from the gay guy. I don't know if you guys you've seen it, but there's like a meme of like this guy like, yeah, workers of the world unite, and you have like the Thomas Sankara and Fidel Castro and Stalin, and they're like, don't look, kids, stay away. Anyway, the point is, it's just very weird to be like, yeah, the gender critical movement, they're really pro-pedophile. They're very much not. And the trans movement is far more pro-pedophile. Absolutely. Like, I guarantee if you got all of the most pro-trans people and all of the most anti-trans people together, and you had like a poll on like, hey, should we have some accommodation for pedophiles to be able to express and live out their sexuality, 100% the pro-trans side would be the most. And like, look, I could talk about the fact that Vorsh is a big pro-trans guy. I debated him. That makes him pretty pro-trans. And of course he had his whole like pedo thing. You know, people have called him out for all sorts of stuff there. So yeah, it's just a ridiculous argument, and I'm embarrassed for you.
Anything would be lost by excluding such persons from the diagnosis of mental disorder. It does not need to be pathologized as long as you, yourself, don't feel distressed about it, and as long as you don't go out of your way to sexually assault children. Thrice. As a reminder, yes, Blanchard very...
Don't go out of your way is a funny way of putting it. It's almost like implying, like, you know, it's a lot of effort. And it's like, well, I don't think the effort's the most important thing. I think the intent is really the problem, in my estimation.
Very much want to pathologize trans people in all circumstances. Now, Michael Bailey didn't believe in male bisexuality.
So, no, to be fair, can I say this? Like, I remember when there was a whole controversy about like GenSpect and all that, and I remember the substance of the controversy was, oh, the problem with these people is they think that, so like a lot of the actual kind of hardcore gender critical people were saying the problem is these people think that autogynephiles should be free to live out their sexual fetish. Autogynephiles should be free to dress as women. I think some would even say, oh, you know, in some contexts they should be free to enter women's spaces. Sorry, I was just taking a moment to... yeah. That was the main criticism. These people, they're pro-autogynephiles living out their life as long as they're not harming anyone. And then these people would say, and also, the problem is that they think the same thing about paedophilia. Like, I remember, and obviously, you know, I don't know, I feel like there's been some drama around her, but Karen Davis used to be a pretty prominent gender critical, and I think she, I don't know, through various dramas, none of which I was really involved in, I think she's fallen out of prominence. But yeah, basically, I remember she was like a big pusher against, oh, GenSpect are terrible because so many people in the GenSpect movement want to accommodate autogynephilia or argue that autogynephilia isn't that bad as long as they're not like actively kind of harming women, it's not a problem, blah blah blah. And then that was being explicitly related to, oh, and also they basically have this same stance on pedophilia, that yeah, being a pedophile, as long as you're not harming children, as long as it's just in your head, as long as it's just something you're acting out or fantasizing about but not actually doing, it's not a problem. So it's just really strange to have this guy come along and be like, oh no, you see, the thing about these people is that they hate trans people loads, but they're pro-pedophilia. It's like, actually, if anything, this is an argument against them, because when you understand reality, you understand that all of these like GenSpect people who had some willingness to accommodate pedophilia, they were already disliked by the gender critical movement because they had so much willingness to accommodate trans ideology.
Sexuality until he discovered it in 2020. Incredible. At least he keeps up with the ContraPoints drama on Twitter.
Oh, I kind of am interested in what these tweets are saying. Okay, let's score a goal and then we'll look at these tweets, because I want to know what the situation is here. Wait, ContraPoints drama on Twitter. Doesn't Contra just immediately run away as soon as there's drama on Twitter? I swear, like, every single thing I've seen from Contra has just been like a tiny bit of drama followed by an immediate deletion of all tweets, especially when Philosophy Tube's being called out. Okay, let's just have a look. Okay.
And really seems to...
So we just come back to Jennifer Billock. Whatever, okay, fine. I don't know, I retweet Nick Fuentes, because sometimes I think he's funny. It's not that big of a deal.
Like Charles Murray. And for some reason, like the tweet of Trump talking about his nice jeans for 3 minutes, which close...
Honestly, like, also the thing about me and Twitter, and I'm maybe not a good example, a lot of the time I just like tweets that I feel are, like, most controversial because I find those tweets funny. So, yeah, maybe I'm not, like, a good standard for what makes sense with kind of appropriate behavior on Twitter, because yeah, like the amount of times I see, I think like the best example I saw of this recently, this is my go-to example of where I'm at in terms of making, or basically like the kind of stuff I retweet. Wait, I'll just have a quick drink. So there's this comedian in the UK called Rosie Jones, and Rosie Jones has cerebral palsy or something like that. I could do an impression of her. It's a really good impression, but I'm not going to. But essentially, as you can imagine, she literally is not particularly capable of talking. She can't talk with any real flow. She stumbles over her words a lot. She, a lot of the time, slurs her words in a way where it makes it almost impossible to hear what she's saying. And I actually, you know what, I might actually find the clip just so you can hear, because it would have been like not too long ago. It would have been at Christmas or near Christmas. So I'm going to find it because why not? That's what we're about. And then while I'm at it, I'll just explain the context. So essentially, you know, as you can kind of imagine, a lot of people therefore think this woman, she really just shouldn't be a comedian. She's, you know, I don't have a problem with disabled people being able to live their life, but just the nature of the disability she has means she just blatantly cannot actually be a good comedian. And I saw someone retweet a video of her at Christmas, and they retweeted it with the words, "Imagine a boot stepping on a human face forever." And what's really funny about that is a George Orwell reference to fascism. And I just found it so funny for someone to be suggesting that the fact that a woman with cerebral palsy is being platformed as a comedian is equivalent to the fascistic stepping on a human face by a shoe. And yeah, that the confluence of the intensity of that was really hilarious to me, and that's why I retweeted it. And I've almost now found the clip so you can hear the reference, because it was just really funny to me seeing this video retweeted with the caption, "Imagine a boot stepping on a human face forever." You know what? I'm not seeing it. Maybe it's been... Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. Yeah, okay. I'll read the quote exactly. So the quote is, "Imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever, George Orwell." And this is the accompanying clip.
I am Rosie. I am your gay Christmas tree.
Look, people are going to accuse me of ableism. I don't know. It's just, to me it's ridiculous. I mean, I just find it very funny, this idea. And like, so that's why, and I retweeted that. I retweeted without any context. I retweeted it to my thousands upon thousands of followers just because I thought it was funny for that sentiment to be expressed. Just to be like, yeah, you know what George Orwell was envisioning when he wrote about like a boot stamping on a human face forever as a representation of fascism. Do you know what he had exactly in mind when he said that?
I am Rosie. I am your gay Christmas tree.
There we go. That's it. Merry Christmas, everyone. Anyway.
On his proudness of having German genes. The tweet was made...
Oh, yeah, sorry. So the point there, just to clarify, you know, in case you thought there wasn't one, is that sometimes people just retweet things. And I just feel like this whole thing of like, oh, look at what this person's doing on Twitter. Isn't that suspicious? Like, genuinely, I don't know. I actually had someone ask me, like, when you retweet things, what does that actually mean? Like, what are you actually getting at with your retweets? Do you endorse things that you retweet? And I just said, oh, I just retweet things that I think are funny. And they were like, okay, fine.
By a self-proclaimed Nazi. No, I don't think Bailey is actually a Nazi. Rather, I think he's too stupid to realize that he likes Nazi tweets and philosophies.
No, okay, so look, let me clarify. I like Nazi tweets and philosophies. I realize that. I think it's funny. No, I mean, I don't like the thing is, again, the philosophies. It's kind of like, well, what do you mean by philosophies? Like, there's some... I recently watched a video explaining what fascism... And this is the definition they gave of fascism. They were like, oh, the definition of fascism is it is neither conservative nor progressive. Rather, it is arguing that we as a society should have a mind towards future and past generations. That we should remember past generations and maintain traditions, maintain the culture, maintain the history and the heritage that has been built up by those past generations. But we should also look towards the future and aspire to build a world that is able to accommodate the next generation and make sure they can keep pushing forwards. Now, I'm sorry, but to me that actually sounds like a pretty great ideology. I'm like, that actually sounds pretty good. So it's like you respect the past, you honor the past, but you also look towards forging a greater future. So I was like, oh no, you know, you really made fascism sound pretty great there. But again, am I meaningfully a fascist? No, because I'm like cool. But that's the issue, is saying like, oh, you know, you support fascist philosophies. And never mind like supporting like fascist people. There's many reasons why you might support fascist people. Again, maybe you just think they're funny, and that's valid.
All of these people and organizations are pro-gender identity change efforts, conversion therapy. Their argument is that sexuality is innate and...
Okay, it did not occur to me that gender identity change efforts would be conversion therapy. I thought gender identity change efforts would be where you change your gender identity by identifying as trans. But yeah, I mean, let's say...
should not be changed, but gender identity is simply a subculture, a fetish, a contagion.
Yeah,
it doesn't harm anyone.
There's many aspects of why gender identity is different. Gender identity, first of all... Oh, I really could have screwed something out there. I just kicked a wire. Gender identity does not have a clear definition at all. So that's just that. That's that. But then even the way it can be defined, it's just different from sexuality. So, whatever. I just think that you're, they're right.
When you try to change their gender. In fact, it's the morally right choice. That real conversion therapy is electroshock and vomiting, Pavlovian conditioning and shaming, that these gender activists are too stupid to realize that what they're protesting is for their own good, actually. No, they should count themselves lucky. In December 2020, a committee meeting on justice and human rights was held with regards to Bill C-6 in the House of Commons in Canada. Bill C-6 sought to prohibit conversion therapy. The opening remarks were made by a former client.
Yeah, shouldn't be. I mean, look, I've already spoken about conversion therapy, I think at length earlier on, so we're not going back to that.
Of Kenneth Zucker.
I am a survivor of trans conversion therapy. Dr. Zucker saw me as a patient for 7 years, from the ages of 16 to 23, and denied me trans-affirming healthcare in the form of both hormones and surgery until I was 22. Dr. Zucker instead put me through what he has termed desistence treatment for trans youth. He interrogated me in talk therapy for hours at a time, inquisitorially attacking, damaging, and attempting to destroy my identity and my self-esteem, and to make me ashamed and hateful of myself. Years into treatment, he had condemned me to the fate that I wished to avoid, the very one I asked him every session to save me from. He made my body a prison, and it is to this day. Conversion therapy almost broke me, and I live with its physical and emotional scars to this day, but I was only a small part of Zucker's practice. Zucker and his colleagues are the international proponents and researchers of conversion therapy for trans people of all ages across the world. Whatever these theories and papers call their practices.
I like your Michael Bailey, Morton Bailey joke.
Autogynephilia, rapid onset gender dysphoria, watchful waiting or desistence therapy by Zucker and Blanchard and Littman and Cantor and Bailey and Bradley and so many others. They all have one thing in common. They are all conversion therapies and practices for trans people. There are many briefs in front of the committee stating that gender-affirming care is actually conversion therapy for gay, lesbian or bisexual youth, and that gender identity should be removed from the purview of Bill C-6. I implore you, do not listen to them. The wounds that Zucker caused me can never be undone. I don't know if I'll be able to heal and feel right or whole or right as a person ever again.
Everyone I've mentioned and everyone I'm going to mention are opponents of gender-affirming care. They're all against banning conversion therapy for gender identity. They are all enemies to trans people.
Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine.
How many people do you think are actually TRAs or supportive of gender ideology? I mainly hang out in alternative spaces, so I'm pretty much in a TRA echo chamber. Most people do not support it. I think like the average normal, like I'm a normie. I'm a certified normie. I mean, if I don't know, I go to, like a lot of people I know are from like church, so obviously those people aren't really part of a TRA echo chamber. But also, you know, like a lot of people just from like university, just like a lot of people from like normal aspects of life. And yeah, most people just do not support this trans identity thing. And even if they do, again, like people who actually support trans identity, they support it in terms like, oh, if a bloke wants to wear a dress, whatever, who am I to judge? Which is a different question from thinking, you know, like, how many people agree with Judith Butler? Not very many, I promise you that.
Held in 2023 a conference featuring more than 30 experts from different parts of the world. They got together to discuss experiences and concerns of clinical staff working at youth gender clinics and to review current treatment guidelines through the lens of evidence-based gender medicine. When Kellie-jay, Sex Matters, GenSpect and others mentions evidence-based gender medicine, this is what it's led up to. It's also become a dog whistle. The conference...
I think what's like annoying me, the whole problem with this like conspiracy theory thing is that a conspiracy theory is not a debunk, right? Like just because you've drawn a conspiracy theory around it, like even like, I don't know, like this guy's like mentioned Nazism a lot, like showing that there was some like elaborate Nazi or like you've got all these people connected and blah, blah, blah. None of that actually shows that Nazism is incorrect. I think like you can make a intellectual criticism of Nazism, but just showing like, oh, you know, all of these people are really connected and they've all like done and said bad things not directly relevant to Nazism, but you know, they are bad. That's like kind of, if anything, you're almost being, it's almost like a problem that you're using such bad arguments instead of engaging with the actual substance of what you're critiquing. Because in that case, you should be critiquing it more directly.
Featured, among others, Anna Hutchinson, Hannah Barnes, Lisa Littman, Roberto D'Angelo, Kenneth Zucker, Michael Biggs, Sasha Ayad, Kathleen Goonan and William Malone. Looking through SecM's advices, we find Sasha Ayad, Lisa Macchiano, Anastasis Biliadis and Michael Biggs, who is also known as Mr. Henry Wimbush. SecM lists 5 founders on the website: Julia Mason, Roberto D'Angelo, Sanya Abruzese and William Malone.
What's interesting about Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine is not only its list of supporters and old guard, but also the kind of people the organization is willing to working with. William Malone, the president of SecM, has rubbed shoulders with a lot of people from American College of Pediatricians. Take, for example, this letter to the editor signed by Michael Laidlaw, Quentin Van Meter, Paul Cruz, Andre Van Moll and William Malone from 2018, where they argue...
Yeah, I guess like the other issue is with this whole conspiracy theory thing, it kind of just draws attention to how much you're making a guilt by association argument. Like the fact that it's just, oh, this guy spoke to this guy and they're all bad. Okay, that's not really an argument. Hey Kermit, good to have you here again.
Against the use of puberty.
Can you have a cheeky wank to trans porn and still be a proper bloke? Yeah, I would say, well, if anything, that kind of makes you more of an alpha, right? Because you are like kind of reaffirming that you're like a manly man by implicitly with your heterosexual energy feminizing the feminized, estrogenized men to whom you're masturbating to, right? You know, it's like, if anything, that's like a true proper bloke. That's a real Brexit geezer move of you, especially if the trans people are like foreign, because then it's like, oh look, they aren't proper men and they're foreigners, and here I am, a decent Brexit geezer, and I'm just being a dude, just being all manly and sexual and virile.
Bloggers and subtly propagate the idea of gender exploratory therapy.
Of the 5 authors, all except William Malone is a member of American College of Pediatricians.
I know it's hard to remember.
Okay, look, I know this is weird, but like, isn't it kind of funny that William Malone, you would expect him to be the exception, right? Because they're like, ooh, except William alone. And that works because obviously he is William alone, right? Like he has to be the exception because he's, you know, it'll be like, oh, everyone did this thing except William alone. Because he was the only one not doing it. It's William alone.
All these names, but this Paul Cruz is the same Paul Cruz who served as an...
I will also say, yeah, like the fact so many different random names are being brought up is something that does have me kind of sometimes being like, oh wait, who's that guy? Like at this point, I think like a safe bet is just to assume that like if someone's brought up, they probably said something about pedophilia and they're probably not actually very relevant to the trans thing. Like when in doubt, those are the two consistent things that define this guy's like guilt by association playbook.
Expert witness for Kira Bell in the chapter on puberty blockers. The same Paul Cruz who said, some children are born in this world to suffer and die.
American College of Pediatricians, or ACPEDS, is not to be confused with American Academy of Pediatricians, or AAP. AAP was funded almost a century ago, and they're interested in safety for children, whether through recommendation in regards to car seats, wanting to ban child-targeted advertising, or through gun safety regulations. ACPEDS, on the other hand, was founded in 2002 and is interested in other kinds of safety for children. They preach abstinence-only sex education, are strictly anti-abortion, and same-sex marriage. And when...
To be fair, like being anti-abortion, that's pretty important for children's safety if we're counting babies in the womb as children. Like that's pretty important. Having said that, if we're counting like 14-year-old girls who are pregnant as children, then maybe being entirely against abortion could have some issues. I was just gonna say I haven't actually conceded a goal yet, but I think I'll be able to get back on track.
When I say same-sex marriage, I mean they equate homosexuality with pedophilia.
Michelle Cretella, the former president of ACPEDS, also once served on the board of directors at NARTH.
Oh, can I say, I said this before, but like when people equate homosexuality with pedophilia, you're kind of like, oh, okay, so you don't have a problem with being gay, right? Because if you just think about it logically, if you had a problem with being gay, you would criticize being gay. But if you're saying like, oh, being gay, that's pedophilia, you're kind of implicitly saying, you know, that actually being gay, that's not a problem, right? Because think about it, like I'm against murder. I wouldn't be like, oh, you know, the problem with murder is that people who murder, they give you back VHS tapes that you lent them, and they didn't rewind them. So you have to, like, before you watch your movie, you have to go back and rewind it yourself. Isn't that annoying? No, you say, well, the problem with people who murder is that they murder. So when you say, oh, you know, the problem with gay guys is that they're pedophiles, you're kind of tacitly, what you're basically saying there is that you actually don't have a problem with gay guys. Because if you had a problem with gay guys, you'd just say the problem with gay guys is that they're gay. Right? Saying like, oh, the problem with gay guys is that they're pedophiles. Oh, okay. So the fact they're gay guys, that's not the problem.
Incidentally, NARTH, the original conversion therapy organization for homosexuality, was formerly advised by George...
NARTH? Like Pinky in the Brain? Like, NARTH!
Riekers and was founded by Joseph Nicolosi, who I might have forgotten to mention Zucker and Bradley referenced in regard to prevention of homosexuality in their book.
In 2017, the Department of Justice wanted to include gender identity into Section 1557 of the Affordable Care Act. This section specifies who and how you are allowed to discriminate in health and federal financial assistance programs. If passed, gender identity and by extension trans people would also be covered and thereby prohibited to discriminate against on par with race, sex, color, national origin, age and disability. Then, in 2018, the Trump administration overruled the inclusion, something then labeled
the cruelest thing the Trump administration has done to trans people yet.
Okay, well, hold on a minute, yeah. I was going to say the cruelest thing in general. I was going to be like, well, I think they've done like some cruel things. But to be fair, cruelest thing they've done to trans people, well, that's a lot less, that's a lot more broad. Oh, I should have taken a moment to actually, I shouldn't, whatever. I missed that.
A host of people wrote in support of this decision.
Michelle Cretella of ACPEDS was spearheading the petition to uphold the scientific definition of sex. Other signatories were Quinton Van
I don't actually know, like, when he says, like, stop discrimination with the Affordable Care Act, what does that actually mean? Like, does that just mean that you would have to, like, give someone surgery if they're trans? So it's almost like, because to me, I'm not going to lie, like, the whole concept of health insurance is a little bit weird, because it's kind of like, I mean, people do get sick all the time. But, like, health insurance is something that you can basically just say you have. Isn't that a bit confusing? Because you just be like, yep, I'm trans, spend... Like, considering all of the things people desperately need that health insurance companies don't want to spend money on, yeah, I'm not really surprised that they wouldn't want to then have to spend money on someone just saying, yep, I'm trans. It's like, okay, well, let's immediately get you all of this, like, surgery and stuff. Yeah, that's kind of... I mean, to be honest, like, based on how they treat, like, much more serious issues, you wouldn't expect them to be really accommodating of the trans thing. Unless, of course, you've got a really high, deductible? Is that what it's called? I'm too British for this conversation, but yeah. I keep getting adverts for, like, private healthcare from, like, on YouTube. And I'd be like, literally the first thing I say is like, why would you have private healthcare when we got the NHS? And like, yeah, that's a good question. But actually, there is a reason. It's that way you get to give us more money. But yeah, I don't know. NHS. My local doctor is actually really nice, so.
Yeah, Paul McHugh, Michael Laidlaw, Paul Roos, Susan Bradley, mind you, who's from Canada, Michael Bailey, Laura Haynes, and Tony Perkins.
Other signatories range from Catholic university departments to the former CEO of Alliance Defending Freedom, a conservative Christian group who wants to outlaw abortion, prohibit same-sex marriage, and who defended state-enforced sterilization for...
Yeah, like, all you're showing here is that conservatives are conservative, and that conservatives... Oh, hello, we're actually about to lose. Conservatives and gender criticals both disagree with the trans movement. It's like, yeah, we actually already knew that. This is not... You're not, like, exposing some big secret here. This was well understood. Right, I might have to bring on a better left back, or indeed centre back, or right back, centre back, left mid. That would be a bit weird, but I almost want to do it. Let's do this. We're gonna put a left mid. Okay, wait, let's switch them around. Yeah, we go. Yeah, that's what we want. Okay, cool. And then. Should we switch out Godfrey? I think maybe we should. For what? Oh, we don't actually have a great... Oh, wait. Okay, yeah. We don't have a great centre mid. In fact, we'd be going down. Oh, my mouth keeps making noises. Anyway. I don't know. But he'd be faster. I don't know. We'll go for it. We'll go down in terms of... thingy, but up in terms of speed. We definitely don't want to bring on a worse striker. That would be a very bad idea. All right.
Trans people in Europe. But AC Pets seems to be just far enough removed from the anti-trans network. Moll, Mita and Cruella don't really present themselves as experts on trans healthcare. You could argue that it's only a few bad apples who engage with the nationalistic right wing. The anti-trans network does their best to keep their hands clean, yet
that was a penalty,
only
right?
one
Yeah,
step
lovely.
removed from...
I was like, that's a penalty every day of the week. If I don't get this in, I'm going to cry. Just to clarify, it's not only a few bad apples. Actually, you're not a bad apple at all, but for engaging with this stuff. All right, okay. Let's go. Okay, I really don't want there to be any sort of lag. Okay, and boom, and down to the left. Please don't. Fucking no. That was, I should have gone much further. That was really wank. Okay, let's make up for that with a... Nope, okay. I'm really annoyed. I am so annoyed.
The nationalistic and conservative right wing. Except when they're not. Let me show you. The Kelsey Coalition is another disbanded anti-trans organization, founded by someone under the pseudonym Catherine Cave after their child came out as trans. Their mission statement is, essentially, to keep that from happening to any other parent. Catherine Cave, by the way, is also the person who published the piece that Bev Jackson of LGBT Alliance shared on Twitter. If you remember, this is the one where Bev Jackson argues for working with the Heritage Foundation. And this is how the Celtic Coalition introduced themselves. History is replete with medical scandals, frontal lobotomies to treat mental illness, forced sterilization to control undesirable populations, the infamous Tuskegee experiment, indefensible, unethical medical procedures were performed for years. Why did it take so long to stop them? History is repeating itself. What the organization says is fairly insignificant, but what it can tell us is not. Active between 2019 and 2020 with only 6 outwardly facing members, 4 of whom are anonymous parents, this abandoned website seems like any of the other anti-trans farms with only a shell of infrastructure, plastered with the same regurgitated speaking points. So let's first connect it back. You see, they are one of the few organizations to publicly work with right-wing think tanks.
Okay, I'm busy being annoyed. Well, so what do you mean? So yeah, they're one of the few organizations, so who cares? Like, even if all of them were working publicly with right-wing think tanks, that wouldn't prove they were right-wing. Also, by the way, it wouldn't prove they're wrong, because right-wing think tanks aren't wrong on everything. Like, literally, there are organizations that are literally right-wing think tanks, but they're still correct. So you're not even debunking anything. Yeah, this is just ridiculous. And again, I'll point out, I've pointed this out before, the very fact that you think showing something is right-wing should give gender criticals pause shows that deep down you acknowledge that gender criticals aren't right-wing. Because otherwise it wouldn't give them pause.
Thanks. The Celtic Coalition formed a very close relationship with the Heritage Foundation during its one functioning year. One of the 6 members were Michael Laidlaw from AC Pets, the same Laidlaw who works with William Malone. In 2019, one of the anonymous parents was featured.
So he works with William Malone, so it's just those 2, no one else. Oh, come on. This is in every day of the week. Oh, fuck me. Okay, I'm locked in. Absolutely. I could not be more locked in. I think at this point it's pretty much impossible that I'm going to win, but I can at least draw. Oh, there we go. Okay. This will be insane if we do this. I mean, look, you can see that guy, he's rushing. I mean, look, we've got the draw surely, but we've got to do all out attack. This is insane. This is everything. We're throwing everything at this. We've got to put everything in. Throw everything and the kitchen sink. You got 1 minute, dude. You got 1 minute. Go. Okay, come on. No, okay, we've. Oh my goodness me, we're so stupid. Okay, we got lucky, but whatever. Okay, it's fine. I mean, we can try and boot it up there. It's not gonna go well. Okay, it's gonna be over. 1 minute is not that long in this game. There we go. Yeah. Oh, whatever. Okay, we got a draw. We got to draw, everyone. Things could be worse. All right. So we'll end with that. And well, let's get up the highlights. Yeah. As for that video from this dude, we'll finish it next time, surely. Yeah. Well, we didn't make actually that much progress this time, but whatever, we will. We'll make more progress next time. I think we should be on track to finish this in not that long. I mean, you know, we've now pretty firmly established there's no good argument here. That miss penalty, that will haunt me for the rest of my life. That was really stupid. I mean, that miss too, whatever. Who cares? Anyway, all right. Bye, everyone. I hope you have a wonderful evening. I hope you are having a wonderful New Year. I'll see you all later. Bye. But I can't help falling in love with you. Should I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Now, here's Freebird. Hey, hold on a minute. We haven't got the right window up. Uh-oh. Heard anything embarrassing there. We always have something embarrassing. Well, less conversation, a little more action. Oh, okay, no, that's the wrong one. You stupid little Dickens. Oh, this aggravation ain't letting room. A little bit of summer, a little bit of song. A little bit of salmon, hello, the Imperial Wizard. Come on, baby, I'm tired of walking. Grab your coat and let's start walking. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I always feel like that song's like really, like all the other Elvis songs kind of sound like, they sound kind of old. Like they sound very distinctly like, you know, old. There's no other word for it. But then like that one song, you're just like, that just sounds like so, like that goes hard even now. Like the other songs, they go like they're good, but they're good in like a distinctly like oldies kind of way. But then yeah, you just have that one song, it's just like a little less conversation. It's like so. Oh, anyway, all right, let's go. I might be like here for less time than I usually would be, just because I don't like you. No, that's not true. It's just because I don't know. I don't. I feel like I tell you what, I feel like I'm gonna get hot. I'll show you. I'm wearing a pretty nice t-shirt actually. I'll show you my t-shirt. Oh, I really hope that the t-shirt doesn't go up too much. Oh no. Okay, wait. I got this. I got this. I got this. Okay. There we go. It says, Batman. Oh, by the way, hello, Ida Jacobstein. Alright, let's actually start listening to the video.
Laidlaw from AC Pets, the same Laidlaw who works with William Malone. In 2019, one of the anonymous parents was featured alongside Laidlaw in a panel by the Heritage Foundation.
So this is one of those, this is like a must-win match, because we're really going to start to fall behind if we don't win this one. I think we lost a while ago. I think we drew. Anyway, we got to win this. This is important. Oh.
This parent's testimony was then reprinted in several right-wing publications following the panel.
If you search the web for the Kelsey Coalition now, the first result is a website allowing you to download the Parent Resource Guide, developed by the Minnesota Family Council in 2019.
A fun little tidbit of information is Minnesota Family Council's affiliation with Alliance Defending Freedom and Family Research Council. FRC was founded in part by George Riekers in 1983, and the current president is the Tony Perkins who signed to remove gender identity from the 1557 Affordable Care Act.
Anyways, this guide was developed in collaboration with AC Pets, Family Policy Alliance.
I didn't realize they had the Affordable Care Act in 1557. That's actually like pretty progressive. You know, everyone makes fun of America, but to introduce the Affordable Care Act, over 200 years before their country even came into existence, that is really... Oh, crumbs. Well, anyway, whatever. Yeah. So this is just like more conspiracy stuff. That's it. It's just like, oh look, I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy. Don't we have the 6 degree of separation for this? Yeah, that's the thing. There's no real argument here.
The Celtic Coalition, the Heritage Foundation, Women's Liberation Front, and parents of our GD kids. Supporting members of the Guide are, among others, Michelle Cretella, Michael Laidlaw, Susan Bradley, William Malone, and Sasha Ayad.
The Guide itself isn't worth going through. It's just a dumbed-down conservative version of what the first half of this video was about. It does show us a piece of the puzzle, though.
My memory is...
Yes,
oh, hello.
Obviously these...
I'm getting slightly annoyed that it's not like reacting to me pressing the pause button. My memory is the first half of the video was about a bunch of kind of pro-trans people who kind of spoke about trans in a sort of outdated way. That's what I remember the first half of the video being about. But whatever, I guess I'm misremembering, because I kind of don't really see how you can have like a conservative version of what is essentially a pro-trans dogma. Oh, come on, no way, yeah. Oh, wouldn't it be nice if that was a penalty?
People are very willing to working with conservative organizations.
Okay.
There's also another little detail.
Oh.
Practically all the endorsements are made by key
Oh yeah, I'm just going to have to press the button. I'm going to take my headphones off because I think the button works better if they're wireless. Yeah, so the thing is, one reason why they're willing to is because the option to work with progressive organizations isn't really there, because progressives are a lot more like purist. They refuse to kind of have alliances of convenience where it's like, well, if we all agree, let's work towards a common goal. They tend to be a lot more like likely to splinter, and that just makes them way less productive. So yeah, that's the issue. And then the other aspect of it is just that maybe people just don't care if they're working with a conservative organization, because at the end of the day, if you agree on something, just work together. Like, in a way, like I kind of am willing to work with conservative organizations depending on what we're working for, which most of the time would not be something explicitly conservative, or if it is, it's an area of like conservatism where I agree, or you know, I'm just in it for that bag. You know, like if the price is right, I'll work with the Heritage Foundation if they want to say, hey, can you abandon all your principles? I'll be like, how much?
Policymakers or professors.
And then there's James Shoup, a U.S. Army veteran.
Ooh.
What if I told you that James Shoup doesn't exist? When Shoup transitioned for the first time in 2013,
what are you doing, you
it wasn't a nice experience.
Sorry,
she suffered from blood clots and rashes caused by poorly monitored hormone levels.
Good. I'm loving that the pausing button isn't working. Why did like every single guy? I need to go back. Okay, look. I shouldn't need to calm down. Look, okay, kick. So wait, I go in. And then we just need to like talk about what happened there, because this is ridiculous. Okay, take a shot, whatever, miss. Why does that guy not run onto it? Why on earth does that guy just run past it and then it stays there? That guy, look, he's not reacting. Eventually, oh whatever. SMH. Oh hello, hello. Hello, Saka Shishi. That. I had bolognese, and I think like one of the, I probably just wanted like the dry herbs, you know, like a bit of rosemary or something. It's stuck in my throat. Anyway, I'm dying.
She was a retired veteran and worked for a pro-LGBTQ organization. She also became the first legally recognized non-binary person in the US. But
in 2017, something in her must have shifted.
My hat is off to the Heritage Foundation, because it's really the only place that people such as myself and these radical feminists are getting a voice.
In an interview with a reporter from New York Magazine, Shoup stated that she never thought of herself as female, talked about sex stereotypes and how she agreed with the radical feminists on the immutability of sex compared to gender.
The dogs barked. Shoup was contacted by several anti-trans activists asking her to share her story, and then, as a result, Shoup was dropped from her job. When Shoup reached out, the anti-trans network picked her up. In 2019, Shoup illegally...
So basically what you're showing here is that people who tend to be more tolerant of like diverse opinions are likely to kind of have people want to talk to them, whereas the people who try and get you fired from your job, they're going to find that they don't make very many friends. Yeah, well done. I could have told you that. I don't know why I keep trying.
Retransitioned to male. Shoup became one of the most influential detransition voices at the time.
Think of the word transvestite. They've succeeded in making it a vulgar word, even though it just means men dressing like women. The diagnostic code in my records should read transvestic disorder. Instead, the novel theories of Judith Butler and Anne Fausto Sterling have been used to cover up the truths written about by Blanchard, J. Michael Bailey, and Al.
Yeah, that's basically it. Like, a lot of people feel like actually what describes them is transsexual or transvestite, people who are just cross-dressing, that's all there is to it. And this attempt to make this whole like philosophical ideology out of it is actually something they're resistant to, and I feel like that makes a lot of sense and that's valid. So good. Oh, that could have been a foul.
Strieger. I confess to have been motivated by autogynephilia during all of this. Blanchard was right.
This is what James Shoup wrote in 2019 in an article for the Daily Signal. Fast forward 3 years to 2022, when seemingly out of the blue, a blog post appeared on elisashoup.wordpress.com.
I can't be doing with adverts. Come on.
Radical and gender-critical feminists, conservatives, and faith-based groups would like everyone to believe that gender dysphoria can be cured simply by adopting dangerous beliefs. They want you to think that praying, undergoing conversion therapy, etc. can cure and change you. I can attest that all of their treatments failed to work in my case. Publicly, I sustained during that 10 years' time by lying to myself and others that what they said worked.
Okay, so random person whose agreement with the gender critical movement didn't mean anything has now revealed that actually they didn't agree, which also doesn't mean anything. Cool. Big progress. Oh, that was a bad pass.
Also shamefully sold their ideologies to the media and the public while overdosing on estrogen supplements in private, trying to desperately lower my testosterone level. Direct them to this
person, like, who gives a crap? Because this person is clearly just a liar. Like, I kind of feel like when someone does that kind of thing, it's like, well, either you were lying then or you're lying now, but either way, what you say really doesn't matter at all to anyone. Yeah, I really don't have respect for people who are like, oh, wait, actually, I was a massive liar, so let me make this a problem with the people I was, like, basically lying to, if you like.
Post and set the record straight. Trans women are legally women. Transgender lives matter. Going forward, although I have adopted the name Elisa Shoup, please call me Lisa. My pronouns are she and her.
So, what happened?
This is Kathleen Goonan, advisor to both GenSpect and SecM. Here she is at a panel discussion in 2023 hosted by Moms for Liberty and sponsored by the Heritage Foundation.
The power of social transition is not to be underestimated. It is a major psychogenic intervention. And we have to fight against it at every step and raise questions about it from the moment you see any sign of it in your children, your grandchildren, your children's friends, and you don't back down.
On her left sits J.W. Richards of the Heritage Foundation. On her right sits January Littlejohn of anti-trans group Do No Harm.
You might even recognize her from somewhere.
January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep, more guilt by association.
And to the right of her sits Erin Brewer, co-founder of Advocates Protecting Children. Ah, look, it's Michelle Cretella again.
So when I was looking to retire, I started talking to people like Abigail Schreier, who wrote Irreversible Damage. She sent me to Dr. Paul McHugh, who I know from my faith. And they encouraged me to get involved. And one step led to another, and I found my way to GenSpect.
Paul McHugh, if you don't know, is a conservative Catholic psychiatrist who closed the Johns Hopkins Gender Identity Clinic in 1979.
Boo, Catholic. Boo. There we go. I did it. Well done, me. Okay, didn't work.
Called Homosexuality and Erroneous Desire, and served as an expert witness in the defense of numerous priests accused of child sexual abuse. He was also appointed by Bush to the President's Council of...
Sounds like a Catholic moment to me, am I right, ladies? Sounds like just your typical Catholic pedophile enabler. That's what it sounds like to me. Come on, please go in. Oh, goodness me. This is scripted, man.
Bioethics, if that means anything to you.
What is the plan? We're going to unwind the relationship with that pediatrician. We're going to go find a different therapist, or we're going to find no therapist, because this child doesn't need to be told they're sick. They're not sick. We need to tell them they're healthy. We need to get them outdoors. We need to get them into sports. We need to explore the world. Anything but fixating on themselves. Because one of the things they do is just think about themselves. That's all they think about. I have to play a dual game for a while. I've been to the school board meetings in Harford County where the bulk of the parents talking about this topic were advocating for social transition. They were thanking the school for transitioning their kids. So we're just going to have to bring the presence forward of those that don't agree and ask them to play to meet our needs as well. It's going to be awkward for a while, but I think we're stuck with doing that. But we'll gain momentum. We'll have more and more parents say, "What do you mean they're asking my kid for pronouns?" We're going to have to live in two worlds for a while. But right now they're living in one.
The wrong one.
You know what this reminds me of? Okay, like I feel like we've reached a point. I was talking about this on my discord.com/kingcritical. I basically said, like, you know, I saw this guy who made like videos of like, oh, lolcow iDubbbz live stream highlights or whatever. And literally, the thing is, the live stream highlights was just iDubbbz expressing his opinions on stuff that if you're like a fan of iDubbbz and his new direction, you would probably agree with. So essentially, like I was watching, I was just like, this isn't like a lolcow thing. This is just a guy expressing his opinion in a way that would be totally agreeable. Hello, has my camera frozen? How long has it been frozen for? Okay, let's just fix that. Yeah, anyway, okay, whatever, that's annoying, but yeah. I'm going to fix it in a moment. Okay. Well, let's see if that happens again. Yeah, I was like, this isn't a lolcow thing. This is just a guy expressing his opinions in a way that presumably people who would like broadly like would tend to agree with him, they'd agree with him on those opinions. So, you know, it's not really an argument or whatever. But like I realized in my infinite wisdom that we've reached a point now where people are so divided that you can just show someone expressing their opinion and that counts as an argument against it, because people will think, well, like basically we're at a point now where you don't even make arguments, where essentially supposedly all I would need to, or seemingly all I would need to do to be arguing against trans people is just show a bunch of trans people making claims consistent with, you know, their support for the whole trans thing. And no, that's not how it works. But that's all this guy's doing. All this guy's doing is just showing extended clips, mostly, of anti-trans people saying what they genuinely believe.
They're wrong.
Oh,
in 2023, Elisa Shute leaked 3,400 emails detailing the last 6 years of her life. I have read through all the emails, but even then, my obsessiveness still has an end, especially when there are more talented people who has already compiled the information.
A lot of the story then is from Jude Doyle's article in Extra Magazine and Madison Pauly's article in Mother Jones. Within the leaks are 4 pieces I want to cover.
Oh, goodness me. Goodness gracious.
He has a porn account on Twitter. I usually use people's pronouns, but not for the likes of him.
This is Lisa Marchiano, advisor to SegM and Genspect, talking about trans journalist Cinia Jones from Gender Analysis.
T Fairway here. How can I help?
I am playing the worst I ever have. Worn by the same clubs my buddy has, so I can keep up.
Type in TacomoGolf.com. Tacomo just dropped 3 brand new models. 3 years in the making.
You're a genius.
I'm literally...
Call anytime. Now go get him on the back 9, buddy.
EasyJet's Big Orange Sale is now on.
Bastard.
Get up to £500
Bastard.
off package holidays.
Get in there.
And up to 20% off flights.
Okay, we're in the final minutes of a game that I'm about to draw, which sucks. And, you know, watch me now lose. That's what's going to happen. Okay, come on. Come on. Oh, fuck's sake. Please run onto it. Run onto it. Run onto it. No, we're going to lose, aren't we? Okay, yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. Oh, fucking wanker. There's no way this is going in. This is going in. This is going in. Fucking hell. Oh. Nope. Whatever. We had fun. We had fun while it lasted. Alright. It's fine. Thanks for showing what kind of ads you get in the UK. Yeah, but I mean, that American golf ad was a little bit, like, weird. Like, I wouldn't typically expect an ad like that, but... whatever. 0-0. What a boring match. I can't believe that. Disappointed.
It gets worse.
Can you get me links to those Kiwi Farm pages?
Oh my goodness, like, who cares? Like, people like to gossip, right? I like to gossip. When I find out this drama... honestly, like, I feel like I do this about, like, other gender-critical people. If I knew any, or, like, if I saw there was some kind of shenanigans with gender-critical people going on, I'd be like, oh, let me, you know, let me hear what the tea is. Not necessarily even to have an opinion on it, but just because, yeah, I want to know. Like, what's squatting, fam?
I think someone mentioned she mods some porn Reddit subs. Do you know anything about that? Anything you've got on her, please send. Is there an archive of Jones's Tumblr? Links are being passed to Fox News. Lisa Marchiano, LCSW, Certified Jungian Analyst.
Marchiano wants to share revenge porn of Jones. She wants to crawl through Kiwi Farm pages. Revenge porn is sexual abuse, but the emails don't tell us anything more. We don't know who shared the links to Fox.
Okay, wait, what do you mean? Wait, hold a minute. Revenge porn? I kind of, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I wasn't paying attention there. But, like, it seems like this person was an exhibitionist. Like, how did someone find out this person has a porn account? Shouldn't be that hard to keep secret. Anyway, I don't know. But, like, either way, this just seems like not really an argument. Like, yeah, people are gonna be feeling like this sometimes. What's the office saying? Just another day at the races, eh? Just another day in your graces. Should I just buy these guys? I mean, why not, right?
News, or if they ever even were shared. We can only see what was able to reach Lisa Shoup, but sometimes that allows us to then interpret the ripples.
This is a tweet from Ray Blanchard. Take a note of the date. This is only 2 days after Lisa Marchiano wrote that links were being passed around. Cinia Jones in her Satanic Kennedy persona has posted a great deal of she-male pornography online. Some free. Redacted.com.
Marchiano or someone close to her likely shared links to Ray Blanchard. Did anyone else get links passed to them? We don't know. What we do know is that Marchiano...
I'm only, like, kind of half paying attention here, because, you know, there are important transfers going on. But is the argument being made here that linking to somebody's publicly available pornography content, adult content, whatever, is like a bad thing to do, because I would say it's not really. Like I actually think it's perfectly okay to say, like, obviously if the stuff is kind of sent to you in confidence, you shouldn't post it, really. Even if it's like really creepy and you feel like the need to expose someone or whatever, you probably still shouldn't post it, because, you know, two wrongs don't make a right, etc., etc. But if you find someone's content online, then showing it to people to be like, oh my goodness, can you believe this? That, I think, is fine. I don't know, yeah. I mean, if anything, you could say, well, maybe you shouldn't actually be sending that to people. But, yeah, I don't really see how it's an issue. And this whole thing, I don't know, like, isn't it funny this video is called Transphobia Debunked? This guy is so scatterbrained. Like, this video is just filled with... And also, I think it's kind of almost... I don't know, like, tone's not really the right term, but it's interesting to me the way that, like... stuff that is just total irrelevant nonsense about, you know, drama, interpersonal drama between random trans-identified people, or indeed gender-critical people, is almost presented in the exact same way as close as this video has got to attempting actual arguments. And to me, that just seems funny. But obviously, yeah, the key thing here is that there aren't any arguments that we've seen so far. Nothing even approaching them. And I just can't... Ooh, our offer's been accepted. So much is going on. Okay. How much do I need to offer him as a wage? So this guy he's center attacking mid, so we'll offer him... Oh, we'll give him a crucial first... Wait, oh, okay. Important first team player. We'll give him that. Because he will be? Or important first team player. And offered wage. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Bonus per goal. None. Submit offer. Cool. Yeah, this isn't an argument. He's just telling you a story. He's just telling you a story about this random conversation between these people. I don't know. Wait, next time you do a live stream, you should run up Team Fortress with me. I think that would be baller. I think basically once I've like finished going, I've like at this point, obviously it would be really weird to stop doing something other than FIFA as I'm responding to this. I would like to genuinely see York City through to the Premier League. And, you know, I think everyone would like me to do it on this channel. But I think once I've done this, I should probably take a break from FIFA. One thing I really want to do is play every single Grand Theft Auto game in advance of Grand Theft Auto 6 being released, which, I mean, wouldn't be that difficult in terms of, you know, I think I can make progress. But yeah, anyway. No, yeah, I would love to do Team Fortress. I've never played it before, but I'm sure it would be fun.
Has a broad network of accomplices. When Shoop wrote to Marciano to help her with a possible lawsuit, this was Marciano's reply.
Yes, I know people who would testify. I believe that Ken Sucker would. Mike Bailey perhaps also. And if they can't, they will know people who can. Keep me posted. I won't say anything to anyone yet, but I know several smart people who would likely have some helpful thoughts. So just let me know.
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to go and make some chamomile tea on this, and I'm just going to leave this playing on the assumption nothing of value is going to be said, and that's because nothing of value is going to be said. Huh?
What you need. I am going to have a lot of resources for you on this. Really. You let me know when you are ready, and I will start introducing you to people. May I have your permission to mention this to Fourth Wave now? I trust her to keep it secret, and she will be jumping for joy.
Marciano is interesting, and she likely plays a bigger role in the anti-trans network than we are aware of. This is from Doyle's interview with Lisa Shoop.
Shoop suspects Marciano's role is larger than the public knows. Marciano never explicitly said that she is the inventor of ROGD, but the evidence points to her, and she's listed as the contributor to the Lisa Littman study on +1, she writes to me. My opinion...
You know what? It just... Pardon me while I literally trash. I really need a way to... I don't know. the wire situation. Oh, and no doubt that has caused my camera to freeze. I would be shocked if it hasn't. Let's see. I'm going to move my hand. Oh no, it's not frozen. Okay. Well, clearly nothing makes sense. Anyway, the huge irony with this whole thing about like, oh, this gender or this anti-trans conspiracy theory, so and so plays a much bigger role than they think. The thing about that is, as you'll know, if you've ever looked at my video, the trans rights movement is not a civil rights movement. You'll know that the trans movement, more than any other movement in the history of the world, has been characterized by special interest lobby groups, elite academics, celebrities, politicians, passing laws, all this stuff happening behind the scenes. There are many concrete examples of this. So, and you know, like just one. I'll give a concrete example because, you know, whatever. I might as well say one. I think a really good example of this is you look at a lot of the, you know, you could say there's like, let's say 3 big social justice issues, as people understand it, in Ireland. One of those was gay marriage. Another one would be abortion. And the other one would be trans. I think most people agree, like, those 3 things, in terms of recent social politics, have been 3 things that stand out. Ireland had a referendum on gay marriage. They had a referendum on legalizing abortion. They did not have a referendum on passing a gender recognition act that says that any biological male can just identify as a woman and get a piece of get basically official state approval for that identification. That's a concrete example. The issue is saying like, oh, so-and-so conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. What you're essentially showing here is that these people are just getting together and talking and strategizing, but you're not showing that this conspiratorial thing is part of how they actually exert influence over society, right? And that's like a huge difference. At the end of the day, you can show that I have all sorts of relationships with people in terms of like, you know, I'll talk to people and be like, hey, you know, you want to collab on a video or whatever it is, you know, like you have loads of different conversations with people about trying to do things together, collaborate on stuff, whatever. But it would be ridiculous to then say, oh, so therefore things, I mean, you know, it's not a great analogy because obviously I don't achieve anything in politics, but the point is everyone does this. So when politicians do this shouldn't surprise us. Like, we shouldn't be surprised to find out that every single person involved in politics, involved in social activism, coordinates with other people, has conversations, comes up with ideas, strategizes with other people. The big difference is, are they lobbying? Are they achieving the actual results they want through direct one-on-one interactions with higher up people where the general public is directly being bypassed? In the case of trans ideology, that is undeniable. Trans activism has been all about going directly to the people who have power and bypassing the general public. The gender critical movement, the even anti-trans movement, even the conservative anti-trans movement, yes, obviously, I mean, if Donald Trump is in charge, they will go directly to Donald Trump. Because why waste your time building up a grassroots movement to try and achieve something the president's probably going to be willing to sign off on anyway? But most of the anti-trans gender critical movement has been about actually educating the public, convincing the public, and creating public pressure for the government to act a certain way. And that's not a lobby thing. That's the issue. This is just like, that's why none of this makes sense. This guy's building up this whole conspiracy thing, but it doesn't matter. Showing that loads of people are interconnected and interacting and you know, they all have very close relationships, that doesn't prove anything. It certainly doesn't prove that they're doing some kind of lobby thing. There's actually no evidence for that. The majority of evidence points to the fact that the gender critical movement is about educating people, getting people to just hear the words that are being said and getting this like pushed to the general public, while the trans movement is totally the opposite. That's a good question, but I'm going to pause the video. I'm going to go and just pour my chamomile tea.
Is that Marciano and the Fourth Wave Now folks, behind the ROGD study, and Littman merely fronted it for them to make it appear unbiased.
Both Littman, Marciano, and the founder of Fourth Wave now discredits this. But this video is already it's too long, so I recommend Julia Serrano's timeline on ROGD and Sinead Jones' timeline on Lisa Marciano's anti-trans activism. There are some weird coincidences about the spread of the social contagion hoax leading back to my...
I feel like a lot of this guy's argument just comes back to like the ROGD thing and like the idea that and maybe it is like this idea that that was a really bad study and it was pushed by people even though it was a bad study. And okay, but the thing is there you've got one argument. Like that's the problem. Saying the transphobia debunked. What's your evidence transphobia is debunked? Well, they had one study for one argument that was pushed by a load of people who must have been at least a little bit dishonest to be pushing that study. That's not an argument. Oh, what's happening? Anyway, yeah, so this is a good question. What do you think makes someone like this? Like, how can someone give up so much to die on literally the dumbest hill ever? That is a really interesting question. And I don't know if I have a fantastic answer. My instinct is to say that it's... I don't actually, I'm trying to think. I want to say pride. You know, it sounds simple, but I think in a way that's just where it's at. It's just pride. Sorry, I don't know why I completely did something really stupid with that goalkeeper. That was dumb of me. Anyway, yeah, I think it's just pride. I think it's that people believe nonsense things, and then they have the sunk cost fallacy. I don't know. Or I think the other thing is, and actually this is maybe a thing which I think I mention quite often, is this idea of like it's a package deal view of politics, where people think, well, because I'm broadly a progressive, that means I have to be pro-trans. And oh yeah, if that's their argument, then that I think explains quite a lot. But yeah, it is interesting. Why do people dedicate themselves to so much nonsense? I also think, I think on some level you got to realize, and it's really sad to say, a lot of people are kind of dumb. Like even, I think like there are many people who just don't understand how arguments work. I think in this guy's case, I think he might actually think he has the arguments on his side. And, like from his like he feels like he's being so smart. He's like, yeah, I'm a genius, dude. Anyway, okay, I think because we actually like we've done another draw, we really need to start actually winning again. We're gonna play our best team again.
Marciano. We see how Marciano leveraged Shoop's free time to make her look into...
I feel like I might have a injured player in my sub bench, which is really stupid of me.
Yeah, let's say other unpleasant things.
Hi Jamie, I'm hoping you can help us with a research project. Comparing notes, we are noticing that the only suicides of trans teens that we hear about are among those kids who are being supported and affirmed and are transitioning or have transitioned, Lila Alcorn being the only exception. Since there are no national statistics that would allow us to test the hypothesis that transition may increase suicidality, we want to try to mine news reports to see what they show. Are you able to put your hands on as many reports of trans teen suicide stories as possible? We can possibly have someone analyze them to see if...
Oh my goodness. So some people were doing research. Oh my goodness. I can't believe that. I don't know, like, the thing is, I guess, I don't know. I'm not sure what the criticism's going to be here. Is the criticism just supposed to be that, like, oh, well, they went specifically looking for something? Because that's what people do. When people have an opinion, they are likely to just look to see if that opinion is correct. We are Charlie Kirk. We fight for we carry the flame. We fight for the gospel. We honor his name. Okay.
If there are any conclusions that can be drawn.
The emails also allows us a glimpse of introductions to friendly faces. After Michael Laidlaw contacted Shoup through Twitter, he quickly introduced her to Michelle Cretella and Andra von Moll. Almost a year after the last correspondence, Marciano again wants Shoup to look into kid suicides. Not only do we get glimpses of a network, we are also able to see how it evolves.
Mike Laidlaw and Will Malone are active within it. I am less so. Let me find out if the group is out yet.
This email marks the formation of
That was such a
Society
bad
for
miss.
Evidence-Based Gender Medicine.
Hey Walt, this is one of those private conversations. My attorney wants me to start stepping away from media interviews because of the cases that are going to get filed. I feel like I'm letting you and others down with that, but it's the best thing. Plus, I need to work on my mental health, which is really fragile right now.
As Shoup's mental
This is
health
so
deteriorated,
irrelevant.
she buried herself deeper in the anti-trans
Yeah,
network.
I mean, this is the other thing. I'm sorry, I've just got to say it. Like, so many detransitioners seem to be genuinely insane. Like, I don't know if this guy still makes videos. I don't know if this is starting a drama. But you have someone like that Isaac Uncooked guy, and it was like I'm not gonna say I didn't get it, but it was like really. I mean, I guess like people kind of knew. Like, I guess no one was surprised, but there was like so much like just constant drama and crash outs as far as I remember, and I just saw people being like, oh, can you know, here's another crazy thing that's happened, blah blah blah. And it's like, yeah, like these detransitioners, with the exception of Kat Cattinson, the notable exception of Kat Cattinson, a lot of these detransitioners seem to have not actually, like, essentially they've recognized that there's some kind of mental health issue that's underpinning what they're on about, but then they still maintain, like, they basically haven't dealt with the issue, and that's seems to be the case for this person here. But yeah, just in general, I would say, like, any detransitioner who comes out as really intensely gender critical, you want to be just bearing in mind that that person could have all sorts of other stuff going on. Oh, that was so stupid of me. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's my stance. Come at me, Isaac Uncooked. I don't know. Does he still make videos? I'm not sure.
Now, I'm not gonna take away Shoup's responsibility. There was no one forcing her. She never stood up and stopped it. But I can't deny her courage. She knew what was in those emails.
No.
She
Sorry,
knew
look,
the
it's
role
easy-
she played
it's
against
easy-
trans people,
Nope.
and yet
It's easy to be courageous if you are a crazy person. Like, that's it. Like, I'm not really impressed by someone who's just like running all over the place doing all sorts of stuff. It's the same for like those LARPing religious people. It's like, yeah, there's nothing courageous there. It's just them letting out all of their personality issues with like intense political ideas.
she leaked all of it. When Shoup retransitioned to male in 2019, the Social Security Administration did not allow her to change to male sex, only male gender. She sought help from Kara Dansky from Women's Liberation Front, a radical feminist anti-trans organization described as knitting together the TERF movement and the far right.
I wonder if this might be something ADF would take on, if you are willing to work with them.
Who was, as history shows, very willing to working with the ADF. Even though she had legally detransitioned, she never actually stopped taking estrogen. The lawsuit made sure to cut off her supply almost immediately. When she lost access to gender-affirming care, she went to the social worker who, a year prior, had helped set up her advanced directory. If you're not in the US, then that's her wishes for medical care should she be unable to tend to her herself.
A year before I'd said, keep me alive at all costs, even on a ventilator if I'm brain dead. I said, let me die. That was a pretty dark day. I told them, let me die for any reason.
Let me die in my footsteps before I go down under the ground. There have always been people who have to cause fear. They've been talking about war now for many long years. I don't know the next part of the verse. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, like, I feel like actually a lot of people have do not resuscitate concepts. I don't know if that's like necessarily bad to be like, oh, I don't care about the whole Like, I don't care about being resuscitated. I mean, I could say that if I had to be, like, on a ventilator for ages, I wouldn't want to be alive forever, necessarily. There it is, surely. There we go. We're back
knows
back in
very
business.
well that HRT can be a matter of life and death. And still, she collaborated with lawmakers all over.
Well, yeah, HRT can be a matter of life and death, and it can have some pretty bad side effects, yeah.
The USA to ban gender-affirming care.
I don't have an excuse for that, Shoup says, eventually. There is no excuse for that.
Surely that's a penalty.
One of the things I found most interesting from Extra Magazine's article and interview with Shoup was how they documented the loss of Shoup's voice. If she couldn't write her story herself, others were willing to do it for her. One of those was her attorney, Bob Sullivan.
I could help you write them if you are interested in this effort.
I mean, to be fair, like, some people just aren't that good with the English language, and it's not necessarily sinister to be like, oh, I can help you put your thoughts into words, but, I mean, I don't know. It is a bit weird to be, like, super eager about it, like, especially for, like, a new person, because, like, if someone, it's very clear what they believe and they're very well established, I feel like if, I don't know, J.K. Rowling reached out, say, and was like, hey, Michael, you know, I've been watching, like, some of your stuff. I think you're really good at communicating ideas, especially when you're blatantly distracted by playing a football game. So I was wondering if you could, like, help me, just, like, I've got some thoughts on the whole gender critical issue. I was wondering if you could just help me with, you know, working out exactly what to write. That would be fine, because it's pretty obvious what J.K. Rowling believes at this point. But if, like, some person was like, hey, Michael, I detransitioned yesterday, and I was hoping you could, like, write down all of my experiences and explanation for why I detransitioned. It's like, well, I think you might need to work out yourself a little bit first.
This is the draft Sullivan gave Shoup. The red section here is where Shoup should write something herself. The rest was done.
The ADF also wanted to help her write her personal story. They only needed a very rough sketch, and then their writers could do the rest. Her emails from December to Daniel from the Heritage Foundation shows us how she hadn't been able to write anything since her last op-ed was published in the Daily Signal in March.
Okay, sorry, to clarify a point, what do you mean couldn't choose to write anything? Or, like, wasn't able to write anything? You can just, like, say, oh, I refuse to sign off on this. Like, at the end, it is weird for someone to be like, oh, I've written down this stuff. This is basically what you should be signing off on. Like, that is weird to do that, especially if it is as, I don't know, like, input. Like, it almost sounds like, okay, sign here. This is you know, the dotted line that will make you a detransitioning superstar or whatever. Like, that's all a bit weird. But especially since, again, like, I don't think we should be putting detransitioners on this massive pedestal until they've, like, proved themselves independent of being detransitioners. I don't think you should just say, hey, everyone, if you're a detransitioner, immediately we're all going to pay attention to you. But at the same time, if someone's written that and you're, like, a person with, like, a brain and stuff, you should just be able to work out yourself what you want to say and disagree if you're being told to say something you don't actually agree with.
Honestly, my head isn't clear enough to write. I haven't successfully authored anything since the last op-ed. I'm in the weekly trauma therapy and the VA has me on an antidepressant and Valium.
When Shoup finally did begin her next op-ed, she got help from both.
Someone who's, like, can't even, like, write anything because they're totally whacked up on, like, Valium and all that kind of stuff. That's definitely someone who you want to be elevating as, like, this person's, like, a really good example of, like, I feel like the other thing with, like, the detransitioning thing is there's this, like, narrative you hear of, like, I think people say, like, desist, detox, and I think there's another one. But I think the key word there is detox. Basically, the detransition message should be one of stop doing bad. Like, first of all, if you've got, like, some kind of mental health issue, one, do all just the general things that you should be doing to overcome mental health issues. If you've got a mental health issue, honestly, I don't think that someone who's, like, suffering from mental health should be consuming any alcohol, should be like, doing any sort of drugs, anything like that, unless, I think, like, maybe some people, like, weed might actually be good for their anxiety, which is really weird to me because, like, in my experience, weed just makes me feel, like, totally paranoid, so I don't really get it. But whatever. I think, like, the detransition is only valuable if it's also accompanied by and deal with all of these other issues in your life to show that you're actually serious about taking on those other issues rather than just detransitioning. Because in a way, I don't know, like, one of the problems with the whole trans thing is people who have all of these other issues just think the trans thing is going to be some quick fix solution, but you end up with the exact same thing if they have that same attitude towards detransitioning. So yeah, I just don't understand why someone would take anyone who's still clearly suffering from mental health issues such that they are on insane amounts of Valium, like that's stopping them from even being able to work. Why would you elevate that person in the gender critical movement or in the anti-trans movement? Because again, you are completely contradicting the whole point of like desist and detox.
Daniel and I believe another reporter named Rachel Del Guidis, I can't pronounce it, who also writes for the Daily Signal. She wanted to make sure that the ADF and her lawyer Herbert Gray was mentioned.
It's important ADF gets credit. They paid for this.
But the ADF wanted nothing to do with it. And her.
Good. Based. Like, one person who finally makes... Please don't be offside. Okay. Well, it wasn't, and I still missed.
Within the emails, there are two pieces of legislation I want to explore. This is the smaller one, Bill H509 in Idaho, which disallows people to update their birth certificate should they change gender.
And at this point, it wasn't just a private conversation between a couple of people. This email chain was comprised of 30 people.
Oh my goodness me, can you believe that changing legislation, like, I would imagine it was more than, I don't know, like, what is this guy's, like, deal? Does he think that, like, politics is only legitimate if it involves the singular effort of one person? Surely if, like, when this guy, like, hears about, like, really autocratic regimes, is he like, well, everybody, I found that, I mean, I know he's German, he's like, well, everyone, I found this totally, like, fantastic political movement. There's this guy called Kim Jong-un, and he just decides what he wants to happen and he just does it, and all of these other organizations, when they pass laws, they'll be like hundreds of people talking about it, and then the hundreds of people will like vote and stuff, and even these people then are elected by thousands of people, even millions of people. So this is just a big conspiracy and I don't like it. But the glorious leader, I mean, base to be fair, but the glorious leader Kim Jong-un, that was a great goal, but it was offside. The glorious leader Kim Jong-un, he doesn't do these conspiracies. No, he just decides what needs to be done, and it's just one person. Like, do you understand that actually multiple people coming together to agree on something is generally a good sign in a democratic society? And the fact that a whole load of people were all talking and coming up with strategy, that's not a criticism.
Field, you might say, including the founder of Kelsey Coalition, Michael Laidlaw, Paul Roos, Paul McHugh, William Malone, Michelle Cretella, and others from the ADF, the Heritage Foundation, Child and Parental Rights Campaign, at least one homosexual conversion therapist, and a lot of Catholics.
The goal was to let these experts comment on the bill before it was officially proposed.
The erasure of biological sex negatively...
Shouldn't this guy like Catholics? Shouldn't he be like, when you go to the Protestant Bible study, there are all these Protestants and they all think that they can understand God. They're all talking, but in the Catholic Church, it is much better because there is just one guy. When you see the Catholic Church talking to God, it is just the Pope and God and they're talking. But in the Protestant Church, it is millions of people all talking to God all at once, and it doesn't make any sense. I feel like at some point I gave up on the accent. But yeah, again, obviously what we've actually established is the new rule that it's better when it's just one person talking. And that's how it should be with I am such a loser. Oh my goodness, that's the worst thing I've ever done. Okay, we're going to have to go sicko mode. We've got to literally score a goal immediately. This is never going to work. This has got to be just run straight in, go straight for it. Oh, goodness me. We've got to lock in. Okay. Left mid. Should I bring in a new striker? I think I will. Okay, gotta go for new striker here. We are Charlie Kirk. Fight for something. I genuinely can't believe this is the disaster. What's worse, Catholics or Jews? I think it depends. Probably, I don't know, like Catholics are more stupid and there's more of them. The most, I mean, in like a context of like rhetoric, the most annoying thing about Jews is they'll like push this idea. Is that over? Is it 2 drawers? We're falling apart at the seams here, guys. This is a disaster. Anyway, I did say I was going to not be here for as long, and I'm not going to be here for as long. I'm actually going to go away now. But I'll answer this question because it's very important. Okay, let's just watch the highlights. Oh, I'm so sad. This is a disaster, everyone. Anyway, no, yeah, the annoying thing about Jews is they'll be like, they have all of this like academic stuff that doesn't actually answer your questions. So you'll say like, well, what is Isaiah talking about? And they're like, well, Rabbi Leshevchev in 800 AD wrote this. And it'll be like a 10 paragraph thing that like doesn't actually explain anything at all. So that's annoying. But then Catholics don't even try. So yeah. If you want to talk about their influence on society, I mean, look, we've already established that Jennifer Billock is a terrible person, so we're not going to fall for that one. You can't make me. I can't believe I conceded a goal at literally the last minute. My life is the most unfair thing. We are Charlie Kirk. We'll carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We honor his name. We've been doing badly at the football recently, but okay, let's start listening to this guy. We should finish this today.
And safety for all individuals. For example, the Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine has declared that the conflation of sex and gender in healthcare is alarming and is poised to subject hundreds of thousands of transgender and cisgender identifying individuals to unintended medical harm from receiving incorrect diagnoses and being subject to incorrect treatments. Looks great! My only concern is with the quote from SegM. William Malone, would you consider this? First, the reference cisgender identifying individuals. I believe there is a way to make this point without using a word like cis, which indirectly endorses the ideology upon which transgender identities are based.
I have said before. Oh, hello, Lavender Pilled. Good to have you here, finally. Hello, Capitan Alexia, blah, 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 blah. Good to have you here. We're in 3rd place. This is a disaster. Anyway, I will say, I don't think that it's accurate to say that the use of the word cis indirectly endorses trans ideology. Because cis, it does just mean, I have said before, I feel like it is, to me, similar to saying, like, the word atheist indirectly endorses theism. Like, I don't think that's really true. But anyway, yeah, thanks for everyone for being here. Anyway.
I agree that adopting use of cisgender only validates transgender as a healthy variant, which it is clearly not.
This state is enforcing people to participate in a lie akin to 2 + 2 = 5. I mean, no one should have to appeal to their freedom of religion/conscience to stand up against 2 + 2 = 5 / a man is...
Yeah, it's a very reasonable point. You can't just like make fun of it and act like therefore it's obviously nonsense, because you know that's not an argument. Just repeating what someone's saying in like a silly voice that's not doing anything. You should work on actually having an argument. Would be my recommendation. Yeah. Disappointed there. No, I mean, it's a very reasonable point to make. The fact that you're forced to say, well, my freedom of conscience means that I really would like to not have to participate. No, you should just be able to say, I think this whole thing is total nonsense. And I disagree. I think it sets them up as equal opposites linguistically. I mean, sort of, but... You know, I mean, it would be... I will admit it would be less... accommodating of trans ideology if we just called people who weren't trans normal.
Not a woman! If this is not the definition of insane, I don't know what is.
Dear friends, yeah. I cannot...
We keep coming back round to just the repeating what someone else is saying is not an argument just because you disagree with it. You actually have to show why it's not true. Again, it reminds me, literally, I said this, I think I said this last time, I can't remember if it was last time I responded or a time before that, but I said how like I found this channel that exists entirely just to upload iDubbbz is live streams, but like with critical titles, even though when you actually look at the substance of the video, he doesn't make any arguments. So like if you're someone who's a fan of iDubbbz, it's basically just it might as well be an iDubbbz highlight channel. And I saw another, again, it got recommended to me again, and it was iDubbbz and whatever his wife is called, Anissa, hate each other. And that was the title of the thing. And I watched it for like 5 minutes, and it was literally just iDubbbz and Anissa having like just talking. Like there was literally no degree of hating, and like also part of it was barely even them interacting. It was just them like talking about their politics and stuff. And again, I was just like, this genuinely, like if you, I'm doing terrible at these crosses. If you're just like a fan of iDubbbz or Anissa, you would just look at this and be like, oh, it's an iDubbbz stream highlight channel. Because again, it just gets back to that thing I keep saying of how have we got to a point where just saying another person's opinion, telling someone or repeating what someone's opinion is, automatically becomes an argument against them because you don't like them. That's not an argument.
Thank you enough for your help and support. It is official. Governor Little signed both H500 and H509 today. Many tears and prayers of gratitude. The fight goes on.
Investing isn't for you. It's for people like us.
We believe investing is for everyone.
What?
I mean, someday I might try to invest. That's just, might get into Lego speculation.
Wonderful news, Julian. This is truly a ray of light in dark times. Thank you for your post.
What are you talking about? You're literally like, this is not an argument. You're just showing that a bunch of, it annoys me. It annoys me because, I don't know, like, in a way, the fact the video's as long as it is makes me feel like there should be an expectation that all of it will be really good quality. That might sound like counterintuitive, and you could say, well, surely if the video is longer, it should have more arguments. It's kind of like, if you're going to make this video, the implication, in my view, should be, this is just a total, like, I'm going to take down every single gender-critical point. I'm going to show how it's total nonsense, blah, blah, blah. And yet all you're actually doing is showing a bunch of gender-critical people saying privately to each other, hey, I'm happy that we've had some success. And it's like, it wouldn't even, there isn't even a universe where this would be kind of the type of content that gender critical people would create. You wouldn't have gender critical people producing content that's just, hey, here's my debunk of trans ideology. And the debunk is just, look, it's some trans people who agree with each other talking about how they're happy about the trans stuff they've achieved. Because, well, you all know that. Like, let me just say, I mean, I didn't realize this qualifies as an argument, but just in case you wanted me to tell you this, I would assume there are some pro-trans people who have expressed enthusiasm when they have had legislative and, other sort of successes. Is that an argument? Because this guy seems to think that's an argument. That's why he's like telling us all this stuff they're saying here. He did immediately poison the well in the first hour.
The virulence. To
first hour
God
feels like a long time
the
ago.
glory.
To God be the glory, great things he hath done. So loved he the world that he gave us his Son, who yielded his life an atonement for sin, and opened the life gate that all might come in. Praise the Lord, let the earth hear his voice. Praise the Lord, let the people rejoice, and come to the Father through Jesus the Son, and give him the glory, great things he has done.
The last piece I want to cover is also, I think, the most impactful. This is about another piece of legislation, the Vulnerable Child Protection Act, which would ban the administration of HRT, puberty blockers, and gender-affirming care for minors. These email chains feature a lot of the same people, the only exception being Michael Biggs, who's now also CC'd.
All. Just a note to update you
Kermit the
on
Frog.
Status of the...
Yeah, this is the one everyone should be aiming to go for, because unless I really manage to screw up, this should be the final installment. Sorry, I don't know why I just paused. I was just like looking at nothing.
Vulnerable Child Protection Act. I'm comfortable the bill and white paper are at or near final form. Not a single legislator I've spoken with so far has.
By the way, so the thing is, you guys don't know this, but when I was... See, it's kind of... This feels like a long time ago, and I forget how protracted this was. There was a massive period of time where I was doing loads of troubleshooting live streams to work out all of like the various issues I was having with making the live streams actually work, which crazily actually resulted in me buying a new PlayStation 3. Although I say crazily, guess how much a new PlayStation 3 cost me. And I mean, I'll give you the clue is that it didn't cost very much because the PlayStation 3 is kind of out of date technology. But yeah, it was negligible, I'll say that. Anyway, but yeah, I had this whole thing going on, and there was like one time where I was just doing a live stream. I think I'd done like quite a few. Literally nobody was there. And I was also feeling kind of anxious that day. So I was literally just listening to like hymns the whole time. It was a good time. Yeah. But then the PlayStation, I think that was actually the live stream where the PlayStation literally stopped working. I had to get a new one. Yeah, okay. You know what? I shouldn't have emphasized it too much. I made it sound way too low. I guess like the thing is, because in my head, I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. I feel like a PlayStation 5 costs like £500. So with that said, it feels negligible, but no, it's not as low as 5. It was 65. So admittedly, that's over 10 times what you guessed, but still, like 65 considering the price of things nowadays, and you know, it's almost a computer. I was really disappointed. Sorry, this is a slight side. I just wanted to say something, which is that I got a new laptop, and it's actually a cheaper laptop than my old laptop. In part, in theory, the specs are better, but it was cheaper because essentially it was a situation where you could get a cheap laptop, but then you could choose the specs. You could get loads of upgrades. So I basically got the cheapest laptop they had and just bought, like, added on extra RAM, extra processing power, like added on everything extra, which ended up still being way cheaper than the cost of your typical kind of like comparably powerful laptop. But the thing is, because it was ultimately a cheap laptop that I had paid to add loads of extra stuff to, it means that the laptop itself looks quite cheap. And I was a bit disappointed because I was kind of looking at my old laptop that I'm replacing, and I was like, man, my old laptop is like really fancy looking. It kind of looks futuristic. This laptop looks like I've gone back to 2008.
A clue about what's happening with transgender advocacy, no affirmative therapy. All of this is news to them. Casey from Celtic Coalition will be developing her suggested strategy for testimony that I'll bounce off our South Dakota team. As always, please do not share this with media. The longer we can fly under the radar, the better.
That is sus, actually. Just because, generally speaking, you know, what I've said is that, the gender critical movement, we are out in the open, blah, blah, blah. Whereas, wait a minute. Can you explain the situation with Sunday? I didn't fully understand it. Oh, I see. Sorry, you're talking about President Sunday. Okay. I was just like, what did I do on Sunday? Yeah, I will in a moment. I'll just finish responding to this. What was I saying? Yeah. So I think that it's like bad that the trans rights movement often pushes for a lot of what they're achieving behind the curtains, whereas the gender critical movement is generally out in the open. Whereas here you do have a comment from someone saying, let's try and keep this under wraps. I think what's basically being said there is that, you know, it's a problem because people can like get fired and lose their jobs and get cancelled and stuff like that. I'd be interested in knowing the context of why he wanted to keep the secret, because that would be generally contrary to what the gender critical movement does, because usually a gender critical movement, and it also seems a bit weird because wasn't what he just said, like wasn't the immediate context of that quote him saying, most people don't really know about the trans debate, most people don't really know what they're saying, with the strong implication there being that that's like a strategy of the trans movement that therefore you'd think we have to expose. So it's a bit weird to kind of say, that's their strategy to stay secret, and then be like, by the way, we're going to be keeping things secret. So I am interested in the context of what the argument is there. I'll address these. So yeah, I assume you're saying President Sunday. So essentially, the situation with President Sunday, I'll start from the beginning. It's a very good place to start. Is that I made a video, 2 videos about Judith Butler. I did not care. I do not care about Judith Butler. I don't think she has any good arguments, blah, 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 whatever. President Sunday makes a video called Transphobia Makes You Stupid. I haven't seen the video yet. At some point, I'll probably watch it. I'm kind of surprised it hasn't been like flagged up as a video people want me to respond to in my as like a bonus video, because obviously I do bonus videos where people can vote for what they want me to respond to, and nobody's shown any interest in that, which is one reason why I don't really care about engaging with President Sunday, because it seems like there's not actually much interest in most of my audience to see us have any sort of conversation or any interest in President Sunday more generally, seeing as nobody's even said, hey, you should watch his response or whatever. Anyway, so I didn't care about this because I don't really care about Judith Butler. I don't think she's smart. I don't think she's worth engaging with, blah, blah, blah. And I certainly don't care to have a second-hand conversation where it's, I feel like I said conversation weird, where it's someone else talking about Judith Butler. Here's the thing, though. So then President Sunday was like, oh, I'll debate you just on the idea of, like, is trans identity valid? And I was like, okay, fair enough. Like, that's actually worthwhile, and, you know, nobody can actually defend the idea that trans identity is valid. So just for the fun of completely dunking on this guy who's called me an idiot, maybe I would. But I was also like, I'd only want to do it if it had if enough people paid attention to it. Because usually my debates, they don't get many views. So it's kind of, what's the point in it? It's like a whole load of stress, prep, all that nonsense, just to not get any attention. Anyway, I can jump ahead. Basically, the upshot of the situation is that I spent ages. Well, I say ages. We were trying to work out like what time made sense, and it turns out he goes to sleep at really weird times, whatever. So we're kind of working out time, and then the idea is thrown out of how about actually we do me waking up early in the morning and President Sunday doing it late his time. And it turns out that actually works perfectly because Andrew Wilson, is that his name? Who had agreed to moderate the debate, he also sleeps at a really weird time. And he literally said he would be happy to host the debate at 4 a.m. his time. And then, so that was it. And then I basically said, oh, actually, I've just realized, because the original plan was to debate at 6 a.m. at my time. But I realized that I was meeting up with a friend the night before and I'd forgotten I was doing that. So I was like, hey, I'm not going to be able to do this because I'm not going to be able to get up at 6 a.m. if I'm meeting up with a friend the night before. Can we move it an hour later? Bearing in mind, Andrew Wilson had already said he'd be willing to host the debate at 4 a.m. his time, which would be 9 a.m. my time. So I basically said, oh, can we do it at 7? So, I don't know, that was still well within the range he said he'd be fine with. But he was like, the fact that, like, you're changing the plan is, like, stressing me out. I don't like it. It's stressing me out too much. You've changed the plan. So I'm just going to back out of hosting the debate. I don't want to do it if you're going to, like, change the plan. I was like, okay, whatever. Anyway. But then, like, President Sunday came along and he was like, oh, King Critical constantly changed his plans. He constantly didn't refuse to be pinned down on the debate until he annoyed Andrew Wilson so much that he decided he didn't want to debate anymore. And this was King Critical's strategy all along. And it's just like, that's just like such a misrepresentation. What actually happened is almost all of the fiddling around was at least as much because President Sunday is a complete weirdo in terms of... It's also weird that, like, I'm like the normal guy here. Like, I get up at 7 a.m. I go to bed at 10:30. That's like, I'm the normal one here. I'm the normal one with like a normal healthy sleeping pattern. And these freaks who go to bed at 4 in the morning are acting like I'm being weird and difficult because I want to have like a normal sleeping schedule. Anyway, whatever. But yeah, it was equal parts trying to work out what was what. And all of this happened before we even spoke to Andrew Wilson. And the only thing that happened after we spoke to Andrew Wilson is I said, oh, could we move it back an hour later? And that was already after he'd said that he'd be willing to host it, 3 hours later than the original time. So at that point, I mean, I kind of just didn't speak to President Sunday because I couldn't be bothered. But now that like I've seen how, I've also found out he's much more of a lol cow than I realized. But yeah, I also like, it's just when you see someone be constantly totally dishonest in their framing of stuff, it's kind of hard to be like, oh yeah, and I'm gonna have a good faith conversation with this guy. Whatever. Anyway. So I'm just gonna continue.
Fast forward half a year to January of 2020.
Without this ban in place, South Dakota will allow what is already happening in other states. Minors who successfully sue in court to obtain this supposedly life.
Wait, we don't have beef I'm forgetting about, do we? I don't think I have any beef with you, fortunately. Yeah, I wouldn't want to have any beef with you. Yeah. What else people saying? Anyway, that was a bit of a distraction, but I just want it on the record. I mean, yeah, the main thing that just annoys me is and the other weird thing about it, like he's a very, I think he's a very strange guy. I think he might have some kind of, and this genuinely, like for me, this is not on the this is not an insult. I think he might be a bit on the spectrum because he doesn't seem to like actually understand, like he's not intuitive. He doesn't seem to have a theory of mind. And one thing that he did is he like acted as if it was this really embarrassing thing for me that I didn't want to. He literally said to me, he said, "Hey dude, you know this is online. Your wife can see you being a coward, running away from a debate." And it's like, do you genuinely unironically think that my wife cares if I have a debate with some random guy who's only got like 8, like what? Yeah, it's just so weird. I don't know. And again, like that's another thing when like people just, I was like, there must be something up with this guy. Anyway, we'll proceed. I mean, there's something up with this guy too. Although this guy, he admits he's autistic. So, and I don't think he has a very good theory of mind.
Saving medical intervention. The claim that this is a life-saving, medically necessary intervention is the big unchallenged domino that is driving both the legal and medical scandal. This is an oft-repeated claim with no support, and it must...
Not you and I. Okay, cool. Anyway. Yeah.
Be confronted directly. Let's memorize Catherine's response and repeat it ad nauseum, regardless the question or accusation. That is the bottom line here. We must be bulldogs on this fact and principle. Doctors who will...
Yeah, so essentially now we've moved on to this guy. Like, again, it's just people talking strategy. I don't know what he thinks he's exposing here. All he's showing is that gender-critical people will talk to each other about an appropriate strategy, and try to, you know, work out what is best. This isn't an argument, obviously. Anyway.
Willfully harm patients are criminals. If a doctor drugs a patient unconscious and surgically removes her 14-year-old healthy breasts, this is a criminal act. Indeed, these are not physician-patient relationships at all. They're criminal victim relationships. The physician who does mastectomies of 14-year-old breasts or provides 11-year-olds
the concept of breasts are not inherently sexual. Mentioning that 14-year-olds have breasts and that things can be done to 14-year-old breasts that are not appropriate to be done is not a sexual conversation. It's a conversation about child safeguarding or whatever. This should not be a difficult concept to understand. And yeah, it's just, I don't know, it just annoys me. I mean, obviously it annoys me, right? It's pretty offensive to be insinuating someone is like a pedophile because he says, or I don't know if this is a he or she, says 14-year-old breasts. You're allowed to, 14-year-olds have breasts. We can acknowledge 14-year-olds have breasts, and we definitely should be acknowledging that if something very dangerous is being done to them. Oh no, I'm gonna have to fiddle with some wires. Give me a moment. There's a realistic possibility this will. Oh wait, let me stop. I really hope I don't unplug anything. Okay. Jiminy Christmas. I also might have to get my chamomile tea. Let's see. Well, I don't think I want this guy because he's too expensive, right? What is this? Okay. Yeah. This guy's like way too expensive. What was the upshot? It was like recommended £1 billion. Value 250. Oh wait, 250,000. Oh, I can do this. Approach Aston Villa to buy. Oh no, okay. Well, that seems inconsistent. Whatever. I don't have the money to buy this guy, so let's just ignore that. Let's let him talk.
Blockers has willfully caused harm to a child, notwithstanding the desires or knowledge of the parents or child. The physician is ultimately responsible for the harms, as he or she is the only one who can sign the prescriptions and use the scalpels and surgical tools in the operating room. The physician is criminal in these scenarios and must be prosecuted by the law.
Yeah.
As usual.
Have I ever told you about my favorite Charlie Kirk fact? I thought, haven't I already bought this guy? I thought I had. This isn't like, we didn't go back in time. I don't think we did. Anyway. I mean, what? The recommended budget, 45,000. Yeah, we'll offer 40. Why not? Yeah, I thought I'd already bought this guy. I'm pretty sure I have already bought this guy. So we must have jumped back in time somehow. That's no good. Has that actually happened? Yeah, I feel like I already got this email. Goodness me. I don't know, I feel like everything's falling apart. Anyway.
You guys are working above and beyond the call and putting out excellent ! Work.
Why are you giving him a Why are you giving him a weird voice? I don't know. Whatever.
Stepping back a bit though, philosophically, we are trying to make something to be recognized as a crime by the legal system. But is a crime not a crime if it is not yet on the books? Today, we do battle in the South Dakota House floor. Thank you for all your work and your prayers. Fred, know that many have prayed and are praying for you this day. Do not back down, nor should you be afraid. Know that the Lord is with you. The children of South Dakota belong to him. He is jealous over them. Let his jealousies be spoken forth in the House of Representatives of South Dakota today, so that his children would be made.
I'm genuinely triggered. I feel like we've actually gone back in time somehow. I feel like it didn't save my progress from last week. Or last time played. I don't know why. Whatever. Who cares? It's all the same.
Safe. No, you are his representative today.
The Vulnerable Child Protection Act didn't pass.
Thank you for your courage. Though our session in South Dakota is now over and our efforts to protect gender-confused vulnerable children failed, I continue to receive ugly email and social media posts. Dear Fred, please do not say that the South Dakota effort failed. You successfully inspired, encouraged, and counseled numerous recap efforts around the country.
What are you? This is just, you're just telling us a conversation, you fucking asshole. Make an actual point. What are you doing? You're just telling us, like, this is just a normal conversation between people. What are you doing? You stupid twat. I don't understand. I don't understand how this, like, passes for worthwhile content. You're just reading a perfectly normal conversation between some random people. I've never seen anyone make such a bad video on YouTube. I'm like thinking about like every single political video I've ever seen. I've never seen a video that just devolved into, let me tell you, just a regular conversation that these two random people had for like ages. What are you doing? I'm gonna go in my camera. I'm getting annoyed. In case you can't tell.
Importantly, you connected us all to each other. This is just beginning. At least, it didn't pass in 2020. As of October 2024, I found bills eerily similar to the one from South Dakota, which have included the words vulnerable, child, and or protection in 12 states. 26 states have now banned gender-affirming care for people under 18.
The Department of Justice will investigate Big Pharma and the big hospital networks to determine whether they have deliberately covered up horrific long-term side effects of sex transitions in order to get rich at the expense of vulnerable patients, in this case, very vulnerable.
We are still not entirely done with Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine, though, because
they still have 2 people on the board of directors who aren't public information. One of those is Marcus Evans, the one who's married to Susan Evans from Hannah Barnes' book. The other is their treasurer, Stephen Beck, who can only be found if you go through their accounting files. To bring it full circle, Stephen Beck's wife, Sharon Beck, is herself in charge of 2 organizations, Cardinal Support Network and Parents of RGD Kids. But the Becks have good reason not to be too public. After all, they have a transgender child.
everything I'm going to talk about is from the article by Senior Jones. If you have the masochistic urge, read it. If you are at all interested in top-class journalistic work, or if anything in this video has left you wanting more, please check out her and Heather McNamara's work at Gender Analysis. There's a link in the description, and I'll talk more about resources later. In 2022, House Bill 454 was trying to pass through the Ohio House. HB 454 is also known as the SAFE Act, an acronym for Save Adolescents from Experimentation, which, if passed, would erase the entirety of transitional and gender...
I don't like when acronyms, when the first letter of the acronym stands for the acronym itself. I don't like the fact that it's called the SAFE Act, and the S in SAFE Act stands for save. Casey is the only reaction YouTuber who only gets annoyed at the actually annoying things. Yeah. Reaction streamer. Do you think I could give Asmongold a run for his money?
Affirming healthcare and psychological safety for all trans adolescents in Ohio. There was one hearing opposing the bill and 3 in favor of. On the 3rd in favor hearing, a certain Maria Polaris went to the board to testify on behalf of my chart mother, who wouldn't be able to attend due to travel. Maria Polaris, of course, is Sharon Beck.
I thoughtfully picked out her name. I named her after one of my favorite first ladies, who was a strong woman long before her time.
Except my chart mother is also Sharon Beck. Searching through the testimonies...
I really want to know who, what First Lady Sharon is. I don't know that many, like, I think, well, let's see, okay, let's go back. So, Jill Biden, well, let's see, okay, Melania Trump, Jill Biden, oh my goodness, Michelle Obama. I don't know... I know Barbara Bush. Was Barbara Bush George Bush W's wife, or Bush Sr.'s wife? I don't know. I know there was a Barbara Bush, and then there was Nancy Reagan, Hillary Clinton. Yeah, I don't know who Sharon is. Oh, what a lovely girl. Oh, naughty, naughty, naughty.
That reveals the author of the PDF as Sharon Beck. Mind you, Sharon Beck, also known as my chart mother, also known as Maria Polaris, has already testified at the 2nd hearing. Stephen and Sharon Beck's child is trans and non-binary. They had moved out years prior to this hearing and were only trying to keep themselves informed when, to their shock, their mother stepped up to testify before the court.
I could feel my heart sinking from every word she spoke in that room. Her 30-minute narrative barely made sense, but she had no hesitation to say the most...
Wait, what do you mean never made sense? I mean, it doesn't... I don't know what she said that didn't make sense. From the only thing that I've really picked up there is that she was upset to see this child abandon her birth name because, you know, the mother feels that she chose a birth name for her that actually, you know, makes a lot of sense. Which I will say, I think I've said that before. I do think it is a little bit of a... I don't know, like, if I think it's that kosher to change your name. Unless you have a bad relationship with your parents, right? Like Lil Wayne. Remember Lil Wayne? He was really cool. Someone was like, you were born... I don't know how they spoke, but they're like, you were born Dwayne Carter. So why are you just called Wayne now? And he's like, well, because I'm a junior and my dad is not in my life anymore. So I didn't want anything to do with him. So I changed my name from Dwayne to Wayne. And then there's a really cool bit because then the reporter's like, does he know this? And Lil Wayne's just like, he knows now.
Negative things about me and other trans people in her speech. If this bill were passed while I was under 18, my therapist may have been forced to...
So just the point of that was that unless you're Lil Wayne and you have... And I would imagine Lil Wayne has a bad dad. That was... I could be willing to have bet that anyway. I mean, is there any rapper that has like a good dad? I'm not sure. But yeah, unless you're in that situation, I feel like, yeah, maybe it's kind of like you should recognize that your parents love you, that they probably gave you a name that meant something to them, and, you know, you're kind of like carrying on their legacy. And yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want to abandon the name that my parents gave me because, yeah, they gave it to me and I like my parents. Sorry.
Share aspects about me that I feared my parents finding out about. Without their confidential support, my story may have ended differently. It is sad to be the age I am now, knowing that those fears I had as a minor were truly justified.
Sharon writes about her child changing their name, but Sharon Beck is no stranger to name changes herself. Senior Jones found more than 10 aliases she has used on different platforms, including Sharon Beck.
Okay. I don't think this is really supposed to be an argument. I hope it's not supposed to be an argument. But just so we're all clear, there's a difference between an alias and like changing your actual legal name that you're known by. And I've actually, I've said that before because I have considered, as part of maturing as a YouTuber, going by my actual name. But I'm also like, I don't know if I want to put my actual name out there. I'm like, well, maybe I could have some kind of pseudonym, pen name, whatever. But the thing is, I would still want to be known by my actual name. So it's kind of like, let's say, I don't know, like it would be kind of weird because let's say I have this name. And then one day, you know, maybe I'm like invited on to a BBC show or something to talk about the gender critical issue. At that point, I would want to be referred to by my actual name. But anyway, the point is there is a difference. It's like people say it's about like J.K. Rowling, like, oh, she used a male pseudonym for her, you know, her books. But it's like, yeah, that's fine. Or a male pen name. But that's fine because she didn't claim to be a man. She didn't even like claim that as her name. It's perfectly okay to have some fake name for some purpose, obviously.
Maria Polaris, Maria Borealis, Maria Viradis, Mary McDermott, a loving cardinal, and not a chicken. Let's see what she...
So, yeah, just to clarify, obviously, the last two there... And again, I think this is kind of a joke. I don't think he's necessarily saying, like, gender criticals debunked this woman who didn't like her child changing their name has used online... has an online username. I don't think that's, like, seriously the argument. But it is worth noting it would be a very bad argument. So hopefully it's not.
She's willing to say when she thinks no one is listening.
You are a willing victim of a terrible misleading ideology. There are two genders.
That's like not even like a bad thing to say. It's so funny. Like when you have like, this is what people are willing to say. You think it's going to be like 41%, you know, blah, blah, blah. Like the stuff that people do say about the trans thing anonymously can get pretty intense. I'm pretty sure there's like gender critical people I know and even like who have said like worse stuff than this. So the fact that essentially it's just someone saying, hey, you know, but again, this isn't like an insult. This isn't some horrible thing to say to someone. It just isn't.
male and female. All these other manifestations are there to try and normalize transsexualism, which is a...
Yeah, I think what annoys me is, like, this is exact stuff that she would easily have said in court. Like, what's meaningless about this? You're saying, here's the stuff she'd say when like, nobody knows who she is. This is the stuff she says anonymously. There we go. But, like, do you think she wouldn't say that stuff in court? Do you think she wouldn't say that stuff when on a public platform? I imagine she would. I should have taken the shot earlier there.
Real and extremely rare mentality ill condition.
Do you want this sort of attention the rest of your life?
Folks my age view this for what it is.
Okay,
mental
maybe this...
illness.
Okay, no, that's fine. Like, again,
we cut off our daughter as far as money for school, rent, anything. We hope it slows down the process, and it has. Because of Obamacare, you are not permitted to take your child off insurance until 26 by law, even if they get married. I know, because we tried. Lily,
okay.
I believe the best way is to stay calm and take the Columbo approach.
So I guess that's mean, but it's worth saying that's not like an anomalous. Why am I doing? I can't say anonymous today. It's not like an anonymous thing because, you know, it's quite a public thing to have done. Take someone off your insurance. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like taking your child off your insurance is quite a bad thing to do because in America, like, I don't know, like what if she had like a serious? Sorry, I don't know whether this child is like a boy or a girl or whatever, but what if this child had like an actual heart condition or something where they seriously needed insurance and you took them off it and then they die? I feel like that would be bad. So my advice to Americans would be, if you care remotely about your kids, which you should, then don't take them off your insurance. And if you don't care at all about your kids, you know what? I think maybe the kid is actually a little bit justified in changing their name from the name you gave them, because if you don't care enough about them to even keep them alive. But I don't know how it works. Like, if it's just that you wanted to stop them taking the, you know, the specific trans stuff, that's a different story.
And ask some open-ended.
This is the first time in all of the lives I actually began watching you play FIFA, and it looks fun. Actually, it is pretty fun. I think. I mean, look, I'm a firm believer in the fact that football, association football, is so obviously the best sport, and I think it's just because there's so many like different aspects to it. Because I feel like every other sport, because essentially it's intrinsically, because most sports are about stuff you do with your hands. The problem is we're quite good with our hands as human beings, and that means that the sports always have to have some kind of very obviously contrived rule, like basketball. You know, it's very easy to pick up a ball and throw it, so you have to come up with a rule where it's like, okay, you have to bounce it a certain number of times and blah, and you basically come up with all these rules to get around the fact that what's actually happening is quite easy. Whereas in the case of football, the basic mechanic of the game, that you use your feet, makes it difficult. And that means you don't have to go to all of this kind of effort to do all these extra rules. Anyway, I like football.
Questions. Who are her friends? In a way, try not to panic, but get to the bottom of it with the who, what, where, when questions. And inform her of the facts that this is a mental disorder.
Oh, by the way, you say changing your name isn't weird. I mean, isn't it a bit weird? Like, the average person doesn't change their name. You can change the name you're known by, that's one thing. I would say legally changing your name, that's kind of going above and beyond in a way which, yeah, I don't know, like, I wouldn't be like, that's weird, but it is of note as a decision. Like, you clearly chose to do that. You know, it does create a question, well, why? Why did you choose to do that?
Does she want to be a medical patient? I would suggest trying to keep her really busy. Plays, soccer, kickboxing, anything that will keep her so busy she can't do much else. You are in a great place, so please, don't worry about being hated. I have nothing to lose. I was hoping that my daughter would turn things around, but clearly she's not going to do that on her own. We need to crawl through windows if need be. If my daughter was on an operating table soon, I would find out who is doing that surgery and report them to the medical board of the state. What's there to lose? My sarcastic gender has finally come out. Today I ran as fast as my dog, so therefore I decided that I am a dog too. I even painted like him, and my haircut.
Yeah, the issue here is like you're including like things which are actually, I don't know, like I don't. some of this stuff I'm just like, okay, whatever. It seems like, you know, this person is very concerned about their child, which I think is offside, pretty legitimate. But maybe you could say, it's a little bit like controlling or whatever. I don't know. I guess that's supposed to be criticism. But then it's like combined with stuff that's just kind of like basic jokes and blah, 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 blah. All right, Lavender Pilled, it was, you know, good to have you here. You can always watch it after you can watch it afterwards. You can watch it after you've left. But thanks for hanging out. Thanks everyone for hanging out. And remember to give the video a like, by the way, because that's always fun to get likes on videos. It makes me know that you guys think I'm good at the game I'm playing. Oh no, that's off. Oh, is it?
Well, it's similar, so I really think that I am a dog now. Is there a therapist out there that can help me be a dog? Would you rather have an alive human or a dead dog? I am very afraid that if my parents don't agree with me, even though they're in their 80s, then I might have to kill my dog. Wow. You and are nearly in the same boat. We also, due to her unstable mental condition, kept our college daughter on our insurance. Then, almost as divine intervention, my husband lost his job and therefore the insurance. Could this happen to you? That way it would not be your fault, since you hardly see her. How is she to know? And then find a way to drop her. Suffering mom. I would say then disengage completely from therapists. It is fully within your right to have a therapist be on the same page. And if she still insists on therapy, then have her get a job so she can pay for it herself. Also, monitor her cell phone use. And don't make the mistake I made by completely unraveling and losing your temper. Also, ask your friends or local church for a therapist. They tend to know, and if they have...
I suppose, look, let me just work on the assumption this is bad. I don't know. Like, it is what it is, but it doesn't sound, like, great to me. It sounds a little bit intense. I will say this, though. You know, I keep seeing, like, YouTube shorts about, like, narcissistic parents, and it does make me realize there are a lot of people out there who just shouldn't have kids, and it wouldn't be surprising if a lot of those people who shouldn't have kids, if they then... First of all, it's very likely they might give their kids all sorts of mental health issues, and then... if their kid is trans and they're generally conservative, they'll probably be against that and they'll probably make a big deal out of it. So we would kind of expect the gender critical movement. Thank you, Sasuke Sakushi. I love not actually bothering to read people's names. I think I've said this before, like Africans get very mad. Well, no, not all of them, but there was a thing a while ago about like, it was like a hashtag from mostly, I think, Africans, and it was say my name. And it was basically the fact that people with African names typically end up not using their actual name because people like me struggle to pronounce their names. And one of the points that's made is actually a lot of the time these names are just pretty much phonetic. So how is it that you can't pronounce them? To which the obvious answer is, well, because English names aren't... Oh, goodness me, that was such a bad foul. English names aren't phonetic. So, because when I look at my name, I don't think to myself, oh, that's an M and an I or whatever. I just look at my name and I take it all in as one singular thing. That means whenever I see any unfamiliar word, my instinct is to do the exact same thing. So even if, were I to just sound the name out, I would exactly know what it is. I just default to like, it's just, some series of random words. So that's why I get your name wrong. Sakushishi. Anyway, yeah, sorry, I think I was going to say something about the... Oh, come on, in, every day of the week. Yeah! Anyway, I was going to say something about this. Oh, yeah, basically, if you have... Let's assume this is a narcissistic parent. Let's just assume that. It would make sense that there'll be some gender-critical parents who are narcissists, because there are people out there who are narcissists. A lot of people who are narcissists are likely to give their kids all sorts of different mental health issues, neuroses, things like that. One way that can manifest is through being trans. If those parents are then either predisposed to one, just disagree with their kids on everything to be contrarian, or they're just naturally inclined to be conservative in the first place, well, then they are going to hate their kids and push back against what their kids are doing, and they're probably going to do that through... using the gender critical movement. So actually, it would make sense that there'd be prominent people within the gender critical movement who are doing so for messed up personal reasons. Of course, there are going to be people in any political movement. I think, like, with a lot of political movements, there are going to be people who are doing it for ulterior motives that come back to some personality flaw to do with their mental state. But again, in this case, I don't know, like, is it... like, I think sometimes it can be appropriate to monitor someone's internet usage. Sometimes it can be appropriate to try and force some accountability. It doesn't sound like it could possibly be appropriate to take someone off of your health insurance, because surely that puts them massively at risk. But whatever. You know, I have no reason to want to defend this woman, but I've also got no reason to say she's like absolutely fantastic either. Okay, let's offer this guy a contract.
Anything regarding gender in their business card, this is a strong indication that they are activist oriented and will work behind your back. You know, my mother said that my brother told her that I should accept what my daughter is doing, and so I said, great, where can I ship hormones to his daughter and see how he likes it? I get so sick and tired of family members who don't have the decency to attend a birthday party, but they say crap like that. My husband and I have been going through this for a couple of years now. It is the most dangerous cult of our time, set up by the liberals to make money off of us. It is a great evil. They got her. They, meaning the trans...
We are still very much in the territory of not really saying anything that's that significant. Like, you're still not really making a point. You're just saying a load of stuff that other people have said that, yeah, you disagree with. That seems to be what it keeps coming back round to.
Activists. She's gone. So yes, do everything you
I need
can.
another center attacking mid.
They care more about their ideology than the health of the teen. They do not love the teen. They do not know the teen. It really seems to be a quest against parents. And guess what? They won in my case. And I get to live with it. So you betrayed your parents' trust by acting like an ass, most likely. Trust is difficult but not impossible to rebuild. You can start by doing your part and apologizing and have the same life in person as you do online. Parents are not the haters here. I plan to send the gross surgery pictures to this girl. At least she might freak out. I nearly passed out when I saw them. If I send her the same thing I did as Channel 9, they will connect the dots. Which is why I have concealed carry, cameras all around my house.
We've always got to praise Dick Advocate. It's so funny there's actually a player called Dick Advocate. Sunderland? Oh my goodness, wait, this is a good team. Capital One Cup, we might lose this.
Dreaming of running over the trans activists that help fund my daughter's bilateral mastectomy.
You know, as this project went on, it became more and more difficult to just answer working when people asked what was going on in my life.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, it should have been difficult. To be fair, like, I still have some insecurities about identifying what I do on YouTube as work, and that's with it being now, and I don't know if you guys know this, I mean, yeah, I'm very thankful for it. I do actually earn enough money from YouTube to pay the mortgage. It's touch and go whether I then earn enough to pay all the other stuff, but you know, my wife has a job, so it balances out. But yeah, basically, with that said, even though what I'm doing pays the bills and I work quite hard at it, it's and by the way, most of that is, you'll be unsurprised to hear, not from videos being monetized, but rather from Patreon and YouTube membership. But some of it comes from monetization, but not recently, because recently, I think around winter, apparently views always slack a bit, whatever. Anyway, so hopefully, yeah, we'll kick back up. But with that said, even still, I'm always like, man, I wish I was making enough money that it was obvious to everyone that, like, this is like, yeah, this is your career, and I'd be like, yep, I'm working, that's what I'm doing. I don't want to do a bloody transfer thing. That's annoying to me anyway, whatever. But yeah, the point is, this guy should not be saying that he's working. You're not working. And the funny thing is, like, yeah, sure, this video is long, but when you actually think about it, I produce sometimes, I think there have been like months where every single video I've produced has been like an hour long. So that's like 4 hours of content in a month. And this guy, he doesn't upload as often. So I'm just saying, like, it's one of those things where, like, yeah, the video kind of looks really long, but it always reminds me of, like, there was this guy who's actually trans who said, yeah, I don't want to do a transfer. I just can't be bothered. Anyway, he made a 5-hour video talking about a season of Doctor Who. And a load of people were saying, oh, you crazy person, I can't believe you made a 5-hour video talking about season Doctor Who. But he pointed out, there are other people who have made reviews for every single episode of that season. So, he's spent less time talking about it than other people. It's just that he decided to talk about it holistically as a whole season, rather than taking it episode by episode. And yeah, I feel like that's something you got to bear in mind. Anyway, whatever. The point is, it should have taken this guy that long to work on the video.
When I finally told someone that I was making a video on transphobia, their first question was, without exception, why? I think after working on this so long, I can comfortably say I'm not trans. But I would be lying if I said that I have always been sure. I think it's impossible for anyone who really tries to understand not to reflect it a bit back upon themselves. At least I think it should be impossible. Unethical even. It is not hard to answer the question, why am I cis? But answering the question, why am I not trans?
Surely, how are they not the same thing? Whatever. I know. Maybe I was going to say, to me, it seems like it is still a question you can have, but whatever. Okay, see what you're saying.
Is something else entirely. I found that in general there are 4 kinds of transphobes. Those whose payroll is dependent on it, those who don't know any better, those who can't accept their trans child, and those who felt they grew out of their gender dysphoria.
Wait, okay, which one am I? Okay, am I being paid? Well, I am being paid for it, I suppose. In fact, I literally just said it pays the mortgage, so fine. That's me. You got me. Alright, okay, I admit it. Yeah, I don't have a leg to stand on, clearly, so whoops. Shouldn't have admitted that one, but it's fine. I'll manage. It just hit so close to home. Anyway, yeah, it got me. But I feel like there must be some people who fall outside of that. I'm just going to be real here. I feel like there's got to be some people who know about this quite a lot. They don't have kids. They don't get paid to talk about this. And I can't remember what the fourth thing he said, but whatever it was, I'm pretty sure it didn't apply.
When I was a child, I wanted to be a girl. As you might have noticed, I'm not. This isn't an egg or coming out moment, by the way. I've seen a lot of women who argue against trans people because they feel that if life had been a little different, they would be trans. But as they grew up, one of 2 things happened. They grew into womanhood and out of dysphoria, or they learned to cope. Then they became transphobic either because they resent that anyone should have the possibility they didn't, or that if they can grow out of it, why shouldn't you? I never felt gender dysphoria, and I never disliked being a boy. It never really manifested itself in anything, but even that brief reflection on who I am has made me see how even if I grew out of it, why should you? I've talked about trans research.
Yeah, look, I've said this before, but like my one attitude of where I come from personally with the whole like trans thing, if I have like a psychological aspect to it, there is like an aspect to it, which is that I am a big believer in like self-discipline, self-improvement, meditation. I don't drink, I don't do drugs. I go to church, which I bring up not necessarily as a religious thing, but more just like it's a regular routine. I have friends I see at church and I hang out with them all the time, blah, blah, blah. So when I see these people who are loners, incels, have all of these mental health issues, they smoke weed, they drink all the time. I'm not saying any of this stuff is necessarily bad. If you're like an otherwise like perfectly healthy person, you're really happy with where your life is, and you have all of those things going on, all right, whatever, all power to you. But when I see people like that, and then they say, oh, and I've got this problem is that I'm trans, and there needs to be a solution to it, I'm like, no. I feel like what you should be doing is actually tackling some potential issues. Like that's the issue. For me, as someone who generally believes in self-improvement and believes in kind of tackling a lot of mental health issues head on, it's hard for me to not think that the people who identify as trans should work on improving their lifestyle in general. But whatever. The real reason, though, why I'm against the whole trans thing is because I don't think it's correct. So I just want to stress that this guy's obviously trying to make this point about like, oh, people, the reason why they come at this is because they felt like they were, oh no, that was such a bad foul. Please don't be a red. Please do not be a red. If there's a red, I'm going to cry. Okay, good. Yeah. It doesn't have to be because, oh, they were trans, they had those thoughts. But yeah, even if they do have a psychological reason, it doesn't have to be a bad, suspicious one. And even if it is, or, you know, even if they do have that reason, that doesn't change the fact that probably their ultimate reason for not being trans, or
in
rather
the start
for
of the 20th century, and then picked it.
Their ultimate reason for disagreeing with trans is because it's not correct, and you haven't shown it is correct. You've actually hardly made any arguments here, and I'm embarrassed for you.
Back up again in 1960, but there's a 30-year gap from 1930 to 1960 I never got into. On the 30th of January of 1933, Hitler was appointed Chancellor.
I wonder what he did. Could be interesting.
Of the German state. On the 10th of May of the same year, book burnings were held throughout Germany. Any book deemed un-German fell victim. Within these were the more than 10,000 books of the library of das Institut für Sexualwissenschaft, led by Magnus Hirschfeld. The Institute of Sexual Science was the Western world's leading institute on intersexuality and transsexuality. But then again, the Institute of Sexual Science and Magnus Hirschfeld's work wasn't completely wiped off the earth. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to talk about it. One of the students of the Institute, Harry Benjamin, moved to the US to work as a sexologist and endocrinologist. His book, The Transsexual Phenomenon, even mentions the book burning in Germany. In 1948, Benjamin saw a young patient who, even though they were born a boy, insisted on being a girl. The recommended treatment at the time was to make the mind fit the body. But Benjamin knew this wasn't the right approach. Why not the other way around? Why not make the body fit the mind? He decided to treat her with estrogen. This started his interest in what he and David Caldwell simultaneously, but separately, developed into the study of transsexualism. Interestingly, you're sometimes able to trace the influence of either Benjamin or Caldwell depending...
Yes, there are a lot less damaging avenues to explore before destroying your body. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Like, that's the thing. My attitude towards the mental health thing, I have like a video where I speak about this, is it should be like kind of a three-way thing of like, first, kind of just lifestyle changes. That should be the first thing. Secondly, talking therapy. Thirdly, if those two things fail, then you can say like, all right, now let's do some kind of physical intervention. I think that just makes sense. I think that's just like perfectly logical. But yeah, clearly a lot of other people want to just jump straight to the surgery. Maybe because certainly that first one requires a lot more work. But I think it's a shame that people are kind of have that mentality.
On how the word transsexual is spelled. Caldwell often used only a single S. Benjamin always used two.
I can't believe that went in. By the way, Sunderland's a very good team. Expect me to lose this.
Since Benjamin was one of the only doctors who were gender affirming, he got hundreds of referrals from Caldwell and Robert Stoller, the author of Sex and Gender I talked about earlier. Eventually, Benjamin would meet the person who came to be known as Christine Jørgensen. Maybe you've heard of her. In 1977, the Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association was established. This would later change name to World Professional Association for Transgender Health, or WPATH. It's funny, times are bleak. Even when I buried myself in this project, as I read through disgusting, vile studies, books, and first-hand accounts.
Wait, why would world be VPath? Surely it would be like Worldpath? Is this like, was these like Germans?
My outlook never really changed. I'm not pessimistic. Yes, trans research is rotten. But within that rot, it is sometimes possible to glean the existence of something truly alive. The accounts from trans people throughout the century are some of the most heartbreaking, beautiful, and life-affirming things I have ever read. I never became pessimistic because the light seeped from those accounts and overwhelmed everything else. Trans research is rotten, yes, but
only the research. It's not Benjamin's story that's important here. It's that trans people have always existed, and trans people will always continue to exist.
You haven't made an argument.
Being trans isn't political, but being trans and continuing to live is an act of rebellion, of defiance, of infinite worth. Not only is trans joy an act of resistance, but living in and of itself is an ultimate victory. And that's actually what this whole video...
Well, in that case, they're losing, right? I mean, you know, not to put too fine a point on it, but in that case, they're kind of giving up. So I don't really know what the argument is there. Oh, goodness me, I missed. All right.
...is about. This video may have taken 2 years of my life to make, but I have not gone farther than anyone before me. I've not dug deeper. This has
you're
only...
right. Yeah, this video took you 2 years to make, and it's literally not offered any unique insights. There's nothing about this video that can be argued to have some unique value that made this worth anyone's time. And I'll say this, you know, I think like the reason why, you know, since this guy's doing a conclusion, I'll just say this. The reason why I decided this would be the format, how I would respond to this video, is because I just knew deep in my heart that this 5-hour video would not be worth trying to make a scripted, high-effort piece of content from. And I was absolutely right. I would be, I mean, honestly, like the idea of me actually sitting there and watching this entire video, taking notes of every nothing this guy says, and turning it into a video, which, to be honest, like, again, because I would have to force myself to only respond to the points that are worthwhile, I probably couldn't even make that long of a response video. So it's not even like I would get a whole load of watch time from it. All of that is why I had this attitude, and everything I've seen in this video has completely vindicated that attitude. You love to see it. Oh, that should have been in.
Impossible because trans people have already done the work. Yes, the scientific literature on trans people is worse than I thought, but trans people have been against it from the start. They have written and spoken and marched for decades. I got the whole idea of the anti-trans network from the folks at Health Liberation Now. There, Lee and Kai document how to avoid conversion therapists, and Southern Poverty Law Center, who have mapped out the relations of conservative think tanks and anti-trans activists. The map I made is comprised of 55 people and 28 organizations. Are there more? Yes. Will their legacy endure? No. Compare that to the millions of trans people in the world. As more trans people get to live their life, more will become doctors, researchers, philosophers, politicians, journalists, artists, students. Maybe, someday, trans will no longer be a prefix. Someday, they will get to decide for themselves. Now, I would love to take your money. I really would, but I think it's better spent on the people who made this video possible. You'll find links in the description.
Yeah, well,
please.
Certainly, can I just say, I would also like to say, as much as I think that trans activists are not good, you should not be giving them your money, I would say that this video is so undeserving of anyone's money that actually it might be true to say that these, these charities are more deserving. I think that is actually possibly true.
Support them if you have the means. When I saw how Health Liberation Now mapped out the therapists and activists, all I could think was,
yeah,
that's it. This isn't as bad as I thought. It's the same people over and over and over again, but maybe you already picked up on that. Most anti-trans propaganda is made by just a small handful of people. Keep in mind, Harry Benjamin lived only two...
The fact that I haven't been mentioned shows that this is a very incomplete list. I will say, like, I feel like a lot of this is actually, this guy's just lazy. Like, that's all there is to this. Like, this guy's actually like, oh, it's just a small group of people. Maybe it's just that you looked at a very limited number of sources that was only concerned with a specific handful of individuals. There's a lot of people here you haven't mentioned that are significant. Yeah, I mean, has this guy even mentioned Graham Linehan? I don't know. I mean, it's been a long time.
Generations ago. The person who coined the term transsexual died in 1986. Transness is still in its infancy. The major problem with this video is, of course, that to debunk the anti-trans talking points, I've had to accept the premise of scientific transphobia.
No, just to clarify a point, I genuinely can't actually say with confidence what anti-trans talking points this guy has debunked. It'd be really interesting just to see someone say, like, let me list off, okay, he speaks about this and this and this. I mean, I'm not saying that he doesn't say anything, because I think he probably does say some stuff, but I don't think it's especially... I don't think he's really done a good job at debunking anything, and he certainly hasn't shown concretely that biological males can be women. Yes, good point. The music is emotional, and that obviously means that the points being made must be correct. You are absolutely right. Oh, hello. Is that a foul? Yeah, it was. Lovely.
And transmedicalism, at least as a leverage. I know. I have tried my best. But I believe that I've shown that there is absolutely, irrefutably no reason to believe them.
Is that not a foul?
They hide behind science because it gives them a veil of deniability. And when that's taken away, what's left? Hate and lies and death. Yes, children are
Can I say, we're on the offensive right now.
being hurt. Of course they are. These are people who sell their soul to harm their neighbor, parents who want to hurt their own children, and researchers who can't accept that their life's work has been a failure. What's more, not only are the anti-trans activists fringe, they are straight up wrong. They try to back up their hate with disinformation and lies, because what else have they got? If they accept that trans people exist and can live a normal, fulfilling life, their whole worldview stops making sense. Their lifelong mission of conversion therapies and pathologization falls apart. Every single argument against trans people made in this video makes no sense. If only trans people continue on living, then they have nothing. Good.
Yeah, this... whatever.
Give them nothing.
What is this twink even talking about? I feel like calling him a twink's almost too much of a compliment, because like twinks are usually considered kind of like hot. Even if they're considered feminine, they're still considered hot. I feel like this guy, he doesn't even qualify as a twink. He's just a strange guy. He's just a strange dude. Oh.
Live.
Live, laugh, love. Oh, it's over. Cool. Right, that's the end of the video. I am recording this right after the intro, which is hilarious because I would not imagine any of you have watched this entire video in one sitting. If you have, please, help is available. But nonetheless, hello, it's presumably several days later. I hope you enjoyed this. And I will just again remind you that I am doing these live streams on YouTube, and that will be linked in the description. Obviously, by this point, I would imagine what I said at the beginning, that I am live streaming today. The day this video goes up will be of no use to you because it will be several days later. But rest assured, I'll be continuing to somewhat regularly do live streams on that channel. I do really appreciate it. And yeah, you know, I suppose for those of you who are now here who have watched this entire video, it doesn't really have much of a potential to bother you if I spend a little bit of time now saying that I appreciate it. I mean, certainly I absolutely appreciate it if you've watched this entire video all the way through. That is incredible. That's 14 hours of runtime or watch time. I guess I would need, so you know, if there's 1,000 of you, it's 14,000 hours of watch time. My goodness, okay, there's fun here. But no, yeah, I would really like it if I could get monetized. One of my definite major purposes, that's a manifesting term, is to get my gaming channel monetized by the end of the year. And that's just going to be a matter of saying to you guys, hey, you know, just go check it out. Again, it genuinely doesn't matter if you don't like the games that much, because actually when there's enough people there and the chat is very active, I can spend a lot of the time just reading the chat, talking to the chat, kind of saying things as I'm playing. Obviously, there will be moments where I'm really focusing on what's happening in the game. But, you know, in that case, I mean, it's going to be something really exciting. So just, you know, click off of what you're doing, actually watch the stream for a few seconds to see all the excitement, and then go back to whatever you're doing, and I'll go back to reading the chat and playing the game. Cool. So obviously I'm not going to include a clip from my Patreon. That would be ridiculous. So I'm just going to say Thank you so much for all your support. Bye.
He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame, we'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. Charlie Kirk, his courage our own, together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near. On faith without fear, the world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame, we'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own, together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We'll make heaven known. We'll make heaven known.
We got hyperpop Charlie Kirk before GTA 6. I know, yes, it's sad. It's a sad time.